In a world invaded by the Myriad Races, where every person craves power, there lived a young man named Su Bai, who had been a complete nobody for 17 years. When his only chance came from a last-ditch school exam, he made a fateful choice, to become a Beast Tamer. Not for some grand ideal, but because he was flat-out broke. But life is never that simple. A pet in this world costs more than a human life. Just as hope began to fade, fate played its twisted game. The moment he got home, the legendary system suddenly awakened, and its very first target was locked on. The ultimate Beast Taming System has been activated, target detected, analyzing bloodline, 50%, 100%. Congratulations, host. This is a turtle possessing the bloodline of the divine beast Xuanwu, with the potential to reach god level. And so, his path to becoming a legendary powerhouse officially began in the city of Jiangzhou. On a beautiful day, May 20th, 2024, a surge of purple energy tore through the sky, a chilling omen of what was to come. And just as feared, a panicked voice echoed from the sky. A new spatial rift has appeared. Immediately the order was given. A commander roared, "Team 3, charge!" and the entire squad plunged into the chaotic battle inside the rift. But the situation looked grim. From the perspective of a massive monster with jagged teeth, it growled in disdain at a wounded warrior. These pathetic humans still insist on resisting. The monster was identified as the six-eared Wolf King, a gold-level threat. It stomped on a fallen female warrior and declared, "Annihilating you is only a matter of time." A flash of light erupted. Streams of purple energy ripped through space as other warriors fought desperately against the demonic wolf pack. A female warrior with green hair, sweat beading on her forehead, cried out in alarm, "Gold level? Could this be a higher level gate?" The sharp claws of a demon wolf slammed into the ground, splattering fresh blood. The six-eared Wolf King loomed over a platinum-haired warrior, its voice dripping with smug satisfaction. It's far too late to realize that now. The giant wolf swung its claws, unleashing violent streams of purple energy, and the warrior could only throw up her arms to defend herself. Just as she was about to be overwhelmed, a massive figure landed in front of her, shielding her from the monster. He spoke confidently to his comrade, "I'll handle this one, you go clean up the rest." The survivors were overjoyed. The green-haired woman cheered. "It's Mr. Fan Yuan, this is great." The next second, a terrifying explosion of blinding light engulfed the battlefield. After the fierce battle, the green-haired woman stood in an office, giving her report. Report. With Mr. Fan Yuan's help, we successfully defeated the invading six-eared wolves. The person across from her replied, "Good work." A high-ranking commander, holding the report, mused grimly, "Sigh, another new rift. And a C-rank one at that. This is the sixth one this decade, isn't it?" He sighed. "At this rate, it's only a matter of time before Jiangzhou's defenses fall." He stood up, walked toward the girl, and made a decision. "This is beyond what our academy can handle. Starting this year, superhumans at the martial arts university will be exempt from the cultural exams. The standard for martial artists will be cut in half." The girl responded with a serious understood. The scene quickly shifts to a completely different place. The school bell rings at a high school, and a voice announces, "Class dismissed." In the classroom, one student turns to scold the person next to him. "Why aren't you focusing on your studies anymore? It would be a huge waste if you couldn't get into a martial arts university because of a low culture score." The brown-haired boy, chewing on his pen, replied distractedly, "Like you're one to talk. Weren't you just sneaking glances yourself?" He then sighed dreamily. "If only I could sit next to the beautiful Ron. I just don't get it. Why does Su Bai get all the good things?" The camera pans to the girl named Ran, who is holding a book titled Basic Knowledge of the Myriad Races. That girl is Lin Ran, a stunning beauty with fiery red hair. Lin Ran turned to her deskmate, smiled, and asked, "We're graduating soon. Su Bai, are you planning to go to a regular academy or a martial arts university?" The boy named Su Bai, without looking up from his book, answered curtly, "I don't know." Lin Ran seemed a bit surprised. "No ideas at all?" Only then did Su Bai raise his head, revealing a handsome but troubled face. He explained, "A regular academy? My grades are just average. In these chaotic times, what's the use of learning a foreign language or advanced math?" He continued. "As for a martial arts university, my family isn't rich. We can't afford all those supplementary potions. Besides, I don't have any special abilities." His gaze turned distant as a question echoed in his mind. Where am I supposed to go? As it turned out, he had a secret. Su Bai thought to himself, "I've come to another world. Shouldn't I have some kind of heaven-defying talent or ability? Like awakening a system or something?" He looked out the window and concluded, "I'm starting to doubt if I was ever really transported here at all." Suddenly, Lin Ran leaned in close to his ear, whispering his name, "Su Bai," before continuing, "Come to the academy with me." She looked him straight in the eye with a mysterious expression. "I have a way to get you in directly." Hearing this, Su Bai shouted in astonishment, "What?" As Lin Ran opened a high-tech holographic screen right in front of him, she quickly put a finger to her lips, signaling him, "Be quiet." Su Bai, still in shock, just stammered, A system screen appeared before Su Bai's eyes, filled with dense information. Host: Su Bai. Level: low rank mortal. Age: 18. Physique: 4. Agility: 5. Spirit: 5. It also listed the special characteristic Beast Tamer, allowing him to form a contract with any life form, and the evolution talent, which let his pets evolve infinitely beyond God level to transfer power back to their master. All this, in a world where the myriad races have invaded and power levels range from mortal to God level. While the boy was still completely stunned, Lin Renran asked with concern, "Su Bai, what's wrong? You're sweating so much. Are you okay?" Su Bai muttered to himself. It seems like no one else can see this. To hide his confusion, Su Bai unconsciously grabbed Lin Renran's hand while replying, "I'm fine." This action immediately sent the other boys around them into a rage. And just like that, the goddess's fan club officially exploded. One of them yelled, "Don't you touch her!" The biggest guy of the bunch roared, "Get your filthy paws off my goddess. Isn't sitting next to her enough for you?" With that, the big guy swung his fist, snarling, "Let me teach you a lesson." But it wasn't meant to be for our wannabe hero. A beautiful but commanding teacher walked in, placed a hand on the big guy's shoulder, and said, "Everyone, settle down." The teacher got straight to the point. "I have some good news to share. The Jiangzhou Martial Arts University just posted an announcement on their website," she declared to the entire class. "Starting with your year, superhumans will be exempt from the cultural exam and directly admitted to Jiangzhou Martial Arts University," she added, causing an even bigger stir. "Students with the physique of a martial artist will also have their cultural score requirement cut in half." The classroom erupted in cheers. "Awesome, the culture score is cut in half." One boy yelled, "I'm definitely getting into the martial arts university." Meanwhile, another wished aloud, "If only I were a superhuman." A more realistic student said, "Haha, getting it halved is good enough for me. As for superhuman powers, we can only dream." The teacher smiled at the class and said, "If you have awakened a special ability or have a martial arts background, please come to my office to register." And this was the very opportunity someone had been waiting for. "This is getting interesting," Su Bai thought, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. "I just awakened an ability. Does this mean I can get into a martial arts university without taking the entrance exam?" Meanwhile, Lin Yanren and Li Rong exchanged confused glances. Is he serious about applying to a combat academy? And so, Su Bai's train of thought takes us back, weaving a much longer story. He told himself, "My name is Su Bai, and I've been in this world for 17 years. Then, disaster struck. On September 18th, 1906, the sky suddenly tore open, revealing massive spatial rifts. Monsters began pouring out from these rifts. Vicious beasts swarmed the land, leaving destruction in their wake. Humanity's war for survival had begun. Armies from every nation mobilized to fight these creatures. After 3 months, they finally managed to wipe out the initial wave. However, as long as the rifts remained, new hordes of monsters would periodically emerge. Facing a desperate situation, humanity decided to send suicide squads into the rifts to investigate. What they found was a discovery both great and terrifying. On the other side of the rifts, they discovered a vast, endless land. To stop the constant flood of monsters, a joint military force from multiple nations was formed, and they decided to build military bases inside the rifts themselves. From there, they could fight the monsters at their source. And with that, a new era for humanity officially began. But with crisis came opportunity. The Earth's spiritual energy began to recover, and humans gradually started awakening special abilities and martial powers. As the battles grew more intense, conventional weapons repeatedly failed on the battlefield, while superhumans grew stronger and stronger. Eventually, these superhumans replaced firearms as the primary fighting force. Snapping back to the harsh reality, Su Bai mused, the war between humans and the myriad races continues to this day. Judging by the reforms at Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, it seems the situation in Jiangzhou is becoming quite dangerous, but the Su Bai of today was different. He stood up, his gaze firm. "Good. Now that I've activated the system, I need to protect my family in this chaotic world." He resolved, "The fastest way to improve my strength is through the military-backed martial arts universities, and to get an exam exemption, he needed a pet. Luckily, he thought with confidence, I now have the ability of a Beast Tamer. All I need is a contracted pet beast to get straight into the university without an exam." He stood before a pet store and declared, "First step, straight to the martial arts university." He was full of bravado, but reality was about to hit him like a truck. He glanced at his cheap, outdated phone, sweat beading on his forehead. "I have to get into a combat academy, no matter what. I just hope the 2,000 yuan I've saved up is enough." He walked into the store, thinking to himself, "Let's see. The system said it would automatically detect a suitable beast. Huh? Why is the system so quiet?" A graceful female employee greeted him. "Welcome. How can I help you?" Su Bai tried to look professional. "I'm a beast tamer. What kind of pet beast do you have here?" The employee smiled, gesturing with her hand. "Please, take a look over here." And the first thing that assaulted his eyes was a sky-high price tag. The employee introduced that black cat. Its price is high for a common beast, but it possesses the nether cat bloodline. It can easily evolve to the silver tier. Su Bai stared at the 36,000 yuan price tag and could only scream internally. Are you kidding me? That's insane! Of course, the path to greatness is never easy, especially when you only have 2,000 yuan to your name. The employee continued. The 4-eared dog over there isn't bad either. It has the 6-eared wolf bloodline. Its price is 33,000 yuan. Su Bai's eyes scanned the other cages, and the numbers danced before his eyes. 56,000 yuan, 90,000 yuan. Noticing he'd been frozen for a while, the employee smiled and asked, "So, have you found one you like?" But when she looked again, Su Bai had vanished into thin air. Huh? Where did he go? She wondered, completely baffled. Meanwhile, on a quiet street, Su Bai was walking and muttering bitterly, "Are you joking? That's daylight robbery. Just because they have a tiny bit of monster blood, they jack up the prices to the heavens." He sighed again. And what's wrong with my system? Why isn't it detecting any suitable beasts? After a long, dejected day, Su Bai returned home and announced tiredly, "I'm home." And then, a miracle happened when he least expected it. With a soft ding, the system panel suddenly appeared. Su Bai was startled. Huh? The system finally decided to show up? The notification was crystal clear. Suitable pet beast detected in the beginner's gift package. A small turtle. He froze. A small turtle? Su Bai stared blankly in the direction the system indicated. Then he saw it. He couldn't believe his eyes. Is the system talking about my dad's pet turtle? Our poor hero slumped over the glass tank, lamenting, "What kind of beginner's gift package is this? My first pet is a turtle?" The little turtle stared back at him blankly as Su Bai continued to whine. "It's so tiny, what can it even do?" But after a moment of self-pity, Su Bai had to accept reality. He reassured himself, "Whatever. It's not like I can go out to the battlefield and tame a powerful beast right now anyway. I'll just make do with this for now and get a better one later." And with that, he decisively pressed the tame button. A golden light enveloped the small turtle. A pet information panel appeared, shining brighter than his future. Tamed pet, small turtle, level, mortal, beginner, tier, bloodline, divine beast, black tortoise, capable of divine ascension. Stats, physique 1, defense 3, spirit 1, speed 1. It possesses the turtle shell defense ability, and its evolution method is incredibly simple, eating. After reading the information, Su Bai's brain short-circuited. The words black tortoise bloodline, unlimited growth, and will eventually ascend to godhood echoed relentlessly in his mind. He stammered, "Wei?" And then, his confusion quickly morphed into pure, unadulterated ecstasy. Su Bai held the turtle high, bursting into laughter. "Now this is more like it. A black tortoise bloodline. I wouldn't trade this for anything in the world." Absolutely not. But his joy was short-lived. A sharp voice cut in from behind him. "What do you think you're doing with Xiao Ba?" It was Su Bai's younger sister, Su Xiaomei. She pointed a finger at her brother, her voice stern. "That's Dad's pride and joy." Startled, Su Bai quickly tried to explain. "I wasn't doing anything." Meanwhile, the turtle, now named Xiao Ba, was trying to crawl out of a sack, screaming in a voice only Su Bai could hear, "Food! I'm starving." Su Xiaomei hugged her brother, her face full of suspicion. "Hey, you glutton, why is this turtle eating so much? Dad just fed it this morning." But in Su Bai's eyes, this was a fantastic sign. He chuckled inwardly. "Looks like its appetite has increased. Could it be about to evolve?" He told his sister. "I'm just getting it some more food." Su Xiaomei was incredulous. "It's still eating?" Cut to half an hour later, when Su Bai's parents returned home. Mother and Father Lin stepped through the door to a scene of absolute horror. "Were we robbed?" his dad asked. The house looked like a war zone. Su Xiaomei was running and screaming. She was clutching the last bag of chips for dear life. "This is my last bag of snacks." Behind her, the turtle Xiao Ba was chasing her at a terrifying speed, still screeching, "Food!" "Is that Xiao Ba?" his dad asked, stunned. Since when can turtles run that fast? Su Bai could only offer a weak smile. Let me explain. The kitchen was a complete disaster, looking as if a hurricane had just torn through it. That night after cleaning up, Su Bai sat on the sofa, running his hands through his hair in frustration. Forget it. Mom and Dad have it hard enough. It's better not to tell them Tu Ba is a bottomless pit. I'll handle this myself. Just then, Tu Ba, the turtle, now slightly bigger, sat beside him and let out a loud burp. Tu Mai stood nearby, stomping her foot angrily. Suddenly, a colossal green light erupted from Tu Ba, forming the majestic image of a dragon. Su Bai and Tu Mai froze. "What is this?" Su Bai wondered. "Is this glutton finally full? Is its Xuanwu bloodline about to awaken?" However, reality was far crueler. The explosive shadow from Tu Ba vanished in an instant. The Xuanwu bloodline hadn't awakened, but its appetite had grown even larger. "And that's why I came here," Su Bai thought to himself. The female employee recognized him. "Hello, you're back again." Have you decided what you want to buy? Su Bai answered curtly, I'm not buying anything this time. He leaned close to the employee's ear and whispered, I have beast blood. Do you buy it? His words caught the attention of a middle-aged man sitting nearby. You really have beast blood? He asked, surprised. Then he turned to the employee. Take care of him. This man was the owner. He told the employee, You can go now. She replied, Yes, sir. The owner warmly invited Su Bai over. Young man, please come this way. Let's sit and talk. I hear you have beast blood. May I inspect its quality first? Su Bai agreed. Of course. The owner took the vial of blood, uncapped it, and took a sniff. His expression changed instantly. This is truly beast blood, he exclaimed in astonishment, and it's of the highest quality. He then got straight to the point. How much do you want for it? This was the moment to test young Su Bai's bargaining skills. He thought about how hard he'd worked to get this little bit of blood from Xiao Ba. It has to be worth at least 100 yuan, right? He held up one finger and asked decisively. 1,000 yuan? The owner's eyes bulged as he pointed at Su Bai. Our hero thought he'd been caught lowballing and quickly tried to explain. What? 1,000 yuan? So you know your stuff, huh? The owner burst out laughing, waving his hand. Ha ha ha, just kidding. For quality this good. Of course it's 10,000 yuan. Su Bai's eyes lit up like high beams. What? 10,000? He yelled. The owner thought he was still unhappy with the price and quickly added, Still too low? 15,000? I can't go any higher than that. Hearing this, Su Bai hastily covered his mouth, trying to suppress his laughter. Inside, his mind was screaming, I never knew Xiao Ba's blood was so valuable. Su Bai forced a cool expression, turned away, and held up a finger. All right, deal. Then, he added with a touch of arrogance, If I weren't so short on cash, you wouldn't dream of me selling this to you. Su Bai walked out of the store with his head held high, 15,000 yuan in cash tucked in his pocket. The owner and the employee waved him off. Be careful, young man. If you get more good stuff, feel free to come find me. As he walked, he excitedly fiddled with his phone, muttering to himself, I can't believe beast blood is worth so much. I sold it for 15,000. From now on, Xiao Ba can support himself. But just then, his phone rang. Su Bai answered, and a familiar voice came through. Hello, is this Su Bai? This is your teacher, Mr. Li. Your academic results are out, and there's some important news as well. Just as he was riding high from his profitable deal, Mr. Li's voice on the phone suddenly turned sharp. Get to the school this afternoon to fill out a form. Don't be late. Hurry, hurry, he said, then hung up. Su Bai shouted into the phone in frustration. Hello, Mr. Li? What important news? Hello, hello? Why did this junk phone lose signal again? But before he could get any angrier, another blue notification panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Warning, warning. 3 individuals with increasing malicious intent towards the host have been detected. They are within a 10-meter radius. Please be careful. Fuang Not, Level 1, Junior Warrior. Cao Fuang, Level 2, Ordinary Person. Lam Fuang, Level 3, Ordinary Person. Su Bai was stunned. What? While he was still processing this, a tattooed hand wielding a spiked mace appeared out of nowhere, blocking his path. That was fast, Su Bai thought. They were already watching me? The leader let out a sinister chuckle. 3 thugs stepped out from a dark corner. The burly leader, wearing a gaudy gold chain, sneered. I could tell from the pet shop owner's attitude. You must have something valuable on you, kid. Hand it over. Su Bai raised his hands, feigning helplessness. Big brothers. I went to the pet shop to sell something, not to buy. He sighed internally. Why am I so unlucky? However, his eyes quickly sharpened. He glanced over the 3 men, calculating his odds. But if only one of them is a junior warrior, I'm not afraid. The leader laughed. Ha ha ha, look at your cowardly face. Now hand over the money. Su Bai pretended to be terrified, pulling Xiao Ba out of his pocket and letting it cower. Yes, I'll hand it over right now. And then, he snarled, Take this! With all his might, Su Bai hurled Xiao Ba straight at the leader's face like a cannonball. The leader was startled and instinctively swung his spiked mace to block. The mace and the turtle shell collided with a deafening clang. His eyes widened in shock, his hand holding the mace going numb. You! Before he could even recover, he let out a piercing scream of pain. Seizing the golden opportunity, Su Bai launched a devastating kick right into the leader's weak spot. The impact made a sound like something had just shattered. Seeing this, the 2 henchmen behind him froze in horror, screaming, Boss! You little punk! You dare touch our boss! The 2 remaining thugs roared and charged at Su Bai. Are you trying to die? But Su Bai had already caught the rebounding Xiao Ba, praising it internally. It's unharmed after getting hit by a spiked mace? Xiao Ba's shell defense is no joke. The turtle in his hand seemed to have only felt a slight itch. Got you now. The 2 thugs lunged at once, one swinging a club, the other reaching to grab him. Su Bai calmly raised his hand, using Xiao Ba, who was clinging tightly to his fist, like an iron gauntlet. He stomped his foot on the ground, building momentum for a devastating counterattack. He used Xiao Ba on his fist to knock away one thug's club, while simultaneously swinging his other fist straight into the other man's face, sending him sprawling. Su Bai's combo attack sent both henchmen flying into a wall before they collapsed. Seeing him conscious, Su Bai's expression turned cold. He spun around, delivered a perfect roundhouse kick, and launched his turtle grenade one last time. Xiao Ba flew straight into the screaming leader's open mouth. After cleaning up the small fry, Su Bai stood panting, looking at the three thugs lying on the ground. He dusted off his hands and said coldly, "You brought this on yourselves." He turned to leave, but suddenly stopped. He saw his turtle, Xiao Ba, scurrying around an unconscious thug, gnawing on something. Su Bai rushed over. "What are you eating? Did you find something good?" Xiao Ba was holding a precious, glowing, bright red glass vial. Before Su Bai could stop it, Xiao Ba chugged the entire contents of the vial. Su Bai looked closely at the empty bottle beside it and realized with horror, "This is Blazing Sun Essence Blood. Damn it, one of these is worth tens of thousands of yuan." He grabs Xiao Ba, who's glowing with a green light, and yells, "It takes a warrior a whole month to absorb this much, and you swallowed it all in one gulp. Can you even handle that?" This feeling, it's intense. A blue aura envelops Su Bai as the system interface flashes to life with a flood of updates. Host, Su Bai. Occupation, Beast Tamer. Level, mid-rank mortal. The host's level increases with the pet's level. His stats, strength, agility, and spirit have all skyrocketed. And a new talent has appeared. Second talent, Turtle Shell Defense. Activation consumes stamina. When activated, the host's skin is covered by a layer of turtle shell, granting outstanding defensive capabilities. Our boy clenches his fist, feeling his newfound power. This blood chi potion is insane. My stats jumped this much, and I even got a new talent. Still reeling, Su Bai stares at Xiao Ba's new stat screen. Pet, Little Turtle. Level, mid-rank mortal. Black Tortoise bloodline not yet activated. Upon reaching bronze rank, a portion of the bloodline will activate, causing stats to soar. Strength, 32. Defense, an insane, 38. Agility, 10. Spirit, 10. He gasps in astonishment. 32 strength? 38 defense? Looking down at the turtle, now glowing with a majestic green aura, he murmurs, "He's even gotten bigger." Lost in thought, Su Bai racks his brain. I remember my teacher saying something in class. He does a quick mental calculation. Even high-rank mortal, strength-type mutated beasts only have stats that cap out around 30. Looking at Xiao Ba puffing out his chest proudly, Su Bai shivers with excitement. This is just his base power without any skills activated. How much of a tank will he be with his defense mode on? Not wasting another second, Su Bai pats Xiao Ba's head and quickly shoves his precious treasure into his bag. He whispers, "All right, you've eaten your fill, let's get the hell out of here." The next morning, at number 1 high school, an announcement rings out over the PA system. Academic results have been posted. Today, all students must submit their university applications. There is also an important notice. In the noisy classroom, the head teacher stands at the podium and announces loudly, "Tomorrow, a special admissions officer from the Martial Arts University will visit our school." She scans the class, emphasizing, "And as usual, our school has only 2 spots for direct admission this year." Hearing this, a red-haired female student, Lin Yanyan, turns to Su Bai. "Su Bai, have you decided yet? Are you applying to the Humanities Academy or the Martial Arts University?" Su Bai crosses his arms, his gaze firm as he answers without hesitation, "The Martial Arts University. I have to get into the Martial Arts University." Hearing his answer, Lin Yanyan's eyes widen in surprise, her expression filled with worry. "Didn't I tell you to apply to the Humanities Academy with me?" She frowns, her tone chiding. "The Martial Arts University sends its students straight to the battlefield. Do you have any idea how dangerous that is?" Ignoring her warning about the danger, Su Bai remains calm and replies, "But the front lines will always need people. It's a good thing." He gives a faint smile, one full of chivalrous spirit, and adds, "I want to go to the front lines to protect someone very important." Hearing this, Lin Yanyan's heart skips a beat. She breaks into a nervous sweat, her mind screaming, "Someone important? Could it be me?" Just as she's lost in her fantasy, a teacher calls her name. "Lin Yanyan, which school are you applying to?" Lin Yanyan hesitates. Meanwhile, the boys in the class start whispering. She probably hasn't awakened her abilities yet, and we've never seen her train. She'll probably choose the Humanities Academy, right? Facing the class's curiosity, Lin Yanyan closes her eyes for a moment, sighs, and replies, "I haven't decided yet. I need a little more time to think." The teacher turns back to the podium, her voice stern. "This is an extremely important decision for every one of you." She warns them. "Take these grade reports home and discuss them carefully with your parents. The deadline to submit your applications is tomorrow." And just then, the bell rings. A male student shouts, "School's out!" The class replies in unison, "Yes, ma'am, we understand." The scene shifts to that evening, at the Lin family villa. Lin Yanyan slips out of her clothes, revealing her long, slender legs. She slowly steps into a bathtub, a luxurious pool of hot water filled with romantic rose petals. As she soaks, she calls Su Bai. "Hello, Su Bai." At the same time, a maid respectfully stands by, pouring an entire large jar of expensive blood chi powder into her bathwater, the very thing Su Bai treats as a priceless treasure she uses to take a bath. With her cheeks flushed from the steam and embarrassment, Yanyan speaks shyly into the phone. I've decided to apply to the martial arts university too," she giggles, flirting lightly, "and I'm preparing a surprise for you too." But while the young miss is flirting in her flower bath, our main character, Su Bai, is hard at work, shoveling turtle poop. With a clothespin on his nose to block the stench, he's so shocked he nearly faints. "Huh? You're not kidding, are you? You're applying to the martial arts university?" The other end replies firmly. "That's right, I've made up my mind." Before she can finish, Su Bai quickly cuts her off. "Okay, I can't talk right now. I'm dealing with something extremely important." He covers the receiver with his hand, his eyes burning with fury as he glares at Xiao Ba, who is munching away loudly inside a sack. The moment he hangs up, an enraged roar echoes through the entire apartment complex. "Ixio, BA, you damn brat. You eat a ton and you poop a ton. Your stupid turtle droppings are going to kill me." The next morning, at the school stadium, thousands of students are gathered. A female teacher holds a microphone and makes a grand introduction. "Students, please give a warm welcome to Coach Zhang Kai from the Martial Arts University, who has traveled a great distance to speak with you today." The teacher smiles proudly and steps back to give him the stage. "He is your senior, a warrior who also graduated from our very own #1 high school." Zhang Kai raises a hand to greet the crowd. Zhang Kai steps forward, his ice-cold expression immediately dousing the students' excitement. A year ago, 126 students from #1 high school were accepted into the Martial Arts University. Today, only 65 of them are still alive. He continues reading the haunting numbers. 2 years ago, 98 were accepted. Only 32 are still breathing. A terrifying silence falls over the stadium as students begin to break out in a cold sweat. Zhang Kai delivers the final blow. 3 years ago, 86 were accepted. As of today, only 11 remain. He sweeps his gaze over the terrified students huddled together. "Students, I'm not telling you this to scare you. I'm telling you this so you understand that getting into the martial arts university is not something to brag about." In the midst of the bewildered crowd, Su Bai holds his head high, his gaze burning with unwavering determination. Zhang Kai's voice booms. "What awaits you?" His words are as sharp as a knife. "Our missions, responsibility, ever-present danger, and the sacred duty of protecting this nation." The heroic speech ignites a fire in the young students. Zhang Kai roars, "The martial arts university is the cradle that nurtures the strong. Do you want to become strong?" The entire stadium erupts, hundreds of arms shooting into the air as they shout. "Yes," Zhang Kai smirks, satisfied. "Good. I look forward to seeing what you can do in the exam." But just as the event ended, Zhang Kai suddenly strode down from the stage, looked into the crowd, and called out, "Su Bai." Su Bai flinched and turned around, breaking into a cold sweat as he thought, "Is he calling me?" His teacher hurried after him, asking worriedly, "Coach Zhang, is something wrong?" Zhang Kai ignored her, staring intently at the main character. "You're Su Bai?" Su Bai froze for a second before answering, "Yes, that's me." Zhang Kai immediately dropped a bombshell. "Go and get ready for the entrance exam right now." Before he could even process this shocking news, Su Bai's jaw dropped, and pointing at his own face, he yelled, "What? Holy crap, a direct admission?" Zhang Kai calmly nodded. "That's right. Su Bai, there's a bus waiting for you at the school gate." The news exploded, sending the entire student body into a frenzy. The boys and girls around Su Bai shot him looks of pure, burning jealousy, whispering in agony, "What the hell is going on?" "Su Bai got a direct admission?" one boy wailed. "His family must be insanely powerful. I'm so jealous I could die." At last, the bus carrying the future martial arts prodigies came to a stop. The guide teacher picked up a megaphone and announced, "All right, students, we've arrived at the Martial Arts University. Please exit the bus one by one in an orderly fashion." Stepping off the bus, they were greeted by an absolutely magnificent sight. Su Bai dragged his suitcase, staring up at the massive, gleaming glass gate, and mumbled, "So this is the prestigious Martial Arts University, huh?" After walking a short distance, the group had to stop and look up. Standing tall in the middle of the schoolyard was a gigantic ruby stone pillar. Su Bai was in awe. "What's this massive stone monument?" the guide explained with pride. "This is the motto of our martial arts university." Staring at the majestic words carved deep into the stone, Su Bai thought to himself, "The motto of a martial arts school. It sounds pretty powerful." Before he could admire it any longer, the teacher waved the group over. "Everyone, follow me closely. I'll take you to get your training uniforms, and then we'll head straight to the dormitories." Soon after, the group stopped in front of a large building. The teacher pointed and said, "All right, boys. Right ahead is the male dormitory. You can go to your rooms to rest and change into the uniforms you just received." Someone will come by later to announce the time for the entrance exam. Su Bai nodded politely. Yes, thank you, ma'am. Dragging his suitcase down the hallway, Su Bai walked along, contemplating a profound philosophy. A martial artist's journey always begins with understanding oneself. He stopped in front of a door with the number 303 and nodded slightly. Here it is. This is the room. But when he opened the door, 3 other boys were already inside, deep in a lively conversation. A red-haired young man was rambling on, holding a small vial and boasting. A while ago, my dad managed to get 3 extremely rare drops of beast blood from Jade Mountain. Then he had a master pharmacist refine them into 3 top-tier body-tempering elixirs. This stuff is incredibly rare, you know. The friend with a ponytail was amazed. Wow, the bald friend chimed in. My family bought me some chi and blood powder once, but I've never even seen rare beast blood before. Seeing the vial glittering in the red-haired guy's hand, Su Bai smiled and walked in, offering a friendly greeting. Hey everyone, I'm Su Bai. I'm also in room 303. Seeing the newcomer, the red-haired guy turned around and smiled brightly. So you're Su Bai. Looks like our dorm room is finally at full capacity. I'm Han Jiacheng. The atmosphere quickly turned lively as Han Jiacheng introduced everyone. The ponytail guy spoke up, I'm Tao Jiajun. The bald friend winked, flashing a peace sign. And I'm Pan Chowan. Su Bai nodded amicably. It's great to meet you all. Breaking the initial awkwardness, Han Jiacheng waved his hand dismissively. No need to be so formal. From now on, we're roommates, brothers under the same roof. Su Bai, come check this out. My dad just got me some rare beast blood. He puffed out his chest with pride. My dad had to pull a lot of strings all over the country. As Su Bai put his bag in the closet, he perked up his ears, but he finally managed to get it from Jade Mountain. Unfortunately, there were only 3 drops. Hearing this, Su Bai suddenly froze. A flicker of suspicion crossed his eyes as he thought, Jade Mountain? 3 drops? Could it be the exact same blood I just sold? He turned his head and asked, feigning casual curiosity. Beast blood that rare must have been really expensive? Right? The red-haired young master closed his eyes and shrugged, putting on a humble act. Each drop was just a little over 30,000 yuan, so for 3 drops, it was less than 100,000 yuan. It's nothing, really. Hearing that nothing price, Su Bai's face darkened instantly. Veins popped on his forehead, his eyes turned bloodshot, and his mind was screaming with absolute fury. That damned old swindler! I sold it to him for a grand total of 30,000 yuan, and he turned around and sold it for nearly 10 times that amount. He's the absolute scum of a merchant. But Su Bai's silent rage was quickly cut short. Tao Jiajun suddenly shouted, rushing his friends to the window. Look! Look! There's an absolute goddess standing downstairs in front of our dorm! Pan Chowan lunged forward, practically drooling. For this year's campus bell competition, I'm definitely giving her all my votes. The 3 guys pressed their faces against the glass. Han Jiacheng sighed dreamily. Look at that figure. And those long legs. She's truly the goddess of my dreams. Down below, the plump dorm manager was blocking the girl with a scowl. Hey Missy, this is the men's dormitory. Who are you looking for? On the 3rd floor, the 3 young men were still gazing, utterly captivated. Tao Jiajun exclaimed, She's breathtaking. The quality at this martial arts university is on another level. She's definitely going to be the queen of the school. Pan Chowan stammered, Oh my god, she's drop-dead gorgeous. Han Jiacheng stroked his chin curiously. I wonder which lucky bastard this beauty is here to see. Standing in the bright sunlight, Lin Yanran was a stunning sight. She smiled politely and replied, Ma'am, I'm here to see Su Bai. Behind her, 2 male students walking by had their eyes turn into hearts. Hearing the name, the dorm manager put her hands on her hips, tilted her head back, and using her inner energy, bellowed so loud it echoed through the entire area. Su Bai, which one of you is Su Bai? Get your butt down here right now. There's a great beauty waiting for you. Up in room 303, 3 heads snapped around in unison. All 3 of them exclaimed in shock, their eyes wide. What the hell? Su Bai? Meanwhile, our main character calmly opened the door, waved, and left them with a breezy remark. I'm just heading downstairs for a bit. The moment the door closed, the 3 young men stared at each other with looks of utter bewilderment. Han Jiacheng's face fell. She came to find Su Bai? Pan Chowan muttered in despair. No way, this is completely absurd. Tao Jiajun broke into a nervous sweat. Su Bai, my brother, you've been hiding your skills way too well. Back downstairs in the lobby, Su Bai walked out in his black and yellow uniform as Lin Yanran smiled brightly and showered him with compliments. Su Bai, you look really sharp in that uniform. Su Bai awkwardly scratched his goofy hair. Really? Without a word, Lin Yanran stepped closer, reached out, and gently adjusted his collar, saying softly, Yes, you look even more handsome. Su Bai's face flushed bright red, his heart pounding in his chest, completely flustered. This public display of affection hit the audience upstairs like a nuclear bomb. Tao Jiajun gnashed his teeth and leaned halfway out the window. Han Jiacheng furiously tore at his hair. What is this? Who in the world is Su Bai? Don't touch my goddess, Pan Chowan whimpered, biting his shirt. I think I think their hands just touched. Ignoring the fiery glares from dozens of floors above, Lin Yanran took a small step back, her voice hesitant. Oh, right, Su Bai, about your direct admission spot. You're not mad at me, are you? Su Bai shook his head, his reply light and easy. Oh, not at all, though I was planning on taking the entrance exam myself. He gave her a warm smile, reaching out to gently ruffle her fluffy red hair. But I know you did it for my own good. Either way, thank you. Caught off guard by the head pat, Lin Yanran shyly looked down. Why are you thanking me? I was so worried you'd refuse. Su Bai laughed. Why would I ever do that? Suddenly, she shoved a paper bag into his hands, urging him. By the way, the entrance exam is the day after tomorrow. Here are some cultivation elixirs I specially prepared for you. Su Bai awkwardly tried to push it back. You already got me the direct admission spot. You should keep something this valuable for yourself. But the stubborn girl wouldn't take it back. Lin Yanran spun around and ran off, waving with a radiant smile. Su Bai, I have to go. I'll see you tomorrow. Watching her cheerful figure disappear, Su Bai smiled and mumbled, What a silly girl. But while our hero was lost in his romantic moment, the entire men's dormitory officially erupted. Dark figures emerged from the shadows. Did he just touch her head? Brothers, find out who this guy is right now. He dares to steal my goddess? He must have a death wish. The moment Su Bai opened the door to room 303, he jumped, startled to find his 3 roommates waiting with fawning smiles. Dao Jiatun eagerly rubbed his hands together. Brother Su. About that girl from earlier, Han Jiacheng quickly pulled out a chair for him. Su Bai, come on, have a seat. Su Bai broke into a cold sweat, thinking, what a sudden change in attitude. Now they're even calling me Brother Su. He was pushed into the chair while Tao Jiatun diligently massaged his shoulders and Fan Chao-an knelt to rub his legs. Tao Jiatun pressed, a goddess? What goddess? Han Jiacheng, standing beside him, chuckled. My friend, you're being too modest. A great beauty came all this way just to find you. Sweating, Su Bai tried to clear things up. Oh, it's a misunderstanding. We were just high school classmates. At the words high school classmates, Han Jiacheng's eyes lit up. He threw an arm around Su Bai's shoulder, winking suggestively. Su Bai, with such a deep connection to the goddess, she could easily introduce us to a few of her cute friends, right? Su Bai scratched his head awkwardly. Well, Before he could refuse, Han Jiacheng slapped his chest and declared loudly, All right, Brother Su Bai. Today is the first day we've all met. Tonight, we're going out for a huge feast. We can eat while we discuss our grand strategy. Then, the 3 of them excitedly hollered as they rushed for the door. It's a deal. Let's get ready. Tao Jiatun turned back to add, Boss Su Bai, you just rest up. We'll go take care of the reservation. Before Su Bai could even open his mouth, wait, the 3 figures had already vanished down the hallway. Left alone in the room, Su Bai shook his head, a wide smile crinkling his eyes. These roommates are actually pretty interesting, he thought. He shifted his attention to the small paper bag in his hand, wondering what kind of divine elixirs Yanran had given him. From inside his bag, the turtle, Xiao Ba, also poked its head out, curious to see what was happening. Su Bai picked Xiao Ba up and placed him on his shoulder. Oh, right. You should come out and get some fresh air, too. Opening the paper bag, Su Bai's eyes widened at the sight of a glass vial filled with a red liquid. Wow, a vial of blood essence. Xiao Ba, you're going to eat like a king today. Holding the vial, Su Bai's lips curved into an incredibly villainous smile. He leaned close to the turtle, his voice dripping with conspiracy. Heh, Xiao Ba, you know exactly what you have to do after you finish this vial of blood essence, don't you? Xiao Ba flinched, drenched in sweat, but its eyes still gleamed with overwhelming desire. The scene shifts to that evening, in front of the most luxurious restaurant in the city. Staring at the magnificent building with its futuristic design, Su Bai hesitated. Jiacheng coming to a place this extravagant, isn't it a bit too much? Han Jiacheng waved his hand with an air of authority. Brother Su Bai, tonight you just eat and drink to your heart's content. Leave the rest to me. In a VIP room sparkling under crystal lights, Han Jiacheng raised his glass, speaking generously. To enter a martial arts university and meet brothers like you all, especially a brilliant talent like Su Bai here, I feel incredibly lucky. I'll empty this glass first, the group roared. We'll empty our glasses with you. Su Bai quickly gestured with his hands. Everyone, sit down. We're all roommates. There's no need to be so formal. After a few rounds of drinks, Su Bai turned to Han Jiacheng and got straight to the point. I went to the same high school as Lin Yanyan, so asking her to introduce you guys to a few of her friends shouldn't be a problem. But we can talk about that later. He lowered his voice, his expression turning serious. Jiacheng, I actually need your help with something. Han Jiacheng slapped his chest confidently. Brother Su Bai, just say the word. I'll take care of everything. Su Bai casually placed a glowing red vial on the table. It's nothing major. I just have some rare mutant beast blood that I need your help with. Han Jiacheng picked up the vial, examining it closely before breaking out in a cold sweat of astonishment. Su Bai's mutant beast blood. Its quality is even higher than the vial I brought back earlier. Tao Jiatun managed to swallow a piece of meat, stammering in agreement. This kind of mutant beast blood. I don't think I've ever seen quality this high. Overjoyed at this incredible find, Han Jiacheng quickly pulled out his phone. Brother Su Bai, this beast blood is too rare. I'm afraid I'm not qualified to appraise it accurately. Let me call my father to come take a look right now. Su Bai calmly propped his chin on his hand and picked up some food, replying simply, "Sure, no rush. Go ahead and call him. We can eat first. Hello?" As soon as the call connected, an authoritative and irritated voice grumbled from the other end. "Xiaocheng, you've blown through your allowance again, haven't you? I sent you to a martial arts university to become a great martial artist, not to go drinking and carousing every day." Han Jiacheng whined in explanation. "Dad, just listen to me. I'm not asking for money. I have an extremely serious business opportunity here." Hearing the word business, his father's eyes narrowed as he took a drag from his cigar. Han Jiacheng quickly reported the situation. "One of my roommates has 7 drops of rare mutant beast blood he wants to sell. The quality is even better than the 3 drops you bought for me the other day, but I can't appraise it." As soon as he heard this, his father's expression did a complete 180. He shouted into the phone, "What? Higher quality than last time and there are 7 drops? Are you sure?" Han Jiacheng thumped his chest. "Dad, I swear. If you don't believe me, come over and see for yourself." His father was decisive. "Send me the address right now. I'm bringing Master Cao over immediately." "Yes, sir." An hour later, a heavy silence filled the VIP room. Suddenly, an astonished gasp shattered the quiet. "Peak quality. This is absolutely peak quality." Master Cao, a wise, bespectacled old man, was shining a beam of light directly into the vial, his hand trembling with excitement. "The energy contained within this drop of blood is the purest I have ever seen in any common-grade mutant beast blood." He turned to Jiacheng's father, stating with absolute certainty, "With just these 7 drops, I can refine at least 1 first-grade body-tempering pill." Jia's father still couldn't believe his eyes. He stammered, "Master Cao, with an appraisal like that, aren't you exaggerating a little?" Master Cao just smiled confidently and waved his hand dismissively. "Impossible. There's no mistake," he continued. "In fact, if you used the most advanced verification equipment, the intrinsic value of this blood might be even higher than my estimate." While the old men were marveling at the precious treasure, the main character, Su Bai, calmly swirled the red wine in his glass, taking a sip with the cool demeanor of a CEO. Han Jia, standing behind him, wiped away beads of sweat and whispered, "Damn, Su Bai, I had no idea your beast blood was this legendary." Regaining the composure of a seasoned merchant, Han's father stepped forward and asked quietly, "Young man, what price are you looking to sell this beast blood for?" Su Bai offered a faint smile, not one for haggling. "Mr. Han, Master Cao, a friend of mine told me that this rare beast blood cannot be sold for cash. It can only be exchanged for blood chi powder of equivalent value." Mr. Han stroked his chin and nodded. "Oh, I see." He pondered for a moment before making a generous decision. "Since you and little Jia are classmates, as your elder, I absolutely will not let you get the short end of the stick." He held up his hand to finalize the deal. "I'll take all 7 drops. In exchange, I'll transfer 14 vials of blood chi powder to you. What do you think?" Su Bai was ecstatic internally, but his face remained a perfect mask of calm. "Yes, thank you, Mr. Han." Just as the deal was done, the smile on Mr. Han's face suddenly turned calculating. He drew out his words. Also, he spread his arms wide, rolling out the red carpet with his offer. "Su Bai, would you be willing to join our Han family? In the future, we can provide you with all the resources you need for cultivation, and more." But Su Bai knew that free cheese is only found in a mousetrap. He quickly raised his hands to politely refuse. "Thank you for the kind offer, Mr. Han, but at the moment, I'm not interested in joining any family." Mr. Han took another step forward, trying one last time. "Su Bai, just think it over carefully. Our Han family." Suddenly, a voice cut him off. Su Bai has already spoken. Everyone in the VIP room snapped their heads toward the door in unison. A woman's voice, clear yet filled with authority, rang out. "He doesn't want to join the Han family." The door swung open, and a stunning, long-legged woman strode in like a queen. It was Lin Yanran, dressed in a form-fitting outfit. Her sharp gaze swept over everyone, making a clear declaration. "And that means no one has the right to force him to join any family." The atmosphere instantly grew suffocating under her overwhelming presence. She lifted her chin, her voice cold and accusatory. "Did you all not hear what he said?" Seeing a familiar face, Su Bai broke out in a cold sweat. "Yanran, why are you here?" His 3 roommates, huddled in a corner, whispered amongst themselves. "Isn't that the goddess Yanran? What is she doing here?" Lin Yanran glanced over, her reply breezy. "I was just passing by to handle something. I didn't expect to run into you all." Being berated by a girl who looked barely out of her teens, Mr. Han scowled, his annoyance obvious. And where did this little brat come from? But behind him, Master Cao was drenched in a cold sweat. He trembled as he whispered into Mr. Han's ear. "Family head, this girl, She is. After hearing the girl's true identity, Mr. Han's pupils contracted, and all the blood drained from his face. What? She's really? Mr. Han changed his tune faster than a flipping pancake. He immediately forced a laugh and waved his hands, clapping Su Bai on the shoulder in a desperate attempt to salvage the situation. Haha, it's all just a misunderstanding. Su Bai and my son are classmates. He chuckled nervously. And they're the best of brothers, of course. Ignoring the old man's awkward performance, Lin Yanran turned to Su Bai with a smile. Su Bai, are you heading back to school? Let's go back together. Su Bai nodded, letting out a sigh of relief. Sure, I just finished my business here anyway. Linking arms with the beauty as they walked out, Su Bai didn't forget to look back and offer a polite farewell. Goodbye, Mr. Han. Jia, I'll see you back at the dorm. Han Jia reached out a hand. All right, Su Bai, be careful. Seeing the goddess of his dreams leaving with his roommate, Han Jia immediately scrambled to follow. Goddess, wait for me. I have to get back to school too. Mr. Han grabbed his son by the collar and yanked him back, roaring, Back to school, my ass! Get over here, right now! The father's face turned deadly serious as he delivered his orders like a sacred decree. Little Jia, from now on, you must build a strong friendship with that kid, Su Bai. The entire future of the Han family might just depend on you. Han Jia was completely bewildered. His father added through gritted teeth. And most importantly, you will maintain an extremely safe, extremely polite distance from that girl, Lin Yanran. Do you understand me? Outside the window, the city night began to fall. Han Jia stared at the glittering billboards, still trying to process the shock. He mumbled to his father, Dad, Brother Su, and the goddess Yanran. Do they really have such terrifying backgrounds? How did I never notice anything? 2 days later, on the training grounds of the Martial Arts University campus, thousands of freshmen stood in neat rows under a clear blue sky. A loudspeaker boomed with an announcement. Over the next few days, all of you will participate in a special training course for freshmen. And the location for this training is the Myriad Clan's battlefield. The moment the words were spoken, the faces of the new recruits turned pale, and a murmur of fear rippled through the crowd. We really have to train on the Myriad Clan's battlefield? Isn't that just a suicide mission? The head instructor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice booming with reassurance. That's right. Attending the training is a small matter, but losing your life there is a big one. However, none of you should worry too much. The training area has been thoroughly cleared by our side, he emphasized, and we will be responsible for ensuring your safety. To conclude the assembly, the instructor laid out the rules. Next, you will be divided into classes of 50. Each class will be led by a bronze-level teacher who will assign your training missions directly. He slapped a hand over his left breast and shouted a final blessing. On behalf of the university, I wish all freshmen a triumphant return. Back in the ranks of students on the field, Yanran looked around before suddenly exclaiming, Su Bai, we're in the same class. Behind them, his 3 roommates were squealing with delight. Han Jia clenched his fists in excitement. Goddess! It's the goddess Yanran! Oh my god, to be in the same class as the goddess, I'm so happy I could cry. Su Bai broke out in a nervous sweat, muttering to himself, The same class? Or did someone arrange this on purpose? Just then, a confident and alluring female voice cut through the noise. A female instructor with a fiery figure, vibrant red hair, and a sharp, commanding presence strode toward them. With her hands on her hips, she introduced herself. I am Liao Yuxin, your special instructor. The male students instantly got nosebleeds, their eyes turning into sparkling hearts. Pan Chaowen clutched his face, sighing, Oh my god, she's an absolute bombshell. Liao Yuxin maintained a bewitching smile and spoke in a gentle voice. All missions during this training will be assigned by me personally. The entire class held their breath, waiting for some grand assignment, but Liao Yuxin's smile suddenly turned dangerous. Write your wills. Hearing those 2 words, every jaw in the crowd dropped, and their faces went ashen. Pan Chaowen stammered, his voice trembling. What? Our wills? Next to him, Dao Jiatuan was also drenched in a cold sweat. Ignoring the absolute panic of the greenhorn students, Liao Yuxin casually walked away, waving her hand as she gave her order. You have exactly 1 day to write your wills. Be at the plaza at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. The trip to the Myriad Clan's battlefield will depart on time. Don't you dare be late. The new recruits clutched their heads, wailing. Is this for real? Is it going to be life-threatening? I haven't even carried on my family line yet. I need to write my will right now. There are too many things I still need to say. While everyone else scrambled to prepare for their funerals, Lam Yen walked over to Su Bai and asked softly, Su Bai, do you have any plans? He shrugged, replying coolly, I don't have much to prepare. I'll probably just head straight back to the dorm. The 2 waved goodbye, and Yen smiled. All right, I'll see you tomorrow. Su Bai nodded, watching her go as the students around them continued to run around screaming. Tomorrow, we head to the battlefield. There's so much to worry about. Later that evening in the men's dormitory, the 3 roommates draped their arms over each other's shoulders, getting ready to let loose. Zhao Jiatuan turned to make the invitation. Hey, too. Since we're all heading to the battlefield tomorrow anyway, we're planning to go out for one last wild night. You should come with us. Su Bai skillfully declined, remaining seated in his swivel chair at the computer desk. I have a few important things I need to do. You guys go on and have a good time, he added with a smile. If you need me to bring anything back, just give me a call, and I'll run out and get it for you. All right, sounds like a plan. Before leaving, Han Jiaquang lingered for a moment, crouching down to tease the turtle munching on its food. Hey, this turtle of yours is pretty interesting. Its shell is incredibly tough. He tapped on Xiao Ba's shell, praising it. You're a cute little glutton, aren't you? Su Bai swiveled his chair around, grinning with pride. Ah, this is my pet, Xiao Ba. He's got quite the passion for food. The three roommates slung their arms around each other and left, leaving Su Bai alone in the room. Zhao Jiatuan waved. We're heading out, too. Su Bai waved back. Have fun, guys. With only him and the turtle left in the room, Su Bai immediately locked the door, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. He took out several vials of crimson blood chi powder and held them right in front of Xiao Ba's face. You greedy thing. All you ever think about is eating. But tonight, I'm going to let you eat until you're stuffed. When we get to the Myriad Race battlefield, you better show me what you're really made of. Xiao Ba joyfully opened its mouth wide, chugging down the vibrant red energy-filled liquid. And then, the expensive investment bore fruit as the system chimed with a resonant ding. Congratulations! Your pet, the small turtle, has been promoted to high-grade mortal. The host's level has also increased. The small turtle has gained a new talent. Xiao Ba's status screen lit up the corner of the room. Physique 64, Defense 78, Agility 20, Spirit 20. Talent 1. Turtle Shell Defense. Increases defense by 300% when retracting its head, but cannot move. Talent 2. Turtle Skin Defense. Consumes stamina to increase defense by 50 to 100%. Talent 3. New. Heavy Strike. Activated by consuming stamina to increase attack power from 100% to 200%. The more stamina consumed, the more devastating the blow. Xiao Ba now looked significantly larger and more muscular, radiating a majestic green light. As a result, Su Bai's own stats skyrocketed based on the inheritance from his pet. Host, Su Bai. Profession, Beast Tamer. Level, High. Grade Mortal. Age, 18. Physique, 28, with a base of 15 and 13 inherited from his pet. Agility, 19, with a base of 15 and 4 inherited from his pet. Spirit, 34, with a base of 30 and 4 inherited from his pet. Tamed Pet. Small Turtle, Mortal Grade, with a current attribute inheritance rate of 20%, which will increase to 30% at the next bronze tier. He possessed Talent 1. Infinite Pet Evolution, where the host benefits from a portion of the pet's attributes and talents. Talent 2. Turtle Shell Defense. Consumes stamina to increase defense by 50 to 100%. And Talent 3. Heavy Strike activated by consuming stamina to boost attack power from 100 to 200%. Feeling the immense power surging through his body, Su Bai clenched his fists in excitement. This blood key powder is truly a miracle drug. Xiao Ba leveled up again, and this stat increase is just insane. He looked down at the turtle, which was now bursting with energy, and slapped its shell firmly. Good job, Xiao Ba. Tomorrow, on the Myriad Race battlefield, we're going all out. Are you ready? Roar! Xiao Ba let out a powerful roar in response. Early the next morning, at the teleportation plaza, a magnificent sight unfolded before thousands of freshmen. 3 colossal teleportation gates, with brilliant blue energy cores swirling within, stood in the middle of the stadium. The instructors stood at attention, reporting to their commander. Reporting to the head instructor, all students have assembled and are ready for combat. The commander nodded and gave the order. Activate teleportation formation number 1. Prepare for transport. Yes, sir. The students stared, jaws agape, at the massive machine radiating immense energy. Han Jiaquang swallowed hard. A teleportation formation this huge. I bet you can only see something like this at our martial arts university. Before stepping through the gate of death, Lam Yanyan turned and gently placed a hand on Su Bai's shoulder, her eyes filled with worry. Su Bai, when we get to the Myriad Race battlefield, you have to be careful. The young man smiled reassuringly, his confidence as bright as the sun. Don't worry, we'll definitely complete the mission and return safely. She nodded. Okay, good luck. Everyone took a deep breath and stepped into the circle of blue light together. Lu Wuhan shouted authoritatively, "Relax your bodies, prepare for teleportation." The pillar of light erupted violently. Begin. A blinding flash, and the world around them changed in an instant. The moment the students opened their eyes, they gasped in amazement. Whoa, did we really get teleported here? The surrounding landscape was now covered by a gloomy gray sky, and the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Before them stood a gigantic military base built right on the front lines. It had impenetrable steel walls, countless gun emplacements, and massive space battleships. The students cheered with the excitement of kids on a field trip. So this is the military base inside the Myriad Race battlefield? This is so awesome! Ha ha ha! As the curious recruits chattered away, Lu Wuhan stepped forward and snapped, "All of you, quiet down." She turned to the man in the military uniform beside her and lowered her voice apologetically. "Vice Commander Liat Dao, please forgive them. These kids are all new recruits. They haven't experienced the real world yet." The man stepped forward, exuding a heavy pressure that instantly silenced the crowd. He bore a long scar that cut across his forehead, and his eyes were as sharp as razors. He announced in a booming voice, "I am the Vice Commander of Military Base F269. You can call me Vice Commander, or simply, Sir." He growled out each word, blasting the students with his overwhelming presence. "Here, I don't give a damn if you're students or instructors. Once you set foot on my territory, you will follow my orders. Is that clear?" A thunderous, "Yes, sir," erupted, and not a single person dared to utter another word. Standing in the ranks, Han Jiaquang pouted and whispered to Su Bai, "He's just a vice commander. What's so special that he has to act all high and mighty?" Su Bai glanced at the scar on Liat Dao's face and quietly corrected his friend. "Look at the scar on his face. That's definitely an officer who has been through countless life-or-death battles. Don't underestimate him." Liat Dao's sharp gaze swept across the group of greenhorn students. A corner of his mouth twitched into a smirk as he announced, "Today, you're all in luck." He pointed toward the massive ruins in the distance. "Your first mission is to clean up the battlefield. While you're at it, you'll have to personally deal with any remaining shadow cats skulking in there. A perfect military task for a bunch of greenhorns like you, getting your first taste of a real battlefield." Seeing the recruits' faces drained of all color, Li Tao began to explain the rules. "Killing shadow cats will earn you merit points." He held up an electronic tablet to illustrate. "These points can be taken to the logistics department and exchanged for blood chi powder and countless other body-tempering elixirs to increase your strength." At the mention of rewards, the fear his three roommates felt instantly vanished. Dao Jiajun clenched his fists, shouting excitedly, "Now that's a worthy reward for the brave." Han Jiaqiang, beside him, grinned and eagerly chimed in. "Wow, so merit points can be exchanged for elixirs. No wonder so many people risk their lives to come to this Myriad Races battlefield." Seeing their fear replaced by burning excitement, Li Tao smirked. "Looks like you brats are all fired up now." He turned his back, barking a clear command. "All right, move out immediately. Follow me." The entire squad of recruits raised their fists, roaring with incredible morale. "Yes, sir." Amidst the fervent atmosphere, Su Bai revealed a calculating smile. This time, Xiao Ba is going to have a real feast. However, the excitement didn't even last 10 minutes before a haunting sight appeared. Walking along the base's main square, they were confronted by countless blood-soaked soldiers being carried back on stretchers. One soldier clutched his head and collapsed. "Damn it!" Another female soldier lay writhing on the ground, her arm gushing blood as she screamed in agony. Ah, it hurts so much." The gruesome, realistic scene made the new recruits break out in a cold sweat, their faces paling as they looked at each other. A male student stammered, They got injured this badly just from a cleanup mission?" Dao Jiajun trembled. "No way. Aren't shadow cats supposed to be the lowest level monsters? How can they be this terrifying?" Panic spread like a virus. A female student, on the verge of tears, whimpered, Even the weakest shadow cats are this dangerous? Will I even make it home alive?" Hearing the commotion, Liao Yuxin spun around and snapped. "All of you, quiet." She glared at the group, her voice low and sharp. "What did you think the Myriad Races battlefield was? If you applied to a martial arts university, you should always be prepared to face this." Jolted awake by the reprimand, Lin Yanran shivered slightly. She moved closer to Su Bai, whispering with concern, "Su Bai, you have to stick close to me on the battlefield. I don't want anything to happen to you." Su Bai scanned their surroundings, his eyes hardening. "It seems we have to stay on high alert at all times on this Myriad Races battlefield. All right, you be careful too." The group came to a halt before a giant watchtower. A soldier on guard duty called down a formal report from above. "Reporting to the deputy commander. We are currently on watch duty at the east gate. Today, we have eliminated 35 beasts that attacked the base and are awaiting further orders." Lai Tao nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. Open the gate and let these new recruits see for themselves what the Myriad Races battlefield is truly like." The soldier clicked his heels. "Yes, Deputy Commander." Accompanied by the loud grinding of machinery, the soldier bellowed, "Open the base gates." The massive steel gates of the Jianzhou base slowly creaked open, releasing a thick, rolling cloud of smoke and dust. Before stepping outside, Liao Yuxin glanced back at the students and advised, "Being personally led by Deputy Commander Li Tao is a rare opportunity. Make sure you perform well." Li Tao turned back, his gaze as sharp as a knife, pinning the new recruits. "You brats, you all left your wills at the post office, right? From this moment on, you will walk hand in hand with death every single second." As the gates swung wide open, they were assaulted by the sight of a blazing battlefield. The deafening roar of heavy machine guns thundered as bullets filled the sky. A panicked male student clutched his head. Ah, so this is a real battlefield? Dao Jiajun exclaimed in horror. This is brutal. Through the thick smoke and fire, armored tanks continuously spat flames, tearing the bodies of monster hordes to shreds. Two soldiers operating a machine gun glanced back at the stunned, gaping recruits. Seeing Li Tao step out, an officer ran over and asked in surprise, "Deputy Battalion Commander, why have you come out here yourself?" Li Tao waved his hand dismissively, giving a firm order. "Enough talk. Assemble a squad to follow me and protect these kids." Standing before a temporarily cleared area, Liao Yuxin held up her tablet and announced, "All right, listen up. Next, we will be entering Military Zone F269. It's a forest area where the beasts have already been completely wiped out." She tilted her head up. "Your mission is to dissect the corpses of the Shadow Cats and collect their beast cores from the battlefield." Li Tao stood authoritatively in the middle of the formation, shouting to the new recruits who were clumsily clutching their shields behind him. "Recruits, are you ready?" The group swallowed hard, trying to steel their nerves as they yelled in unison, "We are ready." Hearing their response, Li Tao raised his fist and commanded, "Move out. The assault team will follow close behind and provide support." Throwing these newbies into a real fight would be like serving them up on a platter to the enemy, and we wouldn't want that, haha. A curious officer asked, "Deputy Battalion Commander, why are you personally leading the protection detail?" Li Tao shot him a fierce glare. "You talk too much. Don't ask questions you shouldn't be asking." The officer quickly apologized. "Yes, sir. My apologies for overstepping, Deputy Battalion Commander." Li Tao's tone softened, but was still filled with pride. "It's no disturbance. These new recruits from the military university are our nation's future warriors. Protecting them is my duty." Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, the supreme military command center of the Dragon Country. Amidst the cold, snow-dusted skyscrapers, an intelligence officer rushed into the operations room. Reporting to the Chief of Staff, "We have an emergency situation." The Chief of Staff turned around, his expression cold. The officer's eyes were glued to the tactical map, which was blazing with flashing red dots. "Urgent report. According to the latest intelligence from the Myriad Races battlefield, a large number of beasts have just breached our defensive lines. Currently, 12 powerful gold-rank individuals from the Shadowcat tribe have joined the assault. Their targets are 12 military bases on the southwestern border, including D128 and D140. The Chief of Staff's brow furrowed, veins popping on his tense forehead. "Immediately identify the beast's movement path and order all military bases to strengthen their defenses." He slammed his fist on the table, his voice a low growl. "Right now, first-year students from the martial arts universities are undergoing training there. They are the future of our nation and are absolutely not permitted to suffer any losses." The officer clicked his heels. "Yes, sir." Back in Military Zone F269, in the forest littered with monster corpses, Li Tao waved his arm, urging them on. "Clean up the battlefield. Move it!" Every minute we linger here, the danger increases. The students spread out and got to work. Su Bai skillfully used a dagger to cut open a Shadowcat's corpse. Lin Yanran reminded him from nearby, "Su Bai, the fur, meat, and claws of these Shadowcats are all valuable materials." Su Bai smirked to himself. "Humph. No wonder so many people risk their lives to come here. Valuable materials are scattered everywhere. Looks like Xiao Ba is having another feast tonight." Behind them, Dao Jiajun raised his hand and cheered. "Haha, I found another beast core. I'm gonna be rich." Su Bai carefully swiped his system interface, placing the items into his inventory. He grinned with satisfaction. "I'll just keep collecting beast cores to exchange for blood chi powder. Then, Xiao Ba can continue to level up." But before his smile could fade, a blazing red panel flashed before his eyes. A system alarm shrieked in his mind. "Warning, warning, extreme danger. 164 exotic Shadowcats are approaching rapidly with clear killing intent. Threat detected 3 kilometers to the southwest in the forest. The host is advised to remain vigilant. Threat level, high, 5 stars. Extreme danger. Threat level, lethal, 4 stars. Extreme danger." He gasped in shock. "A danger warning?" A cold sweat broke out across Su Bai's brow. He bit his lip, his mind racing. The last warning, for that master rank warrior, was only at the basic level. This time, it was a 5-star lethal threat. Seeing him frozen, Lin Yanran clutched her dagger and hurried to his side, asking with concern, "Su Bai, what's wrong?" With no time to explain, Su Bai spun around and sprinted frantically toward the group of instructors. He pointed toward the misty forest and yelled, "Instructor Liao, we have an emergency." Liao Yuhan, who was leaning against a tree smoking, was startled and instantly leaped down. Su Bai panted, "Southwest, I can sense a massive horde of beasts charging straight for us." Liao Yuhan's brow furrowed. Liao Yuhan immediately scrambled up to the highest tree branch, shielding her eyes as she peered into the southwest. But all that met her gaze was a silent forest. Not a sound, not the shadow of a single monster. The stillness was eerie. Leaping back to the ground, Liao Yuhan shot Su Bai an irritated glare. "Su Bai, this is the Myriad Races battlefield, not a place for you to be cracking jokes." She pointed at the unsettled students. Do you have any idea how disastrous it is to cause this kind of panic among the cadets? Su Bai clenched his fists, his gaze firm. Instructor Liao, I'm not joking. There is a massive horde of beasts closing in. Li Dao stepped forward with his arms crossed, his presence overwhelming. Your name is Su Bai? You say you can sense a beast attack, but I can assure you, there isn't a single beast within a 2-kilometer radius, Su Bai pleaded. Deputy Battalion Commander, I'm not kidding. There are at least 100 shadow cats 3 kilometers away, and they're heading straight for us. Li Dao smirked, his eyes filled with contempt. Oh? Are you suggesting your senses are superior to mine? Liao Yuhan stepped in, her voice softening to diffuse the tension. Deputy Battalion Commander, Su Bai is probably just overwhelmed. It's his first time on the battlefield. He's likely imagining things. Please, don't mind him. Unwilling to let her friend be wrongly accused, Lin Yanran bravely stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Su Bai. She looked Li Dao straight in the eye. No one should jump to conclusions. I believe what Su Bai is saying. Li Dao fell silent, his frown deepening in annoyance. The situation was critical. Su Bai slammed a hand on his chest, desperate to be believed. The monsters are getting closer. Please, everyone, trust me. The truth is, I'm a beast tamer with a special ability for sensing danger. Liao Yuhan's eyes widened in shock. What? You have a special ability? Then why isn't it registered in your school file? Su Bai explained with a grimace. I was directly recommended for admission to the martial arts university, so the school hasn't had time to register my ability yet. As soon as he finished, the students erupted in a flurry of whispers. Huh? Su Bai has a special ability? Dao Jiatun whispered. Is Su Bai really a beast tamer with a special ability? How come I've never seen his pet? But just as the skepticism reached its peak, a series of bloodthirsty howls ripped through the mist. The new recruits screamed in terror. Ah! It's the shadow cats! Su Bai was telling the truth. Startled, Li Dao drew his gun and spun around, roaring, All units, on my command, form a perimeter around me, now! The students dropped their gear and scrambled backward. Hurry! Move! Move! Li Dao yelled into his radio, Communications officer, contact the base immediately and request reinforcements now. A moment later, the officer reported back with a look of despair, clutching the radio. Deputy Battalion Commander, we just received word from the base. They've also detected countless beast signals surrounding their position, so they are completely unable to dispatch any reinforcements to help us. Liao Yuhan's face turned pale with horror. Li Dao, without reinforcements, these students have extremely limited combat ability. Li Dao unsheathed his longsword, grinding his teeth. Su Bai's senses were dead on. Even I can feel it now. A massive horde of monsters is closing in fast. Facing a life-or-death situation, Li Dao turned to the vice-captain of the guard and barked an urgent order. Vice-captain, assign 4 soldiers to protect these 2 students with everything you've got. Immediately, the vice-captain snapped to attention. Yes, sir, but Su Bai was already gripping his dagger. Before he could refuse the offer, a hair-raising screech tore through the air. From the high canopy, a beast shot down like a green arrow. The system window flashed. Shadowcat Tier 1 Bronze. The bloody battle had officially begun. The moment the first Shadowcat appeared, Li Dao roared the order, Counterattack! Counterattack! The guards immediately raised their guns, firing brilliant streams of fire into the horde of beasts. Liao Yuhan shouted, Protect the students! But the horde was too vast. Another one pounced, shredding another soldier's body to pieces. Li Dao bellowed as he fought, These aren't kittens, they're more ferocious than tigers. Li Dao fired the laser gun in his hand, mowing down a line of shadowcats. He roared, straining every muscle, Hold the line! If we can just withstand this first wave, we will defeat them. Standing as a shield before the trembling students, Li Dao turned back, his eyes blazing with fire. Students of the Martial Arts University, do you remember your oath? He thundered. His heroic words were like a shot of adrenaline. In unison, the students chanted their vow, their bodies glowing with a brilliant golden energy. With these chests, we shall build an impenetrable great wall for the Dragon Kingdom. A brilliant torrent of blue energy erupted from their formation, creating a solid shield that blocked the first wave of the monster attack. The students' defensive formation blazed to life, ready to face the enemy. Not to be outdone, the 2 most elite students charged to the front lines. Zheng Mani, a Tier 1 Bronze, raised her bow and shouted, Hold them back! I'll pierce right through them. Meanwhile, Luo Yongqiang, also a Tier 1 Bronze and a hulking brute with immense natural strength, roared, They're just a bunch of kittens. What's there to be afraid of? I'll crush them all. Witnessing the outstanding performance of her 2 pupils, Liao Yuhan drew her twin blades, a proud smirk on her face. The archer Zheng Mani and the naturally gifted powerhouse Luo Yongqiang. This year's students are truly formidable. Standing in the crowd, Su Bai glanced at the 2 standout figures, thinking to himself, That power is impressive, but my only weapon is. Han Jiagang stood beside him, his eyes shining with admiration. Isn't that the goddess Mani from 4-star? Her ability is insane. Tao Jiatun was also in awe. That huge guy's strength is incredible too. Brother Su, their power is unbelievable, right? It feels like they're on a completely different level than us. But at that exact moment, a deafening screech echoed through the forest, forcing everyone to clamp their hands over their ears. What the hell is that sound? Cover your ears. From the darkness of the woods, a colossal shadow slowly emerged, wreathed in crackling green lightning. A pure white beast stepped out, its fur standing on end like sharp spikes. Its eyes glowed with a murderous azure light. The system panel appeared. Shadow Cat King, mid-tier silver, Constitution, 45, Agility, 88, Spirit, 43. Li Dao grabbed a small cat by the scruff, his face pale with terror. How in the hell did a silver-rank Cat King show up here? He screamed at the communications officer. Get on the line with the base and demand reinforcements again. But the two elite students were far too confident in their own strength. Luo Yongchang hefted his heavy sword and charged forward. The Shadow Cat King? Huh? Take this, Zhang Mani shouted, drawing her bow. I'll cover you and draw its attention. Seeing her reckless move, Liao Yusin yelled in panic. Watch out, get back. That's a silver-rank beast, you can't underestimate it. But it was too late. The Cat King simply swiped a single claw, unleashing a razor-sharp gust of wind. And just like that, Zhang Mani was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, her body slamming into the ground, unconscious. Li Tao and Liao Yusin screamed in terror. Oh no, fall back! Li Dao urgently shouted orders. We're out of time! Machine gunners, covering fire! Shoot! Shoot now! But the monster was impossibly fast, and in an instant, it stood towering over the trembling, kneeling Han Jiakung. He barely managed to stammer. Help! Help me! Just as all hope seemed lost, a colossal shadow plummeted from the sky with a deafening crash. The impact created a small explosion right beside the monster. What in the world was that? Liao Yuxin squinted through the billowing dust, stammering, I think it looks like a turtle. Han Jiakung's jaw dropped. Huh? Isn't that my brother's pet, Xiao Ba? After his clumsy landing, Su Bai brushed the dust from his shoes, muttering, as expected. That entrance was still a little awkward. He stood tall, hoisted his sword and shield onto his shoulder, and announced with an imposing aura, I am the Beast Tamer, Su Bai, and Xiao Ba is my tamed beast. All of you, take care of the minions. This Cat King is mine to deal with. His and the turtle's sudden arrival plunged the entire battlefield into a stunned silence. Fan Xiaoan asked blankly, Whoa, that turtle is supposed to be impressive? Han Jiakung couldn't believe what he was seeing. Lin Yanran whispered in shock, That speed. Is that turtle really Su Bai's pet beast? Standing at the forefront, Su Bai pointed toward the Cat King and commanded loudly, Xiao Ba, teach this alley cat a lesson. The turtle instantly shot forward like a bolt of lightning, leaving a trail of green light in its wake. The students in the back were floored once again. Oh my god, how can Su Bai's turtle be that fast? Are we sure that's even a turtle? From the rear, Li Tao and Liao Yuxin observed the battle. Li Tao mused, This is a surprise. Su Bai. Liao Yuxin couldn't hide her own astonishment. I didn't expect this either. Su Bai's pet is certainly different. Seeing that their ace was now in the fight, Liao Yuxin turned and rallied the frozen students. Fellow students, Su Bai has the Cat King's attention. Everyone, attack! Wipe out these nether cats! On the smoke-filled battlefield, soldiers fired relentlessly. Kill them! Rip them to shreds! The students swung their swords and fired with their comrades, shouting, Take them all down! Just then, the brilliant white beast with shimmering blue markings appeared, its claws flaring with a startling blue energy. A devastating slash ripped through the air. The screeching sound of claws scraping against metal echoed again and again. In a heart-stopping instant, the monster launched a fatal strike, but Xiao Ba shot forward just in time, blocking it with its shell. The beast's snarl reverberated across the field. Witnessing the impossible, a soldier's eyes widened as sweat streamed down his face. A mortal rank beast? It actually blocked a fatal blow from a silver rank Cat King? What kind of insane defense is that? Li Tao roared. Now is not the time to stand there with your jaws on the floor. Take advantage of the opening while Xiao Ba has it pinned. Li Tao yelled to his comrades. Meanwhile, Su Bai observed the fight, analyzing inwardly. Its weak point is the abdomen. Seizing the opportunity, the captain flew in, ready to land a decisive strike. Li Tao swung his flaming sword and roared, You beast, prepare to meet your end. The blade cleaved down toward the monster's enormous frame, but the beast was incredibly swift. It whipped its long tail around, deflecting Li Tao's strike just enough to miss the mark. I was just off. Damn it! Undaunted, Li Tao roared and gathered all his power. Just then, Su Bai shouted, Xiao Ba, use your ultimate skill! The turtle instantly pulled into its shell, which began to glow with a brilliant green light. The surrounding soldiers stared in confusion. An ultimate skill? Why is it just spinning in place like that? Su Bai then leaped into the air and launched a powerful kick, shouting, That's right, the abdomen is its weak spot. The kick landed true, sending Xiao Ba flying like a cannonball straight into the Cat King's belly. With a flash, the green energy erupted, tearing right through the monster's defenses. Fresh blood sprayed into the air. Pressing his advantage, Su Bai yelled, "I hit its weak point! Let's see you get out of this one!" As crimson blood poured from the wound, the beast let out a series of soul-tearing shrieks. Its vitality rapidly faded, and its colossal body crashed to the earth. Xiao Ba stood triumphantly on the battlefield, next to the lifeless corpse of the Cat King. For a moment, the battlefield fell quiet. Li Tao stood by the creature's body, still in a daze. The Cat King is defeated? We really won. Just then, Lin Yanran rushed forward and threw her arms around Su Bai, her eyes brimming with tears. "Su Bai, you were incredible! You actually took down a silver rank Cat King!" Su Bai just scratched his head, looking dazed. Yeah. Is the battle over now? The whole squad swarmed him with praise, while the little turtle clambered over the dead monster. One of them exclaimed, "Su, you're the man! Where did you find such a beast of a turtle? I want one too." But amidst the celebration, Xiao Ba was sneakily trying to swallow a brilliant gold crystal it had pulled out. Su Bai caught it in the act and roared, "Xiao Ba, what are you trying to sneak eat this time? Get your shell over here, now." Abruptly, the sky roiled with dark clouds as ominous shadows began to fill the air, and the color drained from everyone's faces. "What is that up there? This is bad. We're in danger," the Cat King's final roar. It must have been a call to summon its kin. Does that mean an even more terrifying beast is on its way? At the same time, in the base's command center, the radar alarm was flashing frantically. Based on energy wave analysis from the front lines, Base F-269 is detecting a massive number of beasts of an indeterminate rank. Threat level, extremely high. The commander's voice was filled with panic. "What? Are you telling me that Tiger Lin's daughter is in that group of interns?" A rugged and powerful man strode into the control room. "That's correct. I expect this center to dispatch reinforcements at once." The officer quickly replied, "Understood. I'll have a scout company escort you to the battlefield, Mr. Wen Yuan," but the man waved a hand coldly. "No need. I can't wait. I'm going on ahead." He shot them a piercing look and gave an ironclad order. "I want your reinforcements on that battlefield within the next 20 minutes. The commander broke into a cold sweat. 20 minutes? Right. I'll issue the order immediately. His aide picked up a phone, his hand shaking uncontrollably as he muttered in sheer terror. This is a disaster. If Tiger Lin loses it, there isn't a single person in all of Jiangzhou who could survive his fury. Back on the battlefield, a massive shadow with glowing red eyes descended from the murderous darkness, its voice dripping with contempt. Foolish humans, you are nothing but an inferior race. The entire team was frozen in sheer terror. How? How can that be? It can actually speak our language? This is impossible. A beast that understands human speech has to be at least gold rank. There's no way one should be here. Quickly, form a defensive line and get the wounded to the center. From the depths of the dense forest, a colossal dark mass surged upwards, its shadowy tendrils reaching out like monstrous tentacles to blot out the sky. Gleaming, dark eyes stared down at the corpse of the White Cat King, forcing a soldier to cry out in terror. "Look! What is that thing?" A chilling, evil voice echoed. "You lowly creatures, how dare you slaughter my kind?" A horrifying scene unfolded as the shadowy monster opened its maw and devoured the Cat King's corpse whole. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, sending the soldiers stumbling back in fear. Damn it, it's eating the Cat King. No way. Absolutely impossible. How could something like that appear in this region? A cold sweat broke out on Su Bai's brow, his pupils shrinking as the system panel before him flashed a terrifying crimson. "Warning! Extreme danger detected. A gold rank variant beast is nearby. Please evacuate immediately. Extremely dangerous." The shadow monster fully revealed itself. Its body was massive, with giant bat-like wings, sharp horns, and rippling muscles. As it stepped forward, everyone held their breath. It really was a gold rank variant beast. The analysis panel was clear. Species: Shadow Cat King, mutated. Rank: Gold. Constitution: 272. Agility: 345. Spirit: 275. When severely injured, it enters a bloodthirsty rage, increasing agility and attack by 100%, while decreasing defense by 50%. Combat assessment: extremely dangerous. Proceed with caution. The squad descended into absolute panic, and a female soldier collapsed, sobbing with her head in her hands. The others lost all will to fight. What? A gold rank beast? Even our instructor has probably never faced one of those. "I want to go home. I don't want to die. Reinforcements still haven't arrived." In stark contrast to the despair, the scarred captain gritted his teeth, gripped his heavy sword, and charged forward to face death head-on. "All of you, escort the injured and retreat. I'll cover the rear, you monster. I'll fight you to the death." But the difference in power was absolute. With a casual swipe of its claw, wreathed in a sinister red aura, the Shadow Cat King sent the captain flying, sneering. "Just you?" Seeing the vice captain hurtling through the air, Su Bai immediately threw his little turtle like a fastball. Xiao Ba, go protect the vice captain. Xiao Ba shot through the air, arriving just as the beast's massive dark claw descended. It bravely used its own sturdy shell to block the fatal blow. The gold-rank beast paused, its crimson eyes flashing with surprise and annoyance as it looked down at the tiny creature in its way. This turtle's shell was tough, but the power of a gold rank was no joke. A sickening crack echoed through the air. Xiao Ba's vibrant green shell was covered in fissures, blood spraying from them as the captain cried out in alarm, "Xiao Ba, are you all right?" The very moment the shell fractured, Su Bai, standing far away, suddenly furrowed his brow and coughed up a mouthful of blood, horrifying the red-haired warrior beside him. Huh? Su Bai? You're injured! The girl was completely bewildered. How could Su Bai be hurt? Could it be a Beast Tamer's talent? Let me go check on him. Just then, Su Bai's system displayed a rapidly flashing warning. Alert. Spirit Beast in critical condition. Activating Beast Tamer talent. Primal Concordance. Host and Spirit Beast share energy and sustain damage together. The red-haired warrior helped Su Bai to the ground as another soldier analyzed the situation in shock. There are no external wounds. Could Su Bai have actually mastered the legendary beast taming skill, Primal Concordance? Su Bai, how are you feeling? Panting, he managed a weak smile. I'm fine. Unable to just watch her savior risk his life for them, the red-haired warrior angrily drew her gleaming sword. She rallied the squad, shouting, "Su Bai is taking the damage from the gold-rank Cat King for his spirit beast. We need to support him." Another soldier agreed. "That's right, we can't let him fight alone." On the other side of the battlefield, the Shadow Cat King smirked, its demonic, fiery eyes watching the approaching humans as if they were nothing more than flies, a swarm of pathetic ants. Transforming into a blur of shadow, the beast tore towards the squad. A blade of dark energy sliced through the air, threatening Yuhan's life. Her eyes widened in terror. Oh no! But the energy wave only grazed past her, rushing madly towards Su Bai instead. Just then, Yanran blinked in stunned surprise, staring ahead. What? Is that? Su Bai slowly lifted his head, his eyes glinting with a sharp, domineering light as a victorious smirk played on his lips. The silver rank Cat King's crystal. I finally finished absorbing it. The system screen exploded with notifications, signaling a divine leap forward. Xiao Ba has leveled up to bronze rank. Spirit Beast, Turtle, rank, Bronze, Divine Bloodline activated 10%, all attributes enhanced, talent strengthened, Constitution, 218, Defense, 60, Spirit, 60, Talent 1, Aegis Turtle Shell, gathers power to create a barrier, increasing defense by 300%. Talent 2, Soul Shell Embodiment, consumes stamina to envelop the body in energy, increasing attack by 100% and defense by 200%. Talent 3, Gravitational Pull, casts a skill on a designated target, pulling them in with gravity. A blinding pillar of light erupted. In an instant, the tiny turtle Xiao Ba transformed into a colossal golden beast, resembling a majestic, divinely armored turtle, radiating an intimidating power. The magnificent evolution left every soldier on the scene jaw-dropped, their mouths hanging open in stunned silence. Is that Su Bai's spirit beast? It evolved? That golden light. Could it be an epic rank spirit beast? Yanran suddenly grabbed his hand, overjoyed to see the color returning to his face. Your injuries. They've healed? Su Bai wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Yeah, I'm fine now. Next. He stood tall, extending his arm and pointing directly at the Shadow Cat King, issuing a command with the air of an emperor. Crush that beast for me! Obeying its master's command, the colossal golden beast roared and unleashed a world-shaking slap, slamming the gold-rank beast face-first into the ground and shattering the pavement. The overwhelming force sent a shockwave blasting outwards, forcing the soldiers to shield their faces as they gasped in awe. How can Su Bai's spirit beast exert this much pressure when it's only bronze rank? Its bloodline must be incredibly high level. Su Bai's bronze rank beast actually sent the Cat King flying. The brutal blow sent the once arrogant shadow monster tumbling head over heels, scattering dirt and rocks as it was flung dozens of meters away, landing in a pathetic heap. It struggled to dig its sharp claws into the ground, carving long gashes in the earth to stop itself. Gritting its teeth, it snarled furiously. Damn you! Humiliated before a group of humans, the Shadow Cat King completely lost its composure. It threw its head back and let out a deafening roar as strange bolts of lightning crackled around it. I'll kill every last one of you! The soldiers screamed in panic. Everyone, be careful! Instantly, darkness flooded the area as the beast's body split into a multitude of demonic, shadowy clones. They lunged from all directions, their curses echoing through the air. None of you will escape. Surrounded by death, the divine turtle Xiao Ba immediately began to spin its colossal shell like an unstoppable armored steamroller, crashing into the pack of shadow cats, targeting the soldiers and roaring, "Stop this!" Its power reached its peak. Xiao Ba stomped its foot on the ground, and a brilliant taiji seal blazed to life beneath it. They unleashed another volley. Amid the chaos, A shadowy panther bared its fangs, claws flashing as it lunged at a young soldier who could only squeeze his eyes shut, raising his shield in a desperate last stand. But before it could strike, a brilliant wave of energy erupted from Xiao Ba's barrier. It swept through like a hurricane, sucking all the dark shadows back in on themselves. On the fiery battlefield, the colossal beast tilted its head to the sky and let out a heroic roar that shook the very fabric of space. A torrent of golden light pulled all the shadow monsters into its maw, like a deity consuming darkness. With eyes like daggers and a stance as unmovable as a mountain, Xiao Ba cloaked itself in a blinding armor of pure energy. Feeling the limitless power surging from his spirit beast, Su Bai roared the final command, preparing for a devastating end. No more holding back. Unleash every last bit of your power. Obeying its master, the golden beast opened its jagged maw. It gathered a brilliant sphere of energy, pulsing with world-shattering destructive force, ready for the final, decisive blow. A colossal column of golden energy erupted like a death ray, ripping through the darkness. It carved a path of destruction through the forest, rocketing straight towards the stunned Shadow Cat King. The attack's power unleashed a horrifying shockwave, blasting away dirt and rock. Soldiers scrambled to shield their faces, screaming in terror. What is this insane power? The gold-level Shadow Cat King could only raise a hand in a futile gesture before the pillar of light completely engulfed it, erasing it from existence without a single trace. And just as the battle concluded, a figure was seen gliding silently through the distant treetops, landing on a massive branch without making a sound. The mysterious man, with an air of effortless grace, surveyed the ravaged battlefield and frowned in surprise. This? It's already over? From his high perch, the brutal aftermath was clear. Deep craters scarred the earth, and the corpses of strange beasts were strewn everywhere. On a battlefield this grim, he wondered, what in the world did they endure? Below, the captain's voice rang out. The man landed right next to an orange-haired girl being tended to, his voice full of concern. Young miss, I'm so glad you're all right. The girl smiled and waved a hand dismissively. Kang Hai, I'm fine. What brings you here? The vice commander stepped forward and reported formally, I am the vice commander of military base F-269. During this battle, one of my squads, in coordination with the instructors and students from the university, encountered a large pack of nether cats. We eliminated over 800 of them, including several bronze level, 1 silver level, and 1 gold level. We are currently assessing casualties and providing first aid to the seriously injured. The man was shocked. A gold-level creature really appeared here? The vice commander pointed towards the deep crater left by Xiao Ba's final attack. You killed this gold-level beast? This is hard to believe. Another soldier immediately interjected, reporting, Sir Wen Yuan, it was Su Bai and his spirit beast who did it. He grew curious. Oh? Wen Yuan turned to look at the young man standing modestly nearby. You're Su Bai? You're the one who killed the Cat King? Su Bai scratched his head in embarrassment. It was a team effort between myself, the vice commander, and the instructors. I can't take all the credit. Wen Yuan nodded in approval. Very good. Wen Yuan suddenly made a lucrative offer. Su Bai, after you graduate, would you be interested in coming to Fort Jiangzhou for further study? Su Bai was flustered. Thank you for your kindness, sir. I haven't decided yet. A soldier ran up to report. Reporting, Sir Wen Yuan. The battlefield has been cleared. Awaiting your orders. Wen Yuan waved his hand and commanded. All right, everyone, return to base. The soldiers responded in unison. Yes, sir. Back at the base, standing before 3 massive teleportation gates, the vice commander bid them farewell after a head count. All candidates, proceed through the portal in an orderly fashion. Students, go back and train hard. You're the strongest batch I've ever seen. The entire team thanked the vice commander in unison. After the students had passed through the gate, the female instructor standing beside the vice commander couldn't help but sigh. These kids are quite special, especially that boy Su Bai. He has immense potential. Indeed. To have such power as a first-year student, his future is truly unimaginable. Miss Liao, until we meet again, this time I owe Su Bai my life. You're too kind, Vice Commander. Until we meet again. As Su Bai and Yunran stepped out of the portal, he stretched luxuriously. Finally, we're back. She linked her arm with his excitedly. What a thrilling trip! Huh? But what greeted them was an entire stadium packed with people holding grand banners and signs. The entire faculty and student body of the university welcomes our heroes home. Welcome, heroes. The heroes are back. Welcome, heroes. Amidst the roaring sea of people, the friends who had survived and returned couldn't help but feel awkward. Welcome home, heroes. Well, the real hero is Su Bai, isn't he? We were nothing. Just cannon fodder. Yeah, no different than cannon fodder. Damn it. I'm just glad I made it back alive. Hey, if it weren't for losing so many classmates, I'd almost think today was just a dream. A teacher approached and patted their shoulders encouragingly. I've been briefed on your situation on the battlefield. You are all heroes of this university. Your evaluation scores for this will be the highest in history. but the students just answered wearily. Evaluation scores? All I want right now is to go back to the dorm, take a shower, and get a good night's sleep. Haha, me too. That night, in the men's dormitory, a contented sigh echoed through the room. Hey guys, does the bed feel unusually soft tonight? I feel like I've been sealed to this mattress. The nightly conversation continued animatedly. Did we earn any significant merits this time? They'll definitely count it as a military achievement, right? How many resources can you even get with your measly military achievement? If we're talking about achievements, our brother Su here took down a gold-level beast. I bet he can trade that for a whole basket of training resources. A curious friend asked, Hey Su, what kind of turtle are you raising? Maybe I should get one as a pet. For no other reason than it's just relaxing to look at a turtle. Su Bai could only give a wry smile. About that. Meanwhile, the culprit, Xiao Ba, was fast asleep, dreaming of a beautiful pink turtle. Suddenly, a series of sharp, rapid knocks shattered the quiet. His red-haired roommate sat up in frustration, rubbing his eyes and muttering as he walked. All right, stop knocking. Who is it? Who's knocking on the door this early? He groggily cracked the door open, but immediately froze, his eyes widening in shock at the sight of who was outside. You ladies are. A group of beautiful young women from the student council stood at the door with breakfast boxes in hand, smiling brightly. Hello, boys. We're from the Dance Student Council. You're all heroes who just returned from the battlefield. We brought you all breakfast. We made it all ourselves, so don't be picky. By the way, which one of you is Su Bai? The red-haired guy was instantly wide awake. He quickly smoothed his hair, trying to look cool. Hey, you're flattering us. We won't let your kindness go to waste, I promise. But the girl's eyes swept right past him. Su Bai? Who's that? A crowd of them swarmed into the room, their eyes darting everywhere. Where's Su Bai? Can we please get a picture with him? Another roommate, still half asleep, stuck his hand out. Brother 2 went out for a run. Hey, you all know him? The girls' faces fell with disappointment. He's not here? Why didn't you say so sooner? One snapped. Exactly. Who on campus doesn't know Su Bai now? It's just a shame he doesn't know me. A dazed friend asked. Wait, Brother 2 is famous now? A purple-haired girl waved a dismissive hand. Of course he is. Hurry up and turn on the TV. Oh well, since Su Bai isn't here, I'll just take this breakfast. Haha. Meanwhile, the next day, during Su Bai's leisurely morning jog, a sudden announcement blared from the school's massive screen. It captured everyone's attention. The following is an important report from the National Military Channel. Everyone, please watch. Everyone stopped in their tracks, their eyes glued to the screen where a news anchor was reporting with a grave expression. Just yesterday, there were large-scale attacks by hordes of alien beasts on human military bases in several provinces. The broadcast cut to harrowing battlefield footage, showing warriors locked in combat with ferocious monsters. Among all the alien beasts that attacked the military bases, there have been confirmed reports of individuals possessing gold-rank combat power. Countless students from various provinces were brutally massacred by the alien beast hordes. Then, the camera returned to the anchor, his voice swelling with pride. In this battle, the instructors and students of Kangzhou Martial Arts University fought with incredible bravery. They eliminated 1 gold-rank alien beast, 1 silver rank, several bronze rank, and countless iron rank beasts. A powerful portrait of Su Bai appeared on the giant screen. Among them, first-year student Su Bai single-handedly held off a gold-rank alien beast. With the combined assault of the instructors and a bronze-rank expert from the military, he achieved the incredible feat of defeating a foe far beyond his level. While all other front lines fell, only Kangzhou Martial Arts University claimed victory. The report continued with a solemn announcement. While Su Bai listened, his jaw practically on the floor, unable to believe what he was hearing. The national military has decided to award a collective second-class merit to the students and instructors of Kangzhou Martial Arts University who participated in the battle. They will receive the Great Wall Silver Medal. As for student Su Bai, he muttered, "This is unexpected." The moment the news ended, the entire sports field erupted in a frenzy of excitement and sheer admiration. Su Bai, he's a freshman? That's unbelievable. The Great Wall Gold Medal, something even I could never earn, was given to a first-year student. Humanity will definitely win. I really want to meet Su Bai. Amidst the cheering, a muscular girl roared with excitement. Does anyone know Su Bai? I want to date him. Hearing this, Su Bai broke out in a cold sweat. Maybe I should get out of here fast, he mumbled, trying to slip away unnoticed. Just as he found a secluded corner, his phone began to ring off the hook. The moment he answered, a clear, excited female voice shouted from the other end. You're on TV, Su Bai replied wearily. I saw. Mom and Dad want you to come home for a bit. They want to cook you a huge meal. He hesitated. Huh? That's not necessary, is it? On the other end of the line, his entire family was huddled around the phone. Son, you've brought such great honor to us. All the neighbors are talking about you. Your third uncle's sister-in-law just called. She said she wants to set you up with a girlfriend. Brother, you really should come home. If you don't, they're gonna break down our door. After a bit more torture, Su Bai finally surrendered. All right, my exams just ended and I have a 2-day break anyway. I'll pack my things and head home to see what's going on. He thought to himself, now that I'm famous, Dad will probably wake up from his dreams laughing. Then he spoke into the phone. Yeah. Okay. I'm hanging up now. As soon as he set foot in his neighborhood, he heard the community's loudspeakers echoing everywhere. Unbelievable. The hero of our community has returned. Everyone, come out and welcome him. Su Bai broke into a cold sweat, forcing a stiff, awkward smile. Is everyone waiting for me? Instantly, he was swallowed by a sea of neighbors, their cheers deafening. Ah, Su Bai is back. The great hero has returned. Do you remember me, son? I used to hold you in my arms when you were a baby. Su Bai could only manage a strained laugh. Everyone's a little too enthusiastic, don't you think? From the crowd, his family pushed through, their faces beaming. His little sister ran forward with her arms wide open. Su Bai, brother, you're finally home. The crowd's invitations were relentless. Oh, Su Bai, come to my house for dinner, okay? I made seafood dumplings. Su Bai quickly refused. Thank you, auntie, but I'm allergic to seafood. Come on, let Su Bai come to my place. I've got braised pork knuckles simmering in the pot. We can have a few drinks. Su Bai's father had to step in to rescue him. Thank you, everyone. I've already prepared food at home. Once the kids have rested, I'll have them come visit you all later. Su Bai also bowed his head. Yes, I'll definitely come visit all the uncles and aunts later. However, the crowd wasn't ready to let go. An auntie pulled his father's arm and whispered, bring Su Bai over later. My niece is also studying in the city. Let the two of them meet. Someone else cut in. Your niece isn't good enough for Su Bai. She's just graduating this year. Introduce him to this one. Su Bai could only remain silent. Huh? After struggling his way into the house, Su Bai let out a long sigh. If I'd known it would be like this, I would have just snuck back after dark. But his sister whispered helplessly, it wouldn't have worked, brother. The neighbor auntie installed a surveillance system right at our door. She's been waiting for you to come back just so she can introduce you to her granddaughter. In the kitchen, his mother said cheerfully, today, your father is cooking himself. Son, you go rest up first. Your dad and I will get started on dinner. Daughter, you come help out too, Su Bai replied. Okay, Mom. He tossed his backpack down and sank into the sofa with relief. Finally, a moment of peace. Just then, a blue system panel suddenly materialized before his eyes, casting a strange glow. What is this? A contractible creature has been detected. Kitten. Do you wish to tame the kitten? Tame. Forgo. He mumbled, a Beast Tamer's induction? Su Bai turned to his sister, who had just walked in, and asked blankly, brother, what's wrong? Sis, in our house. His sister pointed to a corner of the room where a fluffy white cat was happily eating. Are you talking about little Bai? Isn't he just eating over there? Su Bai frowned. Couldn't we get a more high-class pet? His sister sat down, stroking the kitten affectionately. What's wrong with little Bai? He's so cute. I found him on the street a few days ago and brought him home. Su Bai looked at his sister doting on the cat and gave a helpless smile. All right, if you say he's cute, then he's cute. Then he thought to himself, my sister likes it so much, maybe I should. A detailed analysis panel appeared before Su Bai's eyes, making his jaw drop. Spirit Beast. Kitten. Level. Low. Grade Mortal. Possesses a fraction of the White Tiger Saint Beast's bloodline. Has infinite growth potential and can eventually achieve the ability to slay gods. Physique. 1. Defense. 1. Agility. 3. Spirit. 1. Talent. Sharp Claws increases attack speed by 100% and attack power by 100%. Evolution method. Eating. System alert. Tame the kitten? Su Bai's mind reeled. What? This stray cat couldn't possibly have the bloodline of a white tiger, could it? His little sister watched the kitten nuzzle against him and grinned. It seems to like you. That was all it took. Su Bai made his choice in an instant, a glint in his eye as he tapped the virtual screen. Well, I'll tame it first and deal with the consequences later. Once the contract was sealed, Su Bai turned to his little sister, putting on the most charming smile he could manage. Hey sis, I need to talk to you about something. You know your big brother is a beast tamer, right? So, I think I should be the one to keep little Bai. How about it? The moment she heard his suggestion, his sister's defenses shot up, her cheeks puffed out, her eyes narrowing into daggers. Absolutely not. Clutching the kitten to her chest like a precious jewel, she took a protective step back, her voice dripping with indignation. You are not taking my little Bai anywhere. Su Bai quickly held up his hands, trying to placate her with his most agreeable smile. Come on, sis. I'm sure we can work something out. He launched his first volley of bribery. Don't you want that new laptop you've been eyeing? But she just shook her head stubbornly, holding the kitten even tighter. It's not happening. I am not giving you little Bai. Flatly rejected, Su Bai refused to give up, playing his second card just as his sister decided to make a run for it, cat in arms. A ridiculous chase erupted around the living room. Sis, what about that dress you wanted? Not a chance. The answer is no. Their mother just stood by, shaking her head wearily. What on earth is going on with these two? 2 days later, Su Bai stood at the university gates, his backpack suspiciously full, and let out a long sigh. Ah, I'm finally back. As he walked, 2 female students passed by, stealing glances and whispering, "Hey, isn't that Su Bai?" "Yeah, it is." "Wait, why is there a cat in his bag? Is he some kind of cat person?" Inside the backpack, Purpley was eagerly giving the newcomer the grand tour, puffing its chest out with pride. "This here is the boss's school. From now on, I've got your back." The little white kitten, however, just shot at a piercing glare and snapped, "You're crushing me." The moment he set foot on campus, Su Bai became the center of attention, with whispers and stares following his every move. "That's Su Bai, the guy who won the gold medal." "Ah, so that's why. He looks pretty ordinary, but I heard tons of girls were looking for him at the dorms." Su Bai could only offer a wry smile to himself. "Great. Looks like I'll need to start wearing a mask whenever I go out," he thought. Just then, the university's PA system crackled to life, echoing across the campus. "Attention, Su Bai. Please report to the principal's office immediately." The voice repeated, "Attention, Su Bai." He stopped in his tracks, glancing up at the speakers with a confused look. "Huh? What could the principal possibly want with me?" In the principal's office, the silver-haired man beamed with pride. "Su Bai, my boy, you've done exceptionally well. A true credit to Waxia. In light of your outstanding achievements at the F-269 military base, the school has decided to give you a reward. So, what is it you want?" Su Bai bowed respectfully, but his mind was already racing with cunning calculations. "I'm truly grateful to the school and you, sir. I've always heard this principal of ours is notoriously stingy. Getting even a scrap of food for little Bai out of him will be tough." Looking up, he stroked his chin with a thoughtful expression. "Well, sir, I wouldn't want to bankrupt the school on my account. So, principal, how about 100 gold-grade monster cores?" At his words, the principal nearly toppled out of his chair, his face instantly draining of all color. "What? 100 gold-grade cores?" he sputtered. "You could grind my bones to ash and you still wouldn't get that many. Why not just ask for this principal's seat while you're at it?" "You little rascal." Su Bai immediately lowered his demand. "All right, in that case, I could settle for 100 silver-grade cores." The principal instantly shot him down, waving his hand dismissively. "Silver-grade? In your dreams! With the merits you've accumulated, you wouldn't even get a single scrap." Su Bai quickly changed tactics, clasping his hands together and putting on his most pitiful face. "Principal, I don't care about the gold medal or any of that," he whined. "How about just 50 silver-grade monster cores? Sir, you know I've bled for this university." The principal launched into a moral lesson. "My dear Su Bai, what makes us human is the solemn duty of the strong to protect the weak. When you saved those students, you were simply fulfilling your obligation as one of the powerful." The principal droned on. Su Bai remained silent. Seeing that his pleading wasn't working, his patience wore thin, and he waved his hand dismissively. "Principal, just stop with the lecture," he cut in. 50 silver-grade monster cores." The principal cleared his throat. Naturally, neither the military nor the school would abandon one of its own. He feigned deep thought before offering a laughably meager sum. "Very well, this is the absolute maximum I can offer. I will give you 10 bronze-grade monster cores." Su Bai's eyes bulged. "What? Only 10 bronze-grade?" The two immediately dove into a haggling match worthy of a street market. "That's unacceptable. Make it 20, 15, and that's the final price." In the end, they finally struck a deal, though both were privately fuming over the outcome. Deal. The nerve of this kid, haggling with me, the principal thought. "This old geezer is a first-class cheapskate," Su Bai grumbled internally. Just as he turned to leave, the principal stopped him. "Oh, one more thing. Aside from your reward, there's a small matter I need to discuss." Su Bai turned back, curious. "What is it?" The principal dropped a bombshell that left Su Bai completely stunned. "You have been selected as our university's first-year representative for this year's 100 Schools tournament." "Huh?" "The 100 Schools tournament?" he stammered, the painful realization dawning on him. "So, the reward was just a pretext to get me in here?" "That's a pretty low move, Principal," Su Bai said, feeling cheated. The principal simply clasped his hands behind his back, assuming an air of authority. Now, let's not frame it that way. As a student of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, it is your duty to bring honor to our institution. Besides, he added with a sly look, weren't you just asking for resources? This is simple. The tournament prizes are incredibly generous. The 100 Schools tournament is bound to be filled with masters, Su Bai countered, still skeptical. It'll be tough just to place it all, won't it? That sounds like a lot of work, sir. The principal clapped him on the shoulder. Why is the youth of today so afraid of a little challenge? Now, go get ready. Report to the training hall tomorrow, and don't be late. Su Bai had no choice but to agree. Yes, sir. All right, fine, Su Bai mumbled. As he turned and walked away, both he and the principal were lost in their own thoughts. The principal sighed internally. The youth of today are getting more and more difficult to persuade. Meanwhile, Su Bai was thinking, I always heard the principal was a cunning old fox. Looks like those rumors were spot on. The next day, at the training hall, the principal stood before the selected team. The 100 Schools tournament, he began, is organized by the military. While the Ministry of Education allocates us far fewer resources than prestigious institutions like the Beijing and Shanghai martial arts universities, we are sending you all with the hope that you will achieve great things. An instructor stepped forward. All right, listen up. I'm starting the roll call. Third year, Hu Qingshu, a scholarly-looking young man answered, here. The instructor noted, third year, mid-tier bronze grade, awakened wood element user. He continued down the list. Binding Bang, here. Xiong Tianshang, here. Feng Jiug. As the names were called, two students whispered to each other. This feels a little unfair. Jiangzhou Martial Arts University was established much later, one said. So our students get way fewer resources than the ones at the top-tier schools. I know, right? I heard our school's ranking is always near the bottom, the other replied. The instructor's voice cut through their whispers. First year, Su Bai. Su Bai responded clearly. Here. Zhang Manyi. Here. He continued down the line. Luo Yongxiang. Here. After the last name, the instructor finished. Okay, that's everyone. The principal then stepped forward, holding a list. These 10 students will be representing our university in the tournament. You are the top students of your respective classes. I have an announcement to make. He cleared his throat, about to declare a decision that would shock everyone. This year, the team captain will be Su Bai. This decision made the upperclassmen shoot daggers at him with their eyes, while Su Bai himself was utterly panicked. Headmaster, is it me? Was there some kind of mistake? The headmaster simply cleared his throat and explained. Appointing Su Bai as captain was a decision made by the school council after much discussion, but a student immediately protested. Headmaster, Qingshu is the strongest and most experienced among us. How can a first-year student be the captain instead of him? Another student chimed in, slinging an arm over Hu Qingshu's shoulder. Exactly. Su Bai is only at the bronze level, a whole tier below Qingshu. How is he supposed to lead us? The headmaster silenced all objections with an irrefutable argument. You all must have seen the news in the last 2 days. Su Bai has the ability to defeat a gold-level mutant beast. If any of you want to be captain, go kill a gold-level mutant beast right now, and I'll make the change. A defiant student began rolling up his sleeves, sneering, who knows how he really did it? It was probably just luck. You're right, I don't believe it either. I'll challenge you right now, Su Bai. Instantly, the hall erupted into chaos. Everyone fired up to test the new captain. I want to challenge you too, Su Bai. Su Bai threw his hands up in surrender, his face pale. My dear seniors, please. I knew absolutely nothing about this captain business, he cursed internally. That damn old man. Isn't this just making me a target for everyone? Seeing that the situation was sufficiently heated, the headmaster quickly wrapped things up and looked for a way to escape. That's all for today. Everyone, go and prepare for the tournament. I look forward to your performance. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Su Bai screaming in his head. Damn it, that old man sure runs fast. An upperclassman blocked his path. Hey, where do you think you're going? Su Bai quickly made an excuse. My dear seniors, I have an urgent matter to attend to. I need to get back to my dorm right away. After Su Bai bolted, the group of upperclassmen stared at his retreating back with dark expressions. One spoke up in frustration. What a coward. I don't believe for a second he could kill a gold-level beast. Another stood with his arms crossed. Once the tournament starts, I'll show him who's really in charge here. Meanwhile, back at the dorm, Su Bai was preparing a grand feast for his darlings. Xiao Ba, it's time for a banquet. He sat down and opened a heavy bag overflowing with beast cores, grinning from ear to ear. At least that old man kept his word. Here are 15 bronze-level beast cores. This should be enough for you to level up, right? Huh? He held a sparkling core out to Xiao Ba, while the cat, Xiao Bai, impatiently stretched out its paw to try and snatch it. Here, you little glutton, don't be hasty, Xiao Bai. There's a portion for you, too. Su Bai took out a test tube filled with bright red essence blood and poured it into a bowl for Xiao Bai, while Xiao Ba had already begun to greedily devour the cores. Xiao Bai, your level is still low, so make do with some essence blood for now. He watched the tortoise eating like a monster and couldn't help but sigh. You sure eat a lot, Xiao Ba? After devouring all 15 cores, Xiao Ba still looked up at him, begging for more, which made Su Bai's wallet ache. A single bite from you costs 100,000 yuan. How much more do you need to evolve? He poured out the very last of the cores, his voice laced with a threat. These are the last ones. If you still don't evolve, I'm giving everything to Xiao Bai from now on. As if spurred on by the threat, Xiao Ba immediately opened its mouth and swallowed the remaining cores in one gulp. Its body began to tremble and glow intensely. A blinding golden light exploded from Xiao Ba, enveloping the entire room and forcing Su Bai to shield his eyes. Whoa, what is this? The light was so powerful it shone through the windows, shaking the entire dormitory building and alarming the students outside. Whoa, What's happening? Is it an earthquake? The system panel immediately displayed a congratulatory message. Congratulations, host. The Divine Tortoise has leveled up to mid-tier bronze. The host's level has also increased in sync with the Divine Tortoise. Level: mid-tier bronze. 30% of the Black Tortoise bloodline has been activated. All attributes and talents have been enhanced. Constitution: 568. Defense: 862. Agility: 95. Spirit: 90. Talent 1. Divine Shield. Creates a defensive barrier using the power of the Black Tortoise, increasing defense by 500%. Talent 2. Tortoise Soul Embodiment. Increases attack by 200% and defense by 300%. Talent 3. Black Tortoise Gravity. Targets an enemy and pulls them in with gravity, significantly reducing their speed. Su Bai crossed his arms, a satisfied smirk on his face. Excellent. Xiao Ba has finally leveled up. Even though it didn't get any new talents, its stats and talent levels have increased tremendously. His joy was doubled when another notification panel appeared. Amazing, Xiao Bai leveled up too. Congratulations, host. The kitten has advanced to high-tier mortal and awakened the talent. Phantom Step. Spirit Beast, kitten. Level: high-tier mortal. Contains a trace of the sacred beast, White Tiger's bloodline. Constitution: 39. Defense: 38. Agility: 79. Spirit: 25. Talent 1. Claw Strike. Talent 2. Bloodlust. Talent 3. Phantom Step. Increases movement speed by 100 to 200%. After the light faded, both spirit beasts exuded a powerful new aura, leaving Su Bai extremely pleased. Not bad at all. Xiao Bai's agility is incredibly high. This increase is truly explosive. Now both Xiao Ba and Xiao Bai have leveled up. He opened his personal status panel to take a look. Alright then. Host: Su Bai. Class: Beast Tamer. Level: mid-tier bronze. Stat bonus: 30% from Divine Tortoise and 20% from Kitten. Constitution: 115. Agility: 74. Spirit: 86. Talent 1. Infinite Evolution. Talent 2. Return of the Myriad Beasts. Talent 3. Origin Synchronization. Su Bai clenched his fists, feeling the power surging through his body. His eyes burned with fighting spirit. It's time to show off their power on the stage of the school tournament. On a large screen, the roster for the Jiangzhou Martial Arts University representative team was announced. The last name stood out conspicuously. First year, awakened, Beast Tamer, Su Bai. To prepare for the tournament, Su Bai decided to visit the library. He couldn't help but be amazed by its grandeur. The beautiful librarian smiled and explained, "Of course, our school's library was here even before the university was founded. It's the foundation of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University's legacy." She glanced at his student ID, surprised. "I didn't expect a first-year student to already have 180 credits." She pointed to one side. "The books on Beast Tamers you're looking for are over there. Feel free to look up any information you need." Su Bai replied politely. "Yes, thank you." He walked among the towering bookshelves, muttering to himself, "It's really going to take a long time to get through all of this." By chance, he pulled out an old autobiography. Huh? Luo Fan? The book's title is Autobiography of Luo Fan, the strongest beast tamer in history. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. He flipped through the pages, reading the powerful words aloud. Heaven and earth converge. The soul is immortal. Divine weapons assemble. Sacred beasts arm themselves. The ancient contract commands. Origin synchronization. Su Bai rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Origin synchronization. I've already mastered this ability. So, what do immortal soul and sacred beast armament mean? Just then, a group of senior students, including Hu Qing-shu, walked by and recognized him. "Look at that first year," another student sneered. "A beastmaster has no future, no matter how much he studies." Hu Qing-shu gestured. "Let's go over there." Oblivious to the world around him, Su Bai was completely lost in his book. I never knew Senior Luo Fan was this powerful. He forged 3 divine skills: Origin Synchronization, Sacred Beast Armor, and Immortal Soul. He even stood alone, fighting back the invasion of all the tribes. The deeper he read, the more captivated he became by the great senior's tragic epic. What a shame that in the end, he was overwhelmed by sheer numbers and fell on the battlefield. It seems I need to read this book very carefully. Suddenly, a blinding light shot out from the pages, flashing in his eyes and startling him. Huh? The book abruptly flew from his hands, radiating a brilliant golden aura. What's going on? Is the book floating? And why do I feel a surge of power flowing into my body? Once the light faded, he rushed to the librarian's counter. "Hello, can I help you?" "Ma'am, would it be possible for me to borrow this book?" Taking the book from Su Bai, the librarian adjusted her glasses and flipped it over and over with a confused look. Huh? This book doesn't have a classification label. I'm sure this doesn't belong to the library. Su Bai was baffled. That can't be right. I just took it off the shelf. As he spoke, the librarian used both hands to pry the cover open, but it was sealed shut as if by glue, not budging a single millimeter. What? She began to strain, gritting her teeth as sweat beaded on her forehead, struggling to open the book, but it was useless. Why can't I open this? Seeing her struggle, Su Bai walked over, scratching his head. That's strange. I was just reading it a moment ago. Let me see. The instant his hand touched the book, it swung open effortlessly, leaving them both stunned. See? What do you mean you can't open it? The librarian blinked, flustered, then waved her hand dismissively. It must be some kind of error. Just take it with you. Bring it back when you're done. Slipping the book into his backpack, Su Bai's face lit up as he confirmed, So I can borrow it for as long as I want? She smiled and nodded. That's right. Beaming, Su Bai waved goodbye. That's awesome. Thank you, ma'am. Goodbye. The second Su Bai's silhouette disappeared through the doorway, the librarian's entire demeanor changed. She pulled out her phone, her eyes filled with a deep, knowing look as she made a call. Hello, Principal. The book you left on the shelf. He's taken it. On the other end of the line, the principal slammed his hand on his desk, shouting in disbelief. That kid, he actually opened the book? The librarian confirmed, Yes, I saw it with my own 2 eyes. It was the first-year student, Su Bai. The principal stroked his beard, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Good. Excellent. He rose from his chair and gazed out the window, his voice dropping to a solemn, nostalgic tone. Luofan, the one you were always waiting for, has finally appeared after 100 years. If you could see this from the great beyond, you would surely be overjoyed, wouldn't you? Time flew by. 2 weeks later, the gates of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University were swarmed with streamers and banners for the 100 Schools Alliance tournament. An announcement board detailed the format, which was divided into 5 major combat zones. Amidst the buzzing crowd, a beautiful female reporter held a microphone, speaking confidently to the camera. A warm welcome to all the martial arts universities participating in the 100 Schools Alliance. The 8 martial arts universities of Jiangzhou province will gather right here at Jiangzhou Martial Arts University to compete. Nearby, a streamer held up 2 fingers, shouting excitedly into his phone's camera. Hey everyone, tickets for this year's 100 Schools tournament were almost impossible to get. I'll be live streaming the entire event for all of you, and I'll be giving away some small gifts along the way. As the Bonini is their entrance, the air crackled with competitive tension. A male student in blue smirked, pointing a thumb down to provoke the team in red. Longan Martial Arts University actually dared to show their faces here? You're all just here to get beaten. The female captain in red shot back a steely glare. We'll see who's getting beaten soon enough. Just you wait. You pieces of trash! Inside the colossal stadium, the deafening cheers from tens of thousands of spectators created an electric, unprecedented atmosphere. In the Jiangzhou team's waiting area, Teacher Liao frowned as she scanned the members. Is everyone present? Hu Qingshu crossed her arms, reporting with annoyance. Su Bai still isn't here, but everyone else is. Another senior sighed in frustration. He's our team captain. Don't tell me he's backing out at the last minute. Just as the team's anxiety peaked, the sound of steady footsteps echoed through the area, followed by a familiar, confident voice. Now, why would I possibly back out at the last minute? Su Bai appeared in his competition uniform, hands on his hips and a radiant smile on his face. I'm here. Teacher Liao looked him up and down, a flash of silent shock in her eyes. Well, it's only been a few days, but I feel like Su Bai's power has grown. Shaking off her surprise, Teacher Liao hurried him along. It's good you're here. The match is about to start, and we need to set the lineup. Su Bai confidently thumped his chest and gave a knowing wink. Don't worry, Teacher Liao, I've got it all figured out. On the massive screen in the center of the stadium, the male MC's image appeared, his deep, powerful voice booming across the stands. Distinguished guests, teachers, and students, please settle down. Just 1 month ago, the Myriad Beast clans deployed a large-scale force to pin down our reinforcements. Meanwhile, smaller beast groups slipped through the front lines to attack the rear military bases of several provinces. The martial arts university students in those attacked regions were almost completely massacred by them, with a survival rate of less than 1%. The MC gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with hatred as he roared into the microphone, igniting the fury in everyone's hearts. Should our compatriots not be avenged for this? Instantly, tens of thousands of spectators shot to their feet, raising their fists and screaming with thunderous rage. Avenge them. They must be avenged. Kill all those vicious beasts. We must win. Humanity will definitely win. We must win. Seeing the flames of morale burning brightly, the MC clenched his fist and pushed the energy even higher. Excellent! With this kind of spirit, how can those beasts possibly escape annihilation? This is the true purpose of today's 100 Schools tournament. Now, I officially declare the Jiangzhou Province qualifying tournament open. From the judges' area, the head referee stood to loudly announce the rules. The competition format will be team battles. Each team may send a maximum of 5 members per match. The loser is eliminated, and the winner continues to fight. The team with the last surviving member on the stage will claim final victory. Now, let's proceed with the random drawing for the matchups. A giant electronic cube spun rapidly before displaying the results. First match, Long'an Martial Arts University versus Xinmin. Second match, Jiangzhou Martial Arts University versus Qingyun Martial Arts University. Now, will the competitors from Long'an and Xinmin Martial Arts Universities please step into the arena? In the waiting area, Teacher Liao crossed her arms, her brow furrowed with worry over the draw. Did we really have to get matched with Qingyun Martial Arts University? And on top of that, our starting lineup still isn't even decided. Just then, the principal, with his hands calmly clasped behind his back, strode over and asked the young team captain with a tilt of his chin, "Su Bai, is the lineup ready?" The entire group hastily bowed. Su Bai just grinned, giving a nonchalant thumbs up as he replied, "Oh, the lineup? I'll be the one going up first. As for the other four, you guys can just figure it out yourselves." Hearing his utterly casual response, Teacher Liu was speechless, while the senior student, Ho Thun Thu, broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, "Student Su Bai, is that really your strategy?" Immediately, the other seniors swarmed their impulsive captain, demanding, "Shouldn't we be planning a strategy that targets Thon Van's weaknesses?" "Exactly. This will be a huge embarrassment for our Jiangzhou Martial Arts University." Cornered, Su Bai took a half step back, holding up his hands to pacify them. "Everyone, please, don't worry. I promise I won't let you down." Standing to the side, the principal stroked his beard with a satisfied smile, thinking to himself, "This kid's level has shot up so much in just a few short days. His potential for growth is truly impressive." The principal stepped forward, clapped Su Bai on the shoulder, and leaned in to whisper a meaningful warning. "Go easy on them, kid. You have to at least leave a few opponents for your seniors to fight. Otherwise, if you piss them all off, your life at this school is going to be very difficult." Their conversation was cut short by a deafening crash from the arena floor. A fighter in an orange uniform was sent flying into the air, landing hard outside the ring as the audience gasped. The announcer immediately declared the result of the first match. Tandan Martial Arts University wins. Watching the lightning-fast bout on the screen, the teacher frowned. This year, Tandan Martial Arts University is unbelievably strong, defeating Long'an that quickly. Teacher Liu then turned to her star rookie, her voice stern and urgent. "Su Bai, it's your turn to go up." Su Bai just shrugged, striding confidently towards the ring with a cool swagger. "All right, everyone just sit back and watch." Behind him, Senior Ho Thon Thu scoffed, crossing his arms and muttering, "Humph, let's see just how capable you really are." The moment he stepped out of the tunnel, the stands erupted in wild cheers from his old friends. Yen Yen was especially excited, waving her arms and shouting, "Go, Su Bai!" A friend beside her joined in, yelling, "You have to win the championship!" In the center of the massive arena, under the gaze of 10,000 spectators, Su Bai casually strolled forward with his backpack to face his first opponent. The red-haired fighter smirked, his eyes dripping with mockery as he sized him up. "You must be that first-year student who managed to kill a gold-rank beast, right?" Su Bai scratched his head and replied with a gentle smile, "Ah, yes, that's me." Without another moment's delay, his opponent let out a roar as explosive earth energy encased his arms in a layer of solid rock. Radiating overwhelming power, he declared, "Today, I'm going to show you what real strength is." Captain of the Thon Van Martial Arts University team, Lai Lang Fong, bronze rank. But ignoring his opponent's posturing, Su Bai simply squatted down. Unzipping his backpack, he called out, "Xiao Ba, come on out." Seeing a tiny green turtle crawl out, Li Lang Fong stared, bewildered. "Kid, is that supposed to be your spirit beast?" At the sight, Lai Lang Fong clutched his stomach and burst into hysterical laughter. "Ha ha ha! Don't tell me you brought your house pet to a competition." Meanwhile, Su Bai calmly pulled a can of soda and a box of peanuts from his bag, popping them open as he mumbled, "I was in such a rush this morning I didn't get to eat breakfast." This unheard-of act immediately enraged the entire stadium, with boos and insults raining down from the stands. Why did he bring a tiny turtle to a fight? Has Jiangzhou Martial Arts University really run out of talented fighters? How could they let this kind of trash on stage? Down in the waiting area, the Jiangzhou team was also at a loss for words. Teacher Liu's jaw dropped, sweat beading on her forehead. Wait, is Su Bai eating peanuts and drinking Coke right there on the stage? The seniors just shook their heads in dismay. This guy is underestimating his opponent way too much. His opponent is a mid-level bronze rank. Can he really handle this? Ignoring all the gossip, Su Bai took a leisurely sip of his soda and gave his pet a sharp order. "Xiao Ba, you've eaten enough beast cores. Don't you dare embarrass me." At the command, the tiny turtle let out a shuddering roar as a colossal pillar of golden light exploded into the sky, forcing his opponent to stumble back in shock. This power. Could that turtle actually be his spirit beast? Within the blinding light, the turtle's tiny legs began to transform, swelling into massive, sturdy pillars covered in sharp, scaly armor. The Black Tortoise form was unleashed. In an instant, the small turtle had morphed into a gigantic golden beast that blotted out the sky, radiating an impossibly terrifying pressure. The noisy stadium fell dead silent for a second before erupting in absolute terror, as everyone craned their necks, their eyes bulging in disbelief. Oh my god, a turtle that huge? Just one of its eyes is the size of a basketball. The crowd began to buzz wildly, scrambling for their phones to take pictures of the monster before them. Is that its skin? That's clearly a layer of armor, and it's shimmering like metal. My god, look at its claws and limbs. No wonder Su Bai was able to kill a gold-rank beast. Up in the stands, Su Bai's old friends also shot to their feet, clutching their heads in utter amazement. That turtle could crush anyone with a single slap. Since when could Xiao Ba get this big? The red-haired girl clasped her hands, smiling in admiration. Su Bai is so powerful now. In the middle of the trembling arena, the master of the giant beast was sitting leisurely on the ground with his legs crossed. He shook his soda can and gave a nonchalant order. Xiao Ba, finish it quickly. A majestic roar echoed in response. Xiao Ba stretched its long neck and raised a colossal claw that completely blocked out the sun, making its opponent stare up in a daze. Huh? Before he could react, the massive claw swept across the arena floor with the force of a hurricane. The opponent's eyes widened in horror as the fatal swipe sent him flying. It's so fast! Seeing this, Su Bai clicked his tongue and called out in an utterly mocking tone. Hey, buddy, try to hold on for just a little bit longer. I want to finish this can of soda before I leave the stage. Hearing that, Lai Lang Fong ground his teeth in absolute fury. So arrogant. Feeling humiliated, he fell back into a defensive stance, his eyes burning with a fierce light. That was just a sneak attack. I need to focus all my power. Then he roared. You think you're so tough, huh? Earth energy exploded around him, covering his entire body in a suit of diamond-hard rock armor, his eyes glowing ferociously. Then let's see who's tougher. After completing his transformation, he became a living meteor, kicking off the ground and launching himself like an arrow straight at Xiao Ba. Pouring all his strength into his right arm, Lai Lang Fong roared as he threw a powerful punch straight into the giant turtle. However, his rock armor was nothing against the defense of the Black Tortoise. Xiao Ba just gave a light flick, and the arrogant captain who was posturing just moments ago was sent flying out of the ring like a swatted fly. In the waiting area, is the match over already? Su Bai actually won? The principal stroked his beard and chuckled smugly. Heh. The young generation is truly something to be feared. The seniors were sweating and clutching their heads. That turtle? It's just too powerful. In the stands, the audience was abuzz, frantically discussing and analyzing the match. Is the captain of Qingyun Martial Arts University an idiot? How could he not dodge something that massive? It's not even moving that fast. Another student clapped him on the shoulder. My friend, you clearly don't know what you're seeing. That turtle might look slow, but that's just an illusion caused by its sheer size. Awe-filled murmurs rippled through the crowd. Tisk, tisk. Even an intermediate bronze-level ability user couldn't stop it. Is this turtle just unbeatable or what? Of course, we're talking about a creature that can take down a gold-level beast. It's not going to be an easy fight. Down on the field, the red-haired girl smiled brightly and remarked, Xiao Ba was never this powerful before, was it? The stadium's announcer boomed over the loudspeakers, declaring the result of the first match. The winner is Su Bai of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. Now, please welcome the second contestant from Qingyun Martial Arts University, Zhang Xuan, to the stage. The words had barely left the announcer's mouth when a female fighter dressed in black vaulted through the air, landing flawlessly on the stage in a seriously cool pose. She unsheathed a razor-sharp longsword, her eyes as deadly as daggers while she calculated her strategy. I'll use my speed to win, she thought. I absolutely cannot let that turtle touch me. The moment the match began, Zhang Xuan became a blur, tearing through the air. She circled the colossal beast, creating a whirlwind of afterimages too fast for the naked eye to track. The Jumbotron flashed a close-up of her nimble footwork, and the crowd roared with approval. Zhang Xuan was masterfully using her speed advantage, constantly staying just outside the giant turtle's reach. See? That's how you're supposed to fight. I told you that first guy was a total moron. Moving like the wind, she smirked and tightened her grip on her sword. Every second was a calculation. All I need is one opening, she thought. One critical strike will be enough to end this. Seeing their opponent resort to hit-and-run tactics, the Jiangzhou team started to get nervous. Zhang Xuan was constantly dodging, just biding her time for the perfect opening. At this rate, the turtle would never be able to land a hit on her. Teacher Liao crossed her arms, frowning in frustration. Su Bai is still underestimating his opponent. And she was right. Jiangzhou's supposed ace was casually tossing a peanut into the air and catching it in his mouth, completely ignoring the woman zipping around his pet turtle. Annoyed by this buzzing gnat, the Black Tortoise, Xiao Ba, narrowed its eyes. It lifted one massive foreleg and slammed it onto the arena floor with soul-shaking force. Instantly, its gravity talent activated. A colossal gravitational force crashed down, knocking Zhang Xuan off balance in midair. A look of pure shock spread across her beautiful face as an invisible pressure slammed her towards the floor, pinning her in place. She braced herself with one hand on the ground, but without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xuan darted past the colossal beast. She swung her sharp blade straight for its master, a triumphant smirk on her face. I can just take out the Beast Tamer directly, she sneered. It's too late for you to turn the tables now. But Su Bai remained sitting on the ground, calmly taking a sip from his can of cola. Seeing the situation hanging by a thread, Teacher Liao's face went pale. She broke into a cold sweat and screamed from the waiting area. This is bad. Jiang Xuan is going straight for Su Bai. In the stands, Yanran shot to her feet in panic, her eyes wide with fear as she screamed, "Watch out!" Just as the blade sliced through the air, aimed for his head, Su Bai kept his eyes closed, savoring the sweet taste of his soda. Jiang Xuan roared in triumph, "Su Bai, you've lost." But then, a deafening clang echoed through the arena. Jiang Xuan's blade was knocked back by an unseen force. Su Bai tilted his head back, swallowed his mouthful of cola, and flashed a leisurely, incredibly punchable smirk. It turned out to be Xiao Ba. The colossal beast's massive, spike-armored tail had whipped around with lightning speed, brutally swatting the airborne fighter and sending her flying. Witnessing the spectacular save, his friends in the stands breathed a collective sigh of relief. One of them pumped his fist in the air, yelling, "What an ultimate move! The divine turtle tail whip! Great job, Xiao Ba!" The red-haired girl clutched her chest and let out a shaky breath. Phew, that was way too close. Back in the waiting area, however, the atmosphere was completely different. The upperclassmen stared, their jaws on the floor, swallowing hard. Did Su Bai just win again? Isn't that kid a little too fast? The principal clapped and laughed heartily, while one of the upperclassmen admitted through gritted teeth, "Su Bai, he's just too strong." On the stage, Jiang Xuan lay sprawled on the tiles, coughing violently, a look of pained helplessness on her face. At that same moment, a satisfied sigh came from Su Bai. Ah, finally full. With his breakfast/match now over, Su Bai stretched, got to his feet, and looked down at the fighter groaning on the ground. He laced his fingers behind his head and sighed judgmentally. "You got way too close. I think Xiao Ba might have hit you a little too hard this time." He paid no mind as medics carried the groaning Jiang Xuan away on a stretcher. Su Bai cracked his back, finally adopting a serious demeanor if a bit late. "All right," he declared, his voice ringing with a challenge to the entire arena. "Now I'm getting serious. Next, who else wants a piece of me?" The energy in the stadium skyrocketed. His red-haired friend even started a live stream, leaning right into the camera. "Don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe, everyone," she called out enthusiastically. "Let's hope none of you disappoint the viewers." The one-man, one-turtle rampage had officially begun. Thundering cheers erupted every time the Jumbotron showed Xiao Ba tossing yet another opponent out of the ring. The third opponent, a girl with glasses, lay sprawled on the floor, her magic wand dropped beside her. Su Bai stood with his hands on his hips and coldly announced, "Next." The fourth opponent, a male student, was sent somersaulting through the air. Down below, Su Bai casually pulled out his phone and snapped a goofy selfie, flashing a peace sign. And as for the fifth opponent, while the poor guy was still caught in Xiao Ba's jaws, the referee was already raising Su Bai's hand high. The winner is Su Bai of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. The stadium erupted. People were grabbing their heads, unable to believe what they were seeing. Holy crap, that Su Bai guy from Jiangzhou University just ate peanuts the whole time and let his turtle do all the fighting, and he still won. Damn it. I've never seen a competitor so arrogant in my entire life. He's so cool. Su Bai. Su Bai's the best. Amidst rhythmic chants of Su Bai, one-man army, Su Bai, one-man army. Su Bai himself walked down the arena steps, scratching his head with a puzzled look on his face. Why does that chant sound so wrong? He wondered. It feels like they're calling me a coward who hides in his shell. Shaking off the weird nickname, he returned to the waiting area, where Teacher Liao greeted him with a huge smile and a hearty slap on the shoulder. "Su Bai, you did wonderfully. You single-handedly defeated the formidable Qingyun Martial Arts University, bringing immense honor to Jiangzhou." Standing next to the beaming principal, the upperclassmen could only manage forced, sweaty smiles. Once the team had gathered, Teacher Liao announced clearly, "All right, that concludes the morning matches. Everyone, go take a break. We'll continue with the second round after lunch. Remember, throughout the tournament, the cafeteria is open to all competitors, free of charge. Feel free to go there and enjoy some food to recharge your batteries." At the mere mention of food, the team's eyes lit up as they gazed toward the stadium's enormous domed section. Free food? Awesome. Meanwhile, in the waiting room for Fuchuan Martial Arts University, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Someone spoke up. "If we have to face Jiangzhou University in the next match, they'll definitely send Su Bai out again. His spirit beast is practically invincible in close combat, so what should we do?" The man with glasses pushed them up his nose and pointed to a muscular, long-haired young man standing with his hands on his hips. "If we really have to clash with Jiangzhou University, Mao Kai, you'll have to deal with Su Bai." Mao Kai smirked confidently. "That's right. The captain is a poison type, so he doesn't need to fight up close. Fine. When the time comes, I'll keep my distance and use poison to take down that damn turtle." Similarly, in the waiting room of Tanmin Martial Arts University, the captain was rallying his team. "Everyone, don't lose heart. Su Bai might be strong, but his weakness is just as obvious. The only way to win is to find the right opportunity to break through that turtle's defense and defeat Su Bai directly. A male student wearing dark glasses nodded in agreement, analyzing the situation with his arms crossed. The dean is right. If we run into Su Bai this afternoon, let me handle him. Actually, Zhang Xuan's strategy this morning was completely correct. Her speed just wasn't fast enough. The captain patted another student on the shoulder, giving his orders. All right, Li Feng, you're a speed-focused warrior with enhanced combat skills. Find the right moment to strike. On the cubic screen hovering in the middle of the stadium, the two commentators reappeared, their voices booming with excitement. The morning matches were an absolute feast for the eyes. The students have shown incredible determination and a tenacious fighting spirit, completely fearless. Next up, the second round of the competition will begin shortly. We will now proceed with a random draw. In a corner of the stands, as the third-year students from Jiangzhou passed by, whispers of ridicule followed them. I feel like the other members of Jiangzhou University don't even need to compete this time. Su Bai alone is enough to defeat all the other schools. Man, it must be nice to have a teammate carry the whole team like that. Stung by the comments, the senior Hu Qingxu clenched his fists, his face darkening as he reminded the others, "Don't get ahead of yourselves. This is just the provincial tournament. When we face martial arts universities from other provinces, Jiangzhou University will still get beaten so badly we won't be able to lift our heads. We've always struggled to hold our heads high in the past. But now with Su Bai, our existence has become even more redundant and invisible." Cutting through these bitter thoughts, the organizer's voice echoed throughout the arena as the giant electronic board began to flash. And now, I will announce the results of the second round draw for the provincial tournament. Match 1. Jiangzhou Martial Arts University versus Tanmin Martial Arts University. Match 2. Engia Martial Arts University. Match 3. Long'an Martial Arts University versus Thonvan Martial Arts University. Match 4. Taeswang Martial Arts University versus Truong To Martial Arts University. The scene shifted to the large screen, where the first matchup was brilliantly displayed. Su Bai from Jiangzhou Martial Arts University versus Li Feng from Tanmin Martial Arts University. Down on the field, Li Feng pushed up his glasses, a smug grin spreading across his face as he saw his opponent. Just as we predicted. They sent Su Bai out first. Good thing we prepared a special strategy just for him. However, contrary to the usual tension, Su Bai was casually leaning against Xiao Ba's enormous shell, waving a hand to comfort his opponent who was busy stretching in the distance. Hey brother, don't be so tense. Just relax. Try to bear with it for a moment. It'll all be over soon. As soon as the referee yelled, "Begin," Li Feng immediately erupted in a brilliant blue aura. He took a fighting stance and growled, "Su Bai, don't get too arrogant." The captain of Tanmin Martial Arts University, Li Feng, a high-level bronze rank. The moment he spoke, he unleashed his technique, his body becoming a blur that shot forward, leaving faint blue afterimages in his wake. Azure wind steps. Seizing the advantage of his incredible speed, Li Feng weaved through the defensive line, startling the colossal beast Xiao Ba, who let out a roar. Exploiting the giant turtle's slowness, Li Feng laughed triumphantly, easily slipping past it and circling behind. He immediately launched a thunderous kick straight into Xiao Ba's diamond-hard shell. "Take this." The result? Xiao Ba just turned around in confusion with a giant question mark over its head, while Li Feng was sent flying backward, gritting his teeth in shock. I can't even scratch its defense? Angered by the buzzing mosquito, Xiao Ba roared in fury and swung its massive tail. In the stands, the audience began to buzz with conversation. It looks like that turtle can't even hit Li Feng. Haha, look! The turtle seems to be driven mad by Li Feng's taunts. It just keeps roaring. If Li Feng suddenly changes targets and attacks Su Bai, do you guys think he has a chance to win? The students from Tanmin University roared with excitement, clenching their fists in support. Yes, he definitely has a chance. Isn't he just bullying Su Bai's turtle because it's so dumb? This method is a bit dirty, but I love it. Go, Li Feng. Get him, Li Feng. Down in the arena, Li Feng continued his provocations. He looked back with a sneer, waving at the enraged beast. "Come and get me!" In the waiting area, the Jiangzhou members began to show their anxiety. Instructor Liu crossed her arms and frowned. It looks like he's deliberately luring Xiao Ba away from Su Bai. What the hell is Su Bai doing? Why hasn't he come up with a solution yet? A senior stroked his chin, observing closely. He looks like he's busy searching for something. Ignoring his opponent who was jumping around like a monkey behind him, Su Bai finally pulled a can of cola from his backpack. His face lit up, finally found it. "Sorry about that. Lunch was a little salty." And so, before tens of thousands of stunned eyes, Su Bai casually tilted his head back and chugged the cola in the middle of the arena while Li Feng continued to scream his taunts. "Get him, Li Feng! Over here, Li Feng!" Realizing the distance was now safe enough, Li Feng calculated in his head, bracing himself to pounce. At this distance, even a tail whip can't reach me. Seizing the golden opportunity, he stomped on the floor, shooting out like a golden flash of energy straight towards the cola-drinking Su Bai. "Su Bai, you shouldn't have looked down on me." Li Feng leaped high into the air, gathering power for a fatal blow from above. Roaring with killing intent, I, Li Feng, will make you pay. But Su Bai simply lowered the cola can and called out nonchalantly, Xiao Ba. As if on cue, colossal rings of yellow-green energy suddenly erupted from the floor beneath Xiao Ba. In midair, Li Feng froze, his entire body rigid as if encased in ice, sweat pouring down his face in sheer panic. What is this? What's happening? Why can't I move? Below, Su Bai stood with his hands in his pockets, a mocking smile on his face. Instantly, a dazzling, massive phantom of the divine turtle Xuanwu appeared, towering over and enveloping Xiao Ba, causing Li Feng to cry out in terror. An illusion? Su Bai's smile vanished as he gave a decisive command. All right, stop playing around. Let's end this match quickly. The Xuanwu Phantom opened its enormous beak, activating its terrifying innate talent, Xuanwu's gravity. Li Feng was helplessly yanked backward by an overwhelming gravitational pull. His body suspended uncontrollably. He thrashed in panic, reaching his hands forward, screaming in despair as he was sucked directly into the beast's glowing mouth. Wait, what are you trying to do? Before he could finish his sentence, a massive golden shockwave erupted from Xuanwu's mouth, blasting Li Feng across the entire stadium like a cannonball, leaving tens of thousands of spectators in absolute stunned silence. Bam! The arrogant team captain from before was slammed straight into the reinforced concrete wall of the waiting area, leaving behind a gaping, smoking black hole. On the Tandan team's side, all arrogance had vanished, replaced by trembling fear. I finally get it now. It wasn't that Li Feng wasn't strong enough, it was that Su Bai was just too monstrously overpowered. If it were me, I'd surrender the second I had to face Su Bai. How could anyone possibly fight a monster like him? The principal of Tandan held his forehead in utter helplessness, standing next to the female teacher who was also staring in shock at the hole in the wall. Principal, what do we do? Li Feng is too heavily injured. He let out a weary sigh and waved his hand in defeat. There's no other way. We surrender. The giant cube in the middle of the stadium flickered, and the commentator's booming voice rang out. It's a real shame to face such an overwhelmingly powerful opponent as Su Bai from Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. Tandan Martial Arts University has decided to forfeit. The next school to face Jiangzhou Martial Arts University will be. The screen displayed the image of the next team, Fuchuan Martial Arts University. In the stands, the audience erupted into another wave of discussion. How could they just surrender like that? But that Su Bai guy is just too strong. Surrendering is better than being brutally humiliated. Back in the Jiangzhou team's area, the atmosphere had become a bit more relaxed. A senior crossed his arms and nodded. All right, Tandan voluntarily forfeited. Now Su Bai can conserve his energy for the match against Fuchuan. Teacher Liao crossed her arms, a knowing smile on her face. But does he even look like he needs to save any energy? Another senior immediately chimed in, his expression turning serious. But Fuchuan's captain is a poison user. He won't be easy to deal with. The referee's voice echoed, "Begin the match." But contrary to expectations, Fuchuan's captain immediately raised his hand to signal a pause, while Xiao Ba growled menacingly. He said, "Hold on, let's not be so quick to fight." He swept back his long, dashing hair, flashing an unnervingly friendly smile. Su Bai, I admit you're very strong, and I know I'm no match for you. How about we make a little deal? The captain of Fuchuan Martial Arts University, Mao Kai, mid-tier bronze rank. Su Bai, still holding a half-finished can of Coke, raised an eyebrow, his eyes glinting with suspicion. Mao Kai continued his speech while sneakily preparing a vial of poison behind his back. I admit you're very strong and I know I'm not your opponent. However, I'd really like to discuss the matter of Beast Tamers with you. Witnessing the blatant act, Su Bai furrowed his brow in confusion while his opponent continued to secretly gather poison. Huh? He thought. What is this guy trying to After a moment of observation, a smirk crept across Su Bai's face, a cunning light flashing in his eyes. Ah, I get it now. You're just trying to stall for time. Poison users often need a lot of time to activate their powers. Without giving his opponent another second, Su Bai instantly shot his hand out and commanded, "Go, Xiao Ba!" His cover blown, Mao Kai dropped the act. He let out a sinister laugh as a green, poisonous mist began to seep from his palm. Just figured that out now? In the blink of an eye, the entire arena was engulfed in a thick, toxic fog. Mao Kai stood in the middle of the mist, his voice dripping with arrogance. It's too late. Even if you're a god-tier beast tamer, you can't escape my poison mist. There's absolutely no way to avoid it. In the waiting area, the members of the Jiangzhou team were on edge. Teacher Liao clenched her fists and shouted, "Oh no, Su Bai underestimated him. I heard Mao Kai has taken down quite a few high-level beasts with his poison in previous trials. What should we do now?" A senior quickly tried to calm everyone down. "Don't panic, the match isn't over yet." Inside the dense fog, Mao Kai cackled as he saw Xiao Ba's silhouette staggering about, completely disoriented. "Ha ha ha, you can't see a thing in this poison mist, but it doesn't affect me at all. His eyes glinted with a venomous green light, his smile growing more sinister. Let's see how long you can last in my poison mist. Haha, Su Bai, you were far too careless. The moment I release my poison, this competition is over. Through the mist, he saw a figure sitting cross-legged and sneered mockingly. Are you meditating to resist the poison's corrosion? But you'll have more to deal with than just the mist. With that, Maokai lunged forward, his hands transforming into sharp claws, shrouded in toxic energy, aiming straight for Su Bai's back. Die, Su Bai! A loud clang rang out. The attack was stopped dead by a radiant, golden hexagonal shield. Su Bai, still seated, slowly opened his eyes, his expression full of contempt. Attacking from behind inside this poison mist? Too bad for you that you ran into me. Maokai's eyes widened in horror as he screamed, How is that possible? How did you withstand my full-power poison attack inside this mist? In the waiting area, the principal watched with a smug grin, explaining to his bewildered students, That's origin synchronization. Origin synchronization? That's right, it's a high-level Beast Tamer talent. Su Bai has learned to transfer his spirit beast's defense directly to himself. Fed up with the charade, Su Bai stood up, waving his hand dismissively as if shooing away a fly. Let's end this. Your poison mist reeks. Sensing a colossal murderous aura rising from behind him, Maokai whipped around. His eyes flew wide in terror at the sight of a gigantic shadow with glowing red eyes staring him down. I'm done for. He found me. Before he could even react, a monstrous slap from Xiao Ba blew away the toxic mist and sent the Fuchuan captain flying out of the arena like a discarded toy. In the stands, Yan Yan clasped her hands in admiration. Su Bai is just too dominant. He knocked a poison user right out of his own poison mist. She then clenched her fists in determination. Su Bai, I won't let you leave me too far behind. The entire stadium once again erupted in rhythmic chants. Su Bai, God Turtle. Su Bai, God Turtle. As Mao Kai from Fuchuan Martial Arts University is unable to continue, Fuchuan Martial Arts University has also decided to forfeit. The champion of this year's provincial tournament is Jiangzhou Martial Arts University's Su Bai. The screen showed Su Bai's handsome face. Down in the arena, he stood with his hands on his hips next to his giant turtle, letting out a sigh of relief. Great, it's finally over. The moment the match ended, the principal rushed down to the arena, patting him on the shoulder with pride. Su Bai, you've brought great glory to our martial arts university this time. Well done. But Su Bai was quick to seize the opportunity, rubbing his hands together with an expectant look. In that case, principal, shouldn't you perhaps allocate a few more resources for my training? The principal let out a loud, fake laugh, though inwardly he was cursing. Is this little brat trying to take advantage of me again? Humph. I'm not that easily fooled. He then turned to the entire team, announcing formally, because Jiangzhou Martial Arts University has won the provincial tournament. The military will award you all with merit points. When the time comes, you can go to the logistics department to exchange them for resources. Hearing this, the senior students asked in confusion, but Su Bai was the only one who competed. Military merit points? What does that have to do with us? Well, you see, Dodging the question, the principal threw his hands up and shouted, In any case, in 3 days, we'll be heading to Luoyang City to participate in the regional tournament. Is everyone confident? Only Su Bai raised his hand in response. I'm confident. The rest of the team remained silent. The principal continued to wave his hands to dismiss them. All right, everyone is exhausted. Hurry back and get some rest. You all have 3 days to prepare for the regional tournament. Let's give it our all. But Su Bai was still trying to press the issue, principal, about the matter of resources. The principal quickly turned his back, waving dismissively as he walked away, a message clearly aimed at Su Bai. I'm looking forward to your outstanding performance. See you in 3 days. Su Bai could only watch the man's retreating back with a weary sigh. That old fox. The second resources are mentioned. He runs off like lightning. After the tournament, news once again flooded the massive screens across the city. The provincial tournament of the 100 Schools League has concluded. The top 3 are Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, Demon Capital Martial Arts University, and Guardian Martial Arts University. Countless prodigies delivered exceptional performances in this tournament, but among them, the one who shone brightest was Su Bai from Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. A group of female students stood beneath the screen, swooning with admiration. He won the Jiangzhou Provincial Championship by single-handedly defeating 5 opponents in all 3 matches. When the youth are strong, the nation is strong. We hope that students from all martial arts universities will learn from Su Bai, strive for first place, and bring glory to their schools. Wow, Su Bai is on the news again. I really want to meet him. To escape the hassle, Su Bai found a secluded training room and breathed a sigh of relief. Whew, finally found a quiet place. He squatted down, opened 3 cans, and petted the small kitten rubbing against his leg. Xiao Ba, I know you're impatient, but there will definitely be a chance for you to take the stage later. He took out a small box containing gleaming, luminous cores. I was only able to trade my military merit points for 4 high-grade silver-level beast cores. You'd better eat them sparingly. Seeing Xiao Bai's eyes glowing like headlights, Su Bai smiled and placed a core in front of it. Go on. Eat. The moment it swallowed the core, Xiao Bai's body erupted in a brilliant golden halo, enveloping Su Bai, who was sitting nearby. With a ding, a system panel appeared with an upgrade notification. Kitten has evolved into sharp golden white tiger. Sacred Beast White Tiger bloodline activated. Su Bai was utterly astonished. Whoa, it leveled up with just 1 core? It really activated the White Tiger bloodline? Seeing this, he didn't hesitate to pour out the remaining 3 cores, his voice full of affection. All right then, have a few more. I'll give them all to you. Su Bai stood there watching the kitten leisurely devour the precious silver-level cores. Take your time, no one's going to steal them from you. After eating all of these, you should level up again, right? After Xiao Ba licked the final core clean, it sat contentedly licking its paws, but its body showed no signs of evolution. This sent Su Bai into a rage. He put his hands on his hips and snapped. I gave you all the rest. How is it that there's still no reaction? Those were high-grade silver-level beast cores. Just then, Xiao Bai's body suddenly exploded in a swirling vortex of golden energy, unleashing a ferocious power that filled the entire training room. Su Bai clutched his head, stunned and amazed by the unbelievable scene unfolding before his eyes. Oh my god, what is this? From within the energy vortex, the kitten's tiny form began to transform, swelling into a massive, majestic white tiger with pure white fur, blazing golden eyes, and a spirited golden tail. It turned to look at its master, letting out a soft, authoritative roar. So, is this cool enough for you? Su Bai couldn't hide his excitement, grinning from ear to ear. Haha, this is way cooler than Xiao Ba. The system panel instantly displayed its astonishing stats. Spirit Beast. Sharp golden white tiger. Fierce, master assassin. Level, mid-tier bronze. 30% of white tiger bloodline activated, significantly enhancing all attributes and upgrading talents. Physique, 158. Defense, 105. Agility, 290. 5. Spirit, 60. Talent 1. 100 fierce golden claws. 100 attacks in an extremely short period. The first strike deals 150% damage, with each subsequent strike increasing by 2%. Talent 2. Diamond Soul. Envelops the body in diamond energy, with each attack carrying a 200% tearing effect. Talent 3. Whale Light Ghost Shadow. Increases movement and attack speed by 300%. Su Bai examined the stat panel with an unconcealable, satisfied grin. All 4 of those high-grade silver-level beast cores were worth it. These attributes are absolutely heaven-defying. He stepped closer, stroking the soft fur of the giant white tiger as it affectionately rubbed its head against him. Xiao Bai, good boy. The upcoming regional tournament will depend on your performance. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion in the imperial capital, a man in a fur-lined robe was rewatching a video of Su Bai's match on TV. A servant stood beside him, commenting respectfully, Su Bai, he is quite interesting. It seems he's hiding many secrets. The powerful man narrowed his eyes and gave a cold command. Go investigate this, Su Bai. It's possible his turtle is even more extraordinary than Luo Tuo's was back in the day. The servant bowed. Yes, sir. 3 days later, at the competition venue of Luohe Martial Arts University, the Jiangchao team stepped into the stadium, completely stunned by its grand scale. Just as expected of Luohe Martial Arts University, their venue is several times larger than ours. From the stands, enthusiastic cheers echoed relentlessly. Luo, Luo, win the championship. A member of the Jiangchao team grumbled in annoyance. Luohe University is just trying to intimidate us. Su Bai curiously pointed towards an empty area. Huh? Principal, why is there an empty section over there? The teacher explained, I heard that only 9 martial arts universities are participating this time, and 1 school voluntarily dropped out. Since there are only 9 schools, doesn't that mean one will get a bye in the random draw? That's right, it all comes down to luck. Whoever draws the bye will advance directly to the next round. Hearing this, Su Bai immediately clasped his hands together and muttered a prayer. I hope we don't draw the bye. I was counting on fighting more matches to earn military merit to feed my big eaters at home. Meanwhile, the seniors were eagerly pleading, Principal! No matter what, please let me participate this time. The whole team chimed in, Yes, Principal. We want to participate too. The principal laughed reassuringly. Ha ha, everyone, rest assured. This time, all of you will have a chance to compete. We'll just wait for Su Bai to go up and draw first. Before long, a beautiful female MC with icy blue hair stepped onto the stage. All right, the draw is complete. Now, I will announce the matchups. First match, Luohe Martial Arts University versus Fuchuan Martial Arts University. The university receiving a bye this round is? Second match. The MC's voice rang out clearly across the stadium, and the result left Su Bai frozen on the spot. Jiangchao Martial Arts University. He was petrified. his eyes bloodshot as he screamed in silence, while the other members erupted in joy. The principal clapped him on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "Haha, Su Bai, you're truly our lucky charm. We get to skip the first round and go straight to the next." Teacher Lian also teased him. "Your luck is amazing. You should go buy a lottery ticket." But Su Bai could only hang his head and moan. "Why am I so unlucky? I actually drew the Bai. I wanted to fight." And so, while the other teams were locked in fierce battles on the arena stage, the Jiangchao team sat leisurely in the stands, spectating. The first round matches began. A student from Fuchuan Martial Arts University seemed to be struggling to hold on against his opponent, a competitor from the rival martial arts university, Kadang Epson. 2 hours later, when the MC returned to the stage, the first round quarterfinals were over. And now, we will announce the drawings for the second round. But the MC's next announcement was even more shocking. The university that has received a bye for this round is Jiangzhou Martial Arts University once again. The result sent the entire stadium into an uproar of outrage and disbelief. What? What the hell is this? Is there some shady business going on here? One frustrated spectator leaped to his feet, shouting, "What is happening? What kind of luck is this? Jiangzhou Martial Arts University hasn't done a single thing except sit in the stands and watch." Another complained. "I traveled all this way just to see Su Bai eat peanuts and drink cola in the arena. Getting a bye for one round is understandable, but why 2 rounds?" The protests grew louder, especially from the female fans. Could it be that Luohe Martial Arts University is afraid to face Su Bai directly, so they're deliberately giving Jiangzhou byes? That's right, your tournament system is unfair. How can a powerful competitor like Su Bai continuously get a bye? This is disrespectful to the other contestants. Faced with the crowd's fury, a military representative had to step in to calm things down. After a thorough inspection, there is no evidence of favoritism or cheating on the part of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. The competition will continue. While the audience was still seething, the principal in the Jiangzhou team's area was celebrating as if he'd struck gold. "Haha, this is fantastic. This means we're already ranked 3rd in this competition zone. And if we win just one more match, we'll qualify for the finals of the 5 major competition zones." But Su Bai just slammed his face into his seat, muttering in despair. "Another bye? Why can't they just let us fight?" An hour later, the female MC appeared again with the final announcement of the day. "The moment of excitement is upon us. The final match of this tournament zone is about to begin." The crowd roared, "Luo! Luo! Luo!" The next match will be Jiangzhou Martial Arts University versus Lanzhai Martial Arts University. Hearing their school's name, the entire Jiangzhou team shot to their feet, their excitement impossible to contain. "It's finally our turn," the senior students eagerly volunteered. "Principal, let me go first this time." The principal raised a hand, signaling for the team to calm down. "Everyone, please be patient." He then began to announce the lineup, crushing the hopes of the others. "Luo Yonghao, Bai Dingbang, you two will be first and second. Following them will be Wang Qingqing, Hu Qingshu, and finally, Su Bai will take the stage for the grand finale." Once the lineup was confirmed, the team roared in unison, filled with determination. "Yes, sir. We will definitely bring glory to our university." Meanwhile, Su Bai let out a long sigh. "Looks like I'm done for. It seems there's no chance for me to fight at all." The MC's voice boomed. "Let the match begin." Kicking things off was Luo Yonghao, who bravely faced an intermediate rank bronze opponent despite only being a beginner rank himself. After a fierce struggle, he was narrowly defeated. Next, Bai Dingbang stepped onto the stage. Without a single word, she immediately entered her berserker state. Completely abandoning all defense for a relentless, frenzied offense, she managed to continuously push her opponent back. In the third match, the school's belle, Wang Qingqing, demonstrated her mastery with the rattan whip, a perfect blend of offense and defense. She spectacularly whipped her opponent right out of the ring. Jiangzhou Martial Arts University wins. Witnessing this incredible comeback, Teacher Liao applauded enthusiastically. "We won again," Su Bai thought to himself. "Suddenly, I feel like the other students' strength has skyrocketed. Could it be that this kid, Su Bai, has influenced them?" Meanwhile, Su Bai was agonizing over a single thought. "When is it my turn? My military contribution points." The announcer's voice echoed. "Next up for Jiangzhou Martial Arts University." Stepping into the ring, the scholarly-looking young man crossed his arms, taunting the 2 remaining opponents from the other team with a jerk of his chin. "You two can come at me at the same time. It'll save me some time." This arrogant act immediately infuriated his opponents. "Hey buddy, don't get too cocky, or you're going to lose miserably." The beautiful female MC quickly explained to avoid any misunderstanding. The tournament rules do allow one person to challenge multiple opponents at once. The match is about to begin. Sitting in the audience, Su Bai could only shake his head in disbelief. "A 1-on-2 fight?" he thought. "This guy really has no intention of giving me any chance to get in the ring." Down in the arena, Hu Qingshu smiled elegantly, raising a single finger to his lips in a hushing gesture. "My apologies for this. Instantly, a massive torrent of emerald energy erupted from his body, materializing into a 1,000-year-old maple tree that towered over the stage, radiating pillars of divine light. His opponents were stunned. This is a wood elemental ability. The divine maple tree trembled, and tens of thousands of dagger-sharp leaves transformed into a raging storm that swept across the ring, hurtling toward the two fighters. "Look out!" everyone screamed. The two fighters struggled to defend themselves against the deadly rain of leaves. "There's something wrong with these leaves. Hang in there. His spiritual power can't last forever." In the stands, Su Bai and the principal watched intently. Su Bai commented, "A wood elemental user who can summon an entire 1,000-year-old maple tree like this. Hu Qingshu's spiritual power is quite terrifying." The principal stroked his beard, smiling smugly. Qingshu's power has grown again. As expected from someone of his clan, the audience in the stands was equally astonished. My God! Senior Hu Qingshu is actually this strong? This year's class at Jiangzhou Martial Arts University is full of hidden gems. One dark horse after another keeps appearing. I still think Su Bai is stronger. After all, his spirit beast defeated a gold rank monster. Down on the field, the two opponents were starting to tire, but the leaf storm showed no signs of weakening. This guy, he's not showing any signs of fatigue at all. Hu Qingshu stood there, completely composed, gathering the leaves into the palm of his hand. With a wave of his arm, the leaves once again formed a devastating cyclone as he roared. Breakthrough! The vortex swept both opponents into the air, stripping them of any ability to resist. After the cyclone dissipated, the two unfortunate fighters lay sprawled on the grass, surrounded by a gentle cascade of green leaves. The announcer's voice rang out. In this round, Jiangzhou Martial Arts University is victorious. Hu Qingshu's handsome face appeared on the large screen. The male MC solemnly announced, and finally, congratulations to Jiangzhou Martial Arts University and Luohe Martial Arts University for advancing to the national finals. After the match, the principal clapped the hero of the day on the shoulder. Qingshu, your performance this time took everyone by surprise. Well done. Hu Qingshu replied modestly, thank you, principal. However, the real hero of this competition is still Su Bai. Hearing his name, Su Bai, who was sitting in the stands, jolted in shock. His eyes went wide as he screamed internally, What? I'm the hero? Are you mocking me for not even getting on stage? The principal laughed heartily and explained teasingly, if it weren't for Su Bai drawing 2 lucky buys in a row, we wouldn't have been able to win so easily. Ha ha ha! The rest of the team could only stand by in silence, watching their fuming team captain. After the celebration, the principal announced their next steps. All right, everyone must be exhausted. Get some rest and be ready. In 1 week, we head to the national finals. This time, in addition to the military contribution, rewards each student earned during the competition, the school will provide additional resources as a reward for the trial. The moment they heard resources, the entire team erupted in cheers. Yes, this is amazing. Long live the principal. Only Su Bai kept his head down, letting out a heavy sigh. Great, I'm going home empty-handed again. Looks like I'll have to figure out how to get more resources to feed these 2 bottomless pits. The scene shifts to a luxurious mansion belonging to the Lin family. In the backyard, a young woman is training relentlessly against a swarm of combat robots. A man steps out and calls, Ran, it's time to eat. The girl executes a beautiful high kick, knocking down a robot before replying, Uncle Wen Yuan, I'm not hungry yet. I want to train for another hour. Wen Yuan stood there, shaking his head with a sigh as he watched the young woman. Ever since Su Bai joined the 100 Schools Alliance tournament, all this girl did every day was watch his matches and train like a maniac, completely ignoring any sense of balance. Just as he sighed, the girl spoke again while dodging another robot's attack. By the way, Uncle Wen Yuan, the pills you gave me are almost gone. Could you help me ask my father for some more? I need to get stronger as fast as I possibly can. In the vast training ground, Wen Yuan rubbed his temples, sighing at his niece's stubbornness. Fine. Do you know how many top families in the imperial capital have come to your father seeking your hand in marriage only for you to turn them all down with a single word? I really don't know what kind of spell that kid Su Bai has put you under. 7 days later, in Mado, the Jiangzhou team finally arrived at the venue for the national finals, Mado Spellbreaking University. The moment they stepped through the dazzling pure gold gate, a female student in the group gasped, Whoa, is this university's gate made of solid gold? It's so shiny. This is way too extravagant. Su Bai's upperclassmen weren't any better, their jaws on the floor as they mumbled. This gate alone must have cost billions, right? What a waste. The portly principal patted his round belly and corrected them proudly. More than $1 billion, actually. The materials alone cost $1.8 billion, he continued, showing off his knowledge. Not to mention, this gate was built in a single day by 20 gold rank experts and 5 platinum rank experts working together. Just look at Mado Spellbreaking University's motto and this magnificent gate. It all serves to express the spirit that only the strong can protect the nation. As they were busy admiring the view, a young man in a sharp suit approached to welcome them. Welcome. students from Jiangzhou Spellbreaking University. Greetings, Principal. I am Jiang Ming, the Vice President of the Motto Spellbreaking University Student Council. Jiang Ming gestured for them to follow. Please, this way. The principal replied politely. All right, thank you for your trouble. They had only taken a few steps when a male student from the Jiangzhou team started complaining, sucking on a popsicle in dissatisfaction. Mado Spellbreaking University really knows how to put on airs. Our principal came all this way in person, and they only send a student council vice president to greet us? If it were the people from Imperial Capital University, I bet their own principal would have to come out and welcome them personally. As they walked, a team member suddenly pointed at a strangely designed building. What's that? Jiang Ming proudly explained. That's the gravity adjustment training ground. Hearing this, the principal clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in envy. If our academy had one of those, we could produce at least 100 silver-rank students every year. The group stopped in front of a magnificent 5-star hotel. Hello everyone, this is the hotel where you will be staying and dining. The first floor has a 24-hour buffet. Jiang Ming announced with a grand sweep of his arm and a bright smile. Images of exquisite delicacies appeared, all made from the meat of ferocious beasts and prepared by top chefs. It's highly beneficial for enhancing a martial artist's blood chi, and there's no limit to how much you can eat. When Su Bai heard the words "no limit," his eyes lit up. He quickly asked, Sir, is it really unlimited? Jiang Ming chuckled in response. Of course. You've all traveled a long way. Motto Spellbreaking University wouldn't possibly let you go hungry. Eat as much as you like. You won't starve. That was all Su Bai needed to hear. With a triumphant shout, he bolted straight into the restaurant. Awesome! Ha-ha! Little Bai, you're about to eat until you burst. He left the entire group standing behind, completely stunned. Huh? Jiang Ming turned and whispered to the principal, Has this student been starved or something? But the upperclassmen behind them were already huddling together, their faces pale. You have no idea how much his turtle can eat. Oh no. If Su Bai goes in there, will there be anything left for us? At that thought, without a word, the entire team instantly followed Su Bai, storming into the restaurant like a hurricane. Let's hurry, or we'll be going hungry tonight. Jiang Ming could only force a smile. Ah, youth, so full of energy. My apologies for this, haha. The next day, in the main stadium, the cheers of the crowd were deafening. Go, go, go! As the Jiangzhou team entered the arena, they were all blown away by a scale many times larger than the provincial tournament. Damn, the competition venue in Mado is on a whole other level. I've only ever seen a stadium this huge on TV. The principal stood with his hands behind his back, reminding them with a stern look. All right, everyone, don't act like you've never seen the outside world before. Let me explain the competition rules. He began to lay out the special rules for the final round. The final tournament features martial arts universities from 13 different schools. The Great Wall Guard Military Academy, which is directly under the army, will automatically advance to the top 4, so there will be no buys. Hearing this, the whole team immediately protested, why does the Great Wall Guard Military Academy get to go straight to the top 4? Yeah, that's not fair, the principal explained, because the Great Wall Guard Military Academy is a training ground for military geniuses. He continued in a solemn tone. You may not know this, but it is the only martial arts university located on the front lines of the battlefield. This revelation stunned the entire team, including Su Bai. What? A training ground for military geniuses? An academy on the front lines of the battlefield? That's intense. The principal concluded, exactly. That's why the national finals are filled with hidden talents. Never underestimate anyone. Let's have Su Bai go first, and Hu Qingshu will be our anchor. The team roared in unison. Yes, sir. Jiangzhou Martial Arts University will be victorious. The female MC appeared on the big screen. Teachers and students, please take your seats. The final round of the 100 Schools competition is about to begin. The screen displayed the tournament brackets. Now, let's announce the draw for the first round. Match 1. Jiangzhou Spellbreaking University versus Yokohama Spellbreaking University. Match 2. Imperial Capital Spellbreaking University versus East China Spellbreaking University. Match 3. Mado Spellbreaking University versus Nanjing Spellbreaking University. The 3 matches will take place simultaneously. Seeing the results, an upperclassman let out a sigh of relief. Our luck isn't bad. We don't have to face any of the top 3 schools in the first round. Yokohama Martial Arts University is about on our level. Another student immediately volunteered, let me go out first. But Su Bai raised a hand to stop him, his eyes blazing with a fighting spirit so intense it was almost comical. No way. Let me go first. I want every school here to see the attitude of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. The referee shouted, the match begins! In the arena, Su Bai squatted down, facing his opponent. The guy asked with a look of contempt, so, you're Su Bai? He pointed his thumb down at the ground, his tone dripping with defiance. It's impressive enough that your school made it to the finals, but this is where your journey ends. Ignoring the taunt, Su Bai simply opened his backpack. Xiao Ba, let's end this quickly. A blazing golden fireball shot out from the pack, transforming into the colossal beast Xuanwu as it crashed onto the arena floor, sending a terrifying tremor through the stadium. The appearance of Xiao Ba instantly sent the crowd into an uproar. Did Jiangzhou Martial Arts University really send a Beast Tamer to compete? And he brought a turtle, of all things. Whoa, that turtle looks even bigger than it did before. Ha ha ha. Now this is going to be interesting. Down in the arena, Su Bai's opponent stared, wide-eyed, stammering in absolute terror. That thing is huge! This has to be cheating! Before the guy could even process it, Xiao Ba gave a casual flick of its head, sending him flying out of the ring like a cricket. All he could do was scream helplessly, "I don't accept this!" Su Bai casually sat down on a stool he'd prepared, pulling out a bag of peanuts and cracking one open. He clicked his tongue in disappointment. Huh? You're that weak? I didn't even have time to finish my peanuts. Sprawled on the ground, the defeated fighter muttered in disbelief. I thought beast tamers were supposed to be weak, but they handle martial artists like it's nothing. In the stands, the audience was buzzing again. Is this really the national finals? Did Su Bai seriously bring a little stool with him to a match? Someone more informed explained, "You clearly haven't seen Su Bai's previous fights. That turtle of his has insane defense and power. It's definitely silver rank. Yeah, well, if you had a beast like that, you'd probably treat bronze rank fighters like a joke too." Just then, the next opponent, a female warrior with a mechanical arm, stepped up. She saw Su Bai tossing peanuts into the air and catching them in his mouth. She roared in fury. "Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, are you trying to humiliate us?" The cyber-armed warrior charged forward with a furious scream. "I will make you pay." But Su Bai just sat there casually, his eyes glued to his phone. He muttered, "This comic is actually really good. I've got to give it a like." Without a command from its master, Xiao Ba turned its head and unleashed a blast of searing energy. Boom! The referee announced decisively, "Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, Su Bai wins." In the Jiangzhou team section, the upperclassmen could only facepalm. One of them grumbled, "Not only is he snacking on peanuts, but he's also brought a stool to compete." So this is the attitude he was talking about. Another side. Su Bai really doesn't know the first thing about humility, shaming his opponent like that. In stark contrast, Principal Chu was tilting his head back, laughing inwardly with glee. "Ha ha ha, how am I supposed to face Principal Chen from Yokohama University after this?" A teacher beside him quickly cautioned, "Don't celebrate too soon. Su Bai might be facing a real challenge very shortly." His gaze shifted to another ring, and he asked with a shocked expression, "Is that the captain from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University?" On that stage, a brawny fighter with the letter B tattooed on his arm was unleashing a thunderous kick at a red-haired opponent. A horrifying explosion erupted, blowing away a corner of the arena and leaving the nearby audience breathless with shock. When the dust settled, the muscular fighter was on the ground. The red-haired victor stood over him, flames still dancing on his hand, and said nonchalantly, "Sorry, I might have hit a little too hard." The referee declared, "Imperial Capital Martial Arts University wins." Principal Chu's brows furrowed as he observed seriously, "That's a fire attribute martial artist, and he's at the peak of silver rank." One of Su Bai's seniors added with a worried tone, "A silver rank fire attribute fighter. That's the terrifying power of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. If the Guardian Military Academy and Li Changcheng weren't in the running, they would probably be the only real competition." At that same moment, the massive screen flashed with another victory announcement for Jiangzhou University. Over in the Luohe University section, a muscular young man watched Su Bai raising his hand in victory and turned to his principal. "Principal, let me handle this, Su Bai." The young man, Wang Mingkun, a silver rank, said confidently, "I'll give Jiangzhou Martial Arts University a taste of a 1 versus 5 beatdown." The principal of Luohe University nodded, instructing, "All right, Mingkun, use your speed to claim victory. Do not engage that turtle head-on." Wang Mingkun replied firmly, "Don't worry, principal." The next match was announced. Jiangzhou Martial Arts University versus Luohe Martial Arts University. Su Bai versus Wang Mingkun. Begin. Wang Mingkun stepped forward, pointing at Su Bai. "Su Bai, you got lucky last round." But this time, Jiangzhou Martial Arts University's luck has run out. Su Bai remained seated on his stool, a can of soda in hand. He glanced at his opponent and shrugged. "Oh, a silver rank wind attribute user. Xiao Ba, let's go." Wang Mingkun gritted his teeth and roared with fury, "Feel the power of the wind!" He spread his arms wide, and streams of green wind began to converge around him, forming a powerful vortex. "Let me show you the might of a silver rank." The tornado of razor-sharp wind engulfed Xiao Ba, its shriek deafening. Inside the storm, Xiao Ba tried to activate its Earth's gravity skill but screamed mentally, "Damn it! Earth's gravity can't lock onto him!" Wang Mingkun moved at blinding speed, zipping past Su Bai and taunting, "You'll be eliminated before you can even react." He leaped into the air, creating a colossal wind blade that slashed downward as he yelled, "Goodbye, you little bronze rank brat." Sitting below, Su Bai calmly took a sip of his drink and muttered, This wind is ruining my snack time. Wang Mingkun continued to unleash a barrage of wind blades, creating a massive explosion of dust that completely shrouded Su Bai and Xiao Ba. Let me help you lose quickly. As the dust settled, Wang Mingkun turned his back, feigning magnanimity. I couldn't help but hit a little hard. Go rest up and recover. But from within the smoke, a calm voice called out, "What was that you just said?" Su Bai stepped out without a single scratch, enveloped in a glowing golden turtle shell made of energy, covered in hexagonal patterns. Golden shell. Wang Mingkun spun around, his eyes wide with horror. Synchronized energy source? How is that possible? Don't tell me you've actually mastered Luo Fan's divine skill. Su Bai crushed the soda can in his hand, a smirk playing on his lips. A wind attribute user, right? Pretty confident in your speed, aren't you? Su Bai waved his hand. Xiao Ba, return. Xiao Ba immediately glowed and shrank, flying back into the backpack on his back. He slowly bent down and placed the pack on his stool. Since you want to play a game of speed, I'll play along. A small white shadow leaped out of the backpack. Su Bai stood up straight, looking at the white cat as it stretched lazily, and said, Xiao Bai, it's your time to shine. Seeing the tiny cat, Wang Mingkun couldn't help but burst out laughing, clutching his stomach. Haha, Su Bai, are you an idiot? Did you seriously bring your pet cat to a competition? The audience in the stands erupted in chatter. One person laughed. Haha, what university is this guy from? Another seemed intrigued. Looks like Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. He's certainly interesting, bringing a pet cat. A girl's eyes lit up. That little cat is so adorable. I want to get one just like it. In the Jiangzhou team's waiting area, an upperclassman clutched his head in despair, muttering, what in the world is this? What kind of stunt is Su Bai trying to pull now? Another person crossed his arms and added in frustration. Is he deliberately trying to mock his opponent? First, it was the stool, then the can of cola, and now he's bringing out a pet to provoke him. However, a female senior student looked worried, but will it even work? His opponent is a wind ability user. In stark contrast, the principal just calmly waved his hand, his expression completely unreadable. Don't be so hasty, just watch. That is no ordinary cat. Meanwhile, on the stage, Wang Mingkun burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, go on, bring that turtle out here. But in response to the taunt, Su Bai simply stroked the cat and whispered, Xiao Bai, don't hit him too hard, okay? This is just a match, not a battlefield. The very next moment, Xiao Bai lifted its head, and a roar that shook the entire stadium erupted as the phantom of a colossal, mighty white tiger materialized right behind it. It stared directly at Wang Mingkun, who flinched, clutching his head in panic. Wait, is that shadow just a hallucination? He was still reeling, muttering, that roar. Before he could even collect himself, the small cat in front of him began to glow and transform. It let out another roar as its body grew at an astonishing rate. Wang Mingkun's eyes widened in terror as he stammered, It's getting bigger. The entire stadium instantly erupted in absolute astonishment. That's no pet cat, another person screamed. That's clearly a giant tiger. A spectator tried to identify it. It's a white tiger, right? I've seen them at the zoo, but none of them were ever this massive. Even the Jiangzhou team couldn't believe what they were seeing. A senior's jaw dropped as he pointed at the stage. Did Su Bai's cat just turn into a white tiger? Another teammate asked, bewildered. Is this tiger Su Bai's second tamed spirit beast? Whispers spread through the seats. How is that possible? Even for a silver-rank Beast Tamer, taming a second spirit beast is incredibly difficult. A female senior concluded. It seems Su Bai has more secrets than any of us thought. Back on the stage, Wang Mingkun struggled to compose himself. He summoned his wind power, creating a sharp wind blade that he sent slashing toward the tiger. But just as the wind blade was about to connect, the giant white tiger vanished, leaving only a faint, shimmering light in its place. Wang Mingkun stood frozen, staring in shock as the tiger's afterimage dissipated into the air. An afterimage? How can this white tiger be so fast? The white tiger continued to dart around at terrifying speed, leaving countless afterimages surrounding Wang Mingkun. He screamed in desperation. I don't believe it! There's no way its speed can surpass the wind itself. I don't believe it! Realizing he could never keep up with the tiger, Wang Mingkun switched his target. He gritted his teeth and glared at Su Bai, who was sitting casually on his stool. Forget the beast. As long as I defeat you, I win. With that, he shot towards Su Bai like an arrow, roaring, die! But he had gravely underestimated the synergy between master and beast. Instantly, a massive white figure appeared to block Su Bai's path. Its razor-sharp claws swung up in a perfect arc. Wang Mingkun only had a split second to see the deadly claws before he felt an unstoppable impact, forcing him to cry out in horror. Impossible! His entire body was launched into the air, his clothes torn to shreds by the tiger's claws. He then crashed down hard onto the arena floor, kicking up a cloud of white dust. On the large screen, the image of the majestic white tiger roaring was replayed over and over. And then the victory text appeared. Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, Su Bai wins. The audience leaped to their feet, unable to contain their excitement. Oh my god, did Su Bai really just win? A mid-tier bronze-rank martial artist just defeated the silver-rank captain of a prestigious university? It was an overwhelming victory, another person shouted. A beautiful female spectator remarked in awe. Why does it feel like Su Bai's white tiger is even more ferocious than that turtle of his? Her companion nodded. Seriously, what's with this giant tiger? It's terrifyingly fierce. From that moment on, chants began to echo throughout the stands. Su Bai, Su Bai. White tiger must win. Su Bai must win. In the judges' area, an elderly judge stroked his chin thoughtfully. This Su Bai, I've never heard of him before. What year is he in at Jiangzhou Martial Arts University? Another judge added, even the top students from the elite universities in the imperial capital and the military aren't this powerful, are they? A third judge tapped his fingers on the table and concluded, did Jiangzhou Martial Arts University really produce such a monster this year? They're about to rise. Jiangzhou Martial Arts University is on the rise. However, in another corner of the stadium, in the rest area for the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, the atmosphere was the complete opposite. That guy from Luohe University was pathetic, one member sneered. Another stood by the window, sipping a glass of wine, and said with contempt, "Oomph." And that country bumpkin brought 2 spirit beasts just to freeload off our tens of thousands yuan buffet. If we run into him, we won't let him off so easily. Gao Zixuan, captain of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, lounges on a sofa, hands behind his head with pure arrogance, saying, this guy is way too cocky. If we run into him in the semifinals, he says with a cold smirk, we'll just have to kill him. His 2 teammates immediately agree. Exactly. Captain's right. This country bumpkin needs to be taught a lesson. At the same time, on another stage, a match just ended. A white tiger roars, pinning another fighter to the ground. As the victory text flashes again, Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, Su Bai wins. And again, another fighter, this one with pink hair, is sent flying by one of Xiao Bai's powerful kicks as the referee announces, Su Bai wins. And right after that, another opponent in red is shattered into 1,000 icy fragments by Xiao Bai's freezing energy. The referee, no longer surprised, just belts it out. Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, Su Bai wins. The entire stadium erupts. The female MC appears on the big screen, her voice electric with excitement. Congratulations to Jiangzhou Martial Arts University for advancing to the top 4. The crowd leaps to their feet, chanting, Jiangzhou is rising. Su Bai, Su Bai, Su Bai. In the school's viewing area, Principal Zhu stares at the sky, tears of pure joy streaming down his face, his voice trembling. The heavens are watching. Our Jiangzhou Martial Arts University finally made it to the top 4. The second the match ends, the entire Jiangzhou team rushes to surround Su Bai. A senior student pumps his fist in the air, yelling, Jiangzhou is rising! The supervising teacher claps him on the shoulder, praising him, Su Bai, well done. Let's see who dares to look down on Jiangzhou Martial Arts University now. Principal Zhu walks over, his voice filled with pride. Su Bai, you truly did not disappoint me. You are the single greatest contributor to our university in the last century. Su Bai just humbly replies, Principal, it's my duty. After the team returns to their rest area, Principal Zhu sits down, completely satisfied. Making it to the top 4 has fulfilled our mission, and this will go down as the most glorious page in the history of our university. Rest assured, your contributions will be handsomely rewarded. Hearing this, Su Bai is stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Principal, aren't there still top 4 matches? How is our mission already complete? Okay, hold on. You and I both know what's happening here. The old principal is planning to pocket the billions in resources meant for the champion, and Su Bai isn't having it. Principal Zhu calmly explains, Su Bai, our goal was to secure a spot in the top 6 and aim for the top 4. We've done that. You're not actually thinking of. He trails off, then asks, challenging the top 3 universities, are you? The entire team whips their heads towards Su Bai in shock, a senior stammering, what? Challenge the top 3? Su Bai just gives a casual shrug, asking a question that leaves everyone speechless. Why not? Suddenly, he leaps to his feet, pointing towards a massive, ornate gate in the distance, his voice full of passion. Principal, look at the Demon Capital Martial Arts University. Their gate alone cost 1.8 billion. Even if Jiangzhou becomes a top 4 school, we wouldn't dare be that extravagant, right? He spreads his arms wide, rallying them. In my opinion, we should aim for first place and rebuild our own school gate. We can't let down the people of Jiangzhou. We have to fight for number 1. Fired up by Su Bai's words, the team captain also stands up, clenching his fist. That's right, Su Bai's right. We can't just give up like this. He turns to Su Bai, nodding decisively. Su Bai, even though I find you pretty annoying, your performance proves you are a worthy captain. Principal Zhu, infected by his students' fire, slams the table and rises, shouting, well said, students. Your passion and courage are commendable. Let's go back and rest, prepare for the top 4 matches tomorrow, and strive for first place. But as the excited team leaves, Principal Ju stays behind, watching them go with his hands clasped behind his back, sighing softly. These kids, still so young and impulsive. They actually want to challenge the top 3. Now pay attention, because just as you think this is a simple tournament story, the whole world is about to get a lot bigger. Far away, inside a skyscraper belonging to the Dragon Country's Supreme Military Command, an officer is reporting. Sir, the 100 Schools tournament is about to enter the top 4 finals, expected to conclude in 2 days. Inside the meeting room, the marshal sits at the head of the table, listening. Military preparations for the counterattack against the Myriad clans are complete. All forces are at the front lines, ready to launch at any moment. The marshal just nods. Good. He stands up, looks at his officers, and declares, once the 100 Schools tournament ends, the counterattack against the Myriad clans will officially begin. All students must also go to the battlefield to fight. The officers rise in unison, fists clenched, shouting with pure hatred, yes sir, to avenge the tens of thousands of students and teachers who have fallen. Those who offend the Dragon Country will be hunted down and punished, no matter how far they run. Back in the present, the next morning at the Demon Capital Hotel, inside a room, Su Bai is meditating, levitating in midair, surrounded by golden energy. Meanwhile, on the floor, Xiao Ba and Xiao Ba are devouring their food. Suddenly, Su Bai's eyes snap open as he powers up, shouting, Azure Beast Armament, activate! But a second later, the energy around him fizzles out, causing him to lose balance and fall face first right into the food bowl. He mutters, damn it. He lifts his head, face covered in food, and asks awkwardly, what was that? Suddenly, a system screen pops up. Congratulations, host. You have successfully mastered the Beastmaster's exclusive talent skill, Swap. Swap. Within a 1 kilometer range, the Beastmaster and a tamed pet can instantly switch places, ignoring all restrictions. Su Bai is baffled. Swap? He looked over and sees Xiao Ba sitting on the sofa where he was just meditating, while he's now on the floor. He's stunned. Did Xiao Ba and I just instantly switch places? What kind of skill is this? Su Bai gets up, grabs his backpack, and shrugs. Whatever, an extra skill can't hurt. It might even have some unexpected uses on the battlefield. He calls his 2 pets. Let's go, Xiao Ba, Xiao Bai. With Xiao Bai on his shoulder and Xiao Ba in his arms, Su Bai walks out with total confidence. We're going to challenge the top 3 schools. Trust me, you're going to want to see this next matchup. Back at the arena, the female MC appears on the big screen. Ladies and gentlemen, after a day of fierce competition, the tournament has finally reached the top 4. Now, allow me to introduce the Great Wall Garrison Military Academy. She continues her grand introduction. The Great Wall Garrison Military Academy was originally a military base for the Great Wall Guards, established in 1907, and one of the first bases built on the Myriad clan's battlefield. A formidable army marches out, led by a man in a fur cloak with a grim expression. In its 94-year history, the Myriad clans have launched hundreds of campaigns against the Great Wall Garrison Military Academy, but its students and teachers fought to the death, slaying countless monsters and powerful warriors of the Myriad clans. The Academy's motto is, as long as the Myriad clans exist, the Great Wall will never fall. Humanity's strongest, the only king-level expert, Sir Ni Jing, is the honorary principal of the Great Wall Garrison. Grandmaster-level expert Ni Jing steps out, waving to the roaring crowd. The female MC screams that this right here is why the Beast clans dare not set foot on the Great Wall Military Academy's territory. The audience buzzes with excitement. They say, the Academy is a city of heroes, and every single student is a legend in the making. Today, we finally witness them against Magic City and Imperial City. If those two are monsters, you and I are about to see what true gods look like. A fan in the crowd wonders just how terrifying their power is, asking if the MC said they only have 5 members, with no substitutes at all. The person beside him just scoffs. Buddy, you're looking down on them. This is the Great Wall Military Academy. You think they need substitutes? Over in the Jiangzhou team's area, everyone stares at the screen in awe as Su Bai whispers that Grandmaster Ni Jing is a bastion for all humanity. Just getting to fight the Great Wall Military Academy is an honor. A Grandmaster. When will he ever become a fortress for mankind like him? The MC announces the top 4 matches are about to begin, revealing the brackets. First up, Great Wall Military Academy versus Imperial City Martial Arts University. Second, Magic City versus Jiangzhou. In the Imperial City team's rest area, Cao Zixuan sits on a chair while a beautiful girl massages his shoulders from behind. He sighs, sounding bored. So we're up against Jiangzhou University again, fighting weaklings like them. I can't even be bothered to make a move. Another female teammate crosses her arms, speaking with pure contempt. Our opponent is that piece of trash. Jiangzhou Martial Arts University? There's no glory in beating them, another adds. Exactly. Jiangzhou is just a nuisance. How did they even deserve a spot in the top 4? She turns to their captain. Captain, let me handle this round. I'll take them all down in one go. Meanwhile, back on stage, the introductions begin. The first to enter the arena for the Great Wall Military Academy is their captain, Han Zhan, a warlord-level expert and the grandson of General Han Dang. The purple and gold armor he wears was forged from a diamond-grade core. The second he appears, Han Zhan commands the entire stadium's attention. The audience whispers, wondering who Imperial City University could possibly send to face him. Not keeping them waiting, Han Zhan, in his brilliant armor, points his greatsword directly at his rivals. He declares loudly, "Wang Yang, stop wasting time. Let's settle this between us." His voice rings with challenge. Imperial City's captain, Wang Yang, do you dare to fight me? This direct public challenge immediately makes the entire stadium explode. A fan leaps to his feet, fist clenched in excitement. Han Zhan is calling out Wang Yang directly. Are they really starting with a king versus king showdown? This is too intense. The chant king versus king echoes everywhere. On the stage, a figure lands softly, his long spear making a faint sound. It's him, Wang Yang, the captain of Imperial City Martial Arts University. He plants his spear into the ground and smirks. Old Han, why make such a big scene? He glances at his opponent with a provocative look. Ha ha ha, I'm just afraid you'll be a sore loser. Wang Yang's arrival instantly drives his female fans wild. There he is, my idol, Wang Yang. Another girl screams, Wang Yang is mine, he's so handsome. In the Jiangzhou area, Principal Zhu strokes his beard. Han Zhan versus Wang Yang. The match is heated from the very start. Awesome, Su Bai mutters beside him, face completely blank. Is Wang Yang really that handsome? I don't see it at all. Su Bai turns, patting a trembling senior on the shoulder. Luo, you're up first. Go show them what we're made of. The senior named Luo flinches, stammering, Are you sure? Can I really do this? Back in the main arena, Han Zhan gets into his stance, shouting, Let's begin. I'll let you have the first move. Wang Yang doesn't hold back, roaring. Then I won't be gentle. He spins his spear, creating a howling whirlwind that charges forward with terrifying force. The vortex slams into Han Zhan's armor, but only creates a loud clang. A teacher in the stands gasps in shock. A diamond-grade battlesuit. Han Zhan actually developed it to this level. But Wang Yang doesn't stop, unleashing a storm of attacks while screaming. So what if your cultivation is higher? So what if your weapon is sharper? Below, Principal Zhu analyzes in a low voice. Wang Yang is an extreme agility type fighter. Okay, let that sink in with his howling wind technique. His figure is completely invisible. That kind of speed is absolutely terrifying. Even Su Bai frowns, thinking, is this the power of a mid-tier silver? But he's only a mid-tier bronze. Suddenly, through his visor, Han Zhan smirks. An opening. He channels all his energy into his greatsword. A brilliant golden aura erupts with the words mid-tier silver appearing as he swings his sword down, creating a massive fissure across the stage as the technique's name echoes. Sky-splitting slash. Wang Yang is blown back by the aftershock, forced to plant his spear in the ground just to stay upright. In the judge's box, an elder clenches his fist in amazement. Is that General Han's sky-splitting slash? I remember 3 years ago, the general used this move to kill a diamond-grade enemy instantly. The power is so terrifying it even forced Wang Yang to a halt. Another commentator marvels, Han Zhan actually used an ultra-offensive skill as a control skill. Unbelievable. Brilliant. To think of a tactic like that. Truly worthy of being the #1 military commander. Not giving his opponent a chance, Wang Yang also gathers his power. A blue-green energy engulfs his spear, with mid-tier silver floating above it. He launches forward like a tornado, his spear thrusting ahead with incredible might, letting out a roar. Seeing his opponent going for a direct clash, Han Zhan speaks coolly through his mask. A head-on collision? Wang Yang, you've already lost. The two streams of gold and blue energy collide, creating a horrific explosion. A blinding light engulfs the stadium, forcing the audience to shield their eyes. When the light fades, Wang Yang is seen flying out of the blast, his body covered in energy burns. The entire audience is stunned into silence. Someone else speaks in disbelief, and that was just with the flat of the blade. If that was the sharp edge, Wang Yang would be a corpse right now. A few others protest. It's just a match. Was it necessary to go for the kill? This is a tournament. Why not just end it in a draw? Leaving the stage, Wang Yang staggers to his feet, clothes in tatters, but he holds his head high and admits, Old Han, you're incredible. I lost. And with Han Zhan standing tall in the ring, the MC's voice rings out. The first round of the Top 4 championship goes to the Great Wall Military Academy. From the Jiangzhou team's area, Su Bai stares up at the big screen, clenching his fists. It's clear the military academy and Li Chongqing are on another level. A senior with a greatsword on his back turns and asks, First round's done, our turn now. Luo Yongqiang, you ready? The one he asked gives a firm nod. Ready. Their coach warns them. Our goal is just to participate, to give everyone a chance to fight. If you can't hold on, just admit defeat. Don't push yourselves, he replies with pure determination. Don't worry, Principal. I won't let Jiangzhou Martial Arts University down. The referee shouts, Second round, begin. From the Modu University side, an opponent with long black hair and 2 sabers steps out. His name is Zheng Lexiao, and he's grinning wickedly. This is gonna be fun. He licks his blade, eyeing his opponent with a crazed look. Little brother, he sneers. How do you want me to play with you? Unfazed by the taunt, Luo Yongcheng roars and charges, swinging his massive sword in a powerful downward arc. Vertical chop, but Zheng Lexiao just leans aside, letting the blade skim past him with ease. He smirks. Is that all you've got? Instantly, Zheng Lexiao moves at blinding speed, darting around Yongcheng, leaving behind blurred after images from his twin blades. Yongcheng struggles to defend, soon finding himself bent over and gasping for air. Zheng Lexiao stands behind him, laughing. Ha ha ha, let me write a few words on you. And with that, he lunges again, his sabers a whirlwind of motion, creating shallow cuts all over Yongcheng while laughing like a maniac. I'm going to have a little fun with you. Back with the Jiangzhou team, a female senior grabs the principal's arm, saying angrily, "This has gone too far. This is just humiliation, principal. Let Luo Yongqiang step down." But Su Bai stops her, fists clenched, his voice firm. "Not yet. Yongqiang is protecting his dignity, and you and I know he's defending the honor of our university." On the stage, though wounded, Yongqiang forces himself to stand tall. Zheng Lexiao gets close, whispering venomously, "Hehe, little brother, if you don't concede, things are gonna get worse." Yongqiang grits his teeth. "I, from Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, will never surrender." Zheng Lexiao laughs sinisterly. Still won't give up? He suddenly lands a brutal blow to Yongqiang's stomach, making him spit blood, but Yongqiang just stubbornly mutters, "Never." Completely losing his patience, Zheng Lexiao unleashes a crazed flurry of attacks, leaving countless wounds on Yongcheng's body. "So much fun! So much fun! Let's see how long you can take this. Just give up! Give up!" Yongqiang, his eyes rolled back from exhaustion, still unconsciously whispers, "Never." Finally, he can't stand any longer and collapses to the arena floor. Seeing this, the crowd in the stands shivers. One person whispers, "That was too cruel, wasn't it?" Another adds, "Is he even human? Did he really need to torture his opponent like that?" The referee declares the winner. First round, Zheng Lexiao of Modu Martial Arts University wins. Immediately, Su Bai and another senior rush onto the stage. Su Bai yells, "Yongcheng, Modu Martial Arts University, you've gone too far. I'm taking him down." Bai Ningbang, another member of the Jiangzhou team, stands up, his blue hair flowing. He speaks in an icy tone. "Next up is me. I won't let that guy continue his rampage." Principal Zhu quickly advises him, "Be careful. Don't fight recklessly." Bai Ningbang steps onto the stage, facing Zheng Lexiao. Zheng Lexiao licks his lips and smirks. "Oh, another one comes to play. Heh. But this one doesn't look like much fun." Bai Ningbang just replies coldly, "You talk too much." The referee shouts, "Second round, begin." Without another word, Bai Ningbang charges, yelling, "I'll take your life." He executes a phantom-like footwork, his body disappearing and reappearing, void step. He swings his sword, unleashing a wave of pure white sword energy, white spirit sword art. Zheng Lexiao barely dodges the attack, muttering, "Ruthless, you really want to kill me, huh?" But Bai Ningbang gives him no time to breathe, pressing the assault. Zheng Lexiao parries a blow, taunting, "Too bad I won't give you the chance." The two clash, the screech of metal on metal echoing as sparks fly through the air. The audience holds its breath. Are they really just kids? Is this a battle between martial artists? So brutal. One spectator says worriedly, "Maybe we should call this a draw. If they keep fighting, they might actually die." Another trembles. "Even from hundreds of meters away, I can smell the thick scent of blood." It's terrifying. On the stage, Zheng Lexiao asks while parrying, "Are you really willing to risk your life for this?" Bai Ningbang roars, "I told you, I'm taking your life." Zheng Lexiao scoffs. "Hehe, big words." He suddenly uses one saber to deflect Bai Ningbang's sword, pressing the other to his neck. "But in the end, you're just a piece of trash from some no-name university," he whispers in his ear. "You've lost. Did you forget?" But Bai Ningbang just smirks, his voice a low growl. Jiangzhou Martial Arts University never surrenders. In that instant, and this is absolutely insane, he ignores the blade at his neck, impales himself, and drives his sword straight into Zheng Lexiao. His foe screams, "Are you crazy? You're killing yourself." But Bai Ningbang just gives a cold smile. "Killing you is enough for me." He puts all his strength behind it, roaring, "This is how Jiangzhou fights, not like you, a coward who only bullies the weak." "Go to hell," Zheng Lexiao screams in terror. "No." Feeling death closing in, he yells in desperation, "Don't kill me, I don't want to die. Principal, save me." Just as his cry for help leaves his lips, a hand grabs Bai Ningbang's blade, stopping it just centimeters from Zheng Lexiao's throat. Zheng Lexiao looks back in terror, stammering, Principal." The head of Modu University has appeared. He holds the blade tight, looks at the opponent, and declares loudly, This round, Modu Martial Arts University concedes. The shocking announcement leaves even the MC, Yiji, on the big screen, stunned. This round, Modu Martial Arts University concedes. At the same time, Jiangzhou's Principal Zhu rushes forward, landing a punch that sends Bai Ningbang staggering, fresh blood spilling from his mouth. He shouts, "Ningbang!" He catches his student, then turns to face the Modu principal, roaring in fury. Is this how your Modu students behave? Humiliating opponents on the stage, then crying and begging for their lives when facing death? The Modu principal grabs Zheng Lexiao by the collar, lifting him up. "Old man," he says coldly, "don't think making it to the top 4 gives your Jiangzhou University the right to challenge Modu." Principal Zhu doesn't flinch. He points to his students helping each other and fires back. "You think only your Modu students are precious? The lives of my Jiangzhou students are just as valuable. Enough talk. Let's settle this on the stage." Hearing that, Principal Zhu turns, fire in his eyes, and roars. "Fine. Su Bai, get up there. Hit them with everything you've got and make them pay for messing with Jiangzhou. Stick with me here, because this is where everything changes." Su Bai explodes from the audience, shouting back with pure resolve, "I'll make them pay. Headmaster, you can count on me." As medics carry Bai Ningbang away on a stretcher, the headmaster says with gravity, "Ningbang, you've brought honor to Jiangzhou. We are all proud of you. Just watch." A female senior says, "Su Bai will definitely teach them a lesson." Over in the Meido University section, Gao Zixuan stands, arrogance written all over him. "Headmaster, let me go up. I'll finish this Jiangzhou trash." But his headmaster stops him. "Zixuan, don't be hasty. The finals are still waiting for you." At that very moment, Su Bai is on stage, pointing directly at Mado's team as his voice rings out. "I, Su Bai of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, challenge Mado Martial Arts University. If Mado loses, I demand a public apology to Jiangzhou." Does Mado dare to accept? His challenge sends a massive wave of support through the crowd. "Apologize. We'll make Mado apologize for this. Su Bai, go for it. Beat Mado, we're all rooting for you." The reporters are all over it. One speaks to his camera. "Jiangzhou has challenged Mado. Do you think Mado will apologize to Jiangzhou Martial Arts University?" Another journalist quickly crafts a headline. Jiangzhou puts the pressure on Mado, demanding an apology. What a title. Over with Mado, Gao Zixuan just scoffs. Apologize to Jiangzhou? Are they even worthy? Another member, Huang Sheng, steps forward. "I'll go teach him a lesson, show Jiangzhou the gap between us." The Mado headmaster nods. "Good. Huang Sheng, you're up for this match." Huang Sheng steps onto the stage, facing Su Bai with a condescending tone. "Are you here to apologize?" He cracks his knuckles with a smirk. "An apology is just the whining of the weak. Why should the strong apologize to them? Strength is right. Power is truth." Su Bai, hands behind his head, casually replies, Well said, and you're not ready for this." Su Bai says, "Referee, let Mado send up another one. Fighting them one by one is a waste of time. I'm in a hurry." His words ignite another uproar. Mado's captain, Gao Zixuan, hasn't even shown his face yet. Su Bai is being too arrogant. Someone else notes, Gao Zixuan is on par with Wang Liang, Mado's strongest student. Mado went too far, but how can Su Bai fight 2 people alone? Su Bai doesn't care. He just points his thumb down, goading them. "Come on. Since when did Jiangzhou Martial Arts University dare to provoke Mado like this?" The Mado headmaster shouts in fury, pointing forward. "Use your strength to show Jiangzhou that Mado's dignity cannot be trampled." "Fine." Gao Zixuan also steps onto the stage next to Huang Sheng. "Since Jiangzhou is so arrogant, we'll grant them their wish." He draws his twin swords, one red, one blue, radiating opposing auras of heat and cold. He tells Su Bai, "Kid, I'll make you understand that pride without power is just self-humiliation." A sharp-eyed spectator points out, "Look at Gao Zixuan's twin swords." A judge stands up in shock. Millennium Mystic Iron, Molten Lava Steel, are those blades forged from such rare materials? And the cores in the hilts? Those are platinum-grade cores from powerful creatures. Another judge adds, "The Gao clan and Mado really invested in Gao Zixuan. Each of those swords is worth a fortune." The Icefire War God graduated from Mado and left behind a powerful technique. Could Gao Zixuan have mastered it? On stage, Gao Zixuan says condescendingly, "Kid, don't say we're bullying you. I'll give you time to summon your spirit beast. Otherwise, you might not get a chance." Su Bai crosses his arms, calmly replying, "Thanks for your kindness. But I don't need a spirit beast to deal with you." Instantly, a gold and green energy erupts around Su Bai. "Okay, I know what you're thinking. What? Su Bai isn't using his spirit beast? How can he fight?" In Jiangzhou's corner, Headmaster Zhu mutters, "He's activated origin synchronization. That kid." On the Meido side, Huang Sheng bursts out laughing. "Ha ha ha, a beast tamer who won't use his beast dares to fight us head-on." Gao Zixuan and Huang Sheng charge forward together, shouting, "Arrogant, you're just asking for death. The weak should know their place." Su Bai just smirks, too hasty. He powers up, shouting a series of commands. Metal Spirit Sharpness, activate. Metal Spirit Phantom, activate. Earth Spirit Embodiment, activate. His eyes flash with 2 different colors. He rushes towards his 2 opponents, yelling, "Now, let's settle the score with Mado." He immediately throws a kick straight at the bald guy. A second later, the guy is sent flying, and Gao Zixuan is stunned. How is that possible? Seeing this from the stands, someone comments, "That kid's speed has already reached the gold level. How can a Beast Tamer's body be so strong?" Another person reminds him, "Did you forget how strong Luo Fan was after mastering synchronization?" The first guy argues back, "Can Su Bai really be compared to Luo Fan? Isn't that a bit of a stretch?" Su Bai stops in front of Gao Zixuan, asking a loaded question. "Have you ever felt completely helpless before?" Gao Zixuan grinds his teeth, his swords flaring with hot and cold flames. "I admit, you've earned my respect, but that's all. Just respect." He leaps into the air, his sword slashing down, creating a molten wave. Die. Lava breath. Su Bai just stands still. He vanishes on the spot, void step. He reappears right behind Gao Zixuan, whispering, "Still too slow." Seeing this, Huang Sheng shouts, "Captain, I'll flank him." But instantly, Gao Zixuan turns back in a panic, yelling, "Be careful." Just as Huang Sheng charges, Su Bai unleashes a flurry of attacks at blinding speed. He counts out loud, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Every single punch and kick lands on Huang Sheng's vital points, giving him no chance to react. After the 7th strike, Huang Sheng is completely unconscious, sprawled on the ground in a cloud of dust. Su Bai dusts off his hands, striking a cool pose. Those 7 hits were for the 7 cuts Yong Hao suffered. Just then, Zixuan charges in madly. "If you've got the guts, then come at me." Hearing this, Su Bai just smirks. "You? Perfect. I haven't even had my fun yet." Hearing the taunt, Gao Zixuan roars with rage. "You've gone too far." The swords in his hands erupt with hot flames and icy air. He swings his blades, creating 2 intertwined streams of ice and fire energy that rush at Su Bai. But Su Bai just stands there, muttering, "How disappointing." In a flash, he appears right behind Gao Zixuan, whispering into his ear, "Is this all the power the geniuses of your martial arts university have?" With that, he launches an uppercut kick, sending Gao Zixuan flying. Not forgetting to mock him, "The geniuses of your university are too weak." Su Bai lands in a crouch, looking up at his airborne opponent with a smile. "Genius, why don't you fight back?" The next second, Su Bai leaps up, fists clenched, aiming down at Zixuan and roaring, "Is blocking all you know how to do? I'm bored." And trust me, you and I are about to see what happens when that devastating strike slams down on Zixuan's desperately raised swords. A wave of golden energy explodes from Su Bai, causing a terrifying collision on the tournament stage. When the dust settles, he asks with a fierce look, "A genius? Sorry, my favorite thing to do is beat down anyone who calls themselves a genius." Cao Zixuan grits his teeth in rage. "I'll kill you." Su Bai's eyes flash with surprise at the scene. He kicks Cao Zixuan away and shrugs. "Oh, not much skill, but you've got quite the temper, don't you?" Humiliated, Cao Zixuan completely loses it, his body erupting in furious flames as he screams, "Berserker's body scorch! I'm going to kill you!" In the Jiangzhou team section, a senior says worriedly, "Did Su Bai provoke him too much? This could get dangerous." Principal Zhu clenches his fists to use a move that big. Cao Zixuan has lost all control. Covered in fire, Cao Zixuan charges at Su Bai like a meteor, screaming, "I want your life." Su Bai just looks up and smirks. Finally, something interesting. Now watch this. He raises a hand, and a dark golden wall of energy appears, blocking Cao Zixuan's attack cold. It's the water wall shield. Cao Zixuan roars in disbelief. "Impossible. How did you block my twin swords?" Su Bai scoffs. "Is that all the power you have? Then it's my turn to counterattack." In the next second, he pours energy into his fist and yells, "Here I come!" A massive punch sends Cao Zixuan flying into the air. His twin swords fall, embedding themselves deep into the arena floor, sending cracks spreading everywhere. At the judges' table, an elder can't hide his shock. Does Su Bai really possess such a devastating finishing move? The fight between Su Bai and Cao Zixuan has actually cracked the gold level stage. Another judge mutters, "The sheer horror of the primordial flow Su Bai's form reminds me of Luo Fan back in the day. And he's only at the intermediate level. His talent might be even more terrifying than those from the elite families." Down on the stage, Su Bai casually picks up the twin swords and smiles. "These two look pretty valuable." Cao Zixuan staggers to his feet, yelling, "What are you doing? Put them down, those are my swords." Su Bai casually swings the blades, saying, "You guys are definitely not going to apologize or compensate, so these 2 swords will be considered payment from Modu Martial Arts University." Cao Zixuan goes berserk, lunging at Su Bai. "That's going too far. You animal, I'll kill you." But Su Bai is a step ahead. He slightly dodges, jabs him in the back with the hilt, and asks, "You still think you have the strength for that?" Without mercy, Su Bai sends a brutal knee strike straight into Cao Zixuan's face, growling, truly arrogant. Taking the full hit, Cao Zixuan screams in agony, his body flying through the air like a broken kite before crashing hard onto the ground. Blood splatters everywhere. Even so, as his opponent stumbles up, Su Bai follows up with a powerful sweeping kick, coldly stating, "You dare bully someone from my Jiangzhou Martial Arts University." He finishes it with an explosive attack of blinding light that slams right into his opponent's chest. This is the punishment for your Modu University. The stadium absolutely erupts in shock. The crowd buzzes. Cao Zixuan had no chance against Su Bai. Su Bai is a monster. His speed, his power, his skills. Look at that combo. Not a single weakness. Someone gasps. Does anyone at Modu University even stand a chance of beating him? Someone else replies, I think only Hanzhan could face this monster, Su Bai. In the Jiangzhou area, the students cheer wildly. Let's see if Modu University dares to be so arrogant now. Su Bai did great. That's the price they pay for messing with Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. And just when you think it's over? Oh, trust me, it's just getting started. On the stage, Su Bai stands triumphantly over Cao Zixuan's battered, unconscious body as the female MC announces, this round, Jiangzhou Martial Arts University's Su Bai is the winner. Suddenly, Su Bai whips his head around, his sharp eyes glaring at the Wanlei Academy section. Why do you keep staring at me? You've been watching me like a hawk from the start. You think I won't do anything about it? In response to the provocation, Hanzhan just smirks confidently. Su Bai of Jiangzhou, I'll be waiting for you. Unbothered, Su Bai juggles the twin swords, turns his back, and laughs to himself. He looked so worried just now. Looks like these two swords are worth quite a bit. Suddenly, a hand reaches out to stop him with a sharp shout. Wait a minute. The principal of Modu University steps forward with a scowl, ordering, the match is over. Please return Cao Zixuan's weapons to Modu University. But Su Bai coolly retorts, the referee already said it. The arena is a battlefield, and weapons seized on the battlefield don't need to be returned. He smiles slyly, then offers a condition. But I, Su Bai, am not an unreasonable person. If Modu University apologizes to Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, apologizes to all the normal martial arts academies you've bullied, and also compensates for medical and emotional damages, I'll return them. The whole stadium roars in support of Su Bai, the crowd raising their fists and creating immense pressure. That's right, Modu University has gone too far. Apologize. Cornered, the Modu principal roars in fury. Apologize? Are you Jiangzhou people even worthy? Su Bai calmly mocks him. Isn't this the survival of the fittest philosophy that your Modu University always preaches? The old principal's face turns purple with rage. How outrageous! Su Bai just shrugs. I'm just treating you the same way you treat others. Hearing that epic comeback, the Jiangzhou students excitedly flip off the Modu team. Su Bai said it perfectly. Let's see how Modu University saves face now. That's right. Let's see them act so arrogant now. Humiliated in front of thousands, the Modu principal roars, exploding with a fierce green-colored aura. His heavy steps crack the ground as he yells, Today, I will teach this bastard brat a lesson. The principal of Modu University's rank Diamond Tier. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Principal Zhu yells in panic. Not good, Su Bai. Get out of there. Even the military academy's principal, also a Diamond Tier expert, leaps to his feet, stunned. Is he really going to attack a student? Ignoring all rules, the Modu principal unleashes a gigantic energy blast. The crowd is terrified. Is this the explosive power of a Diamond Tier warrior? It's too strong. But just before the attack hits Su Bai, Principal Zhu and the military principal dash out to block it in time. The collision of three Diamond Tier powers creates a blinding explosion of light that shakes the entire arena. Amidst the chaotic aura, the military principal sternly criticizes him. As the head of Modu University, a Diamond Tier expert, you're using your full power on a student. Have you no shame? The old man from Modu retorts frantically. This is Modu. Modu University has autonomy here. The military academy shouldn't interfere. At this, Principal Zhu also roars with immense power. If you dare harm a student from Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, I will fight you to the death. Just as the tension reaches its absolute peak, it's shattered by an overwhelming pressure. You and I just witnessed an escalation from a student brawl to a principal-level war, and a new power has just entered the game. A vortex of brilliant, multicolored energy suddenly descends from the sky, enveloping everything and gently dissolving all the previous attacks. From inside the vortex, a majestic, white-haired old man in pure black robes descends like a deity. The crowd falls into a stunned, reverent silence. It's Elder Xiao Yi, a Lord-level expert ranked 6th in the entire nation. Just as the tension hits its absolute peak, Elder Zhao stands there leaning on his staff, his face a mask of profound disappointment and authority. His voice booms across the arena. How many years has it been since I left this martial arena, and you've turned it into this utter mess, daring to attack a junior? He pauses, his glare sharpening. Do you have any face left to call yourself the principal of this arena? As the principal drops to his knees in silent shame, Elder Zhao turns to Su Bai with a kind, appraising look. Young man from Jiangzhou Martial Arena, I watched your match. Very impressive. Then, he turns to everyone else, his voice ringing with sincerity. On behalf of the martial arena, I apologize to all the warriors. The kneeling principal whimpers weakly, Elder, you're being too harsh. Ignoring the pathetic excuse, Elder Zhao holds his head high, his gaze firm. The motto of the martial arena is, only the strong survive, and only then can we protect our nation. A true expert should be like Lu Fan, wielding ultimate power, but using it to safeguard the country's peace. His voice softens with deep regret as he scans the ruined arena. For years, this arena has neglected its duty to nurture true powerhouses. A grave mistake. In this match, our loss to Jiangzhou Martial Arena is undeniable. Those two swords will be awarded to Su Bai. Hearing the fair judgment, the Jiangzhou principal hastily clasps his hands, flattering him. Elder Zhao, your magnanimity is truly admirable. This junior has learned a valuable lesson. Meanwhile, Elder Zhao simply flicks his sleeve and turns away, leaving the former principal stammering. Elder Zhao, me? The elder delivers a cold, final verdict. You are too hot-headed and impulsive. Go serve as an instructor. After that little sideshow drama, 3 radiant female commentators appear on the big screen. Their voices echo. Next up, the school will repair the arena, and the tournament finals will begin in 1 hour. Amazing. Let's go. Jiangzhou Martial Arena. Down in the stands, the crowd is buzzing. Jiangzhou is seriously impressive this year. This Su Bai might be the biggest dark horse of the whole tournament. The moment he steps off the rubble, Su Bai is met with a thunderous applause from his principal and teammates. Su Bai, incredible job. You brought glory to Jiangzhou Martial Arena. We're all so proud of you. Su Bai just scratches his head, waving his hands with an awkward smile. Don't praise me too much. My heart was about to leap out of my chest back there. The principal strokes his chin and bursts out laughing. Ha ha ha, even Elder Zhao had to show his face today. Jiangzhou Martial Arena is really making a name for itself. But the joy is short-lived as everyone's expression turns serious. The coach pushes up his glasses. Next, we have to face that Han Zan. His power is completely off the charts. The principal pats his student's shoulder. Su Bai, just get some rest. Just making it to the finals has already exceeded all our expectations. But instead of resting, Su Bai suddenly rubs his hands together, flashing an incredibly sly grin and winking at the principal. Principal, I don't need a break. I brought glory to our school today, right? So, is there any kind of reward for that? The whole team breaks into a cold sweat at his sheer nerve. The principal points at Su Bai, half laughing, half exasperated. You sly little brat, I have 2 high-grade silver beast cores here. My personal gift to you. Su Bai's face lights up as he happily accepts them with a chuckle. Thanks, principal. I'll do my best. A teammate standing next to him pouts and mutters. You really know how to take advantage of a situation. Just like that, an hour flies by. All right, buckle up, because this is where the real hype begins. The announcer stands on a high platform shouting. Ladies and gentlemen, the most anticipated final match of the 100 Schools tournament officially begins. The stadium erupts in a crazy roar of cheers. Han Zan! Han Zan! Jiangzhou will win! Han Zan! On the brand new stage, Han Zhan stands imposingly in purple armor, his massive halberd slammed into the ground. His eyes burn with fighting spirit as he stares down his opponent. Great Wall Military Academy versus Jiangzhou Martial Arena. Su Bai, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's settle this in one round, what do you say? Su Bai casually stretches. That's exactly what I was thinking. But deep down, it's a different story. A blue digital panel instantly appears before his eyes. Name, Han Zan. Race, human. Level, low rank silver. Age, 20. Physique, 316. Actual, unknown. Agility, 216. Actual, unknown. Extremely dangerous. A cold sweat breaks out on Su Bai's brow as he frowns and mutters. As expected, he's no pushover. Seeing his opponent just standing there, Han Zhan erupts with a brilliant purple energy, launching forward like a bolt of lightning. The halberd slices through the air. Why are you just standing there? Fight me like a real warrior. With the situation critical, Su Bai just smirks. In such a hurry? At the same time, a series of skills flare to life around him. Origin Power, Earth Gold Demon Shadow, Great Earth Wall. He swings his sword in response, his eyes blazing. Then I'll let you witness my true power. The battle explodes instantly. Han Zan swings his halberd wildly, unleashing a barrage of dazzling purple energy waves. Come on, Han Zhan, show me everything you've got! But strangely, Su Bai doesn't block a single hit. He transforms into a series of golden afterimages, weaving and dodging all over the place. As he dances around the deadly strikes, Su Bai wears a mischievous grin, taunting his opponent. So it's true, old Han. You were holding back when you fought Wang Yang, weren't you? I know what you're thinking. And yeah, the judges noticed it too. One of the male judges exclaims, Damn it. When Han Zhan fought Wang Yang before, he wasn't nearly this fast. He was actually hiding his true speed. A female judge rests her chin on her hand, her expression grim. I used to think speed was Hanzon's weakness, but it's crystal clear now. Hanzon has no weaknesses in speed, power, or defense. A judge lets out a soft sigh, delivering the final verdict. Among the current younger generation, Hanzon is an unstoppable force. Unless someone with a much higher cultivation realm crushes him, there's absolutely no chance of victory. It seems Jiangzhou will have to settle for runner-up. Su Bai is no match for Hanzon. Back on the stage, ignoring the commentary, Su Bai suddenly closes the distance, launching a punch straight down from above. "Take this!" Hanzon easily shrugs off the blow with his shoulder, replying coldly, "That's nowhere near enough." Blasted backward, Su Bai retreats. He frowns, watching as Hanzon spins his halberd, creating a shimmering purple wall of defense. A true veteran who has faced countless insectoids on the battlefield. He has absolutely no weak points, but then a cunning glint flashes in Su Bai's eyes as he slides across the ground in an extremely bizarre posture. Rushing straight into his opponent's blind spot, he shouts, "You can't dodge my next move, so taste my most vicious attack." Thwack! Everything seems to freeze. Hanzon's eyes bulge, his mouth opens in a silent, agonizing scream, his face contorting in pain. You and I are about to witness the moment the entire stadium went from dead silent to absolute chaos. One student clutches his stomach, roaring with laughter. "Damn, that was just dirty. That was a dirty move." But the fiery girl next to him blushes and cheers anyway. "Oh my god, so shameless." "But I love it," another guy says, totally impressed. "Su Bai, you're a legend. From now on, Su Bai is the only one I look up to." But someone scratches their head. "Hold on, isn't a low blow against the rules? The vice commander said this is a real battle. Winning is everything." As for Hanzon, reeling from that uniquely male pain, he stabs his halberd into the ground. A murderous aura explodes from him as he unleashes a sweeping attack. "You actually dared to use such a shameless move on me?" Su Bai just lightly hops to dodge with an innocent chuckle. "This is a battlefield, you know. Gotta strike when the enemy's down." Su Bai uses the momentum to launch himself high, smashing down another flaming punch. After that loving little follow-up, Su Bai flips in midair and sticks the landing perfectly. The impact is so intense it shatters the stone tiles at his feet. At this point, Hanzon's patience has completely run out. He takes a deep breath, his face hardening behind his visor, his voice dropping low and threatening. "Su Bai, I'm coming at you with everything I've got. Pay attention, because this is where Hanzon stops playing around." A storm of purple energy erupts around him. He raises his massive halberd, muscles bulging. "All right, I've gathered enough data on you." A colossal wave of destructive energy tears through the air, heading straight for Su Bai. Facing a finishing blow he can't dodge, Su Bai whips out his twin swords as his entire body ignites in flames, roaring to meet it head-on. "If I can't dodge it, then let's see who's tougher." Seeing that destructive wave, the judges in the stands leap to their feet, drenched in a cold sweat. What? Hanzon actually learned that move? That's General Han Mo's signature battle technique. I remember 3 years ago when the general used it just once. He instantly crushed thousands of beasts, and that included a diamond-tier enemy and 3 platinum-tier alien warriors. Facing a hurricane of purple energy slicing down on him, Su Bai grinds his teeth, throwing his arms up to block, yelling over the gale. "Old Han, you really are going all out." But even with his defense, the attack's sheer power blasts Su Bai into the air as he cries out, "Damn it!" On the other side, Hanzon stands tall and mighty in his purple armor, gripping his halberd and bellowing, "Su Bai, show me your real strength. I refuse to believe you're this weak." Seeing the arena completely covered in dust, the 2 judges are sweating buckets. They start whispering, "Is Su Bai finished?" With a hit that powerful, how could anyone possibly stop it? But as the dust settles, Su Bai is on one knee, a fearless, wicked grin spreading across his face. He casually pulls a brilliant red sword from his backpack. "Old Han, you're the one who forced my hand." Holding nothing back, Su Bai raises an item high. Flames explode from his hands as he roars with excitement. A blinding light flashes, and a giant, green, spiky turtle and a massive white tiger appear, growling behind him. Hanzon sees this and, instead of backing down, just grins, his fighting spirit soaring. "Excellent, Su Bai. You've finally decided to use your full power." Not making his opponent wait, Su Bai cloaks himself in a golden aura and leaps into the air with terrifying power. "Old Han, this is the end for you." The white tiger lunges with razor-sharp claws as Su Bai launches a lightning kick straight for Hanzon's face. Prepare to die. Trapped between 2 deadly attacks, Hanzon braces himself, raising his halberd to block the white tiger's massive strike, causing the purple and gold energies to detonate. But the pressure is just unimaginable. Under the force from the summoned beast, Hanzon's solid chest plate begins to crack all over. Thrown off balance, Hanzon gets pushed back, his boots carving deep trenches in the floor, just as the giant turtle swings its massive, sharp tail from behind. Su Bai's voice calls out to him. Old Han, don't force it. There's no shame in admitting you've lost. But Han John's eyes just get wilder. He grips his halberd tighter as purple energy crackles around his arms and legs. I didn't want to use this move, because I still can't completely control its power. But now, a colossal pillar of purple energy erupts from Han John, shooting straight into the sky. Su Bai is blown back by the sheer force of the wind. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Is this really just a gold level match? His eyes go wide in absolute shock. This guy is insane. A power level like this. Could it be? This is terrifying. At the same moment, a blue system window pops up, flashing red text. Warning. Extreme danger warning. Extreme danger warning. Standing at the center of the energy storm, Han John's blood-covered face twists into a crazed, confident smirk. Su Bai, this round, you are destined to lose. In the stands, the audience feels a chill run down their spine. They say anyone below gold tier is just an ant. Gold tier is the real line that separates the strong. This Han Zhan guy must be at the very peak of gold tier, right? Su Bai is only bronze. He can't possibly fight a gold tier. Power charged to its absolute limit, Han John's eyes blaze with purple lightning as he roars. You have absolutely no chance of surviving this final blow. Instantly, a massive beam of pure destruction blasts down right on top of Su Bai. His face drains of color, sweat pouring down as he panics. Damn it, there's no way I can block this. On the very edge of life and death, Su Bai screams for backup. Xiao Ba, save me. The giant turtle instantly charges forward, throwing up an ultra-dense green energy wall to intercept the beam. Inside the blinding pillar of energy, the beast silhouette appears, hazy and immense. It throws its head back and lets out a world-shaking roar, bearing the full force of a power that could crush space itself. The two energies can't coexist, and they collide in a terrifying explosion, blasting everything away and drowning the entire arena in a blinding light. But from inside the thick smoke, Su Bai and his white tiger suddenly tear through the air, completely unharmed. He points forward, his eyes sharp as he gives the order. Xiao Bai, go! He has to be exhausted now. The judges slam their desks and leap up yet again, their eyes about to pop out of their heads. What? What in the world was that? Spatial power? That's an ability only platinum tier users can even begin to touch. Is Su Bai really just a bronze tier? This must be from his origin synchronization, right? The bearded judge with glasses slams the table, his voice cracking. Impossible. Teleportation is a heaven tier skill, and somehow Su Bai modified it himself. He swallows hard, muttering in a daze. Could Su Bai's talent actually be on par with the great Lu Fan from back in the day? Meanwhile, in the stands, the shockwave sends everyone stumbling, trying to shield their faces from the gale. What is going on? Is this really the gold tier tournament? Are they trying to destroy the entire Meido arena? A massive cloud of smoke swallows the stage, hiding everything. The audience waits on the edge of their seats. Is it over? And when the wind dies down and the smoke clears, you and I see him. Su Bai, standing there casually, leaning against his majestic roaring white tiger, looking down at the defeated Han Zhan, unconscious under a giant claw. Su Bai sighs in relief, smirking as he says, "Old Han, you really are a monster." From the ground, a bruised Han Zhan manages a weak grin, whispering his surrender. This time, you won, Su Bai. And with that, you and I are about to watch the whole stadium absolutely lose its mind. In the brief silence before the eruption, the commentator's voice cuts through the air. The all-around champion of this year's tournament is the representative from Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. There he is, Su Bai on the stage. His face is scratched and bloody, but the corner of his mouth is curled into a proud, defiant smile. He weakly raises a hand to wave at the audience. Instantly, the Jiangzhou University section explodes like a volcano as his teammates leap up, roaring in celebration. Su Bai, the champion. Su Bai is on top of the world. At the center of it all, the fat principal collapses to the ground, sobbing like a child. Oh my god, I knew I wasn't wrong about you, Su Bai. The energy spreads through the massive stadium as tens of thousands of spectators jump to their feet, their applause and cheers thundering like a storm. Su Bai is the strongest of the new generation. Su Bai is champion. Damn it, Su Bai actually won. That's terrifying. Jiangzhou University, Su Bai, you are the champion. Even people watching on the big screens in the square outside can't hide their excitement. Their eyes are glued to Su Bai's image on the screen, buzzing with conversation. Damn, he's so cool. Su Bai is just too impressive. Jiangzhou Martial Arts University is the champion this year. In the crowd, the beautiful Lin Yanran clasps her hands together, her eyes shining with pure adoration. Brother Su Bai is amazing. He's number one. At the same time, in the Su family living room, his little sister Xiao Mei jumps onto the sofa in her sportswear, cheering wildly. Everybody look! My brother won! He's the national champion! Su Bai's parents hug each other on the couch. Back at the stadium, the moment Su Bai steps off the stage, a swarm of reporters with cameras and microphones rushes in, completely surrounding him as camera flashes go off non-stop. Mr. Su Bai, you've become the champion of the 100 School Tournament. How do you feel right now? Do you have anything to say to your opponent, Han Zhan? Just as Su Bai is dazed from exhaustion, the fat principal charges in like a god, spreading his arms wide to block the reporters. Everyone back off, back off. Su Bai desperately needs to rest. After breaking through the circle, the principal and a teammate quickly grab Su Bai by the arms, helping the limp champion walk away. The principal says worriedly, "Su Bai, you've used up way too much energy. You need to go back to the hotel and rest immediately. Leave everything here to me." The teammate beside him chimes in, "After this match, you're officially famous. The national champion. All the military rewards are yours now." At the mention of the word rewards, Su Bai's shut eyes suddenly snap open, his pupils glowing like dollar signs as he asks, "How much money?" The principal is taken aback. 60 million. No, it has to be at least 600 million. Su Bai struggles against them, roaring with sudden energy. "So much money? Let me go. The match isn't over yet. I want to fight 10 more Han Johns." Regardless of Su Bai's noisy edit, news of his victory spreads like wildfire. On a skyscraper housing the Modu Martial Arts University Hotel, a large screen plays the news. This is the Dragon Country military report. The 100-school tournament has officially concluded, and the biggest highlight is the all-around champion, Su Bai of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. The female anchor continues with a proud voice. The military has decided to award Su Bai the title of First-Class Merit and the Great Wall Medal of Honor. Along with a military reward of 60,000 contribution points, we hope other martial arts students will follow Su Bai's example and fight until the very end without backing down. Soon after, the new 100-school tournament rankings are released, creating an earthquake. Number 1. Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, with 50 billion in annual military funding. Number 2. The Great Wall Guards Military School, also with 50 billion. Number 3. Capital Martial Arts University, with 50 billion. A talent of both wisdom and courage, Liu Fan's successor is now drawing the world's attention. But it doesn't stop there. The news broadcast drops another bombshell. Official news. All Beast Tamers and ability users from martial arts universities across the country have applied for admission. Jiangzhou is expected to become a national-level Beast Tamer training base. There's even a chant spreading online celebrating Su Bai's victory. Down on the street, people are talking non-stop. Su Bai is the absolute best. He took down all the major martial arts schools by himself. A guy chimes in. "Yeah, but I heard he was seriously injured, almost died on the stage." A girl next to him asks worriedly, "Really? Where is he now?" So, while the public thinks our hero is on death's door, let me show you the hilarious reality. In a luxury hotel room, Su Bai stretches with a huge yawn, his rippling muscles completely unscratched. Yawn. Why did I sleep in so long? Just then, a female classmate walks in with a food tray, saying cheerfully, "Su Bai, you're awake?" "The principal told us not to wake you." Su Bai scratches his head, confused. "Oh, Manny, what are you doing here?" she replies. "The principal told me the car is waiting downstairs for us." Su Bai throws off the blanket to get out of bed. "All right, let me get ready and we'll head back to school." But suddenly a mischievous glint appears in his eyes. He stops. "But wait a minute." His friend looks confused. "Huh?" Su Bai points to the ceiling with a wicked grin. "Before we go back, I want to take Xiao Ba and Xiao Bai downstairs to the Modu University buffet and feast like kings." Modu Martial Arts University is about to cry for real this time. On the floor, his turtle Xiao Ba jumps up in agreement. After eating the rival school out of house and home, Su Bai returns to a grand welcome at Jiangzhou. The principal grins ear to ear, pointing at the massive school gate. "Su Bai, do you see the gate at Modu University? There's only cost 1.8 billion to build, but our funding this year is 50 billion. I'm going to build a gate even more magnificent than that." A top-tier school needs a top-tier atmosphere. During the honor ceremony at the school stadium, the principal's voice echoes over the speakers. "Students, I believe you've all heard the news. Our Jiangzhou Martial Arts University has won the championship. A historic achievement. Now, let's welcome our heroes home." Thunderous applause erupts as the principal gestures. Next, please welcome team captain Su Bai, who had the most outstanding performance in the tournament, to say a few words. Su Bai, in his competition uniform, steps up to the podium looking mature and powerful. He takes the microphone. "Through this tournament, what I want to tell everyone is that no legend is unbreakable. No matter how strong the opponent is, as long as we never give up, we will definitely defeat them." The whole campus roars with applause. Amazing. When the ceremony ends, the principal pulls Su Bai aside, rubbing his hands together. "Su Bai, thanks to your victory, the school's budget has been increased by the government. Do you have any suggestions for the school's development?" Su Bai crosses his arms, thinking, I think the core gap between us and the top schools is cultivation resources." A cunning, calculating look appears in Su Bai's eyes. "I propose we hire alchemists to refine medicinal liquids for the school. This way, we can fill the resource gap for the students." After hearing this, the principal slams his hand down. "Brilliant, an amazing idea. I hope we all work together to revitalize Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. You truly are our school's ideal role model." Back in the principal's office, he emotionally hands Su Bai a small box. "Su Bai, From the moment you won your first gold growth medal, I knew you were destined for greatness. Su Bai reaches out and takes it. He smiles bashfully. Principal, you're too kind. I was just doing my duty. But his smile vanishes in an instant. You still owe me 500 million, by the way. The principal flinches, his eyes bugging out. What? Wasn't it 50 million before? How did it suddenly become 500 million? Su Bai argues back, his voice rising. I earned this school 50 billion. Compared to that, what's a measly 500 million? The principal's face turns pale. You little brat, you've got some nerve demanding a sum like that. The most I can give you is 100 million. Seeing Su Bai looks unconvinced, the principal waves his hands and sweetens the deal. I'll transfer you an extra 10,000 military credit points. You can go to the logistics officer and exchange them for cultivation resources. Chew. Su Bai slams the table in outrage. What? Only 100 million? Do you take me for a beggar? I bled for this school. The principal grabs Su Bai by the collar and starts dragging him toward the door. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Thrown out into the hallway, Su Bai struggles and glares back. You ungrateful old man, you're just kicking me to the curb now that you're done with me. The principal's voice echoes from the closing door. Su Bai, you must be tired. Go get some rest. Bam! The door slams shut right in his face. He stands there, veins popping on his forehead, grinding his teeth and cursing under his breath. That hateful old geezer, so ruthless. But after a few seconds, Su Bai's optimistic side kicks back in. He smooths his hair, shoves his hands in his pockets, and walks off with a cool stride. A true gentleman can wait 15 years for revenge. Besides, 100 million is still pretty good. I'll take it. For now, that money is enough to upgrade Xiao Ba and Xiao Ba. The moment he gets back to his dorm, Su Bai finds a massive, noisy crowd of female students swarming the entrance. Everyone, is this Su Bai's dorm? We want to see Su Bai. The dorm manager, sweating bullets, blocks the door. No, you've got the wrong place. Su Bai isn't here. After escaping his rabid fans, Su Bai holes up safely in his room. He takes out 2 basins of food cultivation resources and pours them out for his 2 pet beasts. Go on, you two. Eat up. The tiger, Xiao Ba, shoves its entire face into the bowl, while the turtle, Xiao Ba, hugs its green bowl and starts slurping away. Su Bai lies on his bunk bed with his hands behind his head, smiling with satisfaction as he watches his 2 pets eat. You two did great in the last tournament. Keep it up, you hear? And here's where it gets wild. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts from the floor, flashing right in Su Bai's face. He jolts upright, eyes wide with astonishment. Huh, a level up? Right before his eyes, a series of brilliant blue system notifications pop up. The Earth System Mystic Turtle has been promoted to low-tier silver. Evolved into an Earth Spirit Turtle, 40% of bloodline activated, talent unlocked, force of nature, talent 1, tenfold defense, gather power from the earth to create a defensive stance, defense increased by 500%. Talent 2, Earth Spirit Embodiment, attack increased by 1 to 200%, defense increased by 2 to 300%. Talent 3, Gravity Field, activate an immense gravitational force, host can continuously absorb Earth system energy. Seeing those insane stats, Su Bai is absolutely ecstatic. He jumps off the bed in just his boxers, pointing at the turtle radiating a bright green aura. Holy crap, you went straight to silver tier right after eating? Looks like my money was well spent. Eat more, Xiao Ba, eat more. But it doesn't stop there. Across the room, the white tiger also begins to glow with a dazzling golden light. The system keeps delivering the good news. Golden White Tiger promoted to high tier bronze, 30% of bloodline activated. Watching Xiao Bai stretch and let out a soft roar, Su Bai puts his hands on his hips and laughs, completely satisfied. Ha ha ha, Xiao Bai leveled up too. This is awesome. He immediately runs over, stroking Xiao Bai's smooth fur while patting Xiao Ba's hard shell. He chuckles smugly. Haha, that Han Qian guy trained his ass off until he was 20 just to crawl his way to low-tier silver. All I have to do is raise you 2 gluttons and we just fly past him. But just as he's basking in his glory, the door is suddenly kicked open. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Another power-up? Nope. Get ready for a major plot twist. His friend Jia Kuang bursts into the room like a whirlwind, throwing his hands in the air and screaming with joy. Su Bai, you are my god! Su Bai jumps, startled, and raises his hands defensively. Huh? Jia Kuang, what's with all the panic? Jia Kuang lunges forward and hugs Su Bai's leg, ignoring his friend who's frozen on the spot. Su Bai breaks into a cold sweat, taking a step back to reason with him. Jia Kuang, calm down. Let's talk this out slowly. Don't get so worked up. Jia Kuang looks up. His eyes are shining brightly as he laughs. Su Bai, I've awakened my ability. I'm now a proud and powerful beast tamer just like you. Su Bai blinks, giving a bland one-word reply. Huh. Ignoring the indifferent attitude, Jia Kuang proudly holds up a normal, smooth-skinned turtle right in Su Bai's face. Su Bai, look! Su Bai sweats, his mouth twitching as he stares at the blinking turtle. Why are you raising a turtle too? Jia Kuang squats down, stroking the turtle's head while rambling on. My old man went crazy with joy when he found out I awakened as a beast tamer. He insisted on throwing down a ton of money to hire someone to catch a bronze-tier beast for me. Su Bai is completely bewildered. He points to the ordinary turtle, stating the obvious. So where's this supposed bronze-tier beast? Jia Kuang juts out his chin, proudly declaring his newfound philosophy. I don't want one. If you're going to raise a pet beast, it has to be a turtle. A beast tamer who doesn't raise a turtle isn't a good beast tamer. He winks knowingly. Su Bai, am I right or am I right? Su Bai is speechless, his face darkening. He raises a hand to his sweaty forehead and forces a smile, trying to explain things delicately. Jia Kuang, actually, what I wanted to tell you is, not every turtle can. But before he can finish, a brilliant blue system panel suddenly materializes right in front of him, bringing shocking news. And trust me, you and I are about to find out our MC isn't just strong, he's a kingmaker. Congratulations, host. You have activated a new talent. Supreme Authority. The host can use the Divine Beast's blood essence to help those with immense admiration and a strong desire to become beast tamers awaken their ability. At the same time, you can grant their pet beasts the divine bloodline, turning them into descendants of divine beasts. Su Bai is stunned, reading the information to himself. Whoa, Supreme Authority. Below is the individual who awakened as a beast tamer through the blood essence of the Earth System Mystic Turtle. His pet beast can awaken a maximum of 10% of the Mystic Turtle's bloodline. The host has absolute control over his power and his life. Su Bai swallows hard, internally freaking out. I can help other people awaken as beast tamers? And their pets will carry a divine bloodline? Holy crap! Does this mean Xiao Ba and Xiao Ba are about to have disciples and grand disciples? Seeing Su Bai just standing there dazed with a goofy smile, Jia Kuang waves a hand in his face. Su Bai snaps back to reality, grabbing Jia Kuang's shoulders with a complete 180 in his attitude. Nothing at all. Jia Kuang, actually, I think you were absolutely right. If you're going to raise a pet beast, it absolutely must be a turtle. A beast tamer without a turtle is no beast tamer at all. Now, quick, let me see your turtle. A few days later, the scene shifts to the main gate of the Jiangchao Arena, which is now completely packed with a massive sea of people signing up to enroll. The air is electric with pure fanaticism. Hey, you here to become a beast tamer too? A jacked-up guy asks, getting an obvious reply. Of course. Jiangzhou Martial Arts University is the top school in the nation now. Someone else chimes in. I'm signing up too. I want Su Bai as my master. Overwhelmed by the excited mob, a female instructor in charge of admissions raises her hands to calm them down. Students, please, calm down. Once you've chosen Jiangzhou Martial Arts University for your higher education, we will of course welcome you with open arms. Now, please summon your pet beasts. The moment she finishes, the muscular dude grins and empties his backpack onto the table. Come on out, my pet beast. A slick, yellow-shelled turtle flops onto the table. Before the instructor can even react, the crowd erupts in cheers. Whoa, your pet is a turtle too? The guy puffs his chest out proudly. Naturally! If you're coming to Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, how could you not raise a turtle? The scene leaves the instructor absolutely speechless. From handsome guys and hot girls to the super muscular, every single one of them is holding a turtle. She sighs internally. Is this a student recruitment event or a turtle convention? Helpless against this ridiculous situation, the teacher points right at the big muscular guy. Huo Guan, are you really a beast tamer ability user? Huo Guan lifts his smooth, shiny turtle and grins innocently. Of course, teacher, this is my pet. The teacher angrily calls him out. Your spiritual energy is 0. You're clearly a martial warrior with powerful blood ki. And this turtle of yours, isn't it just a wild, soft-shelled turtle you bought at the fish market? Without letting him argue, she pivots and points to another female student. And you over there, you're a lightning system ability user, aren't you? And you too. Despite being exposed, the crowd doesn't back down one bit, as a guy holding a rock turtle starts shouting, I don't care! I'm a beast tamer. I want to join the beast taming department. I want to be in the same class as Su Bai. Another guy slams the table aggressively. That's right. So what if I'm a lightning ability user? Who made the rule that we can't be beast tamers? I'm raising a thunder turtle right here. The delusional guy keeps yelling. Who knows, if I stay in the beast taming department long enough, maybe I can actually create a Thunder King turtle. The teacher screams in desperation. Nonsense! That's all complete nonsense. Just then, Su Bai casually strolls onto the school grounds with his backpack on. He stares blankly at the noisy crowd. Huh? Why is the school suddenly filled with turtles? Amid the deafening shouts of, I just want to be a beast tamer, and I want to join the department too, a busty female student holding a long-necked turtle suddenly turns around. Her eyes widen in shock as she yells, Su Bai! That shout is like a drop of water in a pan of boiling oil. Hundreds of eyes instantly lock onto the stunned young man. It's Su Bai. The real Su Bai is here. Su Bai freezes, breaking into a cold sweat and backing away. The scene immediately descends into chaos as the crowd swarms towards him like a broken beehive, screaming wildly. Su Bai, I'm your fan. You have to help me stay. Not being your classmate would be the regret of my entire life. Look at me, Su Bai. I have the potential to be a beast tamer. I've been raising turtles since I was a little kid. I'm really good at it. Don't be arrogant with me. Su Bai, watching your matches gave me a purpose in life. I believe I'll awaken my powers in the future. Su Bai is shoved around and starts running for his life, on the verge of tears. Where did all these people come from? Oh my god. With no other choice, Su Bai sprints at full speed towards the administration building, leaving a cloud of dust behind him while screaming desperately, "Principal, save me!" But while Jiangzhou Martial Arts University is in an uproar over crazed fans, pay attention, because the mood is about to get deadly serious at the frontline military headquarters. According to scout reports, the Myriad Races have detected our movements. They've dispatched 13 clans, including the Nether Meow clan, the 6-year Demon Wolf clan, and the Earthshaker Bear clan, to gather near the base. The specific situation is still unclear. General Xiang, sitting at the head of the table in a majestic fur cloak, stands up and places his hands on the table to deliver his judgment. The Myriad Races are making a bigger move. Whatever their goal is, we must strike first. I've given the order 3 warriors from this year's 100 Schools tournament will be sent to the Azure Watermarsh on a reconnaissance mission. Hearing this, a subordinate officer slams his hand on the table in alarm. What? The Azure Watermarsh? That's a forbidden zone. Moreover, you're sending students from the 100 Schools tournament? They haven't even graduated yet. Isn't that far too dangerous? Another officer turns to the commander. Sir, perhaps we should reconsider? General Xiang turns to look out the window, his voice sharp and resolute. As warriors of our race, these kids will have to face the Myriad Races on the battlefield sooner or later. I believe they can complete this mission, he continues, his powerful aura filling the room. Besides, as long as I'm holding the line here, none of the king-level experts from the Myriad Races will dare make a move. That makes this reconnaissance mission absolutely vital. Now, carry out the order. The officer has no choice but to comply. Yes, sir. Back at the principal's office at Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, the door is kicked open. Su Bai skids to a halt on the carpet. Panting and whining, he cries, "Principal, it's a disaster. Our school is about to become a turtle breeding farm, but this time is different." The principal is sitting formally, receiving guests on the sofa. And trust me, Su Bai just walked into a situation he was not expecting. The principal calls out in a deep voice, "Su Bai, you've arrived just in time." Su Bai finally notices the strangers in the room. The principal clears his throat and introduces them. "Su Bai, this is the head of the Cao family. He came here personally today to discuss reclaiming the Cao family's divine weapon from you." The middle-aged man takes a sip of tea, his demeanor incredibly arrogant. Glancing at the sofas packed with stern-looking men in suits, the principal adds something else. "The others here are all esteemed guests of the Cao family." Su Bai stands up straight, crossing his arms and raising an eyebrow with a defiant smirk. They want to take back Tao Zixuan's twin swords? Didn't the principal of Demonic Capital Martial Arts University say they were a gift for me? Before Su Bai can get too smug, 3 men in suits from the Cao family leap up from the sofa, pointing and yelling. How outrageous. Those 2 divine weapons have always belonged to our Cao family. The man on the end cranes his neck and threatens him. "You little brat, if it weren't for Elder Zhao's reputation, you think we'd be wasting our time negotiating with you?" Despite their rude attitude, Su Bai remains calm, his hands behind his back, a smirk playing on his lips. "Oh? You said you came here today with sincerity to buy the weapons back? But this is your attitude?" He glances around, thinking to himself, "Wow, these guys have some nerve, daring to cause a scene right here in Jiangzhou Martial Arts University." Just then, a loud smack shatters the noisy atmosphere. The principal's large hand slams down on his desk, his voice deep but full of power. "Gentlemen!" The portly principal slowly stands up, his imposing presence overwhelming the men from the Cao family. "This is Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, not your demonic capital. Whether Su Bai sells or not, and for what price, is entirely his decision." He turns to look at his favorite student. Nodding encouragingly, he says, "Su Bai, don't worry, just speak your mind." With the principal backing him up, Su Bai confidently plops down into a chair. The Cao family head, who had been silently sipping tea, finally speaks up. "Su Bai, just name your price. Let's watch a master negotiator at work, shall we?" Su Bai crosses his legs, cool as you like, and says, "You know, I've kind of grown fond of these 2 weapons lately." Seeing the stalemate, a beautiful woman from the Cao family switches tactics, trying a softer approach. "Young man, in the future, we will all face the Myriad Races on the battlefield. Increasing your own strength is the wise choice." She holds out her hands, her meaning clear. "Instead of clinging to useless scrap metal, wouldn't it be better to trade it for priceless cultivation resources? What do you think?" Hearing the word resources, Su Bai's eyes flicker. He gets up, stroking his chin as if deep in thought. You do have a point there." He draws out his words, making sure everyone is hanging on his every breath. If that's the case, then, a razor-sharp, cunning smile spreads across his face as he delivers the final blow. 10 billion. The man in the suit from before, his eyes bulging, screams like he's been stabbed. What? 10 billion? The entire Cao family erupts. He's insane. Forging a brand new pair of divine weapons wouldn't even cost that much. Despite the insults, Su Bai remains completely unfazed, calmly taking off his combat gloves. You're mistaken. In my hands, these two weapons aren't all that useful. He points right at them, but in Cao Zixuan's hands, they are his very life. Are you trying to tell me Cao Zixuan's life isn't worth 10 billion? And how long do you think it'll take to forge a new pair for him to use on the battlefield? Su Bai's ironclad logic makes the woman's face twist in fury. This is outrageous. This is blatant robbery. The bodyguards turn to the principal, practically whining. You see this kid's merchant mindset? So young, yet so cunning and manipulative. The principal just lets out a dry cough. Unable to stand it any longer, Cao Man sighs heavily, raises a single finger, and grits his teeth in compromise. Fine, 10 billion it is. Deal. The moment the words are spoken, Su Bai's entire demeanor flips 180 degrees. He rubs his hands together, smiling like a blooming flower, and bows obsequiously. Oh, now that's a move worthy of a great family patriarch. Cao Man stands up and adjusts his suit, giving a cold warning. The money will be transferred today. I expect you to return the divine weapons the second you get it. Su Bai sees them to the door, waving with incredible enthusiasm. Don't you worry. Cash for goods. No tricks here. You have my word of honor. Old Cao. Take care now. Safe travels. But the second the door clicks shut, the smile vanishes from Su Bai's face, replaced by pure seriousness. He turns to the principal. Principal, for the Cao family to be so desperate they'd spend a fortune to get those weapons back. Does this mean something huge is happening on the front lines? The principal nods grimly. You're very sharp. His face becomes incredibly tense as he walks to his desk. The military has officially issued the orders. All selected students and instructors must report to the Myriad Races frontline within the next 3 days. This time, I'm going into battle myself. And here is where the story just blows wide open. He turns back to Su Bai. Also, the military has given you and Qing Shu a special mission. Su Bai is shocked. Huh? Another special mission? The principal clenches his fist, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Su Bai, this battle will be humanity's first counterattack against the Myriad Races in over a century on this battlefield. We are no longer a principal, instructors, or students. We are warriors. We must have the courage to complete our missions without fear of death. Do you understand? Su Bai snaps to attention, his gaze resolute. At the same time, at the Capital Martial Arts University Stadium, the gray-haired principal holds the Great Wall summons order. His heroic voice booms from the speakers. We, the Capital Martial Arts University, are home to the most brilliant geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom. As humanity enters a war for survival, we will lead the charge. On the field below, tens of thousands of students in black uniforms stand in perfect square formations, roaring in unison. Fight for our mighty Dragon Kingdom. Fight for the eternal glory of the Yanhuang people. The scene shifts to the Magic Capital Martial Arts University, where the new principal delivers an impassioned speech. Whenever war breaks out, the people of Magic Capital will always rush to the front lines. If I have devoted my life to this country, why would I hope to return alive from the Jade Gate Pass? A sea of people roars, raising their fists to the bright sky. May our names be carved in eternal glory, a blessing to humanity, invincible in every battle. 3 days later, at the Great Wall Garrison Fortress, the sky is gray, dark clouds swirling, carrying the suffocating air of war. A commander's cold voice rings out. Hurry up, the great battle begins tomorrow. Double-check the thunder cannons again. Do not miss a single one. Soldiers rush along the colossal metal fortress walls, making sure they are fully charged with energy. No errors allowed. Stay vigilant of enemy movements. Do not let their scouts get within 50 miles of the Great Wall. If spotted, eliminate on sight. Standing on the wall, Su Bai and the principal gaze out at the wasteland ahead. A teammate nudges Su Bai, anxiously pointing. Principal, look at the other prestigious schools. Yeah, I know what you're probably thinking. They're all decked out in formal armor, while our Jiangchao University is just wearing school gym uniforms. How are we supposed to survive out here in this? He complains. Exactly. Why didn't we buy some armor? Jiangchao is rich now, isn't it? A few hundred sets would be? The principal strokes his mustache, sighing deeply. Normally, our Jiangchao University could indeed use money for military resources. But now, in wartime, we can only exchange war merits for equipment, my students. If you want armor, we have to kill the enemy and earn merits ourselves. He bows his head slightly, a bitter smile on his face. The problem is, our Jiangchao University has never accumulated a single war merit. Just as that harsh reality sinks in, an alarm siren shatters the tense silence. Red lights flash frantically. Enemy attack! All units to your battle stations. Great Wall Garrison, assemble. Prepare to engage the enemy. An officer runs to the Jiangchao group, shouting, No time for introductions. Listen up, all martial arts university instructors and students. The enemy has launched a surprise attack. You will assist the army in defending the Great Wall. No one is permitted to leave the city to fight without a direct order. The crowd roars as one. Understood. The scene is chaotic but perfectly disciplined. The voices of principals ring out from all directions. The enemy is attacking. All warriors of Magic Capital. To the wall to support the defense. Everyone from the capital, follow me to the wall. The Jiangqiao principal also unleashes a brilliant golden aura, sprinting to lead the charge. Everyone, with me, to the wall. While scrambling up the steep steel steps, a sweating student stammers out, "Principal, I'm a little nervous." The principal, panting, turns back to calm him down. "Don't be nervous. Our mission is to." However, as Su Bai and the principal's group finally reach the top of the Great Wall and look down, every single one of them froze solid. And the sight that greets them. "Trust me, you and I are not prepared for this." Su Bai's pupils shrink to pinpricks, while his friend beside him stammers incoherently. What? What is that?" The horrifying scene that appears before them leaves everyone on the wall utterly stunned. Below, stretching all the way to the horizon, is a churning sea of beasts, their savage roars tearing at the eardrums. "Ah!" A student screams, gripping the edge of the wall, his legs shaking uncontrollably. "Oh my God, what in the world is this?" Tens of thousands of grotesque evil beasts are charging forward like a bloody tsunami. A student gulps hard. "My God, with so many evil beasts, can we even kill them all?" Beside him, Su Bai breaks out in a cold sweat, muttering, "Tens of thousands of them. This place is basically a giant meat grinder." As the rookies panic, the principal claps his hands to rally them. "Everyone, calm down. The main force fighting the Myriad Races this time is the regular army. Our mission is just to cooperate and support the defense. Just take your time and get used to the battlefield." Hearing this, a mischievous glint flashes in Su Bai's eyes as he taps the principal's arm, whispering, "Sir, the order just now said no one is to attack proactively. So, does that order apply to pet beasts? Meaning, my pets can attack, right?" The principal jumps, staring at his cunning student. "Su Bai, this is a battlefield. Don't mess around." But get this, Su Bai just strokes his chin with a sly grin. With tens of thousands of evil beasts out there, it'd be a crime to waste this perfect level grinding opportunity. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions cut through Su Bai's thoughts. Dozens of tree trunk-sized beams of blue light shoot from the city wall straight into the sea of beasts. The principal yells into the wind, "Those are the magic thunder cannons. The power of these things is insane. Every flash of light leaves a deep crater in the ground, blowing hundreds of beasts to dust." Su Bai gasps in admiration. "Whoa, the power of the magic thunder cannons is terrifying." In the command tower, an officer with binoculars waves his hand and shouts, "Hurry up! Recharge! Prepare for the next volley!" But the beasts feel no fear, trampling over the bodies of their own kind, charging forward like moths to a flame. The principal points forward, his voice hoarse. "The evil beasts are here. Everyone, prepare for battle." At the same time, the commander's voice crackles over the radio. "Platinum-tier warriors, prepare to engage." Instantly, figures radiating colorful auras leap from the wall, hovering in midair like gods. Boom! A series of energy explosions erupts, the dazzling light engulfing the sky. Right after, the gold-tier warriors join the fray. "All units, protect the city wall." Down on the ground, the brutal hand-to-hand combat begins. Thousands of soldiers roar as they charge. "Kill!" The beasts answer with savage growls. The battlefield is a scene of absolute carnage. Brave soldiers tear demonic wolves apart with their bare hands and smash the skulls of giant bears. In the air above, mages cast spells, raining lightning and fireballs down on the beast horde. Flesh and blood fly everywhere, alongside the clash of weapons and echoing roars. Bare-chested warriors swing their axes, cleaving thorned wolves in two while dragons swoop down, incinerating the defensive lines with fire. Standing on the wall watching their comrades fall, a student beside him yells, "Principal, please let us join the fight. We want to fight alongside the garrison." Another one chimes in, "That's right, sir. It's frustrating just standing here. Let us go down." The principal glares, roaring, "Nonsense. This is a battlefield, not a place for your impulsive actions. Your duty is to stay here and provide support." Seeing the student's dissatisfaction, the principal lowers his voice. "The army gave this order to protect you. Throwing you onto the battlefield now would be a meaningless sacrifice. Wait until you become real soldiers, then you'll have plenty of chances to kill the enemy." Below, the bloody crucible rages on as a bolt of lightning fries a charging group of beasts. But suddenly, a strange silence falls over the magic thunder cannons. A female mage in red frowns, looking up at the watchtower. "What's wrong? Why did the magic thunder cannon stop firing?" The command tower is in chaos too. The commander yells at the communications officer. "Why are they still firing? The force of that blow seems off. Who the hell is shooting that cannon?" The soldier stammers, pointing outside. "Over. Over there, sir." As everyone follows his finger, a ridiculous scene unfolds. The giant turtle, Xiao Ba, is lying flat on the cannon platform, its mouth wide open. Inside its mouth, a crackling ball of blue electricity is gathering. And you're not going to believe this, Su Bai is standing behind it, cheering, "Haha, Xiao Ba, keep firing, you're doing great." The principal next to him clutches his chest, struggling to breathe. Oh my god. Su Bai, can a Beast Tamer really just do this? Su Bai couldn't care less, continuing to act as a spotter for his turtle. That's right, Xiao Ba aimed straight for that group of bronze-tier beasts and fire. Boom, a bright blue beam shoots from the turtle's mouth, blowing away a pack of roaring six-armed monsters. After the shot, Su Bai taps the turtle's shell, scolding it playfully. "Xiao Ba, you silly thing. Didn't you see those were silver-tier beasts? One shot won't kill them, so we won't get any credit. Focus on the bronze ones." Seeing his turtle shining, Su Bai turns to the white tiger lazing around and gives it a light kick. "Xiao Bai, get your head in the game. Don't be lazy. If you don't do your job properly, I'll let Xiao Ba eat all the beast cores." At the mention of food, the white tiger immediately jumps up, lets out a deafening roar, and unleashes golden lightning bolts onto the battlefield. The terrifying power from these two pet beasts makes even the soldiers on the ground look up. Boom! A massive explosion blows away a horde of monsters. Where did those two pet beasts come from? Their power is incredible. I heard they belong to a student from Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. What? A student who hasn't even graduated can tame such terrifying beasts? Despite the army's surprise, the fierce battle rages on. The soldiers continue to charge and cut through the enemy lines, screaming, "Kill!" The battle lasts for a long time. In the command tower, the officer gives the order to withdraw over the radio. "All platinum-tier warriors, you're in charge of pursuing the fleeing evil beasts. Gold-tier warriors, stay and clean up the remaining forces on the battlefield." After the gunfire finally stops, the principal on the wall wipes his sweat, laughing as he pats Su Bai's shoulder. "Su Bai, you really can think of anything." A friend next to him adds in awe, I'll say. "Hey, brother Su, how did your two pet beasts get so strong so fast? They look awesome." Su Bai smirks. "It's all thanks to the generous resource support from our beloved principal, of course." The principal's face stiffens as he points at Su Bai's nose and scolds, "You little brat, how come you don't mention extorting hundreds of millions from me?" Su Bai shamelessly scratches his head. "Sir, you saw how many merits I earned this time. Do you think I'll get any bonus resources from the army?" The principal chuckles and shakes his head. "You kid, you killed a lot of evil beasts this time. You should have earned a ton of merits." He glances down at the battlefield, a teasing tone in his voice. "But you see, all of us were stationed on the wall and didn't directly participate in the battle. In the command room, an officer holds a file and reports, 'Reporting, General, the battle results are compiled. We lost a total of 568 soldiers. All 200 Magic Thunder cannons have entered their cooldown and recharging phase. They will be operational again in 5 hours and 40 minutes. In this battle, our army eliminated over 125,000 evil beasts. The general is completely satisfied. The operation took only half an hour, a major victory. Very good. Pass down the order. The main force will rest and recover immediately. Tomorrow, we will face an even more brutal battle. Understood?" The officer flips to the next page, hesitating. "By the way, General, there is one more thing to report. The commander of the 35th Division reported that Su Bai, a student from Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, used his pet to replace a mana cannon, eliminating a massive number of enemies without ever leaving the city. And here's where things get wild. The commander is requesting combat merits for Su Bai." General Song Huanshan strokes his beard, amused. Using a pet as a mana cannon, you say? Interesting. Reward him based on his kill count. Give the kid exactly what he's earned." Back at the base plaza, students are fuming. "This is totally unfair. We can't join the battle, so how are we supposed to get any points?" "Yeah, if you were as strong as Su Bai, you'd do the same." Suddenly, one student points at the giant, newly updated electronic leaderboard, yelling, "Look, the rankings!" Individual rankings of martial arts universities. First place, from Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, Su Bai. Combat points, 43,500. Everyone else, 0. The crowd is absolutely stunned. What the hell? Su Bai's a student just like us. He couldn't leave the city either. How did he rack up that many points? He must have cheated. In the middle of the jealous mob, a familiar figure with fiery red hair shoves his way to the front. It's Cao Zixuan. He grinds his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Su Bai again. Why are you everywhere I go? My god, over 40,000 combat points. Okay, let that sink in for a second. That's worth over 400 million. Even a gold-tier warrior would struggle to earn that much. He clenches his fists, screaming internally, "Su Bai, I swear I will surpass you!" Just as he's fuming, a hand claps him on the shoulder. Su Bai pops up with a massive grin. "Well, if it isn't old Cao. Long time no see. By the way, how are those twin swords treating you? Getting the hang of them?" Cao Zixuan jumps and spins around, but Su Bai just keeps completely unbothered. "After all, the reason I scored so many points was thanks to the generous financial support from your family." "Ha ha ha! Choking on his anger, Cao Zixuan shoves his hand away. Get off me. Su Bai fakes concern, patting his shoulder. Hey, just let me know if you need anything. We're good buddies, right? Cao Zixuan glares. Who's your buddy? I, Cao Zixuan, would never be friends with someone like you. So forget it. Su Bai just laughs. Hold on, old Cao. Don't tell me you're having trouble using those blades again. Su Bai clasps his hands behind his back, looking like a wise master. I've been reading up on smithing lately. I've learned a thing or two about maintaining divine weapons, you know. How about I help you with yours? For a very reasonable fee, of course. Before he can finish, Cao Zixuan turns and storms away. Su Bai just waves after him, laughing. See you around, old Cao. The next morning, a colossal alarm bell rings out, its urgent, echoing tone signaling the start of a bloody day. Atop the city walls, the reserve troops are fully assembled. An officer runs to an imposing figure, bowing to report, Sir, the reserve forces of the city wall garrison are mobilized. Elder Zhao, the honorary headmaster of Madu Martial Arts University, hovers in midair, his powerful voice thundering across the walls. Yesterday, 100,000. Vile beasts attacked us that was merely a scouting party. Today, we face an even larger horde, but humanity has never been one to passively await its own death. Today is the day we counterattack. I order all of you, raise your blades. Inspired by his call to arms, every soldier below raises their weapon to the sky, joining in a deafening roar. Counterattack! Counterattack! Take up your swords and protect our home! Elder Zhao leads the charge, thrusting his arm forward. Charge! At his command, tens of thousands of soldiers pour out of the city gates like a tidal wave. And you and I are about to witness the chaos. In the distance, a black sea of monsters surges forward. Shouts of kill and guttural roars blend into a terrifying symphony of death. Watching from the wall, a student shakes the headmaster's shoulder. Sir, aren't we attacking this time? Are we just on gate duty again? Another complains. That's right, sir. We can't just keep hiding in our shells. The headmaster calmly strokes his beard. No need to panic. Orders are absolute. You will get your chance to fight. Right on cue, an officer on the command tower speaks into a radio. Spirit Corps. Begin unrestricted elemental bombardment. Immediately, a rainbow-colored storm of magic rains down on the beast horde. Lightning crashes from the sky in a spectacular display of destruction. Boom! A chain reaction of explosions rips across the earth, blasting thousands of monsters to pieces. The shockwaves are so powerful, they make the very sky tremble. Su Bai and his classmates on the wall can only stare, their mouths hanging wide open in awe. This is insane, Su Bai mutters. No wonder they call the Myriad Race battlefield a literal hell. No creature could survive an attack of that magnitude, but through the storm of spells, a panicked voice crackles over the radio. Careful! The enemy's Earthshaker bears are charging! A horde of giant armored bears with razor-sharp horns makes a mad dash for the defensive line. Heavy Armor Corps, a legion of soldiers carrying giant spiked shields, moves forward, forming a solid wall of steel. You must block the Earthshaker bear's first wave. Mission completion is mandatory. Crash! The crazed beasts slam into the shield wall, creating a deafening impact. Sparks fly and soldiers are thrown back, but the wall of shields holds firm. The grizzled commander roars, veins bulging on his neck. Heavy Armor Corps, hold these damn animals back. Far in the distance, atop a watchtower on the Myriad Race side, their leaders observe the battle. An armored red bear scoffs. Mere humans. How can they possibly stop my Earthshaker clan? A Naga-like demon beside him simply orders, shatter their defensive line. Back on the wall, Su Bai points in surprise. Huh? Why do the leaders of the Myriad Race look human? The headmaster explains. Platinum-tier experts among them possess the ability to shapeshift. Once they reach the Diamond Realm, they are practically indistinguishable from humans. If they don't reveal a flaw, you can almost never detect them. Su Bai is shocked by this revelation. As the battle grows fiercer, his friend asks impatiently, Sir, when will command give us our mission? The headmaster calmly replies, The battle is heating up. I believe our orders will arrive soon. Just as he finishes speaking, a communications officer runs over, holding a data pad. The final mission has arrived. All reserve team members, support the main force by rescuing the wounded and clearing the battlefield. All martial arts university members will be divided into small teams. He flips to the first page. Team 1. Su Bai, Hu Qingshu, Han Zhan. Captain, Su Bai. No mandatory mission. You can either assist with battlefield cleanup or proceed to the Misty Mountain Range to join the main force. The team captain can arrange things as they see fit. The officer continues reading. Team 2. Wang Yang, Cao Zixuan, Guang Jin. Captain, Wang Yang. Mission. Proceed to the Misty Mountain Range and assist the army with terrain scouting. Alright, listen up for team assignments. Team 3, Team 52, Bai Ning Bang, Wang Qing Qing, Luo Yonghao. Mission. Assist the garrison reserves in clearing the battlefield. After the list is read, the officer folds the document, shouting, All teams, assemble immediately and carry out your orders. The students just stare at each other, a wave of confused murmurs spreading. Cao Zixuan crosses his arms, frowning in annoyance. What the hell is going on? Why aren't teams from the same school? Exactly, almost everyone was split up. And what's the deal with Team 1? Su Bai, Han Zhan, and Hu Qingshu. Those three on the same squad? While everyone's still reeling from the shock, Han Zhan is already walking up to Su Bai. He grins, radiating pure battle lust. Su Bai, long time no see. When are we gonna have a real fight? Su Bai just waves him off. Old Han, let's talk about fighting later. What's our mission? Hu Qingshu steps forward, adjusting his glasses. They put the three of us on one team, and the mission is super vague. Something is definitely strange here. Han Zhan turns to Su Bai with a shrug. Su Bai, you're the team leader. If you don't know what's happening, how would I? Su Bai lets out a long, heavy sigh. Suddenly, a glint flashes in Su Bai's eyes, as if he's just realized something. He looks at his two new teammates, his expression turning serious. The military order says the captain can make arrangements at will. I think I'm starting to get it now. Hu Qingshu asks curiously, Get what? Su Bai just says, Follow me first. Su Bai leads the two of them to the principal and says loudly, Sir, we're heading out to complete our mission. The principal claps his favorite student on the shoulder, giving him some heartfelt advice. You brat, be careful out there. When it comes to a critical moment, your life is what's most important. Su Bai smiles confidently and nods. I know, sir. Then he turns and waves with a flourish. Old Han, old Hu, with me. And you're not going to believe this. Without warning, three figures shoot off the city wall like lightning bolts. Su Bai takes the lead, yelling over his shoulder, Old Han, old Hu, keep up! If you fall behind, I'm not waiting for you. Hu Qingshu, keeping pace, shouts back, Su Bai, what exactly is our mission? Instead of answering, Su Bai suddenly accelerates, taking off like a predator on the hunt. Han Zhan just bursts out laughing. Haha, looks like he's been cooped up for too long and just wants to let off some steam. But on Su Bai's backpack, Xiao Ba is sniffing the air, growling with excitement. Grrr, the smell of beast cores. Stepping off the Great Wall, the first thing they see is a battlefield littered with corpses. The bodies of soldiers and evil beasts are piled on top of each other, rivers of blood staining the ground. Su Bai stops, remarking, The ground is covered in bodies. This is truly brutal. Meanwhile, back at the assembly point, Wang Yang and Cao Zixuan are watching from a distance, shocked. Didn't Su Bai and the others wait for the teams from the other martial arts universities? He just charged straight into the Misty Mountains? He's way too reckless. Wang Yang crosses his arms, giving his own team an order. Get ready. Team 2, we're heading in too. Cao Zixuan nods. Got it. After their preparations are complete, Wang Yang leads his squad into the Misty Forest. Let's go. Our team's mission is to provide reconnaissance support. The Misty Mountains are still pretty dangerous, but as long as we stay away from the most hazardous areas, we should be fine. They start running, with Wang Yang urging them on. Brothers, pick up the pace. The sooner we get in, the more merits we can rack up. Back with Su Bai's team, the three are navigating through the dense fog. Su Bai looks around, commenting, Looks like the fog here won't clear anytime soon. Visibility is pretty limited. Hu Qingshu replies, Yeah, let's not get too far apart. They keep moving, and Hu Qingshu warns, The visibility here is too low, and the terrain is extremely complex. If a large human army passed through here, they'd be easily ambushed. Su Bai nods in agreement. Exactly. This kind of environment is much better suited for small squads. Suddenly, Han Zhan, who was in the lead, signals for them to stop and crouches down. Come check this out. The three gather around a bright red mushroom. Hu Qingshu explains, This is a blood cap mushroom, a grade 1 spirit herb and the main ingredient for blood chi powder. Judging by its age, it must be over 10 years old. At a materials shop, this could sell for over 100,000. And I know what you're thinking. Mission first? Not when there's cash on the ground. Su Bai's eyes light up. That expensive? What are we waiting for? Only a fool wouldn't pick it. Su Bai immediately gets to work, telling the other two, If you're in a hurry, go on ahead. I'm just gonna grab a few. Hu Qingshu is bewildered. Su Bai, we still have a mission. Ignoring the reminder, Su Bai has already summoned his two beast pets. Xiao Ba, Xiao Bai, come out and help me search. He quickly finds another patch of mushrooms, grinning with delight. Knew it, there's more! This place is full of natural treasures, I can't go back empty-handed. While picking, he suddenly startles and turns to his pets. Xiao Ba, Xiao Bai, what are you two eating? Aren't you afraid of being poisoned? Suddenly, Han Zhan stands up straight, his gaze sharp as a blade. Careful! There are several energy signatures ahead. Some evil beasts are heading our way. From within the mist, dark figures slowly emerge, their eyes glowing a fierce red. It's a massive, two-headed gold-tier lizard and 3 silver-tier ghost wolves. While Hu Qingshu is still on guard, Su Bai flashes a confident smile. Just a low-level gold tier? I can handle it myself. You guys go on ahead. Han Zhan and Hu Qingshu immediately protest. Han Zhan leaps forward, brandishing his halberd. Su Bai, don't you dare try to hog all the glory this time. Hu Qingshu also raises his fan. That's right, even if you're the captain, you can't take all the rewards. Let's go together. Su Bai is surprised. Huh? You two are actually on the same side for once? The three of them immediately charge into battle. The lizard roars, swinging its tail in a vicious attack. After a brief clash, Han Zan seems to be tiring. Su Bai flies in, delivering a devastating kick to the lizard's head. Old Han, take a breather. Give me 5 minutes. I'll take care of it. Han Zan is stunned. Whoa, Su Bai, it's only been a few days and you're already about to break through to mid-level silver? Hu Qingshu wasn't about to be outdone. He fans out his weapon, creating a freezing whirlwind. Su Bai, let's talk. Let's see who has the skill to take down these beasts first. Han Zhan cheers him on. Exactly. As the three are competing, an excited voice rings out from behind. Don't kill them all. Leave some for me. It's Su Bai, but he's been left behind by the other two. Han Zhan laughs heartily. Haha, Su Bai, your speed is a little slow. At the same time, in another area, Wang Yang's team is on the move. Cao Zixuan suddenly stops, listening. There's a battle ahead. These energy signatures are warriors and espers, plus a gold-tier evil beast. Wang Yang says, sounds like our people are in trouble. Let's go provide support. But when they arrive, the scene before them leaves the entire squad speechless. The mangled corpses of the lizard and the three wolves are scattered across the ground, drenched in blood. And let's just say you and I are about to see what an absolute monster our main character is. Wang Yang just mutters, Isn't this a bit too brutal? Su Bai is sitting on the lizard's corpse, dusting off his hands. Han Zhan and Hu Qingshu stand beside him, shaking their heads in exasperation. Hu Qingshu says, you're a real sly fox, only targeting the beast's weak points. Han Zhan adds, Su Bai, I have to admit, you are truly ruthless. Su Bai just laughs it off. Hee hee, you guys flatter me. He waves over his two pets. You two get to feast again. Hurry up and eat. Fill yourselves up, then get ready to work again. The two beasts roar with glee and dive in to devour the carcasses. Wang Yang's team watched from a distance, in total disbelief. Just 5 minutes ago, you and I both know they felt the energy of a massive beast horde. How did they get wiped out so fast? One teammate concludes, it makes sense. Those three are on a completely different level. Wang Yang walks up, giving Han Zhan a thumbs up. Old Han, you live up to your name as the Stronghold Army's strongest genius. Your power is just monstrous. Han Zhan rubs his temples, replying wearily, are you trying to make fun of me? Han Zhan points to a grinning Su Bai and sighs. Most of these beasts were killed by Su Bai and his pets. Hu Qingshu and I barely even got to do anything. Wang Yang and Gao Zixuan's heads whip around to stare at Su Bai. Gao Zixuan screams, what? He killed all of them by himself in 5 minutes? When Su Bai sees Gao Zixuan, he waves with a friendly smile. Oh, isn't it old Gao? Did you come looking for me to maintain your divine weapon? It's been a while, you know. Gao Zixuan's face flushes with anger as he roars. Su Bai, shut your mouth. Wang Yang quickly intervenes. All right, stop arguing. The mission comes first. Su Bai, you're the captain of Team 1. What's your next plan? Su Bai stands up, dusts himself off, and gazes deep into the misty mountain range. This is a great place. I was thinking we should push deeper into the misty mountains to kill even more beasts. Ignoring the other team's complete shock, Su Bai boasts righteously, we have to eliminate more beasts to secure a stable rear for our human army. Hearing that line, Han Zhan and Hu Qingshu just exchange a look, mentally calling him out on his real motives. Give me a break, they think. You just want to go collect more heavenly treasures, right? And you're only killing beasts for the battle merits. Noticing their stares, Su Bai just scratches his head and chuckles. All right, looks like we're all on the same page. Wang Yang steps forward to suggest, how about we operate together from now on? Su Bai crosses his arms, a smirk on his face as he states his conditions. I don't have a problem with that, but I have to warn you first. If we find any resources, it's finders keepers. There's no such thing as fair distribution here, got it? Wang Yang nods without hesitation. Of course, with the deal made, Su Bai instantly accelerates, shooting forward like an arrow. Then I'll take the lead. You guys better keep up. Wang Yang's team can only stare as the three figures zip away. Hu Qingshu yells out, Su Bai, slow down a bit. Han Zhan shouts right after, Old Su, don't you dare try to hog everything for yourself. Watching the three of them vanish into the mist, a member of Wang Yang's team asks blankly, what are they even talking about? I don't understand any of that. Wang Yang sighs and shakes his head. You'll understand soon enough. Stop dawdling, let's hurry and follow them. When Wang Yang's team finally catches up, they see the trio stopped in a clearing. Wang Yang is confused. Why did they stop? What's ahead? As they move closer, pay attention, because the scene before them leaves Wang Yang's entire team horrified. Is that? Why are there so many gold-level beasts all of a sudden? 2 at the initial stage, 1 at the intermediate, and there's even a high-grade gold-level beast. From the darkness of the jungle, a giant white-furred ape with blazing red eyes steps out, flanked by 3 smaller brown apes standing guard. Suddenly, a raspy voice rings out from behind a tree. A hooded figure with sharp fangs appears, speaking with pure contempt. What a bunch of useless trash. He steps out next to the white ape, radiating the aura of an intermediate gold-level threat. How dare you let these silver-level humans get this deep? Su Bai, Han Zhan, and Hu Qingshu's expressions instantly darken. Han Zhan is stunned. A humanoid beast. Is it a platinum-level master? Su Bai quickly shuts that down. No, it looks like they're from the earth-hiding Black Snake clan. One of the 3 royal clans, the strongest race under the command of the 9 netherworld-devouring python. Han Zhan grinds his teeth, analyzing the situation. Demonic beasts that can take human form at lower levels. Their combat power is far beyond others of the same rank. This guy is the most dangerous one here. The Black Snake Man flashes a savage grin, revealing sharp teeth as he gives the order, "Kill them all, don't let a single human escape." Instantly, dozens of beasts pour out from the shadows, surrounding both teams. Wang Yang panics. "Why are there so many beasts here?" Han Zhan shouts, realizing the gravity of their situation. "Wang Yang, you're the fastest. Go get reinforcements now." Wang Yang nods. "Got it." He turns to the other 2. "Su Bai, Han Zhan, try to hold on." A brilliant aura erupts around Wang Yang's body. It's the Earth-grade skill, Wind Spirit Possession. He turns into a whirlwind, launching himself at incredible speed. But the intermediate gold-level ape is already blocking his path. Wang Yang is thrown back, shouting in pure shock. How is that possible? You and I both know what he's thinking. It's even faster than him. It looks like there's no choice but to go all out. At the same time, the battle has already exploded into absolute chaos. Han Zhan roars, "I'll slaughter every single one of you animals." Hu Qingshu worries, can Su Bai really handle that Black Snake guy alone? On the other side, the Black Snake Man taunts, "Why don't you make a move?" Su Bai frowns, summoning his 2 pets. "Seems this guy isn't as easy as I thought." "Xiao Ba, Xiao Bai, it's time to get to work." The 2 pets roar, activating their skills, Xuanwu Shield and Xuanwu Gravity Field, along with Rending Claw and Indestructible Golden Armor. Seeing this, the Black Snake Man spreads his arms arrogantly. "You want to fight me? Fine, time for a little warm-up." Dozens of giant snakes erupt from the ground, hissing hideously. The fight between the pets and the snake swarm begins as Xiao Bai roars and tears right into them. Meanwhile, Han Zhan is struggling to hold off the white-furred ape. The strength of this high-grade gold-level beast is truly extraordinary. Wang Yang has already lured 3 of them away. I'm afraid he's in serious danger. A devastating punch sends Han Zhan's great halberd flying. He screams, "Old Su, hurry up, old Wang might be in trouble." On the other side, Su Bai finds his opening, grabbing the jaw of a giant white snake. "Got you." He uses all his strength to snap its jaw, while yelling, "Xiao Ba, Xiao Bai, end this fight, now." At his command, the 2 pets unleash a destructive joint attack. The Black Snake Man is sent flying, roaring, "You lowly human, how dare you speak with such arrogance?" He feels the massive energy surge from Xiao Ba. A beam of brilliant blue light shoots out, creating a terrifying explosion. When the dust settles, the snake swarm is obliterated. Su Bai stands there thinking to himself, if that were a normal gold-level beast, that attack would have been enough to finish it. Big mistake. From within the dust, a massive black cobra rises, hissing with fury. The giant snake speaks in a human voice. "You are strong. I never thought you'd force me to reveal my true form." Su Bai is shocked. Its head, it's even bigger than Xiao Ba. The snake lunges to attack, but Su Bai transforms into the golden-winged shadow to dodge. "Looks like you have a brain, figuring out you need to target me." He taunts it, "But your speed can't keep up with mine." Su Bai leaps onto Xiao Ba's back. "Xiao Ba, attack!" The beast roars and charges ahead. It curls into a spiked ball, spinning rapidly through the air. Xuanwu, impact! Bam! The devastating ramming attack makes the snake spit blood as it flies backward. Seizing the opportunity, Su Bai commands, "Xiao Bai, what are you waiting for? Attack and finish it quickly." And with that, you and I are watching his 2 pets team up to absolutely pummel the giant snake into the ground. Let's kick things off with a sight to behold. Hu Qingshu watches from a distance, completely amazed by Su Bai's 2 pet beasts. They've actually cornered a swan rank leader. We've been fighting for a while now. I wonder if Wang Yang is holding up. Su Bai flies up, delivering a final kick to the snake's head, saying, "Let's stop dragging this out. We have other missions to get to." With the giant cobra neutralized, lying motionless with spinning eyes, Su Bai yells at his white tiger, "Xiao Bai, get back now." Just as the turtle is about to stomp down from above, a stream of turquoise light descends from the sky, enveloping the snake's corpse, the Xuanwu Gravity Field. The entire ground shakes violently, rubble flying everywhere as the snake's body is crushed under immense pressure. When the effect ends, the snake has been reduced to a pile of sludge. Su Bai dusts off his hands, but suddenly, he remembers something, and his face pales. "Let's go. We need to save him." But before he can finish his sentence, a painful roar echoes out. The turtle, Xiao Ba, is entangled by the snake's bloating body, its purple scales glowing menacingly. From a distance, a violent purple energy explosion erupts. Han Zhan and Hu Qingshu scream in panic. "Su Bai!" A massive energy sphere detonates, blasting Su Bai backward. He manages to create a golden shield to protect himself, but is still stunned by the shockwave. Damn it, it had another trick up its sleeve. As the dust settles, Su Bai stares in horror as the snake's corpse slithers away at incredible speed. What? That monster is still not dead? Just as he's about to give chase, Hanjan lands beside him, stopping him. Su Bai, don't go after it. You've already crippled that Xuan rank beast. Saving old Wang is more important. Su Bai considers it and reluctantly agrees. All right, I'll spare it this time. He turns to his two teammates. Old Han, Qing Shu. Hold them off here. I'm going to save old Wang. Han Zhan swings his halberd, creating a whirlwind that sends the apes flying. Go quickly, we can handle things here. In another part of the forest, Wang Yang is panting for breath, his back against a fallen tree. He mutters, I still underestimated the speed of these gold rank beasts. And this is where it gets absolutely desperate. The apes aren't known for their speed, but their physical strength is astounding. Is this really how I'm going to die? Wang Yang's eyes turn sharp, filled with resolve. But even if I have to die, I'm taking at least one of you down with me, he roars, his spear erupting in brilliant flames. Heavenly Ice Spear! He charges, but the giant ape just swings its arm once, knocking the spear away and making Wang Yang scream in agony. Sent flying, Wang Yang stumbles while two other apes leap in, attacking him from both sides. A relentless barrage of punches rains down on Wang Yang's body, leaving him no room to defend. Blood spurts from his mouth as a final kick breaks his arm, sending his limp body flying. He slams hard against a tree trunk, then slides to the ground. Wang Yang coughs up a mouthful of blood, staggering to his feet in a cloud of dust. It looks like this is really the end for me. The giant ape approaches, pulling the spear from its own shoulder, and seeing this, he defiantly raises a hand. Come on, you beast. Wang Yang manages a weak smile. Killing me is easy. He lifts his head, his eyes burning with hatred. But one day, all of you will be slaughtered by my people. The ape raises the spear, preparing for the final blow. Wang Yang closes his eyes, thinking, Hanjan, Su Bai, looks like I'll never get the chance to compete with you two again. Suddenly, a piercing clash of metal rings out. The spear is instantly knocked from the ape's hand. Wang Yang opens his eyes, shocked to see Su Bai standing right in front of him. His hands are raised, two golden-green shields blocking the fatal attack. Su Bai turns his head, flashing a bright smile. Old Wang, how are you doing? Hang in there. Wang Yang weakly replies. Su Bai, did you come to collect my body? After saying that, Wang Yang collapses to the ground, unconscious. Su Bai panics and catches him. Old Wang, wake up, don't fall asleep, he pleads. Su Bai, avenge me. And right there, watching his teammate fall, you and I are about to witness some pure, unfiltered rage. You animals, he roars, his pets echoing him. I will tear you to shreds. Su Bai grips the spear tightly. He glares at the ape, which is staring in surprise at its now broken arm, and snarls. Still so arrogant with only one arm left? Su Bai's eyes glow red, his killing intent flooding the area. Die! Without a moment's hesitation, Su Bai channels all his fury into his arm, hurling the spear so hard it rips through the air. A sickening thud follows. The spear, imbued with terrifying power, pierces straight through the giant ape's chest, pinning its massive corpse to an ancient tree. Fresh blood gushes from the wound. Seeing the enemy crucified, the tiger Xiao Ba proudly walks forward, lifts its head high, and lets out a roar that shakes the entire forest. A clear declaration of victory. Ignoring his recent triumph, Su Bai rushes over and kneels beside Wang Yang's cold, still body. He shakes his comrade, tears welling in his eyes. Old Wang, I've avenged you. Now wake up. Just as despair consumes him, a bright ting sounds out, and a glowing blue system panel flashes before Su Bai's eyes. High-quality target detected with the potential to become a descendant of the White Tiger bloodline, currently in critical condition. Does the host wish to use White Tiger bloodline essence to extend his life? Turn him into a bloodline descendant? Yes or no? Su Bai jumps back, stunned. Huh? He quickly realizes this is his only hope. Su Bai grabs Wang Yang's shoulders, shouting, Old Wang, wake up! I found a way to save you! He leans close to his dying teammate's ear, his tone becoming dead serious. But the price is that from now on, you will lose your freedom and be bound to me forever. Do you agree? In his delirious state on the brink of death, Wang Yang lets out a faint, weak moan. Taking that as consent, Su Bai turns and commands his pet. Xiao Ba, give me 3 drops of your blood essence. Now, the white tiger obediently lets out a grunt. From Xiao Bai's chest, 3 drops of radiant red blood, emanating pure energy, slowly float towards Su Bai's outstretched hand. He carefully receives them, not forgetting to give another order. Xiao Ba, Xiao Bai, protect me. Su Bai clutches the 3 drops of blood essence. The moment he finishes speaking, he activates the system's power. Bloodline reconstruction. Boom, an orange-yellow flame of energy erupts, completely engulfing Wang Yang's body. The terrifying regenerative power tears through every single cell, causing Wang Yang to arch backward and scream in soul-shattering agony. After several incredibly tense seconds, the flames gradually die down. Wang Yang slowly opens his eyes, gasping for air. The fatal wounds all over his body have completely vanished. Su Bai wipes the sweat from his forehead and helps him up. Wang Yang stares at his own healed hands, his face still stained with blood, but his eyes filled with absolute shock. He stammers, looking at Su Bai, you, how in the world did you do that? Wang Yang exclaims. This kind of power to revive the dead is absolutely not something a mortal can possess. Not even a king-rank master could pull off something so heaven-defying. Seeing that old Wang is conscious, Su Bai stands up straight, crossing his arms in front of his chest, his gaze turning cold and authoritative. Old Wang, about saving you. Starting now, you are bound to me. As for my secret, you are absolutely forbidden from ever revealing it to anyone. And with that, the game has completely changed. In that very instant, a colossal shadow with blazing red eyes, like some demon god, materialized behind Wang Yang, radiating the suffocating pressure of a deadly oath. The vow forbids him from revealing any secrets about Su Bai. Anyone who breaks it will be punished by the heavens, their soul utterly annihilated. Under that terrifying pressure, Wang Yang swallows hard and nods grimly. But seeing the mood was a little too tense, Su Bai immediately flips a switch, revealing his inner money grubber. Stroking his chin, he starts calculating. Old Wang, saving your life took quite a bit of effort, you know? Your life is worth way more than Gao Zixuan's twin swords. So the fee for this rescue? It's definitely not going to be cheap. Wang Yang, having just gotten his life back, just stares, completely bewildered. Just as Su Bai was about to name his ridiculously high price, the ground beneath them begins to tremble violently. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Stones on the ground crack apart. Sensing danger, Su Bai yanks Wang Yang back, on high alert. The earth splits open as Wang Yang screams in terror. What in the world is that? From the fissures, dozens of giant snakes with ghastly red eyes burst forth, surrounding them completely. Su Bai grits his teeth and curses. Damn it, another damn batch of snakes. I knew it. I never should have let that Xuan snake get away. Before the snakes can even strike, Su Bai gives the order. Xiao Ba, clean up this disgusting mess. The white tiger roars, leaping into the fray with razor-sharp claws. But then, something bizarre happens. The snakes torn apart by its claws don't bleed. They just melt into puddles of thick mud. Su Bai frowns in confusion. Not a physical entity? What the hell is going on here? And it doesn't stop there. From those pools of mud, even more snakes rise up, greater in number than before. Su Bai takes a step back. Okay, let's process this. The more they kill, the more these things multiply. Just as the circle is about to close, two figures drop from the sky. Han Zhan swings his great halberd while Hu Qingshu fans out a whirlwind, blasting the snakes away. Su Bai, we're here! Han Zhan turns and asks, Old Wang, are you okay? Wang Yang struggles up, replying, I'm fine. Su Bai just complains, what took you two so long? Hu Qingshu adjusts her glasses, observing the battlefield with a sharp eye. Su Bai, these snakes are endless. Someone is definitely manipulating them from a distance. We have to find out who. Hearing this, Su Bai doesn't hesitate. Old Wang, let me borrow your spear for a second. He grabs the weapon, his eyes glowing with power as he scans the entire forest. Su Bai's gaze locks onto a tall, dark figure hiding behind a massive ancient tree. He points directly at it. It's over there. Boom. A blinding beam of blue energy from his spirit pet shoots through the horde, slamming into the tree. An arrogant voice echoes from the shadows. Just a bunch of insects, daring to challenge someone from my Ju Yu clan? The shadow steps out from its hiding place. It's the same young man who transformed from the Xuan snake earlier. Hu Qingshu frowns, taking a cautious step back. He had just beaten the man back into his true form, yet in such a short time, he's already recovered his human shape. This guy is not to be underestimated. Just when everyone thought the enemy was dealt with, a cold laugh echoes through the mist. The swan snake appears, completely unharmed, holding a battered figure by the neck. He scoffs. That was just my clone. You think you can kill me that easily? Keep dreaming. But as they look closer at what he's holding, Wang Yang's pupils shrink in horror. It's Zheng Lei. Ah! You bastard! I'll kill you! Seeing his teammate lose control, Han Zhan, who's currently got a small snake in a headlock, quickly warns him. He's gotten way stronger than before. Everyone, be careful! But Wang Yang, blinded by rage, his eyes bloodshot, screams, Su Bai, kill him! Kill him for me! I don't care what it costs! Han Zhan and Hu Qingshu don't back down, immediately launching a pincer attack. Hu Qingshu whips her fan, creating a gale. Lao Han, Lao Hu, handle the small fry. This big boss is all mine. Han Zhan roars, charging forward with his halberd. The Xuan snake just sneers. His entire body erupts in a blinding green aura like an evil deity, lightning crackling around him. You lowly insects sure can talk big, can't you? Not letting his enemy have the last word, Su Bai bulks up, his muscles blazing with a golden fire as he points right at his opponent. Open your eyes and watch me peel your skin off for snake soup. He roars, activating a whole chain of defensive and offensive buffs: Earth Spirit Possession, Great Earth Wall, Spirit of Gold, Berserk Golden Skill. Overflowing with overwhelming power, Su Bai turns into a golden comet, smashing head-on into the Xuan snake. Countless streams of gold and green power collide. Boom! A hurricane of energy explodes, wiping out everything at the epicenter. And yet, from within the dust cloud, the swan snake stands completely unfazed, calmly brushing off his sleeve. Ha ha ha! As expected, you actually have some skill. He smirks, his killing intent flaring as he calls out, "Insect, come out here!" Suddenly, with a whistle of air, a fist wrapped in energy smashes straight down. "Your grandpa is right here!" Su Bai's punch sends the demon flying, slamming him headfirst into the ground. It carves a massive trench in the earth. Seeing this, Su Bai pants, gritting his teeth. This guy, he's so much stronger now. Realizing a simple brawl won't cut it, Su Bai leaps back, shouting for his two spirit pets. "Xiao Ba, 7-star soul-locking array." Instantly, a massive hexagonal formation ignites beneath a phantom galaxy, connecting the power of all three of them. Su Bai's eyes are as sharp as knives as he focuses all of his power. The 7-star soul-locking array is the ultimate technique he can unleash. He raises his brilliantly glowing hands and aims them at his enemy, Die. Two colossal energy lasers scream towards the Xuan snake, but the demon just casually turns, creating a ribbon of green energy that effortlessly deflects both beams. He laughs softly. "I'll admit, that move of yours is pretty creative. Too bad your power is still far too weak." He immediately transforms into a monstrous 3-headed hydra. Su Bai's attack explodes harmlessly against his defensive shield. At that exact moment, dozens of snakes erupt from the ground, speeding towards Su Bai. A teammate screams, "Su Bai, watch out! More snakes are coming right for you!" The 3-headed hydra roars ferociously, its blood-red eyes radiating a heavenly killing intent, signaling a devastating technique, the Earth Snakehead Strike. Dozens of colorful energy snakes surge from the ground, their massive jaws wide open as they converge on Su Bai's position, creating a destructive energy blast that annihilates everything. Outside the encirclement, Gao Zixuan's eyes widen in terror, his face pale as a ghost. He stammers, unable to form words. Such terrifying power. No, it's impossible. A guy like Su Bai can't be defeated. In a panic, he screams his lungs out towards the center of the blast. "Su Bai, dead or alive, at least answer me." And this is where it gets crazy in the heart of that chaotic storm of energy. Su Bai is still gritting his teeth, holding on. Too strong. At the same time, his pets, Xiao Ba and Xiao Ba, are enduring bleeding wounds, roaring in agony, but absolutely refusing to back down. On the brink of death, a dazzling light flashes in Su Bai's eyes. It seems he's just had an epiphany. Refusing to submit to despair, Su Bai lets out a defiant roar at the heavens. A pillar of fire blasts into the sky, tearing the night apart. And you have to see this, the 9 Nether Clan member just stares, completely shocked. "How dare you try breaking through in front of me?" Feeling insulted, he furiously waves his hand, sending thousands of green snakes surging forward like a tsunami. "You are courting death." The giant 3-headed snake opens its maw, pulling all surrounding energy into a blinding ball of light, a raw concentration of power. A destructive beam of green energy erupts from the snake's mouth, slamming straight into the earth. The impact creates a terrifying shockwave, leveling everything in its path. Under the immense pressure, Han Zhan plants his halberd, sweating buckets as he grits his teeth. "Damn it, that attack is too strong. Old Su is in danger. I have to save him." Nearby, Hu Qingshu is also huddled over, desperately protecting herself. She replies in despair, "But I can't even move. I can't resist it." Just as all hope seems lost, Wang Yang suddenly shields his eyes, staring at the blast center and shouting, "Look, what is that?" Hu Qingshu squints, trying to see, and murmurs. Even the 3-headed monster snake hovering above freezes, sensing something is wrong, and it screams, "What is this energy?" From the rubble, 3 brilliant pillars of light, orange, yellow, and blue pierce the darkness, scattering all impurities. The 9 Nether Clan member screams in shock, "What?" Below, a new power awakens, using the White Tiger as its blade. Then, grand phantoms of the White Tiger and Black Tortoise appear, weaving together to shield their master. Stepping out from that brilliant halo, Su Bai's eyes are now a piercing golden hue, his entire body radiating an overwhelming killing intent. He speaks just one word, but it carries the power of death itself. Kill. Donning the sacred beast armor, Su Bai floats majestically in the air, his voice booming, "Despicable mortals. There will be no mercy." Witnessing this earth-shattering scene, Wang Yang and Han Zhan exclaim in awe, "Heaven and earth converge. The spirit is eternal, a divine weapon born from creation's roots, a convergence of origin." Hu Qingshu's eyes gleam with excitement. "Is this the legendary sacred beast armor?" Wang Yang clenches his fist, confirming, "Yes. And trust me, this is what Lord Luo Fan used to face countless powerful enemies and single-handedly defeat 2 king-level forces, the sacred beast armor." Even the dying serpent screams in terror. Such a powerful celestial phenomenon. Could this be? The legendary Sacred Beast armor, the ultimate technique. At that moment, a notification pops up. Congratulations, host, for awakening the Sacred Beast armament. Su Bai, age 18. Occupation, mid-tier silver pet tamer. Currently in an enhanced state with stats rising, Constitution 5942, base 430, from the Earth Spirit Turtle 3000, 435, and from the Winged Golden White Tiger 2077. Agility 5906, base 420, from the Earth Spirit Turtle 1800 and the Winged Golden White Tiger 3000, 686. Spirit 4000, base 800, from the Earth Spirit Turtle 1600 and the Winged Golden White Tiger 1600. This talent awakens 80% of the system's power early, boosting attributes and tripling abilities, but it rapidly consumes life force and spirit. Only 3 minutes remain before he enters a weakened state. Su Bai looks down into his enemy's eyes, his voice ice cold. Are you ready to die? The serpent roars in desperation, impossible, and unleashes a destructive green energy beam, but the attack is easily neutralized. Su Bai unleashes an earth-shattering sword strike that pierces right through the enemy's defense. The serpent screams in horror. How can this be? Before completely disintegrating, the three-headed snake roars its final, hate-filled words. 9 Nether King, please avenge your servant. A brilliant streak of light has carved through the land, leaving a deep chasm stretching to the horizon. Meanwhile, far away at the Great Wall Fortress, a dignified man stands on the wall, gazing into the distance and murmuring, "That kid. He's growing up fast." He frowns, clearly displeased. The mighty 9 Nether King, stooping to attack a mere boy. Now pay attention, because we're about to see what a real powerhouse looks like. The man swings his flaming longsword, roaring in anger. Did you really think I was dead? A brilliant golden slash tears through space, flying towards the distant horizon. Somewhere among the clouds, the golden slash clashes violently with a dark purple energy. A massive dark figure appears, its voice full of mockery. Ni Jing, don't be so arrogant. Your time is running out. Once you're dead, the human clan will have no king-level expert left to protect them and will surely be annihilated. Ni Jing just laughs loudly in response. I'm still waiting for that day to come. Ha ha ha! Back on the battlefield, Su Bai's power fades as he stumbles and crashes to the ground. Everyone rushes over, asking worriedly, Old Su, are you okay? Su Bai, you've amazed us once again. Hu Qingshu applauds and laughs. What a beautiful victory. We took down an earthly hidden serpent, a high-grade gold demon, a mid-grade one, 2 low-grade ones, and over 80 silver demons. I can't believe we did it. Wang Yang puffs out his chest, beaming. Haha, that's right. So damn cool. I can brag about this for a whole year. Han Zhan sighs, his expression more serious. However, this battle was truly dangerous. If Su Bai hadn't used the Sacred Beast armor, we would have been completely wiped out. A pity about Zheng Lexiao. Su Bai struggles to his feet, warning. The smell of blood might attract other beasts. We shouldn't stay long. Just as he finishes, a cold voice echoes from above. None of you are allowed to leave. A dark figure plummets like a meteor, launching a jade green energy attack at them. Everyone panics. Everyone, be careful. It's a lord-level enemy or stronger. The energy forms a giant snakehead, roaring, Die! Su Bai grits his teeth, raising his hand to block in desperation. In that perilous moment, he barely blinks before a man in a white lab coat suddenly appears, easily dispelling the attack. The team breathes a sigh of relief. Thank you, Lord Hu Huanshan, for saving us. This savior is none other than Hu Huanshan, a lord-level powerhouse. He faces the enemy. The foe, a lord-level master named Long Hao, hovers in the air and scoffs. Hu Huanshan, it's useless. Today, I'm taking the one who awakened the Sacred Beast. He glares at Su Bai, growling. My clan will never allow a second Luo fan to exist. Hu Huanshan stands before the team, retorting sharply, In your dreams. Immediately, Long Hao materializes an energy sword in his hand, his killing intent exploding. Then let's see how you're going to protect him. Long Hao wastes no more words, roaring as he unleashes his ultimate technique, Myriad Snake Domain. Instantly, rows of giant energy snakes erupt from the ground, slithering towards them. Stick with me here, because this is wild. The team screams in horror. Damn it, where did all these snakes come from? We're talking primary gold rank demons, maybe even some at the platinum level. After this, just a quick rant from the author. The scene shifts to a peaceful city as the author's message appears. The May 5th Labor Day holiday is coming up, so I hope everyone has a relaxing break. Soak in the scent of flowers and enjoy the holiday. Amidst this scenery, a beautiful red-haired girl waves goodbye to Su Bai, saying, I'm heading home now. I'll miss you so much. Su Bai just awkwardly replies, Yeah. Right after, a bunch of side characters in Su Bai's uniform call out to each other, Let's go hang out. We can't help you. You've got to finish your work. Su Bai is left standing there. Yeah, wait, what? His face darkens with pure resentment as he screams internally. Why does everyone else get a day off while I'm still stuck drawing? This is so unfair. I want a holiday too. Then reality snaps back. Seeing Hu Huanshan look away, an enraged Long Hao demands, "Where are you looking?" The very next second, he furiously redirects the energy sword materializing in his hand straight towards his opponent, Hu Huanshan. "Take this!" He swings the blade down. Hu Huanshan calmly faces the massive pillar of energy hurtling towards him. Below, remnants of the Myriad Serpent domain keep swarming as Su Bai shouts, "The snakes are coming for us! Prepare for battle!" At that same moment, as the sword strike descends, Hu Huanshan clasps his hands, a confident smile spreading across his face. Time for a little warm-up, and watch this. He throws his arms wide as a brilliant golden aura explodes behind him, forming a massive, glowing phoenix tree under the phantom moonlight, completely shattering Long Hao's attack, the moonlit phoenix tree. The whole team is stunned by the magnificent sight. Su Bai exclaims in awe, "Incredible! That's Lord Hu's ultimate technique, the moonlit phoenix tree." Long Hao's eyes go wide. "You've actually comprehended the power of a rule?" He feels his own life force being eroded by the golden leaves, realizing in a panic, "This faint power of the rule is draining my vitality, and there's no way to defend against it." Knowing he's outmatched, Long Hao slashes open a spatial rift, roaring as he makes his escape. "Hu Huanshan, I am not your match today. You can protect that brat for now, but not forever." He points a finger at Su Bai, his voice dripping with venom. "The Myriad Races will definitely kill him. The moment he sets foot outside the Great Wall, my clan will send its experts to annihilate him." Hu Huanshan just waves his hand, and the golden phoenix tree unleashes a wave of azure energy, wiping out what's left of the Myriad Serpent domain. He coldly shouts, "Get lost!" Watching this, the team is still in absolute shock. He murmurs, "So strong. Is this a battle between peak-level masters?" Su Bai watches intently, his eyes burning. Every single move seems to hold the power of heaven and earth. Limitless power. When will I ever be that strong? Hu Huanshan turns back, his tone gentle but firm. "Remember, no matter how strong one person is, there will always be opponents you cannot overcome. The only person you truly need to surpass is yourself." Su Bai replies respectfully, "I will remember that." "All right, little ones," Hu Huanshan says, "we should head back." He then conjures a massive teleportation circle right at the team's feet. A brilliant golden light flashes, and the group vanishes, reappearing in a modern city. Su Bai and his team are floored. "Damn, that was fast. A true master can activate a teleportation array with their own power. I wish I had that kind of strength." Suddenly, a man wearing a fur cloak and radiating a kingly aura appears right in front of them. He looks at Su Bai and nods in approval. "Su Bai, well done. Congratulations on awakening the sacred beast armament." Su Bai just stares, bewildered. And you are?" The man doesn't answer, instead turning to Hu Huanshan. "Huanshan, bring Su Bai." Su Bai looks around, utterly confused. "Huh? He's gone already?" Su Bai asks curiously, "Senior Huanshan, who was that just now?" Hu Huanshan looks at him and smiles. "You didn't recognize him?" He explains with pride. "That was the hero of our human race, a king-tier master, Lord Ni Qing." Su Bai's jaw drops. "What? That was Lord Ni Qing?" Hu Huanshan nods. "Let's go, we can talk on the way." As they walk, Hu Huanshan explains that Lord Ni Qing and Lord Luofan were from the same era. Back then, spiritual energy had just begun to recover, and martial arts were reawakening. At 20 years old, Lord Ni Qing witnessed humanity's defeat on the battlefield of the Myriad Races and boldly proposed serving the nation through martial arts. However, everyone ridiculed him for it. Su Bai asks, "Oh, why is that?" At the time, the common belief was that only technology could save humanity. The idea of relying on martial arts to fight the Myriad Races was considered a fantasy. The only one who listened to Lord Ni Qing's words was Lord Luofan, who became his closest friend. Together, they made a great vow, dedicating their entire lives to the rise of martial arts and the prosperity of the human race. Su Bai can't help but sigh in admiration. That's incredible. As they enter a large room, a woman's voice calls out, "Everyone, look! It's Lord Luofan's disciple, Su Bai, the one who awakened the sacred beast armament." Another person adds, "If Lord Luofan hadn't fallen back then, our race wouldn't have been struggling against the Myriad Races for so long." The woman concludes, "Exactly." With Su Bai here, the human race finally has a glimmer of hope in this war. Hearing the chatter, one woman turns to her colleague and smiles. "It's fine if our generation has to struggle a bit, but if Su Bai can grow strong, the next generation will surely benefit." She glances at Su Bai and asks, "Feeling a lot of pressure?" Hu Huanshan, walking beside him, gently places a hand on his shoulder. "You're not at the stage where you need to carry the nation just yet. For now, just focus on getting stronger." Su Bai nods firmly. "Yes, I understand, Senior Huanshan." The heavy doors to the meeting room swing open. Hu Huanshan leads him inside and announces, "I've brought Su Bai." Su Bai looks around the room, filled with powerful figures, and can't help but gulp. He mutters, Damn, these are all heavy hitters. I'm getting a little nervous. Wait a second. Isn't that Yan Yan's father, Lin Zhenan? Su Bai is bewildered. Why is he here too? That's Lin Zhenan, the Lin Tiger, the strongest master at the Diamond Realm. An official stands up. All right, since everyone's here, let's get straight to the point. Ni Qing speaks, his voice full of authority. Su Bai's awakening of the sacred beast armament sent massive shockwaves through the Myriad Races. They even sent a Lord-class expert to assassinate him. Everyone, please share your thoughts. An elegant man with platinum hair speaks up. After 100 years, Lord Luofan's sacred beast armament has finally returned. And you and I both know that if Su Bai can mature, he will absolutely lead humanity to glory. We must protect him at all costs. The entire room roars in unison. Agreed. All right, let's jump right into the high command meeting that will decide our hero's fate. One official excitedly suggests giving Su Bai top-tier mentors and unlimited resources to push him to Lord level or even King level status. Right now, Su Bai's life is worth more than all of ours combined, another agrees, nodding grimly. We have to protect him at all costs. We can't let the other races have any chance to assassinate him. Hearing this, Su Bai is absolutely beaming, grinning like a kid who just got candy. Wow, everyone here is so nice. Ni Qing then asks, does anyone else have a different opinion? Lin Zhenan, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly speaks up, his voice deep and powerful. In my opinion, Su Bai should continue training on the 10,000 races battlefield. A true expert's strength comes from constantly pushing their limits in life or death battles. He looks directly at everyone, his gaze sharp. That is the only way to forge his spirit, energy, and will to build an invincible aura. Besides, he adds, a true powerhouse can't be sharpened in a sheltered environment. Immediately, an official objects, pointing a finger at Lin Zhenan. That's easy for you to say. Right now, all the races are going crazy over the Saint Beast armament. If we let Su Bai keep training out there and something happens, can you bear the responsibility? He's Lord Luofan's only successor in a century to awaken it. Suddenly, Hu Huanshan stands up in support. I agree with Lin Zhenan. A mighty eagle never flinches from a storm, and a proud wolf pack never fears the long night. He continues, his voice filled with emotion. Back in the day, Lord Luofan practically lived on the battlefield. He nearly died more than 10 times. If he knew about this from the great beyond, I believe he would absolutely support Su Bai continuing the fight. Su Bai thinks to himself, if you gave me unlimited resources, only an idiot would want to go fight on the battlefield. I value my life, you know, Hu Huanshan concludes. All right, then it's decided. Ni Qing slams his hand on the table, making the final call. A warrior should be forged on the battlefield. However, necessary precautions must be taken. We will dispatch 3 Lord-level experts, 38 Diamond-level warriors, and 1 million soldiers to reinforce the front lines at the Misty Mountains. Su Bai breathes a sigh of relief, his eyes shining. Wow, with this many bodyguards I can finally relax. But here's where it gets wild. Ni Qing shatters his joy with one sentence. We will use Su Bai as bait to stage a massacre of the enemy's powerful forces. The entire room roars in unison. The human race will surely win this time. Su Bai is just frozen on the spot, stammering, his mouth hanging open like a fish. What? Did I hear that right? You're gonna use ME as bait? Meanwhile, inside the enemy palace, a dark atmosphere hangs heavy. With the return of the Saint Beast armament, many here still remember the terror that was Luofan. The 9 Nether King sits on his throne, his voice echoing coldly. We absolutely cannot allow a second Luofan to rise from the human race. Whatever the cost, we must kill this Su Bai. A subordinate reports, reinforcements will be sent to the Misty Mountains front, 8 Lord-level experts and 42 at the Diamond level. Another general adds, the Grand Elder of the ancient Demonic Phoenix clan, the Grand Elder of the ancient Celestial Fox clan, and I will keep Ni Qing occupied. But the Grand Elder of the Phoenix clan, a regal woman, coldly declares, my ancient Demonic Phoenix clan will not send a single member on this campaign. The charming Grand Elder of the Celestial Fox clan also speaks nonchalantly. The ancient Celestial Fox clan will not be participating either. The 9 Nether King's brow furrows as killing intent radiates. Are you two attempting a rebellion? He growls. Our 3 great royal clans made an alliance. And now, with a powerful enemy before us, you dare to back down. And here's the part you can't miss. Both elders turn back, their gazes like knives. What? Are you going to attack our clans? What powerful enemy? Invading the human race, was that your true goal all along? We only came here to explore the Forbidden Zone. Exactly, the Phoenix Elder confirms. It seems your 9 Nether clan wants to wipe out the humans. We came for the endless resources in the Forbidden Zone, and we will not take part in that. The ancient Celestial Fox clan will not join this bloodshed either. We're leaving, the Fox Elder says, turning to depart. The 9 Nether King roars in fury. You two, he stands, pointing at their retreating figures. Even if you refuse, the 9 Nether clan will do it ourselves. I hope you don't regret this when the time comes. As they leave, a servant asks the Phoenix Elder. The Great War is approaching. and experts from both sides are making their moves. Has the saintess been found yet? She sighs. That girl is always so unruly. I've already ordered my people to expand the search. She commands, find the saintess before the war begins, no matter what. Her subordinates reply in unison, yes, ma'am. After the human races meeting concludes, Ni Qing hands Su Bai a jade pendant. This is the heavenly sky jade. As long as you wear it, it will block everyone's senses from detecting you, except for mine. Not even the 9 Nether King will be able to find you. He continues, Su Bai, with this, you won't be so easily targeted by the enemy's top experts. Su Bai happily accepts it. Thank you, Lord Ni Qing. He grins, starting to haggle. But just hiding my presence isn't enough. It'd be better if you gave me more equipment and materials to get stronger. Ni Qing laughs heartily. Haha, your principal was right. You really are the best at taking advantage of a crisis. So, what do you think of these? Ni Qing says, opening a large chest. A dazzling light from the treasures shines out, and all Su Bai can say is, whoa! He peers into the chest, his eyes like stars, a diamond-level armor set, a 10,000-year-old ice heart, and son's father. Lin Zhenin turns and walks away. Su Bai, come with me for a moment. I have something to discuss. Su Bai rushes to follow, a chaotic mess of thoughts in his head. My relationship with Yanran is pure. We haven't done anything, I swear. But trust me, you can feel the awkwardness as he politely says, yes, Uncle Lin, while Lin Zhenin begins his questioning. Su Bai, I was the one who suggested you stay on this battlefield. You don't blame me, do you? Su Bai scratches his head and forces a smile, acting understanding. Of course not, sir. I know you did it to help me become a true expert. Once in the room, Lin Zhenin gets straight to the point, stunning Su Bai. I still don't understand what my daughter Yanran sees in you. You and her? Su Bai frantically waves his hands to explain. Uncle Lin, Yanran and I are just good friends. We know our boundaries. Lin Zhenin waves a hand, acting like he doesn't care, but totally giving them the green light. Ah, forget it. That's for you kids to deal with. Consider this armor my gift. Be careful out on the battlefield. Don't get yourself killed. Seeing the gleaming golden armor, Su Bai's eyes practically turn into stars. He thanks him profusely. Thank you, Uncle. Thank you so much, Uncle Lin. After the stream of thanks, Su Bai makes a solemn promise. Yes, sir, and thank you again. I'll train hard so I don't let you down. Lin Zhenin just shoos him away. All right, I get it. Now go. The very next day, the mood at the base turns grim and heavy. Everyone gathers in the central square, where white coffins are lined up to honor their fallen comrades. A red-haired man puts his hand on a coffin, his voice low with grief. Zheng Lexiao, rest in peace. Su Bai already got revenge for you, another friend says, clapping him on the shoulder. Old Su! Turning, the friend sees Su Bai puffing his chest out, showing off his shiny new golden armor and teases, where'd you scam this sweet gear from? Su Bai just smirks, mind your own business. Just then, Ni Qing appears on a high platform. The Myriad Races army, over 1 million strong, is advancing on our walls. Now pay attention, because this is where the entire story kicks into high gear as the army's spirit ignites. Though we're outnumbered, humanity will win. We will win. Win, we must win. In the crowd, his friend breaks down the situation for Su Bai. Among the monarch-level experts, Lord Ni Qing is definitely stronger than the 9 Nether King. To keep him occupied, the Myriad Races will have to send several more lords to team up. So what's our move? The friend shrugs, confident. The plan's simple, strategy, just follow orders. All recon units from the universities will head out with the combat forces and enter the Foggy Mountains for a scouting mission. Moments later, the battle explodes, flashes of skills and deafening roars fill the sky in a scene of pure chaos. On the front lines, Su Bai's squad observes. A member in glasses notes, looks like the diamond-level experts from both sides have clashed. Be careful, the aura is a mess. There are probably enemies everywhere. Suddenly, his friend yells out, just as I thought, they're here. In front of them appears a pack of coconut-backed wolves and giant horned ghost deer. Han Zan lets out a relieved sigh. It's just some coconut-backed wolves and ghost deer. Wang Yang scoffs, no big deal, just a bunch of low-level grunts. The monsters quickly surround them. One member eagerly volunteers. Leave these coconut wolves to me. Wang Yang smirks. Surrounding us? Looks like they're scared we'll get away. Wang Yang spins his staff, itching for a fight. My hands are tingling. Let's kill them. They're just weaklings, Su Bai. You can hang back and relax. Su Bai just smiles and steps forward. Even if they're just grunts, I can't let you hog all the glory. Xiao Ba, come on out. A giant white tiger, Xiao Ba, erupts with golden light from its claws, tearing the enemy formation to shreds. Immediately after, a colossal turtle, Xiao Ba, covered in sharp iron spikes, charges forward, plowing through everything in its path. Seeing this, Han Zhan and Wang Yang can only groan. Old Su, you're just cruel. Not gonna share any of the credit, huh? Yeah, Su Bai, you always take everything for yourself. Before these two sacred beasts, the entire pack of wolves and deer trembles, frozen solid. They feel a terrifying pressure deep in their bloodline that completely snuffs out any will to resist. The scene is bizarre. Su Bai's two pets just stand there growling without even attacking, and the pack of monsters just cowers in terror. Confused, Su Bai frowns and asks his pets, "Why'd you two stop? What's all the roaring about?" At that exact moment, a ding sound rings in his head, and let me tell you, the system notification that pops up is about to change the entire game. Congratulations, host, for awakening the Legion ability. You can now recruit other races to fight for you. The condition is that they must surrender voluntarily. Once recruited, you can control their life and death with your spiritual power. The panel updates. The coconut-backed wolf tribe and the giant-horned ghost deer tribe request to surrender. Except, Su Bai's jaw drops. What the hell is this? His face absolutely lights up, his eyes glowing an excited red as a massive grin spreads across his face. What is this? A Legion ability? I can recruit the Myriad Races? Seeing the monsters bowing to Su Bai and the floating panel, a bewildered Wang Yang asks, "Old Su, what's going on? Did you tame them?" Su Bai coolly replies, "Seems that way." He immediately puts his hands on his hips, puffs out his chest, and gets delusional. Were they conquered by my charming personality? His two friends can only stay silent, covering their faces like they don't even know the guy. Su Bai steps forward, affecting the air of a majestic leader, and addresses the monsters groveling at his feet. "Since you have submitted to me, you will obey my commands." He starts assigning roles like a pro. The coconut-backed wolf tribe will guard our rear. The giant-horned ghost deer tribe, you're responsible for the flanks. Move out. The team pushes deeper into the mountains. Wang Yang whispers curiously, "Hey, old Su, what did you say to trick those wolves?" Su Bai, walking ahead, says confidently, "With them guarding our back and sides, we can speed up our scouting." "Right, let's pick up the pace." Suddenly, a flash of golden light streaks past as Xiao Ba shoots forward at blinding speed. Startled, Su Bai yells, "Xiao Ba!" The entire team watches in awe as the glowing turtle zooms away. Su Bai mutters, "What are you doing? Did you find some treasure?" Before they can even process it, the ground shakes violently. And yeah, I don't think you're ready for what happens next. A gigantic centipede erupts from the earth, sending Xiao Ba flying as the team screams, "Holy crap! What kind of centipede is that huge?" Wang Yang's face turns deathly white as he yells, "Everyone be careful, that's a sawtooth centipede!" It's also known as the Hell Ghost. More centipedes burst from the ground, surrounding them. Su Bai, however, remains calm. "Is it really that scary?" The friend with glasses explains, sweat dripping down his face. Its body can phase through the ground and vanish. Its legs are like saw blades, nothing can block them. Wang Yang adds, with a terrified expression, "Nothing grows where it passes. It's a walking disaster. The second it wraps those legs around you, you're sliced into 1,000 pieces." After hearing all that, Su Bai gives them a skeptical look, completely baffled. Is it really that bad? Because that's the complete opposite of what I'm seeing. Contrary to the horrific description, the giant sawtooth centipedes are affectionately nuzzling Xiao Ba. They look like they're loving it, with little pink hearts floating above their heads. Another ding sounds as a notification pops up in front of the stunned Su Bai. The sawtooth centipede clan pledges their loyalty. "Will you accept?" He just stammers. "Huh? Seriously?" "Trust me. While our hero is accidentally building an army, a scout is reporting in a deep valley far away. The human ants have entered the mountain range. The real threat is just getting started." A beautiful, demonic-looking female lord gives an order to the giant apes behind her. "I believe they'll pass through here tomorrow. And just like that, you and I are dropping right into chaos as the ground starts to shake." The female warlord screams in alarm. "Warning! All troops on alert!" Suddenly, swarms of sawtooth centipedes charge in. One ape man gets bitten, roaring in agony. "Gah! What the hell is this?" The scene descends into absolute mayhem as the ape man army gets torn apart by the centipede horde. The female warlord recognizes the enemy, her face pale with terror. "Sawtooth centipedes." She screams in pure panic. "Why are there sawtooth centipedes here? Quick, send a distress signal to the 9 Nether King." But it's already too late, her forces are getting completely overwhelmed. Pushed into a corner, the warlord roars, her eyes glowing with an eerie purple light as she unleashes her ultimate skill, the Green Serpent Domain. A massive purple formation appears beneath her feet, erupting with violent energy. She yells, "Open for me!" From the ground, colossal pythons begin to emerge. But against all expectations, her mighty pythons are easily ripped to shreds by the sawtooth centipedes. She cries out in despair, "Impossible!" Hit by the backlash of her own power, she looks to the sky, drenched in sweat, muttering, "Damn it." As the very last python is devoured by the swarm, all she can do is scream one final hopeless word, "Damn it." The sawtooth centipedes, with their ferocious red armor, effortlessly tear through the pythons, creating a horrifying symphony of crunching sounds. The last python trembles, whispering in terror just before being impaled. This easily? Everything fades to darkness and despair, leaving only the silhouette of the final python being torn apart. Meanwhile, somewhere else, A scout team from the 10,000 clans is investigating the chaotic scene. One of them exclaims in shock, "To be able to tear apart an earth-hiding mystic serpent so completely, what kind of beast could do this?" Another teammate with green hair, his face etched with doubt, offers his theory. Could it be sawtooth centipedes? The guy next to him immediately shouts, "What?" The black-haired scout is still in disbelief. Sawtooth centipedes, also known as Hell's Phantoms, have appeared on this battlefield. Now, watch the team's reaction to this. A female member, pale as a ghost, whispers, "That's terrifying." The green-haired captain gives a decisive order: report this situation immediately and alert the entire army. Sawtooth centipedes have appeared in the Misty Mountains. If our clan encounters them, retreat instantly. Do not engage. The whole team responds in unison. Yes, sir. At the same time, in another part of the mountains, Su Bai's team is trudging through a barren, desolate landscape. Wang Yang complains as they walk. Old Su, according to the map, the entire Misty Mountain range is only about 300 kilometers long. We've already walked a pretty long way, so why haven't we reached Clearwater Lake yet? Su Bai, leading the way, turns around and snaps. What? Are you doubting the route I planned? Wang Yang crosses his arms, stating confidently, Yep, it looks like we're lost. Su Bai immediately jumps up. Defensive. No way. It must be the map's fault. But their friend with glasses crushes his hopes. The map can't be wrong. This is a military-grade map. Cornered, Su Bai starts to think deeply, stroking his chin like a detective. Could it really be my fault? Although, I admit I'm a little bad with directions. Hearing this, Wang Yang can't hold back anymore. He grabs Su Bai by the collar and roars, "You idiot! If you're so bad with directions, why didn't you say so sooner?" Su Bai can only stand there and take the heat. Wang Yang lets go, completely defeated. So now what? Who's gonna lead us to Clearwater Lake? Unexpectedly, the friend with glasses timidly speaks up. Actually, I'm bad with directions too. The three of them just stare at each other in utter despair. Su Bai explodes. Damn it! You two are lost and you're blaming me? We're doomed! How are three directionally challenged guys supposed to find Clearwater Lake? Suddenly, a spark of hope glimmers in Su Bai's eyes. He says with a mischievous look, "If that's the case, okay, get ready for this." Because his master plan is absolutely ridiculous. He pulls out Xiao Ba and raises him high in the air, just like in The Lion King. The little turtle struggles in confusion. Su Bai begins to reason with flawless logic. They say an old horse knows the way, so an old turtle should too, right? Come on, Xiao Ba, eat this and lead us to Clearwater Lake. After being fed, Xiao Ba seems energized and starts to lead the way. Su Bai puts his hands on his hips, boasting, "What a glutton. Hurry up and lead the way." Wang Yang and their friend follow behind, unable to help but feel impressed. Good thing we have Xiao Ba, otherwise who knows what we'd do. Yeah, I feel like this is the right direction. Xiao Ba is much more reliable. Hearing this from a distance, Su Bai yells back, completely offended. What was that? Are you saying I'm not as good as a turtle? Meanwhile, Xiao Ba turns back with a smug little smile. Xiao Ba walks on, sniffing the air like a total pro. Wang Yang comments, "Feels like the fog is getting a lot thinner, right?" The team emerges from a dense forest into a clearing. The friend with glasses cheers. "You're right, it is." Su Bai laughs out loud. "Ha ha ha, we actually made it out of the Misty Mountains." He happily pats Xiao Ba's head, who is puffing out his chest with pride. "I never expected it. Xiao Ba, you really know how to find the way." But the friend with glasses suddenly turns pale, sensing something is wrong. Wait, something's not right. Looking at the winding river between two cliffs, he says worriedly, "This doesn't look like Clearwater Lake. Xiao Ba, where did you take us?" Wang Yang pulls out the map to double-check, his expression serious. "Based on our current position, we're in the outskirts of Clearwater Lake." All three of them look up, completely bewildered. Huh? Without warning, the water's surface erupts. A gigantic, dragon-like water monster emerges from the river, letting out an earth-shattering roar. The team can only scream, "What the hell is happening?" Not wasting a single second, the three of them turn and run for their lives. Wang Yang yells, "Run!" Su Bai grabs the trembling Xiao Ba from his shoulder as he runs, scolding him, "Xiao Ba, you idiot! What kind of crazy place did you lead us to?" Their glasses-wearing friend panics. "Did we run off the map and into an unknown territory?" Suddenly, a girl's piercing scream comes from behind them. "Ah! Help! You three lowly creatures, wait for this holy maiden!" Su Bai just yells back, "Ignore it! Just run!" After running for their lives, Su Bai finally stops to catch his breath, realizing, wait, the monster's gone? Still in shock, his limbs trembling, he pants, "That damned thing. What was it? That was seriously terrifying." He leans on his knees, out of breath. "Can someone please tell me where the hell we are?" The map clearly said the outskirts of Clearwater Lake weren't dangerous at all. The three look at each other, and the friend with glasses says, "This is definitely not the place marked on the map. There's no place this dangerous shown on the map." Wang Yang agrees, "I knew it. This map isn't trustworthy. Or maybe Xiao Ba led us the wrong way too?" Right then, an angry foot stomp echoes from behind them. You three lowly creatures. A red-haired lolly with pointed ears stands with her hands on her hips, her face flushed with anger, yelling, "At such a critical moment, you dare to not protect me? You only care about saving yourselves?" The three of them turn around, staring blankly at the little girl. Su Bai asks in surprise, "Huh? Where did this kid come from?" Wang Yang scratches his head. "Yeah, I was too busy running to even notice her." And then the system notification dings in Su Bai's head. "Congratulations, host. You have discovered a demon phoenix with vermilion bird bloodline. The demon phoenix clan is arrogant and difficult to tame. Find a way to subdue her." Su Bai is stunned. Does Xiaji really have the vermilion bird bloodline? A status panel confirms it. Insect race, ancient demon phoenix, female, with unawakened fire and life attributes. Stick with me, this gets wild. She's at the silver high rank, possessing a partial vermilion bird bloodline that makes her untamable for now. Her physique is 1,538. Her defense is 862, agility 1,420, and her specialty, spirit, is a whopping 2,650. She has talent 1, Phoenix Fire, which boosts fire damage by 300%. Talent 2, Fire Spirit Embodiment, adds another 1 to 200% fire damage and 200% defense. And she has 2 sealed talents, Soul Link and Nirvana, a power that offers insane recovery by converting fire elements. It only unlocks after she's tamed or purifies her bloodline. Su Bai looks down at the pipsqueak, scratching his head. So this is the legendary vermilion bird he worked so hard to find. The girl immediately bristles, pointing right at him. "Who are you calling a kid? Watch it, or this holy maiden will roast you alive." Su Bai breaks into a cold sweat, muttering to himself, "Taming Xiao Ba and Xiao Bai was nothing like this. How am I supposed to tame this brat?" Then, a sinister smile spreads across his face. Su Bai rubs his hands together, approaching her with the look of a true villain. Or maybe, a good old-fashioned beating will make her listen. Seeing his twisted expression, the girl backs away in fear, stammering, "Don't you come near me." Backed into a corner, she completely snaps. Her body erupts in furious red flames, threatening to incinerate everything as she roars. "You dare disrespect this holy maiden? Today, I will make you regret this." Standing behind them, Wang Yang watches the inferno and starts sweating bullets, taking a step back. Whoa, this little girl is not someone you want to mess with. Su Bai just smirks as a brilliant golden light gathers at his feet. He mutters. "Looks like I'll have to use the Yujing ghost step. Now, watch how he handles this." Su Bai becomes a streak of golden light, instantly appearing right behind her and lifting her up. But a kid is still a kid, and naughty kids need to be punished. She barely has time to widen her eyes, frozen solid in shock. Her cheeks puff out in fury as she grinds her teeth. "This lowly creature actually dares to lay a hand on me?" she thinks. With that, she starts struggling wildly as the flames around her erupt. "You despicable bastard, you're dead today. Holy my." But before she can even finish, Su Bai swings his hand without hesitation, landing a firm smack on the back of her neck. He shoves her head right into the dirt. "Stay down, you little mule!" She faceplants, crying out in pain. "Huh?" Ignoring her struggles, Su Bai flips her over and starts delivering a series of spankings like he's calming down a toddler. "Quite the temper, huh? I told you not to scream in my face. So what now? Still want to breathe fire? All that holy maiden nonsense is dangerous in a forest, you know. Didn't your family ever teach you that? I'll ask you one question. Will you submit or not?" Cries of "ow" and "ouch" ring out with every single smack. Su Bai doesn't stop, continuing his threat. "Just say I give up, and I'll let you go." Watching this bizarre scene from a distance, Wang Yang and his friend break out in a nervous sweat, asking each other awkwardly, is he trying to calm her down? Is it really okay for old Su to treat a girl like that?" His friend pushes up his glasses. "Ahem, that's a beast from the barbarian tribe." "Okay, I know what you're thinking. And yes, this is really happening." Her bottom now bright red, the girl bursts into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. "Wah, you vile creature, just you wait. When I grow up, I'll find you and get my revenge. I'll spank your butt just as hard. You'll see." "Wah." Seeing that she's still talking back, Su Bai raises his hand again, his face a mix of impatience and surprise. "Still got something to say after all that? This kid is unbelievably stubborn. Why won't you just ask for mercy? The second you do, I'll let you go." But she just screams back through her sobs, "I refuse." Wah! Night falls over the forest, but the sound of Su Bai's punishment continues to echo through the darkness. Late at night, by the crackling campfire, Wang Yang walks over holding 2 fragrant grilled chicken legs. "Hey, old Su," he asks hesitantly, "want some chicken?" "You need to recharge if you're gonna keep fighting." Su Bai sighs, grabbing the girl off the ground. "All right, truce for today, let's eat." Though her face is stained with tears, she's still kicking and screaming, not forgetting to add a threat. "Wah, I'm not done with you yet. Just wait until my clan elder shows up and see how she deals with you." Su Bai couldn't care less, carrying her toward the fire like a sack of groceries. "Let her come. Right now, we eat." Dangled in the air, The girl flails her arms and legs wildly, screaming her head off. "You monster! Put me down!" As he sits on a log, Wang Yang hands him a chicken leg. "Old Su, this one's for you." The incredible aroma fills the air, and the struggling girl suddenly freezes. Her eyes light up. Why does this grilled chicken smell so good? Su Bai casually explains, "It's a bronze-level fire chicken." Hearing that, she tries to act tough, turning her face away to resist the temptation. "No wonder it smells like that," she mutters. "It's not some common bird. Besides, this holy maiden has eaten countless delicacies. This pathetic bronze-level food is nothing." But her stomach says otherwise. Her wide eyes are glued to the chicken leg, shining with pure, honest desire. But it really does smell amazing. Finally, her hunger wins. The girl slowly crawls over, cautiously pointing at the chicken. What did you sprinkle on that?" Su Bai looks at her, bewildered. "Huh? Wait, no way." He asks in total disbelief. Does this kid seriously think food just naturally smells this good after being cooked over a fire? Seeing her practically drooling, Su Bai starts to sweat. Don't tell me. Has the holy maiden never eaten cooked food before?" Starving, she cautiously nods. A mischievous grin appears on Su Bai's face. He brings the chicken leg closer. "Well then, I bet you'd like a taste, right?" She secretly gulps, her eyes locked on the sizzling meat. Not missing his chance, Su Bai puts on a little show, sprinkling more shiny seasoning onto the golden brown chicken to tempt her. "Don't worry, a little bit of this makes it even more delicious." He generously places the huge chicken leg right into her tiny hands. "Here, take it and try it. It's amazing." Holding the warm meat in her hands, the girl is utterly defeated. The aroma is just too powerful to resist. All pride forgotten, the holy maiden opens her mouth wide and sinks her teeth into the crispy golden chicken skin, her eyes closing to savor the incredible flavor. An explosion of taste makes her feel absolutely ecstatic, like she's floating on a giant, glowing chicken leg. "Oh my heavens," she exclaims. "You and I just witnessed how to tame a legend, not with power, but with chicken. This chicken leg is just ridiculously good." Throwing her image to the wind, the little girl tears into it like a starving tiger, her cheeks puffed out as she declares, "From now on, I have to eat this every day. It's 100,000 times better than the elder's dry, spiritual ingredients." Seeing the fish take the bait, Su Bai flashes a cunning smile and delivers the final blow. "It's simple. Just agree to follow me and listen obediently, and I'll give you grilled chicken every meal." Blinded by the delicious food, the little girl nods frantically without a second thought. All right, I agree. As long as there's grilled chicken, I'll do whatever you say." Hearing this, Su Bai replies, "You better keep your word." A demonic red glint flashes in his eyes, the look of a master who just tricked an innocent treasure. She huffs back. Don't worry, I always keep my promises." Instantly, the system's jingle rings out in his head as a dazzling blue notification panel appears. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully tamed the ancient demon phoenix. Your level has now increased to high-grade silver." Warming his hands by the fire, Su Bai grins smugly to himself. To think I could tame a top-tier pet with just a single grilled chicken leg. He cheerfully claps his hands and calls out, "Xiao Ba, come out and meet our new member." Two beams of light flash, and the little turtle and white tiger appear. Su Bai grins, opening his arms to introduce them. Xiao Ba, from now on, Xiao Hong is part of our family." The moment she sees the two pets, Xiao Hong's eyes light up. A little turtle and a baby tiger? So adorable, but completely opposite to her enthusiasm, Xiao Ba just calmly chews on a piece of potato, squinting and growling with attitude. "You little brat. I'm your big brother, you know." Beside him, Xiao Bai also lifts his furry snout arrogantly, letting out a threatening growl. "I'm your brother Bai. Watch your mouth, you disrespectful little punk." Ignoring the two big brothers' threats, Xiao Hong rushes over and hugs Xiao Ba's shell, rubbing against it with all her might. She giggles. "Haha, you're just a baby turtle and a little kitten. You're both so cute." Seeing the little turtle being squeezed breathless, Su Bai quickly steps in. "Xiao Hong, mind your manners. They're your elders." On the other side of the fire, Wang Yang watches this chaotic scene with his arms crossed, turning to his bespectacled friend with suspicion. "Old Han, do you really think Old Tu is raising that girl as a pet?" Han Zhan nods while munching on his food. "Looks like it." Wang Yang keeps his brow furrowed, staring intently at Su Bai. Why do I get the feeling his motives aren't so pure? Han Zhan pushes up his glasses and sighs with a look of utter defeat. I can't believe Su Bai is actually a lolicon, a guy who's into little girls. Wang Yang leans in, his voice dangerously low. What's more, that guy just leveled up right under our noses and we didn't even notice. He must be hiding some kind of terrifying secret. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Wang Yang clears his throat and walks over to ask him directly. Ahem, Old Tu, did you just advance to high-grade silver? Su Bai, sitting cross-legged by the fire, answers with a completely nonchalant expression. Yeah. Isn't that super easy? Hearing that arrogant reply, the corner of Wang Yang's mouth twitches as he screams in his mind. Easy? Easy, my butt. He forces down his anger, puts on a strained smile and asks, "What I mean is, old two?" Su Bai springs to his feet, striking a mysterious pose with one hand covering half his face, thinking, "Heh, like I'd be dumb enough to tell you I have a game hacking system. In your dreams." Outwardly, though, he lowers his voice, acting incredibly serious. "Actually, I do have a secret technique, and considering our life and death bond, it's not like I can't tell you guys." Seeing Wang Yang eagerly lean closer, Su Bai holds up a hand to stop him, smirking. "But in our Lang country, we have a saying. The path cannot be taught carelessly." He winks meaningfully, adding with emphasis, "especially when it involves the secret to breaking through to the monarch level. You get what I'm saying?" Wang Yang's eyes widen as he mutters, "Monarch level?" As if struck by enlightenment, Wang Yang smacks his fist into his palm, breaking into a sweat as he smiles fawningly. "Ah, I get it now." Wasting no time, Wang Yang immediately pulls a radiant red gem from his pocket and presents it to Su Bai with great solemnity. "Here, take this gold-grade beast core as my tuition fee." Seeing how gullible his friend is, Su Bai takes the gem, feigning confusion. "Huh?" Seizing the moment, he joyfully tosses the gold-grade core in his hand, grinning from ear to ear. "Well done, my brother. I always support you." Dropping the playful act, he puts on a solemn face. "What I'm about to tell you was taught to me by Lord Nijing himself. You better perk up your ears and listen carefully." Wang Yang nods sharply. "Okay. Now for the masterclass in bullshitting." Su Bai holds two fingers up like he's holding an imaginary cigarette, his expression profound and mysterious. In martial arts cultivation, do you think you're really training your realm? Not at all. What you're actually cultivating is your Dao heart, your will. Su Bai places a friendly hand on Wang Yang's shoulder, continuing his grand speech. As long as you have a heart that seeks the path, and an unwavering belief that you want to become stronger, you will be able to advance faster and go further than anyone else. Wang Yang says, "I don't quite understand." Not giving his friend time to think, Su Bai points directly at the massive solitary mountain under the moonlight. "Look at that great mountain. When you only see the mountain itself, it looks like a difficult and dangerous obstacle. But when you focus solely on its peak, the treacherous paths at its base or midway up no longer seem so daunting. You just need to push yourself forward with unstoppable momentum, heading straight for the top without ever stopping." Under the vast darkness, Wang Yang mutters with a face of half understanding. "It sounds like I get it a little, but it also sounds like I don't get it at all. It's like you just said something really profound, but when I think about it, it's like you said nothing at all." Hanzan nudges his friend, sighing. "Looks like that guy just scammed you out of your gold-grade beast core." Su Bai jumps, denying it vehemently. "Nonsense. What I just shared is the real secret to reaching the monarch level, you know." Suddenly, a brilliant light flashes behind Wang Yang. He becomes ecstatic, grabbing Su Bai's shoulders and shaking him violently. "I get it. Thank you, old two. I'm finally enlightened." Su Bai asks in confusion, What do you get?" Wang Yang declares loudly. "As long as I wake up every morning and tell myself that no matter the cost, I will definitely reach the monarch level, then no damn bottleneck can ever stop me." With that, Wang Yang throws his head back and lets out a hearty laugh, then leaps across the large rocks like an enlightened madman, leaving his two stunned friends behind. Standing tall on a high cliff under the full moon, Wang Yang spreads his arms and shouts with passion, "The truth is, the simplest path is the right path. I can't believe it took me until today to realize it. I will use every single moment to improve myself." Down below, Han Zhan breaks into a cold sweat, covering his face in despair. It's over. He's a completely lost cause. Alright, let's dive right in, because you're about to witness some of the most insane pet evolutions ever. He ignores the fool and turns to Xiao Hong, who's lounging against the turtle and cat with a bone in her mouth. He commands her, "Xiao Hong, quit playing around. Help Xiao Ba and Xiao Bai awaken their second elemental power. Now." The little girl blankly drops the bone. "Huh? How am I supposed to do that? I have no idea how." Su Bai cracks a cunning smile, his sharp eyes guiding her. "Use your spiritual power to feel the changes inside their bodies. You couldn't do it before, but you can now." Though skeptical, she obediently gets up, clenching her tiny fists. Instantly, a brilliant pink energy erupts and envelops her entire body. "All right then, I'll give it a shot." The energy gathers into two bright pink flames of light on her hands. Her wide eyes light up with pure astonishment as she flashes a toothy grin. "Haha, I can actually feel it!" Now pay close attention, because here's where it gets wild. Fired up by her new power, Xiao Hong aims her glowing hands right at the little turtle, shouting, "Okay, Xiao Ba, you're up first." A dazzling pink beam shoots straight into its shell, making Xiao Ba's eyes bulge in shock. A massive amount of energy floods its body, and the little turtle can't take it. It stretches its neck out, mouth wide open, screaming in absolute agony. "It hurts. It hurts so much. I can't stand it anymore." Xiao Ba's body begins to swell at an incredible speed. Its enormous form crashes to the ground, forcing Su Bai to crane his neck back in awe. "Brother Ba, your true form is absolutely monstrous. Just hang in there, Xiao Ba." As the evolution hits its peak, from behind the giant turtle shell, a tail suddenly erupts in a brilliant blue light, like a lightsaber piercing the darkness. A shocked voice cries out, "Your tail is glowing!" When the light fades, Xiao Ba's new form leaves everyone absolutely speechless. Not only is his body the size of a mountain, but he has become the divine beast Xuanwu. Both the turtle and snake heads let out a mighty roar that shakes the heavens. At the same time, the familiar blue system window pops up. Congratulations to the host. The mystic spirit turtle has successfully awakened its second elemental talent, water origin. Seeing the glowing text, Su Bai pumps his fist in the air, laughing with pure satisfaction. Haha, success! A spirit turtle with both earth and water attributes. Its water origin power will be at its strongest at the gold tier. Its intermediate silver level and fourth talent have been enhanced. The stats read, Constitution 1538, its specialty defense a whopping 2262, with agility and spirit both at 400. It also has talents like Earth Barrier, Earth Spirit Embodiment, Gravity Induction, and the Earth-Water Origin, which can absorb natural elements for insane defense and healing. Looking at the sky-high defense stats and the Earth-Water combo, he smirks. Not bad. Not bad at all. He puts his hands on his hips, grinning at Xiao Hong and Xiao Ba. Now that its water element is awakened, Xiao Ba's dual Earth-Water defense system is going to be even more terrifying. The little turtle, now a divine beast, proudly stretches its neck. Shifting his gaze to the next target, Su Bai walks toward the white tiger with a dangerous smile. Xiao Bai, it's your turn now. Seeing his master's look, Xiao Bai breaks into a cold sweat, backing away cautiously. Without a second thought, Xiao Hong unleashes her power again, firing a brilliant pink energy beam at the tiger as it leaps to dodge. The little girl shouts, Xiao Bai, if you want to awaken, you have to endure it. Engulfed by the immense energy, Xiao Bai opens its ferocious jaws and lets out a pained roar that rips through the night sky. Its body begins to transform violently. Its claws grow long and razor-sharp, slamming down and shattering the ground with the force of sharp metal. Immediately after, a burst of dark bluish-black energy explodes, wrapping around the white tiger. The stripes on its fur now gleam with the cold light of the shadows. A murderous aura pours out of it, turning it into a true killing machine of the night. And yeah, you probably saw this coming. Another system notification. Congratulations, host. The sacred golden white tiger has awakened its second elemental talent, Darkness Origin. Su Bai jumps for joy like a kid getting a new toy. Haha, Xiao Bai really awakened the darkness element. He throws his arms around the massive white tiger's neck as it roars, his voice filled with pride, the white tiger bloodline combined with the power of darkness. This is the deadly dance of stealth and slaughter. He's completely drunk on the feeling of victory. Su Bai looks up at the night sky. Just you wait. I'm going to tear the 10,000 races to shreds. Ha ha ha. The next morning, after a good night's rest, the group is full of energy. Han Zhan stretches contentedly, while Wang Yang eagerly asks, Old Su, do you have any idea where the hell we are? Su Bai scratches his head in confusion and turns to the little lowly. Xiao Hong, do you know? The little girl points a tiny finger toward the distant mountains, her voice childish but clear. We're about 80 kilometers from the core area of the Clearwater Lake Forbidden Zone. Hearing that, the group's morale instantly shoots up. Han Zhan pushes up his glasses. I can't believe we've actually reached the outskirts of Clearwater Lake. Wang Yang urges them on excitedly. We don't have time to waste. Let's head that way now. As they walk, Su Bai curiously asks his little tour guide, Hey Xiao Hong, what was that faint dragon shadow we saw yesterday? The girl replies gravely, That is the Azure Dragon, the guardian of the Clearwater Lake Forbidden Zone. Hearing those two words, Su Bai freezes, his eyes wide with shock. The Azure Dragon? Xiao Hong's small face becomes incredibly tense. Yes, and it is terrifying. A few Lord-level creatures have wandered in there, and not a single one has ever come out alive. A chill runs down Wang Yang and Han Zhan's spines. They were all eaten by it? Is it really that powerful? Han Zhan wonders, if the Azure Dragon is here, why didn't the Nine Nether King come and tame it himself? Turns out, years ago, the Nine Nether King gathered the elders of 3 great royal clans and the Hidden Clan, including the Phoenix Clan, to attack it. But the Azure Dragon's world-shaking power crushed them completely. They couldn't control it. Back in the present, Wang Yang is sweating bullets. What? Even the Nine Nether King couldn't do it? Doesn't that mean walking in there is basically a suicide mission for us? But in Su Bai's mind, the gears are spinning a mile a minute. Greed takes over as he screams at the system internally. System! Scan for the Azure Dragon's bloodline. I have to tame that dragon today. If I can capture it, I'll have the complete set of the 4 divine beasts, won't I? But reality hits him like a truck. A scan result appears. Azure Dragon bloodline detected nearby. Purity is extremely high. Strength is at the semi-monarch level, and it's currently in a berserk state. Extremely dangerous. The host's current strength is too low for subjugation. Please increase your power before attempting again. He's stunned, crying out in despair. What? I can't tame it? After reading the bright red warning, Su Bai's eyes narrow. And trust me, when the system itself warns you something is this dangerous, you know the real fight is about to begin. Alright, stick with me here, because things are about to get complicated. Changing tactics 180 degrees, Su Bai turns to his friends, Old Han, Old Wang. I think we should retreat for now. Then he bends down and asks the little girl, Xiao Hong, do you know the way out of these misty mountains? Xiao Hong shakes her head innocently. The paths here change with the weather, so I don't know the way out either. Hanjan pushes up his glasses, sweating. Well, this is a serious problem. Since the Misty Mountains are west of Clearwater Lake, if we just head east, we should find our way back, right? Wang Yang waves his hands helplessly. In theory, yeah, but the problem is we have no idea which way is east. Hanjan suggests, how about we follow the sun? Wang Yang immediately shoots that down. The sun in the 10,000 Races battlefield is the most untrustworthy thing in existence. Besides, with this fog being so thick, we can't see anything anyway. Just when the group is at a dead end, Xiao Hong's eyes light up. I know a small tribe's village nearby. Maybe we can go there and ask for directions? Su Bai is thrilled and ruffles her hair with a huge grin. Oh my god, Xiao Hong, why didn't you say so sooner? It seems our little phoenix is the most reliable one here. Let's go. Enjoying the praise, Xiao Hong closes her eyes and smiles. It's the Spirit Serpent clan. They're the closest tribe within 1,000 kilometers of Clearwater Lake. Su Bai gives the order enthusiastically. All right. Xiao Hong will lead the way. We're heading straight for the Spirit Serpent clan. Let's move, everyone. On the way, the walking encyclopedia Han Zhan begins his analysis. The Spirit Serpent clan used to have a platinum-level expert protecting them, but he already led his elite forces to the front lines. And you're going to want to remember that little detail. The strongest person there now is, at best, a high gold-tier old elder. Following a narrow path, the group carefully hides behind some dense bushes. Xiao Hong points ahead. There, that's the Spirit Snake Village. Su Bai's jaw drops in surprise. Whoa! Before them is a castle carved out of a giant stone mountain, riddled with countless holes, looking exactly like a colossal snake nest. Han Zhan frowns, sizing up the situation. Although the Spirit Serpent clan is small, judging by the number of caves and the auras coming off them, there have to be over 10,000 beasts in there, and we still don't know how many guards they have at the moment. Hearing talk of a fight, Wang Yang cracks his knuckles, filled with killing intent. How about we each attack from a different direction to lure them out? Once their forces are split, we can take them out one by one. Han Zhan immediately stops him. Too risky. It's better to capture a gold-level member and force them to show us the way. Su Bai facepalms, looking at his two aggressive friends. Do you two only think about fighting and killing? He scolds them. Did you forget that Xiao Hong is the revered saintess of a royal family? And trust me, you can almost see the gears turning as a sly, classic scammer Su grin spreads across his face. Of course, I already have a perfect plan. A moment later, at the main gate of the Snake Nest Castle, two snake-headed guards frantically yell to each other. An envoy from the ancient demon royal family has arrived. Quickly, go and receive them. From the bottom of the slope, an incredibly powerful scene unfolds as Xiao Hong walks forward with her chin held high. Following right behind her are Su Bai, Han Zhan, and Wang Yang. The three of them are wearing black cloaks with hoods up, their faces cold and radiating a deadly aura, looking absolutely badass. Feeling the overwhelming pressure from the royal bloodline, the snake guards tremble and bow down low. This is the bloodline aura of the ancient demon phoenix royal family. It is an honor to have such noble lords visit us. Look, behind her are three lords from the hidden electric black snake tribe. Even the second elder of the Spirit Serpent clan, a giant emerald green python covered in sharp spikes, has to obediently slither out. With his eyes closed and his head bowed in complete submission, the second elder of the Spirit Serpent clan respectfully welcomes the demon phoenix saintess and the three lords of the hidden electric black snake tribe. Your noble majesties have graced us with your presence. Please forgive our humble reception. Thanks to their phenomenal acting, the group walks right into the enemy's den without breaking a sweat. Standing before the trembling second elder, Su Bai tilts his chin up and speaks in a cold, authoritative tone. You are the second elder of the Spirit Serpent clan, correct? I am on my way to the front lines to provide reinforcement. Do you have any spiritual resources or herbs? Bring them all out so I can recover my strength. Hearing old Su completely change the script, Han Zhan and Wang Yang start sweating behind him, whispering to each other. Huh? Weren't we just here to ask for directions? Yeah, what the hell is he doing demanding their resources, just as his two friends are about to give the whole game away? Su Bai cleared his throat and hissed through gritted teeth. You two, shut it, now. Crushed under the Lord's oppressive aura, the Green Serpent's second elder, drenched in sweat, nodded frantically. Your esteemed lordships have traveled so far, our Spirit Serpent clan will certainly offer the finest hospitality. Please, my lords, wait just a moment. In a flash, the second elder returned with two subordinates, respectfully presenting a wooden tray holding three brilliant red spirit fruits that shimmered with magical light. These humble spirit fruits are but a small token of our clan's respect. Seeing the items, Han Zheng's eyes lit up behind his glasses as he whispered in amazement, "Whoa, that's a 4th grade spirit herb, a spirit chi fruit. It's overflowing with incredibly pure spiritual energy. Eating just one can fully restore the vitality of a king-tier warrior." Beside him, Wang Yang swallowed hard and nodded. Exactly. Having smoothly secured the prize, Su Bai hid a cunning smirk beneath his cloak and nodded with an air of superiority. "Very well, you've done a good job. It's getting late today, so we will rest here." With that, he pointed directly at the largest and most fortified castle in the center, declaring his command, "We will be staying in that building. And later, have someone bring me a topographical map of the surrounding area." Han Zheng and Wang Yang stared at each other, utterly speechless. This guy. It was barely noon. The sun was still high in the sky, and he was already demanding to rest? Following Su Bai's pointed finger, the second elder turned pale, breaking out in a cold sweat. "My lord, that building is the clan chief's residence. You cannot enter without his express permission." The green serpent hastily groveled, proposing an alternative as his face drained of all color. "This servant will immediately order someone to build an even grander house for your lordships to rest in. Will that suffice? What do you think, my lord?" Su Bai's eyes flashed as he roared. "How dare you!" He immediately pulled the little lowly, Xiao Hong, in front of him like a shield, his voice booming with intimidation. "Even if your clan chief were here, he wouldn't dare refuse my request. Are you implying that the saintess of the nine-tailed phoenix clan is not worthy of the chief of this pathetic little tribe?" Terrified, the second elder slammed his head on the ground repeatedly, trembling uncontrollably. "This servant wouldn't dare. I would absolutely never dare to suggest such a thing." Playing along perfectly with Su Bai's act, Xiao Hong puffed out her cheeks in fake anger as magical flames erupted around her. Immediately after, she unleashed the inferno, creating a massive, blazing pillar of fire that engulfed the area. Feeling the fiery aura of the nine-tailed phoenix clan, the swarm of snakes recoiled in panic, and the second elder cried out, "Ah!" Seeing the snakes were now scared out of their wits, Su Bai dropped his aggressive act, leaning down to pat the elder's shoulder with an ice-cold tone. "Second elder, don't worry. We'll only be staying for one night." The trembling serpent replied, "Yes, this servant understands." Before entering the castle, Su Bai made sure to add a final menacing question. "You'll remember to bring the map?" The serpent nodded reverently. "Yes, my lords." Stepping through the castle doors, the group was stunned by a gigantic room filled to the brim with chests and food supplies. Wang Yang rubbed his hands together greedily. "Heh, the Spirit Serpent clan must have countless treasures hidden in here." Su Bai held up a hand to stop him. "Calm down. Not yet. We have to wait for him to bring the map." He then cleared his throat and spoke loudly for show. "Humph. I'm dying of thirst. I need to get some water first." A few minutes later, the second elder carefully slithered in, holding a scroll in his mouth. Su Bai took it with a dismissive nod. The serpent's eyes darted around the room, thinking to himself, "It seems like nothing has been touched." Seeing that everything was still in its place, the second elder let out a sigh of relief, mocking himself internally. "Looks like I was overthinking things. These revered and powerful lords are of such noble status. Why would they ever deign to look at the trivial items of our insignificant Spirit Serpent clan?" Feeling somewhat reassured, the serpent bowed low to take his leave. "If there is nothing else, this humble one will take his leave." Su Bai waved him away, maintaining his cold facade. We are preparing to rest. Do not disturb us." "As you command, my lord," the second elder replied. The moment he finished speaking, the massive wooden doors slammed shut, sealing the castle interior. Instantly, Su Bai threw off his disguise cloak, his eyes blazing with the predatory instinct of a master thief as he barked out orders. "Old Han, Old Wang, you two search the first floor. Bring everything of value here to me. Xiao Hong, we're taking the second floor." Like a pack of starving beasts finally unleashed, they all roared in exhilarated unison, "Right." Xiao Hong grinned, revealing her fangs, while Wang Yang and Han Zheng ripped off their cloaks with looks of pure villainy. The great plunder had officially begun. Wang Yang used his brute strength to smash open a wooden chest, while Han Zheng lifted a priceless jade vase, shouting with glee, "Holy crap, this is a 5th grade jade marrow elixir!" Hearing his friends making way too much noise, Su Bai broke into a sweat on the staircase, hissing urgently, "Old Han, gently, damn it! You're being too loud. If anyone outside hears us, we're finished." Han Zheng replied in a panicked whisper, "Got it." From the mezzanine above, Xiao Hong poked her head down, her eyes shining like headlights, as she excitedly reported her findings. "Master, there's a whole chest of 4th grade spirit fruits up here." Su Bai gave her a thumbs up. "Excellent, great work, keep searching." There are definitely more secret compartments. After a whirlwind of frenzied looting, a mountain of food and resources was piled high in the middle of the hall. From glistening roasted meat legs and fresh fish to all sorts of precious glowing fruits and elixirs, everything had been gathered without a single scrap left behind. Standing before the tempting mountain of food, Su Bai swallowed hard, turning to the eager eyes around him. Is everyone ready? Wang Yang, Han Zheng, and Xiao Ba roared in unison. Ready? Then what are you waiting for? Let's feast. The moment he finished, the entire team dove into the food like starving refugees. Su Bai tore into a chicken leg, while Xiao Hong and Xiao Bai kept pace. Wang Yang tilted his head back, chugging down a bottle of spirit elixir, while Han Zheng opened his mouth wide and took a huge bite out of a spirit chi fruit. The scene was utterly wild and hilariously chaotic. Stuffed and satisfied after the feast, Wang Yang rubbed his round belly, feeling a surge of energy within him. He said joyfully, "Old Han, I think the bottleneck for my high-grade silver rank is starting to loosen." Han Zheng, sitting slumped on the floor, breathed out heavily. "Looks like you might have overstuffed yourself a bit." Straightening his clothes after the massive meal, Su Bai spread the map out on the floor, his tone turning serious and cunning. "All right, we've eaten our fill. Now it's time to figure out our escape route. And in a little while, we're going to go out and gather every single member of the Spirit Serpent clan." Getting down to business, Su Bai turned to assign tasks with a smug look. "Xiao Hong, you'll handle all the silver rank members of the Spirit Serpent clan." The little lowly immediately snapped into a military salute, beaming as she replied with a crisp, "Roger!" Turning to his two pumped-up friends, Su Bai's face grew serious. "Old Han, Old Wang, the three of us will take care of the gold rank ones ourselves." Both men nodded. Su Bai finalized the plan. "All right, we move as soon as night falls." Wang Yang cracked his knuckles, brimming with confidence. "Old Su, just you watch. I can feel the power surging through my veins right now." Seeing his friend's empty boasting, Su Bai burst out laughing and nudged Han Zheng with his elbow. "Hey, Old Han, I don't think he's overflowing with power. More like overflowing from eating too much." As the quiet night descends upon the stone castle of the Spirit Serpent clan, the hunt officially begins. Donning his mysterious black cloak once more, Su Bai rushed out onto the balcony, shouting in a feigned, panicked voice that echoed throughout the fortress. Looking down from above at the horde of beasts, Su Bai silently assessed the situation. They were deliberately keeping their distance, but 3 gold-rank warriors had already surrounded him in secret. In the courtyard below, the second elder looked up in confusion and asked, "Respected Lord Mystic Serpent, what is happening here?" Su Bai pulled his hood down, revealing half a face with blood-red, murderous eyes, and replied coldly, "It's nothing major." Suddenly, he tore off his disguised cloak and shot down like an arrow, his claws glowing with a golden light as he roared, "I just need to borrow the heads of a few of you snakes, Myriad Golden Ghost Claw." The lightning-fast pounce aimed straight for the second elder's head, causing the old man to cry out in shock, "You!" Realizing he'd been painfully deceived, the second elder dodged the attack, struggling frantically. Su Bai easily evaded the scythe of death, somersaulting in midair before waving his hand and commanding, "Spirit Serpent Clan, hear my command!" The surrounding snakes charged forward, gnashing their teeth and roaring with rage. "Attack! Today, I will tear you all to pieces." Unfazed, Wang Yang tightened his grip on his weapon and leaped high into the air with a savage expression. "Kill!" Han Zheng followed coldly behind, ready to provide support. At the same time, Xiao Ba transformed into his giant form, using his fortress-like shell to easily block the deadly bite of a giant serpent. As for Xiao Bai, the brave tiger, shrouded in a deadly black aura, had already lunged forward and sunk its fangs into an enemy's neck. Its deep blue eyes flashed with the ruthlessness of a predator in the dark. A brilliant and scorching phoenix flame erupted from its small body. With cold, sharp eyes, the little girl curled her lip and growled each word. "Death God. Ignite. Burn them all." The magical flames erupted violently, sweeping through the silver-rank snakes and charring them black. Xiao Hong laughed with excitement as if playing a game, "Let's have a snake barbecue." Below, the snakes writhed in the sea of fire, screaming horribly, "Help us! Ah!" Witnessing the scene of destruction from a distance, Su Bai couldn't help but break into a nervous sweat. This is truly terrifying. The entire lair of the Spirit Serpent clan was engulfed in a blazing sea of fire that billowed high into the sky. The sound of sizzling flesh mixed with desperate screams. "Save me, second elder, save me." Returning to his own battle, Su Bai smiled triumphantly and nodded towards the remaining enemy, Han Zheng. "This one's all yours." Han Zheng tightened his grip on his weapon and smirked confidently. "Just you watch." The gold-rank giant snake collapsed in a pool of blood, gasping for breath. Su Bai stepped forward coldly, looking down with soulless eyes. "I came here to take your life." Without letting the enemy say any last words, a flaming strike swung down, cutting off the beast's final shred of hope for survival. After the battle, Wang Yang planted his spear in the ground, clicking his tongue with regret. "A fight like this is hardly worth it. The opponents are still too weak." Su Bai held a map in his hand, sternly reminding his friend, "Don't let your guard down. We are deep in the territory of the 10,000 races." Amidst the desolate sea of fire, Xiao Bai and Xiao Ba suddenly threw their heads back and roared with joy. The two pets felt a surge of energy. "I feel like I'm about to break through to the gold rank." "Me too," Su Bai exclaimed in surprise. "That fast?" Han Zheng put away his weapon and walked over, asking worriedly, "Old Su, we're done cleaning up. Should we head back and regroup with the main force?" The firelight reflected on Su Bai's contemplative face. He squinted at the map and then gave a mysterious smile. I just had an idea." Han Zheng and Wang Yang were stunned, asking in unison, "What idea?" Su Bai pointed at the map, his eyes shining with recklessness. "Since we're already in the heart of the 10,000 Races territory, why don't we take this chance to strike their headquarters directly?" His two friends were horrified. "Just the few of us? That's way too risky." Su Bai's eyes narrowed into a thin, curved line as he flashed an indescribably wicked smile. As the old saying goes, high risk, high reward. The more dangerous the place, the richer the prize. Aren't you tempted to try? Han Zheng could only clutch his head and groan. Aish. Seeing his friend's hesitation, Su Bai put his hands on his hips and declared confidently like a general. "Don't worry, I'm the captain, right? Just follow my lead. Tonight we'll make camp and rest here." He pointed towards the fiery horizon. Su Bai announced their next objective in a booming voice. "Tomorrow, we march straight to the Raging Wind Mountains." Wang Yang and Han Zheng shot each other a startled look. "The Raging Wind Mountains?" Han Zheng reminded him anxiously. "Isn't that the territory of the Wind Leopard clan?" Wang Yang then sighed in exasperation, looking at Su Bai's back. "Don't you think old Su has been getting more and more arrogant and power-trippy since he became captain?" The next day, at the edge of the Raging Wind Mountains forest, a pack of wind leopards was lazing about, sunbathing on tree branches and rock ledges. Hidden in the bushes from a distance, a whispered question arose. "Why are we using the same old trick again?" To start the new day, the group had once again pulled out their black cloaks for disguise. Su Bai smirked confidently and explained, "Why use this old trick again? Simple. Because it works." He gestured towards the wind leopards lounging in the trees and cleared his throat authoritatively. "The respected lords of the hidden mystic serpents have arrived. Why haven't you rolled out here to greet us?" Hearing that name, a leopard jolted in shock, leaping up and fleeing in a panic, shouting as it ran, "Quick, report to the elders! It's the hidden mystic serpents!" Another leopard quickly snarled, "The hidden mystic serpents?" Immediately after, a burly, Black Panther beastman, carrying a giant blade on his shoulder, stepped out with his murderous pack, snorting coldly. Did you all come here to die?" The completely off-script introduction left the three human men staring at each other, wide-eyed. From under his hood, Su Bai asked in astonishment, "What the hell is going on?" The Black Panther leader pointed his sharp blade at them, his eyes burning with absolute hatred. "My Wind Leopard clan has an irreconcilable feud with you hidden mystic serpents. Today is the day I get my revenge." With that, the Black Panther swung his greatsword, tearing through the air as he launched himself forward like a cannonball. "Let's slaughter them all!" Deadly slashes of crimson energy shot towards the party. Han Zheng swung his long spear to block a devastating blow, his hands trembling as he gritted his teeth and complained, "Old Su, your damn plan has failed spectacularly." Su Bai dodged backward, retorting with an annoyed scowl, "How was I supposed to know they had a grudge against each other?" Knowing the act was up, Su Bai fell back into a defensive stance, his eyes sharp with killing intent. "If things are already this bad, we'll just have to break through their encirclement by force. Xiao Ba, Xiao Bai, it's time to work." Given the order to attack, the giant Xiao Ba charged out to bite back at the leopard pack while Xiao Bai transformed into a ferocious white shadow, snapping directly at the leader's weapon. Su Bai turned to the little lowly who was watching the show and pleaded urgently, "Xiao Hong, these leopards are too fast. We're counting on you." The little girl nodded sharply, her red eyes glowing with excitement. "Got it." Instantly, Xiao Hong soared into the sky, her tiny body enveloped in a brilliant, magical pink light. From high above, a colossal fireball descended upon the earth as Xiao Hong roared, "Hellfire, Demon Phoenix!" The fireball detonated, wiping out everything in its path. The Black Panther leader was completely helpless against the searing phoenix flames. He raised his arms to defend himself in vain, his face a mask of pure terror. The battle ended in an instant, with the leader flattened on the ground. Leaning on his spear, Han Zhan laughed heartily. "Awesome, I just leveled up." Meanwhile, Xiao Hong sat casually perched nearby. Su Bai turned to his friend, tilting his chin with a smug grin. "See? Isn't that the method I taught you?" Suddenly, the system rang out with a series of applause notifications. "Congratulations, host. The electric scale turtle has advanced to Gold Lion rank, becoming the Jade Swamp Turtle, and your level has increased accordingly. At the same time, congratulations, host. The Dark Gold White Tiger has advanced to Gold Lion rank, becoming the Shadow Gold White Tiger." Reading the words on the screen, Su Bai nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad at all. This was a massive leap forward. In the middle of the clearing, Xiao Ba threw his head back and let out a heaven-shaking roar as his body swelled to several times its previous size. Su Bai crossed his arms and looked up, impressed. Xiao Ba has gotten even bigger. The Jade Swamp Turtle's outrageously powerful skill panel appeared. The Mystic Water Turtle possessed earth and water attributes, was at Gold Lion rank and had awakened 50% of its Black Tortoise bloodline. Its stats were Constitution 4,538, its specialty defense at 6,262, agility 2,000, and spirit 2,000. It possessed the talents Wall of Despair, which increases defense by 100 to 300% and reduces enemy attack by 20%. Water Barrier with a 10-kilometer radius, Gravity Core with a 10-kilometer radius, and Origin of Earth and Water, which allows it to absorb elemental energy for immense defensive and regenerative capabilities. Su Bai laughed with delight. It reduces the enemy's damage by 20% and traps them in a water wall. Xiao Ba's upgraded skills are a complete game breaker now. The Shadow Gold White Tiger's skill panel showed the attributes of metal, sharpness, and dark. It was at Gold Lion rank with 50% of its White Tiger bloodline awakened, and the fusion of the metal and dark elements had created a new skill. Its stats were Constitution 4,250, Defense 2,850, Agility 6,550, and Spirit 2,000. It possessed the talents Phantom Dance, increasing attack speed and power by 200%, and Shadow Strike, which increases base speed by 200%. When Dark Essence is activated, it can merge with the shadows, boosting the effect to 400%. Golden Spirit Wave imbued its attacks with metal power, adding a 200% armor-piercing and tearing effect. It could neutralize all high-level defenses, and its origin of metal and dark allowed it to absorb primordial power, granting it colossal damage and incredible speed. Su Bai gloated. Shadow Strike doubles its speed. That skill is even faster than my shifting gold ghost step. Xiao Ba stood majestically, wreathed in black and blue flames of darkness. Su Bai walked over and pointed proudly. From now on, you are the Lord of Darkness. Seeing his friend get ridiculously stronger again, Han Zhan's eyes widened with envy. Old Su, you leveled up again? Old Hu, however, scowled in frustration. But I already have the will to seek the path and unwavering faith. Why haven't I leveled up yet? Seizing the opportunity to continue brainwashing his friends, Su Bai turned back with a devious half-smile. Old Hu, that can only mean one thing. He narrowed his eyes and declared bluntly, it's because your faith isn't strong enough. Tired of the sermon, Xiao Hong handed Su Bai a map and gave him a mysterious smile. There's only one place left that I've never been to. An image of a colossal mountain shrouded in swirling dark clouds appeared. Su Bai's voice rang out with excitement. That is the capital city of the hidden Mystic Crow clan. Hearing that mysterious name, Old Hu stumbled back a step in shock. Su Bai, are you kidding me? Su Bai turned back, his eyes sharp with determination. All right then, let's go there. Han Zhan's jaw dropped, and he broke into a cold sweat. Isn't this just completely insane? Visions of the terrifying, colossal lords of the Myriad clans flashed through their minds. Old Hu swallowed hard and analyzed the situation. In any case, that's a true metropolis of the Myriad clans. Even though the Myriad clans and humanity are locked in a brutal war, there are definitely individuals of unparalleled power who stay behind to guard their capital city. Han Zhan threw his hands out, protesting vehemently, his face drained of all color. Absolutely not. For just a few of us to dare attack their capital city. How is that any different from walking straight to our deaths? He snapped. Going to the capital is far too dangerous. Old Hu quickly chimed in, trying to dissuade him. If our human identities are exposed, we won't even have a chance to escape. Han Zhan is right. With the three of us at our current strength, wading into the capital is just too risky. Seeing his team's morale plummet, Su Bai smiled gently, looked up at the vast blue sky, and began his inspirational speech. Old Han, Old Hu, have you forgotten your faith and the will to seek the path? He strode forward, raising a fist to the sky, and declared loudly, if we want to acquire more resources to strengthen ourselves, we must go to the capital city. His two friends behind him were simply speechless. Before they could argue, Su Bai continued to paint a glorious vision of the future. Just imagine, one day you reach the sovereign realm, standing atop the Great Wall, looking down on those Myriad clan scoundrels like they're worthless ants. Think of how much admiration you'll receive, and what great victories you'll be able to achieve for the human race. Su Bai's eyes widened, burning with the flames of fanaticism as he roared like an orator. Besides, we're doing this for the greater good of humanity. How glorious is that? Even if we don't make it back this time, we will be performing an incredibly noble deed. Do you understand? The brainwashing was a wild success. Han Zhan clenched his fists, veins bulging on his neck, and threw his head back to shout with the force of 1,000 men. For the greater good of humanity, I, Han Zhan, was born for greatness and will die in glory. Tears welling in his eyes, Han Zhan rushed forward to grab Su Bai's hand, shaking it vigorously. Exactly, old Han. That's the true spirit of a hero, the pride of humanity. Witnessing this surreal display of brotherhood, Old Hu adjusted his glasses, his mouth twitching as he wondered, so, is he really that easy to rile up? The plan was set. Su Bai enthusiastically pointed forward. Xiao Hong, lead the way. The sly girl spread her arms and replied cheerfully, right. Hanzan stood behind them, pumping his fist to celebrate the new campaign. Above them, crows cawed from the bare, dry branches, their cries mingling with the group's echoing shouts from afar. Forward! For the greater good of humanity! For the greater good of humanity! The crows seemed to squawk back. 3 days later, under Xiao Hong's guidance, the group had crossed the desolate lands. Su Bai asked wearily, "How much farther?" The little girl skipped ahead, waving with a bright smile. "We're almost there. We're just about there." Suddenly, Xiao Hong pointed to the sky, cheering excitedly. "There it is! The capital city of the hidden mystic Crow clan." Su Bai shielded his eyes from the sun and squinted, stammering, this is..." Before them was not an ordinary city, but a colossal dark fortress piercing the swirling storm clouds, looking as terrifying as a mountain of death. Hanzhan gulped audibly and said with a tremor in his voice, "How can you even call this a capital city? That thing looks more like a towering mountain." "Old too," his friend said. "I'm suddenly starting to regret this." Su Bai clenched his fists, psyching himself up. "What is there to be afraid of? We are the great heroes of the human race." Meanwhile, Xiao Hong, with the air of an expert, began her explanation. "The main city of the hidden mystic chariot clan is arguably the most magnificent of all the main cities. A few years ago, the Great Elder and I came here on a tour," she continued, pointing to a holographic map that materialized before them. Each side of the city wall has 13 gates. Typically, the royal factions use the central main gate, while members of the hidden mystic chariot clan use the side gates. The remaining side gates are reserved for certain races with noble bloodlines. However, they all have to undergo an aura check and pay a fee to enter. The moment he heard that, Su Bai's eyes went wide. "What? An entrance fee?" Xiao Hong innocently pulled out a small yellow pouch. "Basically, it's just purple crystal stones. To put it simply, 1 purple crystal stone is enough to buy a spirit herb." Xiao Hong held up a sparkling purple gem, explaining in detail, "But purple crystal stones aren't just used as currency. They also contain immense energy, which is very useful for cultivation." She continued with a professional air. "Cultivators at the platinum level and above even use higher-grade spirit stones for their training. These high-grade spirit stones don't just contain ordinary energy. They are infused with the elemental powers of heaven and earth, like metal, earth, space, and others." Su Bai squatted down, ruffling Xiao Hong's hair with a crafty smile. "Xiao Hong, you're a noble saintess. Don't tell me you've only got 1 measly purple crystal stone in that bag of yours." Xiao Hong puffed out her chest proudly. "This is a space pouch. It has about 100 square meters of storage space inside." "I?" she declared, then turned the pouch upside down. A glittering cascade of purple crystal stones poured out in a massive pile. Xiao Hong looked smug. "I'm actually quite rich." Hanzhan and Old Hu's jaws dropped in astonishment. Old Hu gasped while Hanzhan and Cletavanavriuta, a true little rich lady. Xiao Hong looked at her mountain of wealth, pouted, and said, "That belongs to Xiao Hong." Su Bai swiftly gathered all the purple crystal stones back into the pouch, his eyes practically glowing with dollar signs. He put on a righteous air. "It's not safe for a child to carry so much money. As your master, I'll keep it safe for you." Xiao Hong stared blankly at her now empty pouch. Su Bai satisfyingly slung the heavy bag over his shoulder. "All right, it's settled then." He grinned from ear to ear, thinking, "I've really hit the jackpot this time." Seeing this, Old Hu cleared his throat, trying to pull him back to reality. "Ahem, Old Tu. Shouldn't we be heading into the city now?" Xiao Hong nodded. I'll grant everyone the aura of the hidden mystic chariot clan again. This aura lasts for 7 days, so if we use a side gate, we can save on the entrance fee." Su Bai gave a thumbs up. "Okay." After Xiao Hong worked her magic, the group radiated an aura identical to the mystic chariot clans, causing all the surrounding monsters to back away in awe. Su Bai crossed his arms smugly. "See? I told you, this method never fails. Just look at their reaction." Shortly after, when the group arrived at a side gate, the mystic chariot guards immediately bowed their heads in greeting. A guard pushed open the heavy stone gate, saying respectfully, "Welcome back to the main city, you 4 esteemed masters." Hanzhan whispered in awe as they stepped through. Su Bai puffed out his chest confidently. "Of course, just look at this impressive team we've got." The moment he stepped inside, Su Bai was stunned. "Whoa, there are fierce beasts everywhere." Hanzhan was just as shocked. This main city is too strange. What in the world is going on? The scene before them was an incredibly bustling and chaotic market, packed with all sorts of monsters from every corner of the world. Old Hu exclaimed. "Old Tu, I never expected there to be so many fierce beasts inside the main city, and their strength is nothing to scoff at." Old Hu continued his analysis with a grave expression. "The foundation of the Myriad Races is far deeper than we ever imagined." Hanzhan agreed. "That's right. Against just the 3 great royal clans and the elites from this one city, our human warriors wouldn't stand a chance." Xiao Hong chimed in to explain. "Actually, the 3 great royal clans have extremely tight control over the lesser bloodlines. This time, the 9 Nether King has gathered an army of 10 million, but I bet 9 million of them are just cannon fodder." The real elites are probably only the 9 Nether royal family and our own hidden mystic chariot clan. Old Hu nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. No wonder Lord Huangshan didn't take that 10 million strong army seriously. That's the real reason. Su Bai looked around, smiling. I didn't expect the main city of the Myriad Races to be this lively. How about we take a walk around and see what we can find? Suddenly, a ding echoed in Su Bai's mind. It was Xiao Ba's voice from the system space. Master, I found something good, about 10 kilometers to the southwest. He was taken aback. Huh? A quick note, after leveling up, Xiao Ba and Xiao Bai are now in the system space. Su Bai turned to his 2 friends, clearing his throat seriously. Ahem, Old Han, Old Hu. Look at this massive city. If the 3 of us stick together, our efficiency will be too low. How about we split up and act individually? Old Hu immediately agreed. Sounds good. I want to see if there's a place to study the ancient records of the Myriad Races. Su Bai pulled out 2 purple crystal stones, handing one to each of them. Don't say I'm an unreliable brother. Here, take one each. Just play it by ear, and let's meet back at the city gate when you're done. Han Zhan complained. You're only giving us 1 stone each? That's way too stingy. Old Hu chimed in. He's right. Xiao Hong had a whole bag full. Su Bai waved his hand magnanimously. No need to thank me. Then he turned to the little girl. Xiao Hong, let's go, she replied cheerfully. Okay. Han Zhan and Old Hu were left muttering behind them. Su Bai, you really are a cheapskate. Han Zhan turned to Old Hu with a smile. I'm going to look for a place to check out some ancient books. Want to come with? Old Hu shook his head. No thanks. I'm going to check out the weapon shops. Meanwhile, Su Bai and Xiao Hong followed the system's directions and soon arrived in front of a large plaza. He chuckled to himself. According to the tip, this is the place. Su Bai subtly pulled his hood down, his eyes gleaming with a mischievous light. I wonder what kind of treasures are in here. Gazing at the towering stone pagoda before him, he muttered, could this be the main city's treasury? The wall isn't that high. I can easily climb over it. Just as he said that, Xiao Hong pointed to the sky and shouted, Master, look! A colossal black dragon materialized from thin air, its entire body wrapped in mysterious purple ancient runes, radiating a destructive aura. Su Bai broke out in a cold sweat, muttering, Phew, good thing I didn't act rashly. He squinted at those ancient runes, a sense of familiarity washing over him. These runes, they look familiar. I think I've seen them somewhere before, maybe in an old book. Suddenly, Su Bai's eyes shot wide open as he shouted in shock, I remember now! This is a no-fly barrier! He muttered in utter disbelief. This hidden mystic chariot clan, they really don't mess around. With this barrier, not even a diamond rank expert could easily phase through the walls. A moment later, a sly grin spread across Tobox's face. He rubbed his chin, wondering what kind of treasure they were guarding inside. Just then, Xiao Hong tugged on his shirt. Master, someone's coming. Tobarch immediately gave the signal. Hide, now. Hiding behind a stone pillar, the group heard the sound of guards. One of them stepped forward to greet an approaching figure. Master, are you here for another inspection? The figure replied in a solemn voice. Anything unusual? The guard answered respectfully. No, everything is normal. After the figure was gone, Tobarch returned, crouching down to instruct Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong, wait for me here. The little girl nodded cheerfully. Okay. Tobarch then whispered to himself. Time to test out my new ability. Instantly, his body turned translucent, shimmering like a blue phantom as he activated his phantom assault talent. Xiao Hong gasped in amazement. Wow, you're really invisible. In his invisible state, Tobar casually walked past the 2 swan serpent guards, issuing an order in the tone of a superior. One of the guards, showing no suspicion, replied, Understood. The moment Tobarch passed by, he launched a surprise attack, striking the female guard on the back of the neck. She collapsed on the spot without a sound. Reappearing, Tobarch dusted off his hands and stood beside the unconscious guard, saying with satisfaction, This shadow attack is actually quite useful. Standing before the colossal stone door, Tobarch's shadow stretched long inside as he smiled in anticipation. Let's see what treasure they're hiding in here. Stepping inside, his eyes were met with a room filled to the brim with glittering purple amethyst crystals. He ran around excitedly. Wow! This place is packed with amethyst! Tobarch shouted with joy. I've hit the absolute jackpot. There's no way I'll ever be poor again. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed from a corner of the room. Startled, Tobarch immediately went on guard, his hands ready. Wait, is someone else here? 2 shadows flickered behind a stone gate. Tobarch grew suspicious, thinking they might be from the Hidden Earth Xuanmang clan. Then, a familiar voice called out, Who's there? Show yourself. Tobarch froze. That voice. From the shadows, Lao Hu and Hanjian cautiously poked their heads out. Lao Hu stayed. Tobarch's jaw dropped. He pointed at them in utter disbelief. What? You 2? One of you said you were checking out the weapon shop, and the other said you were going to read. Han Jian coughed to hide his embarrassment. Ahem, what a coincidence. Lao Hu also stammered, You're here too? Tobark put his hands on his hips and questioned them loudly. Aren't you two supposed to be the righteous ones? What's with the invisibility suits? Then he added sarcastically, Damn, you guys are even more talented than me. How did you get in here without alerting the guards? Han Jian scratched his head, forcing a weak laugh. Well, there's a tunnel over there. I was just wandering around and somehow ended up inside. Tobark waved his hand, cutting off his friend's excuse. Enough, save your breath. Take what you can, just don't make any noise. He pointed to a corner overflowing with chests, and don't follow me. Lao Hu and Han Jian immediately started looting, muttering as they did. Come on, old toe, don't be so stingy. A short while later, Han Jian, carrying a bulging bag, panted heavily. I think I've got enough. I can't carry any more. Lao Hu nodded in agreement. Me too. Tobark shot them a look of disdain. You two really have no ambition. Just then, a small bell fell from Han Jian's bag, hitting the stone floor with a piercing clang. Outside, a guard immediately shouted, What was that sound? There's movement in the ancient shrine. Han Jian's face went pale as he stammered, Damn it. Tobark whirled around and roared. Han, you idiot! You just had to cause trouble. The guards outside rushed in frantically, helping up their unconscious master. Master, sound the alarm, another one yelled. The ancient shrine is being robbed. Activate the anti-air barrier to maximum. Don't let the thieves escape. Tobark yelled at his two stunned friends. Run! If we don't get out of here now, we're done for. The three of them burst out of the treasury like a whirlwind, with a horde of furious guards hot on their heels. The entire city erupted with the sound of alarms. The guards screamed, They're getting away! After them! A giant Xuan serpent lord appeared, his command echoing across the city. Lock down the entire city, search every house and find the intruders. At that moment, the group was hiding on a rooftop, observing the situation. Xiao Hong reported, Master, all the city guards have been mobilized. Han Jian was sweating bullets. I think we've made a really big mess this time. Lao Hu wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression grim. No doubt about it. The city's on lockdown, and no reinforcements are coming for us. Amid the tense atmosphere, Tobark suddenly gave a mysterious smile. But hey, don't you two know the saying? The most dangerous place is the safest place to hide. Han Jian and Lao Hu looked at each other, confused. Han Jian asked, Huh? What does that mean? Before Han Jian could even process Tobark's words, Xiao Hong quickly pointed towards a patrolling squad of guards. She shouted loudly, There's a human presence! There are humans over there! The entire squad of guards whipped around, stunned. What? Humans? A guard holding a spear asked cautiously. Where exactly? Xiao Hong pointed enthusiastically. They're right over there. As if on cue, a series of lightning-fast clashing sounds rang out. Before the guards could even register what was happening, Tobark appeared in their midst, coldly ordering, Han, take care of them. Han Jian immediately complied. Got it. Meanwhile, Tobark turned back to Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong, we're going back inside. The two of them returned to the treasury. Xiao Hong asked curiously, Master, what are you looking for? Tobark scanned their surroundings as they walked. I have a feeling there are more treasures here. If it were just rare herbs and ores, they wouldn't have needed such a powerful barrier to protect it. Suddenly, Xiao Hong pointed at a wall. Master, there's a secret door. Tobark turned around, surprised. A secret door? He squinted at the wall. I don't see anything, Xiao Hong explained. It's concealed by a type of charm that makes it undetectable to humans. She reached out and gently touched the wall, and a stone door slowly rumbled open. Tobark muttered, These cunning Xuan Mangs. No wonder we didn't notice it before. Xiao Hong focused for a moment, then said, Master, there's a powerful energy source below. Without a moment's hesitation, Tobark said, Let's go check it out. The moment he stepped onto the staircase, a wave of evil energy washed over him, making him stop in his tracks. Ugh. Before him was a horrifying sight. A massive, twisted tree surrounded by countless snake corpses and shrouded in a deep red, resentful aura. He stammered, What is this? Behind him, a horrified Xiao Hong gasped, Could it be the Myriad Wish Tree? Tobark frowned. What kind of deformed tree is this? Xiao Hong yelled angrily. This is forbidden dark magic. How dare the Hidden Earth Xuanmang clan cultivate it? Tobark murmured, The Myriad Wish Tree. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Just then the system's voice rang out. Detected fragment of the ancient divine tree. It contains countless fragments of the laws of power. This tree is deeply connected to the great ancient calamity. Host must not miss this opportunity. Xiao Hong stomped her foot in fury, pointing at the snake carcasses under the tree. The deep-dwelling mystic serpent clan had committed this atrocity, sacrificing tens of millions of snake-type monsters just to cultivate this 10,000 wishes tree. Su Bai looked up at the treetop, where a single fruit grew. Xiao Hong explained, That's an 8th grade spirit fruit. The deep-dwelling mystic serpent clan sacrificed countless lives just to obtain it. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Bai shot forward, snatching the bright red spirit fruit from the tree. He was stunned. A fruit the size of a fist weighed over 100 kilograms. Su Bai examined the spirit fruit in his hand, his face filled with curiosity. This is the first time in my life I've ever seen a spirit fruit like this. What does this 10,000 wishes fruit even do? Xiao Hong explained. Each fruit contains boundless energy. It can help Lord-level experts enhance the concentration of their bloodline. She continued with a grave expression, and once that concentration reaches a certain level, they must slaughter countless members of their own kind. That's why the method of cultivating the 10,000 wishes tree was banned by all three great imperial clans. Hearing this, Su Bai was impressed. Whoa, it's that powerful? He looked at the evil tree, then said decisively, "It seems we really can't leave this thing here." He immediately asked his system, how do I dig up this ancient divine tree? The system replied, to transplant the divine tree, the host must first activate its divinity. Host, please place your hand on the divine tree's core vein. Note, when the divine tree is transplanted, its divinity may cause minor disturbances in the mortal world. Please be mentally prepared. Su Bai frowned. Minor disturbances? He shook his head. Whatever, I can't leave this tree here anyway. Su Bai placed his hand on the trunk, closed his eyes, and declared firmly, I'm ready. Begin now. Activate the divine tree's divinity. Instantly, an explosive torrent of red and gold light erupted from the tree, and the entire underground space began to shake violently. The space around Su Bai started to fracture, creating pitch-black spatial tears. He panicked. A spatial rift. Then he roared at the system. This damn thing is what you call a minor disturbance? Xiao Hong screamed in terror. Master, what did you do? This space is collapsing. We have to get out of here, or we'll be trapped in the rift. The entire underground region began to detonate violently. Xiao Hong shrieked in desperation. Master, if we don't go now, it'll be too late. Su Bai braced himself against the terrifying suction from the widening spatial rifts. He gritted his teeth, his face a mask of determination. This place is about to fall apart. Seeing the critical situation, Su Bai yelled, Xiao Hong, hide! He then threw the space pouch containing Xiao Hong into a safer-looking rift. The pouch vanished into the darkness of the chaotic space. After a desperate struggle, Su Bai and Xiao Hong finally escaped the collapsing space and landed in a safe area. He panted heavily. We're safe here for now. Xiao Hong cheered joyfully. Master, you did it. You actually transplanted the 10,000 wishes tree. Inside the system space, the tree had transformed into one of pure gold. Su Bai muttered. Looks like it was a success. But why is the ground still shaking? Su Bai watched in horror as his pile of amethyst stones began to disintegrate into energy, being absorbed by the golden tree. He screamed, What? Is the tree devouring my treasure? He rushed forward in a rage, punching the trunk repeatedly. What the hell? Have all my spiritual herbs and materials been stolen by this damn tree? Spit them out, you bastard. Suddenly, the golden tree emitted a blinding light. Xiao Hong shouted, Master, dodge, the 10,000 wishes tree seems to be. At that very moment, at the Great Wall Military Defense Base, a colossal pillar of golden energy shot straight into the sky. A soldier turned to his superior, Lord Ni Qing. This energy. The general stared at the column of light with a look of utter shock. This energy, it's incredibly powerful. It seems to have transcended the very laws of the world. Ni Qing muttered with a deeply worried expression. Could it be that something even stronger than the Nine Nether King has awakened deep within the territory of the Myriad Races? The soldier beside him was horrified. What? You mean an existence that surpasses the king level? Ni Qing gripped the balcony railing, his expression incredibly tense, and immediately turned to issue an order to his subordinate. Contact the reconnaissance team at once and find out what the hell is happening down there. The soldier bowed grimly. Yes, sir. At the same time, in the imperial city of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan, the fox queen floated in the air, her face a mask of absolute shock. She whispered, Is this divine-level power? The maid behind her was also terrified. The forbidden area hasn't been breached, so how could divine power possibly leak out? The fox queen's elegant brows furrowed deeply, her voice laced with suspicion. Why would such a terrifying source of energy appear in the main city of the deep-dwelling mystic serpent clan? Without further hesitation, she commanded urgently, Hurry, send someone to investigate immediately. The maid hastily complied. Yes, your majesty. It wasn't just the Fox clan. In the Nine Nether Imperial City, the white-haired king sitting on his ice throne also frowned as he sensed this terrifying energy. What is happening? He muttered in confusion. Why would such a dreadful aura appear in the main city of the deep-dwelling mystic serpent clan? The muscular subordinate standing below was drenched in sweat, turning to reply nervously, I truly do not know. I will go to the main city right now to find out what's going on. The explosion's influence didn't stop at the cities. In the Azure Jade Swamp Forbidden area, the water's surface churned violently as a blinding light erupted from the depths, startling a sleeping water dragon from its slumber. The scene shifted to the Sword Mound Forbidden area, where the sky roiled with dark, thunderous clouds. Tens of thousands of forbidden swords on the mountain peak began to resonate, emitting brilliant blue flashes as if answering the call of an unseen force. Deep at the bottom of the questioning stone river forbidden area, giant stone cocoons trembled slightly. At the same time, this strange energy spread further. The chaos culminated in outer space, where a massive celestial body ignited brilliantly, its voice echoing across heaven and earth. The divine race is eternal. It won't be long before we return to the mortal realm. Back on the ground, right on the battlefield of the Myriad Races, the earth cracked open. Searing red light erupted from below, causing both the beast and human factions to stop fighting in stunned confusion. One of the beasts stammered, "What the hell is happening? An earthquake?" Standing on a high cliff, the commander Gui Che's face turned pale as he looked into the distance. That direction, it's the main city. He broke into a cold sweat, muttering to himself, "Damn it, it's the 10,000 Wishes tree." His blood-red eyes bulged in absolute panic as he ground his teeth in fury. If the 3 Imperial clans find out that I used a forbidden dark art to cultivate it, I'm dead meat. Overcome with fear, Commander Gui Che immediately roared, firing a purple signal flare into the sky. Deep-dwelling Mystic Serpent clan, all forces, retreat immediately. The gorillas and bears below were baffled. Retreat? Amidst the humans' thundering war cries of "Kill them all! Wipe out the mirror smoke!" What in the world is happening? Did I really cause all this mess? Standing on the edge of a cliff, he gazed down in a daze at the colossal crater that was once the great city of Oi Hung, swallowing nervously as he muttered, "This might be a bit overkill, don't you think?" Before he could even process it all, Tobark flinched as a brilliant pink pillar of light shot down from the sky. A figure appeared within the light, accompanied by a piercing shriek. "You wretched thief, how dare you touch our divine tree?" Tobark clutched his head and groaned. Well, now I'm in real trouble. That figure was the 9th Elder, a platinum-level female mage. She burst from the smoke with bloodshot, furious eyes and disheveled hair, roaring at the guards, "Seize him!" Seeing 2 murderous guards charging at him with weapons drawn, Tobark immediately turned tail and fled. He thought to himself, "If I don't get out of here right now, I'm dead for sure." As he ran, he quickly activated a skill, his body blurring into the shadow of a green dragon as he zipped away. Seeing her prey trying to escape, the 9th Elder gritted her teeth. "You still think you can run?" She swung her sword fiercely. Instantly, a massive, crescent-shaped wave of blade energy tore through the air, hurtling towards Tobark with destructive power and a deafening scream. "Die!" Feeling a bone-chilling killing intent on his back, Tobark glanced over his shoulder. His eyes widened in terror as he saw the searing pink blade energy slashing right for his face. Without a split second of hesitation, Tobark spun around, braced himself, and thrust his hands forward, summoning a massive hexagonal energy shield right in front of him to block the blow. The impact was immense. He panted, wiping sweat from his brow and muttering, as expected of a platinum level. From above, the 9th Elder was still levitating, angrily blasting a torrent of pink flames downward. "You destroyed my clan's divine tree. Tearing you into 100 pieces wouldn't be enough to pay for what you've done." Down in the wreckage, Old Hu and Han Qian were hiding and observing. Old Hu pushed up his glasses, sweating bullets. "What's with that sudden surge of energy? Don't tell me Tobaich caused this too." Suddenly, Tobak's jaw dropped as he stared forward, his eyes a mixture of utter astonishment and excitement. "Holy crap, did I really just level up to gold?" As it turned out, Han Qian had rushed in just in time to intercept the attack. He swung his spear with all his might, blocking the 9th Elder's devastating pink blade energy as it descended, and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Old To, you run first, I'll hold her off." Giving Han Qian no room to breathe, the 9th Elder furiously swung her massive pink sword down with overwhelming killing intent. "You're courting death." Han Qian gritted his teeth, raising his spear horizontally to block the crushing force, letting out a pained grunt. "Huh?" The destructive power shattered his defense, sending Han Qian flying through piles of rubble. The 9th Elder hovered in the air, smirking contemptuously. "Did you really think your armor could withstand me?" Seeing their friend in trouble, Tobark and Old Hu rushed over. Old Hu asked worriedly, "Old Han, can you even handle this?" Tobark, drenched in sweat, advised, "If you can't beat her, don't force it. Let's just run together." But Han Qian propped himself up with his spear and roared with righteous fury, "Go, you two go, I'll cover the rear." Instantly, Han Qian erupted in a brilliant purple energy, taking a battle stance. Tobark gave him a thumbs up in admiration. "Old Han, you truly are a barbarian war god." Then he quickly turned to his other companion. "Old Hu, let's fall back first." Han Qian, still fired up, yelled back, "All right!" Brimming with fighting spirit, Han Qian glared at his opponent, channeling all his power into his weapon, and bellowed confidently, "Behold my ultimate blade technique." He unleashed 3 consecutive slashes that tore through space towards the enemy, but the 9th Elder simply swatted the energy waves away with a flick of her hand. She sneered, "What pathetic little tricks." Seizing the exact moment she was distracted, Han Qian turned on his heel and bolted for his life, yelling, "See ya!" That shameless rearguard action made the ninth elder's blood boil. She shrieked as she gave chase. "You're actually trying to run away? Get back here." Up ahead, Han Qian was in a full sprint with his two friends. To Barch, while running for his life, tossed him an item. "Here, eat this spirit fruit quick and recover your energy." Having been played for a fool, the ninth elder's body exploded with pink killing intent, her eyes rolling back as she screamed, her throat raw. "Damn you all! Not a single one of you is getting away today." Despite the threat, the trio of young men immediately maxed out their movement talents, their bodies transforming into 3 streaks of flashing light that tore through the wind as they fled. The 3 shot across the barren desert like rockets, leaving blinding trails of light at terrifying speed, while the ninth elder's furious pink aura relentlessly pursued them. Even as a platinum-level expert, the ninth elder couldn't help but gasp in utter disbelief at the absurd speed of her 3 targets. Was that really the speed a gold-level fighter should possess? The grueling chase dragged on for 3 long hours. Standing on a cliff by a large river, the 10th elder, a platinum-level lizard-cockroach hybrid, gritted his teeth in frustration. "Those bastards run fast. We absolutely cannot let these 3 humans escape. If they get away, our lives are forfeit." The ninth elder was now panting heavily, drenched in sweat, and asked anxiously, "Are you sure you saw them run this way? This is the forbidden zone of the Still Sky River. Any further, and it'll be the Blue Water Lake." The 10th elder cut her off, his cold gaze locked on the monstrous bird-like creatures circling in the distance. "We can't worry about that right now. We absolutely must capture those 3 humans." At the same time, in a lush green pasture behind a large boulder, the trio was sitting on the ground, gasping for breath. Old Hu wiped his sweat with a smirk. "They probably won't catch up this quickly." Han Qian, still in a state of shock, asked, "They were chasing us like maniacs, screaming about some divine tree. What was that all about anyway?" At the mention of it, To Bark pulled the radiant red myriad wish fruit from his bag, flashed an incredibly provocative grin, and shrugged. "It's a long story. Let's just recover our strength first and get out of this place as soon as possible." But before his smile could fade, a deep, booming voice carrying terrifying pressure echoed from atop the boulder. "None of you are going anywhere." The platinum-level 10th elder stood tall, crushing the top of the rock under his foot. He looked down on them with contempt. "A bunch of useless trash, can't even catch 3 humans. And now I have to handle it myself." Faced with the overwhelming killing intent of a high-level enemy, Han Qian immediately stepped forward, gripping his glowing purple spear and shielding his friends with his body. "Old To, you go first." The enemy above them roared. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 10th elder's energy exploded, transforming him into a gigantic serpent dragon. He opened his maw full of sharp fangs, seemingly swallowing the sky as he hissed. "And I'll grant you a swift death." The monster lunged, slamming its massive tail into the ground. Even though Han Qian raised his weapon to block, he was sent flying like a toy, letting out a tragic scream. "Ah!" To Bark yelled in a panic. "Old Han!" Seeing his friend battered and bruised, To Bark angrily took a step forward, pointing directly at the monster's face. "You dare call that rotten myriad wish fruit a divine tree? I was carrying out heaven's will, destroying that evil thing for you all." The colossal serpent dragon let out a series of savage growls amidst the thick cloud of dust. His eyes were laced with a cold, murderous intent, staring down provocatively, as if to see just how long you could last. In that life-or-death moment, Han Qian staggered forward. Clutching his bleeding chest, he strained his neck and let out a tragic, ferocious roar. "I'm not joking. Go. It's better for one to be left behind than for all of us to die here. The victory of humanity is what matters most." Hearing those words sworn from the bottom of his heart, Su Bai and Lao Ho froze, their teeth clenched, sweat breaking out in a mix of helplessness and emotion. "Old Hen." Wasting no more time, Han Qian stomped his foot, erupting in a blinding flash of purple energy. He swung his spear and charged straight towards death itself. "Go!" Su Bai screamed in anguish, crying out as he gritted his teeth and turned to run. "Old Han, we'll wait for you up ahead." The very next second, the giant demonic serpent dragon charged forward again, its massive jaws gaping open towards the fleeing Su Bai and Lao Ho. A cruel voice boomed. "Still trying to run? Die!" Just as the colossal mouth was about to swallow them whole, Han Qian leaped into the air, bringing his brilliantly glowing spear crashing down on the monster's head. He roared, "Your opponent is me!" Its attack thwarted, the serpent dragon roared in fury. It crazily swung its massive body, slamming into Han Qian with overwhelming force and smashing him into the ground, sending earth and rock flying. As the dust settled, Han Qian lay crushed beneath the monster's enormous body. The serpent dragon raised its neck arrogantly, looking down disdainfully at its weak foe. "You pathetic human, you're overestimating yourself. Your life is worth no more than an insect's." With that, it turned to leave. But suddenly, a weak voice called out, "I'm not done yet." From the ground, Han Trien forced himself up, his face bruised and battered, letting out a defiant roar with bloodshot eyes. I said, "Your opponent is me." The serpent dragon glanced down with contempt, then ignored him completely. Instantly, it whipped its powerful tail, flinging Han Trien into the air like a rag doll. But it wasn't over. It swung its tail again, striking Han Trien's free-falling body. The devastating blow made him cough up blood, his body slamming into the ground and creating a deep crater. The serpent dragon turned away, its eyes glowing with murderous intent, its voice as cold as ice. "I don't have time to waste on you." It immediately summoned a swarm of golden energy snakes from the earth, which tightly bound the unconscious Han Trien. It gave him no chance. The energy snakes coiled around Han Trien's limbs, rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, far away, Su Bai was still on the run. After running for their lives, the two finally reached the shore of a vast emerald green lake. Su Bai was stunned. "Is this the green water lake?" Beside him, Lao Ho panted. "It seems so." Su Bai looked around at the strangely silent space. He wondered, "Why is it so quiet? You don't think the Azure Dragon isn't home?" Lao Ho glanced back worriedly. "He hasn't caught up yet. What should we do now?" At the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone, the Ninth Elder stood on a cliff, squinting at the unusually peaceful scene before him, his heart filled with suspicion. Strange. Normally, any living creature that steps into the Emerald Water Pool Forbidden Zone is attacked instantly. Why is it so quiet this time? The 10th Elder, now back in his human form, urged anxiously, "Our clan's divine tree is still in their hands. We absolutely cannot let them escape, so why don't we give it a shot?" Seeing his companion's point, the 9th Elder said, "If there's danger, we're still on the outskirts and can retreat in time." "All right," the two answered decisively and took a step into the Forbidden Land. But the moment their feet touched the ground, the sky suddenly darkened and a colossal black dragon, wreathed in lightning, materialized from the void. A horrifying pressure crashed down, freezing them in place. "Is that?" The 9th Elder's face went pale with fright. He frantically signaled to his subordinates. "It's the Azure Dragon. Retreat, retreat immediately." Meanwhile, deep within the Emerald Water Pool Forbidden Zone, Lao Ho anxiously watched Su Bai, who was calmly sitting and eating. "Eat up. Here, have some more." "Su Bai, how can you be so calm and just eat? They could catch up to us at any moment." Su Bai nonchalantly took a bite of fruit. He replied, "Haven't you figured it out yet? This is their forbidden zone. They don't dare enter. If they did, those two black-scale elders would have been on our tails long ago." Lao Ho was still uneasy. "But we really can't stay here for long. We need to think about where to go next. Since they don't dare to come in, why don't we head back to the Misty Mountains and regroup with the main force?" Su Bai immediately shot down the idea. "No way. We caused such a mess in their territory. They'll definitely redeploy their forces. If we go back that way, we're guaranteed to run into the Black Scale tribe." Lao Ho nodded. "That makes sense." Suddenly, a crafty glint flashed in Su Bai's eyes. He gave a knowing smile. "Then why don't we go back to the center of the Myriad clan's territory and launch a surprise attack?" Lao Ho screamed in terror. "What?" Lao Ho was so shocked he nearly leaped to his feet. "Are you insane? If we go back there, we'll have more than just 2 platinum-level hunters after us." Su Bai waved his hand confidently. "This time, we won't take the old path. We'll take a detour." Lao Ho was still skeptical. "A detour? Are you sure you even know the way?" Su Bai puffed out his chest with confidence. "Of course. Don't worry. A tree dies if it doesn't move, but a person thrives, so just trust me." Lao Ho was left speechless by his friend's over-the-top confidence. Just then, Xiao Huo, sitting on a turtle's back and holding a spirit fruit, heard Su Bai shout, "Let's go! Stop eating, you little glutton!" A short while later, on the road, Su Bai spoke while running. "After these last few battles, I've realized something," Lao Ho asked, panting. "What is it?" "When facing an opponent at the platinum level or higher, a direct confrontation is not an option." Su Bai continued his analysis. "It's better to focus all our energy on increasing our own speed and slowing them down. That way, we might actually have a chance to escape." Lao Ho clenched his fists, nodding in agreement. "Right. After all, there's a huge power gap between gold and platinum." Suddenly, Su Bai raised his hand to signal a halt, his voice turning serious. "Careful, there's movement up ahead." He turned to look forward, where a beastly figure was forcing a human figure along. "Hurry up!" The two tiptoed and hid behind a bush. Ahead, they were shocked to see Han Trien being escorted by a large bear man. Lao Ho exclaimed, "It's old Han." Su Bai quickly covered his friend's mouth. The bear man sneered at Han Trien. "No one's coming to save you anyway, you stubborn fool." Su Bai frowned and whispered, "If we just charge in, old Han could be in danger. We need a perfect plan." "Heh, intelligence will conquer all." Su Bai grinned slyly. Lao Ho, standing beside him, broke into a cold sweat with a bad feeling. What kind of scheme are you cooking up now? At that moment, Han Trien was struck hard by the bear man's whip. He gritted his teeth. Damn you, you beasts. The bear man angrily raised his whip. Oh, still got a sharp tongue, do you? I'll beat you to death. Just as the whip was about to come down, a cold voice echoed from the forest. Stop. Two mysterious figures in black hoods stepped out. One of them spoke up, asking, What are you doing here? The bear man hastily bowed his head. Esteemed envoys, we are acting under the orders of the 10 elders, escorting this human back to our territory. Han Jin, his face battered and bruised, recognized the familiar voice and weakly called out, Su, shut your mouth, you wretched human. Su Bai, concealed by his cloak, didn't hesitate for a second, swinging his hand and landing a vicious blow to the back of Han Jin's neck. The unexpected blow sent stars bursting across Han Jin's vision as he cried out, Huh? Su Bai crossed his arms, looking down on them with an air of authority. So, you're the escort party? We've also been tasked by the 10 elders to oversee the prisoners' transfer and collect war supplies from the cat tribe. The bear man was utterly bewildered. War supplies? But they've already been delivered. Su Bai immediately barked back. The front lines are in peril. Of course we need another shipment of supplies. From beneath his hood, Su Bai's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. His voice was laced with menace as he asked, Are you questioning the orders of our tribe? The bear man broke out in a cold sweat, bowing deeply. It is our honor to serve you, esteemed envoys. Lead the way, the cloaked Su Bai commanded coldly. Not daring to delay, the bear man quickly complied. Yes, esteemed envoys. Before long, the group arrived in the territory of the Nethercat tribe, standing before a colossal, ancient tree. Su Bai turned to the guard, his voice dripping with authority. I will interrogate this prisoner myself. Go and summon your tribe's elder. The guard quickly ordered his subordinate. A moment later, a trembling elder of the cat tribe emerged, bowing respectfully. My apologies, I was not aware of your excellency's visit. Please, forgive our oversight, envoy. Su Bai waved a dismissive hand, cutting through the formalities. Enough. We are here to collect war supplies and soul materials. The cat elder looked baffled, but the last shipment was sent just 10 days ago. Why is another one needed? Old Hu, playing the part of another envoy, answered in a grave tone. The situation on the front lines is critical. We've suffered heavy losses. We need more materials to sustain the war effort. Su Bai then began his masterful performance, his voice filled with tragic indignation. After so many years of war, which of our countless tribes isn't hanging by a thread? When the Ninth King commanded, our Earthstore Mystic Wood tribe bravely sent everyone to the front from our top-ranking chieftain down to the barely qualified novices. He lowered his voice, his gaze cutting like a dagger from beneath his hood. And now you're telling me your cat tribe can't provide a few more supplies? Or is it that you simply refuse? Overwhelmed by the relentless psychological pressure, the cat elder broke into a heavy sweat, clutching his chest. Shame on me. Your words have enlightened this old man. If you say it is so, then our cat tribe will offer up our entire reserve of 10,000 low-grade soul materials. The cloaked old Hugh's lips curled into a faint smirk as he nodded. Good. I will report this to the Ninth Nether King. Your contribution will be noted. Meanwhile, old Hu and Han Jin stood behind them, silently marveling. Su Bai was truly a master manipulator, about to score another huge prize. The cat elder, overjoyed, bowed low. Esteemed envoys, please, follow me. Very well, Su Bai replied coldly. Inside a secret cave stacked high with goods, the cat elder pointed towards several glittering chests. In addition to the 10,000 low-grade materials, our tribe has also prepared some spirit stones for our honored envoys. A satisfied smile touched Su Bai's lips. Your contribution has been noted. I will be sure to report this to the king. The cat elder beamed with delight. Thank you, honored envoy. Thank you. Very good, Su Bai cut in. Go and prepare the supplies. We will begin interrogating the prisoner here. At Su Bai's command, the cat elder immediately scurried off to obey. The moment the cat elder was gone, Han Jin started struggling against his ropes. He's gone. Get these things off me, quick, he grumbled in frustration. Seriously? It was just a few cat demons. Why didn't we just take them out? Su Bai crossed his arms, jerking his chin towards the chests of spirit stones. And if we did that, where would we get these spirit stones to heal your injuries? Old Hu stepped forward. Old Han, hold still. I'll get you untied. The moment he was free, Han Jin's brow furrowed in thought. Do you guys feel something odd about this cave? Su Bai was instantly on alert. What do you mean? Han Jin held out his hand, sensing the air. I feel like my energy is being siphoned away. It's like something is just sucking it away. Instantly, Old Hu and Su Bai felt it too. The energy surrounding their bodies was fading at an unnatural rate. He's right, Old Hu confirmed. My energy is disappearing too. Su Bai pointed deeper into the cave. It's coming from in there. No wonder that elder was so confident when he left. There must be something strange deeper inside, Old Hu analyzed. Let's go see what it is, Su Bai said decisively. The further they ventured into the cave, the more stunned the three of them became. Are these statues of nether cats? Old Hu wondered aloud. Why are they all kneeling? Han Jin narrowed his eyes, focusing on a shimmering barrier up ahead. Look, inside that barrier, what is that thing? All three of them froze, stunned by the sight within the barrier. The skeleton of a gargantuan cat. It's enormous, Han Jin gasped. Is that the skeleton of a cat tribe elder? But why is there a statue of a human on top of it? Old Hu pointed to the figure of a warrior, his sword plunged deep into the skeleton's frame. This must be some kind of sacred site for the cat tribe. Su Bai concluded, just as one of the nearby stone cat statues twitched. Suddenly, the statue sprang to life, lunging forward like a black bolt of lightning. Han Jin, look out, Su Bai yelled, instantly conjuring an energy shield that blocked the lethal pounce. Damn it, it escaped! Su Bai roared as the stone cat retreated back into the darkness. Han Jin, still reeling from the attack, stammered. What's going on? Did that nether cat statue just come to life? Immediately after, scraping sounds echoed from all around them. Han Jin looked around in horror. Look! All of these nether cat statues! They're alive! In seconds, the three were surrounded by a pack of living stone cats. What do we do now? Old Hu asked, his voice tense. With no time to think, the pack lunged as one, becoming a deadly storm of black shadows. They shot forward like arrows, each one radiating a chilling, murderous intent. These things are unbelievably fast, Old Hu shouted, raising his weapon. I'll hold them back. You two be careful. Without a moment's hesitation, Old Hu unleashed a burst of energy, creating a defensive blue whirlwind that swept out and repelled the first wave of stone cats. Seizing the priceless opportunity while the cats were staggered by the whirlwind, Han Jin roared, channeling all his power into his spear. Take this! But when the blast of energy faded, the stone cats had only been knocked back, bearing nothing more than minor scratches. Han Jin cried out in disbelief. Even as a high gold rank, I can't even defeat one of them. Seeing they were at a stalemate, Su Bai immediately shouted to direct his team. Han Jin, Old Hu, find a way to break their formation. This cave is too cramped for me to move freely. Suddenly, a glint appeared in Han Jin's eyes as he stared intently at the greatsword embedded in the giant skeleton. I've got it, he yelled, immediately charging towards the barrier. Without a moment of hesitation, Han Jin gripped the greatsword and pulled with all his might, shattering the blue barrier into countless fragments. Feeling the immense power surging from the weapon, he gasped in amazement. This sword. A smirk of approval crossed Su Bai's face. Han Jin, that's one hell of a weapon you've got there. It suits you, Han Jan replied excitedly. All right then, he gripped the greatsword tightly, feeling its power surge into his body, making the weapon hum violently. Han Zan took his stance, stomped his foot, and roared. Let's test the power of this greatsword. He unleashed a mighty swing, gathering a colossal wave of purple energy. A horizontal slash of light tore through space, rocketing forward with earth-shattering power. Han Zan was stunned by the terrifying force of his own attack. The immense surge of power nearly threw him off balance. The greatsword plunged into the ground, creating a long fissure. Su Bai's eyes widened. Damn, this thing is insanely powerful. You really hit the jackpot, Han Jan. Han Jan pulled the sword free, feeling the power coursing through his veins, and let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, this trip was totally worth it. He swung his sword to clear a path, shouting to his comrades, let's go, get out of here, as he hacked through the stone cats blocking their way. But as the group tried to escape, Su Bai suddenly flinched and turned around. What was that? At the cave entrance, the Cat Clan elder had returned, his ancient face twisted in absolute fury. You shameless thieves! Not only did you impersonate the earthly hidden serpent python clan to deceive me, but you also destroyed our sacred land. You will pay for this with your lives. The elder raised his staff, roaring the command. All clan members, hear me! Kill these 3 humans, let none escape! The entire Nether Cat clan roared in response, pouring out from every corner. Attack! I will grind their bones to dust and stain this mountain range red with their blood. With their escape route cut off, the 3 were trapped in a pincer attack. Han Jan frowned. There are too many of them, we can't break through. Lao Hu asked worriedly. What do we do now? Su Bai, however, was unusually calm. Simple. I have a plan. As he spoke, Su Bai raised his hand to the sky and yelled, Xiao Bai, Xiao Ba, Xiao Hong, let's go. 3 brilliant beams of light shot out, transforming into 3 powerful spirit beasts that charged into the encirclement, instantly causing chaos. The Cat Clan elder sized up the situation and roared, Take out the summoner first. You despicable humans, die. Seeing a blast of magic energy hurtling toward him, Su Bai shouted, Don't hold back, kill them all for me. The spell approached with terrifying speed, but Lao Hu shoved Su Bai aside to take the full force of the blow. Watch out. Lao Hu was sent flying by the explosion's aftershock. Su Bai rushed to his side, worried. Lao Hu, are you okay? Lao Hu coughed violently. Cough. I'm not dead yet. Su Bai quickly handed him a spirit fruit. Recover. Su Bai stood up, shielding his friend, his eyes turning cold and determined. Hang in there, Lao Hu. I'll handle the rest. We escaped the main city of the earthly hidden serpent python clan. There's no way we're getting trapped by this tiny cat clan. He commanded his spirit beasts. Xiao Hong, take care of Lao Hu. Xiao Ba, cover me. Xiao Bai, the gauntlets. The three beasts answered in unison, yes, master. Su Bai's body was enveloped in light and energy from his beasts as he declared, I'll deal with their leader first. The cat clan elder sneered. You're just an emperor-rank brat, and you dare speak such nonsense? Let's see how you deal with me. Su Bai charged forward, his gauntlets glowing brightly. Hey, elder, your time is up. Sacred beast backlash. Die. Both unleashed their most powerful attacks. The cat clan elder was stunned when he saw Su Bai's gauntlets. This is the sacred beast armament. Impossible. He only had time for one terrified scream before the attack consumed him. A massive pillar of energy shot into the sky, piercing through the mountain peak and creating an earth-shattering explosion. After landing the decisive blow, Su Bai immediately shouted, Han Zhan, take care of Lao Hu. We have to move now. Xiao Ba, Xiao Hong, cover our retreat. Wasting no time, the three, along with the spirit beasts, broke through the encirclement and fled the cat clan's territory. Han Zhan yelled excitedly as he ran. First, we wrecked the main city of the earthly hidden serpent pythons, and now we've crushed the cat clan. Brothers, this trip is epic. Our blood today will light the future for humanity. Su Bai snapped back. Stop talking nonsense and focus on running. Far from the cat clan's territory, a group of Shenlin warriors felt the explosion. One of them asked, what was that light? The leader frowned. It came from the cat clan. Hurry, follow me. Yes, sir. In a lavish palace, the Nine Nether King sat on his throne. He suddenly looked up, his blue eyes flashing with astonishment. That's the sacred beast armament. Could this be a human plot? He rose to his feet instantly, his murderous voice echoing through the palace. Send my command. Dispatch 2 diamond-rank warriors to the Demon Cat mountain range to kill Su Bai. Immediately. Yes, your majesty. At the same time, in a human base, an officer rushed to report, Marshal Nijing, we've detected 2 diamond-rank experts moving swiftly toward the Nethercat clan's territory. At the human base, Commander Nijing received the news, his expression turning grave. It's Su Bai and the kids. Dispatch 2 diamond-rank masters to the Demon Cat mountain range to support Su Bai at once. Just as the officer was about to leave, Nijing shot up from his seat, urgently adding, wait, send the Fire Gold Cavalry for backup as well. Su Bai must be saved. I can sense that they are currently surrounded by millions of enemies. Back on the battlefield, having successfully broken through, Su Bai breathed a sigh of relief as he strode forward. We finally made it out. Those demon cats are surprisingly fast. Lao Hu, running for his life beside them, warned. Old Han, don't even think about resting. It's not safe to linger here. But before he could finish, a cold voice rained down from the sky. Thieves. So this is where you've been hiding. The ninth elder slowly descended, a smug smirk on her face. You're quite good at running. Caught. The unlucky trio skidded to a halt, their eyes wide with horror. What? The serpent woman glared, her murderous aura overwhelming the entire area. Let's see where you run to now. You 3 worthless ants. Today I will skin you, tear out your tendons, crush your bones, and scatter your ashes. As she spoke, the ninth elder unleashed a violent wave of energy that ripped through the ground. Lao Hu screamed in terror, while Old Han and Su Bai broke out in a cold sweat, leaping back to dodge the deadly blow. Just then, the massive head of the 10th elder, a serpent dragon, emerged, his booming, mocking voice echoing, just a puny emperor-rank brat, and you didn't die from her attack. It seems running isn't all you're good for. Under the dual pressure from the 2 powerful experts, Old Han and Lao Hu were slammed to the ground. Floating arrogantly in the air, the 9th elder gave a cold command. 10th elder, release your poison mist and block their escape. If we let 3 ants escape from us, won't we become a laughingstock if word gets out? While his friends were still reeling, Su Bai looked up defiantly. You 2, go on without me, he said. A vicious green poison mist quickly enveloped them, but Su Bai didn't flinch. He erupted with a brilliant golden energy, taking a battle stance and growling, Go now. Despite the tightening encirclement, Su Bai threw his hand up and yelled, My little ones, time to work. Instantly, a blinding pillar of light, crackling with radiant power, shot into the sky, tearing the mist apart. Seeing this astonishing transformation, enraged, the 9th elder's body contorted and transformed, venom-laced spikes erupting from her skin. I can't believe you managed to activate the sacred beast armament again so quickly. But it's nothing more than a futile struggle. She lunged forward in a frenzy, swinging her frost scythe down with brutal force. But with an effortless flick of one wing, Su Bai parried the fatal blow, sending the 9th elder stumbling back in shock. What? How could you possibly block my attack? Seizing the moment she was reeling in disbelief, Su Bai unleashed a powerful gust from his storm wings, blasting the serpent demon tumbling through the air. As the stunned 10th Elder watched from behind, she shrieked in disbelief. Impossible! On the ground, Old Hu and Old Han were frozen in place, utterly petrified by the spectacular turnaround. Old Hu's eyes widened, sweat beading on his brow. A single gold rank, overpowering 2 platinum ranks in a fight? If you'd told me this was possible, Hanjan added in awe, I would have called you insane. Ignoring his ally's astonishment, Su Bai gathered his strength, swinging his greatsword in a vertical arc that sliced through space, unleashing a powerful imperial wing slash that threatened his enemies. With unstoppable momentum, he charged into his next assault, roaring, the power of gang metal, nothing it cannot shatter, nothing it cannot pierce. Forced into a corner, the 9th Elder broke into a cold sweat, her face twisted as she sized up the situation. So this is the power of the Sacred Beast armament, the strongest innate talent there is. We absolutely cannot let him continue to grow stronger, no matter the cost, she roared. Instantly, the 10th Elder understood and spewed a massive cloud of poisonous fog, enveloping them both to conceal their next move. Su Bai halted in midair, his brow furrowed with suspicion. What trick are you trying to pull? From within, the viscous fog came disgusting, squelching noises as the 2 colossal bodies began to writhe and merge, fusing into a single grotesque entity. The massive creature tore through the fog, revealing a maw filled with jagged fangs. A grotesque, dual-toned voice echoed from it. I admit, you are strong, but you're merely a mid-tier gold rank. Your body hasn't even been fully tempered. From atop the monster, the 9th Elder's upper torso emerged, covered in countless hideous eyes. She delivered her verdict. Today, you will die. But Su Bai simply landed gracefully, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Has anyone ever told you that you're hideously ugly? The insult struck a nerve. The serpent demon went berserk, gathering a pitch-black sphere of dark energy before her chest. Let's see how long that arrogance lasts. The sphere erupted into a destructive laser beam that shot straight toward Su Bai's position. Die! Without a moment's hesitation, he folded his sacred beast wings, forming an impenetrable defensive barrier to block the blast. The collision created a deafening explosion, the shockwave shattering the ground and sending a massive dust cloud billowing outwards. The force of the impact was so strong that it sent Old Hu and Old Han flying, sending them tumbling across the rocky ground. Old Hu grimaced through the pain. The force of that impact is insane. Meanwhile, Han Zan screamed in agony. Ah! Struggling to hold back the brutal laser, Su Bai glanced back and yelled in concern. Are you two all right? He gritted his teeth, frustrated by his own helplessness. Damn it. Realizing a purely defensive stance would lead to certain defeat, Su Bai channeled all his internal energy, concentrating a brilliant golden fire into his right hand for a decisive counterattack. From his palm, a fire phoenix, blazing with murderous intent, shot forth, tearing through the air straight toward the demoness's face. But the fused monster simply tore open its chest, revealing a deep cavity that swallowed the fire phoenix whole. The 9th Elder threw her head back and let out a savage laugh. Ha ha ha! Not even the demonic fire phoenix can harm us now. The fused monster raised its hands high, condensing a colossal sphere of dark magic that radiated destructive energy. Su Bai soared upwards, gritting his teeth as he assessed the situation. These 2 old platinum rank geezers are a real pain. He roared with defiance. So what if you're platinum rank? He poured all his strength into his greatsword, his eyes blazing with determination. I refuse to believe I can't kill you. Yet, his imperial wing slash merely bounced off the monster's defenses with a loud clang. She mocked him arrogantly. This old one will fight you to the death. A childish trick like that can't even scratch me. Suddenly, the serpent demon jolted in alarm, her eyes darting fearfully into the distance. This is bad. A diamond rank expert is heading this way. In the next second, Su Bai was blasted away, coughing up blood as he cursed internally. Damn it, if I just had a little more time, I could have overwhelmed and crushed him. Knowing she couldn't delay any longer, the monster went mad, opening its cavernous maw and inhaling with the force of an industrial vacuum. You destroyed our clan's divine tree! If I'm going to die today, I'm dragging you down to hell with me. Helplessly suspended in midair, Su Bai cried out in shock. What? The terrifying suction pulled Su Bai inexorably into the monster's stomach. It shrieked maniacally. You worthless trash ant! Go be buried with our divine tree! From below, Old Han and Old Hu were paralyzed, stammering in horror. That thing, it swallowed Su Bai. It's over. She's planning to take him down with her. Su Bai was sucked into a terrifying space filled with purple light, only managing to get out a single thought. What the hell is this? Without delay, the monster began to glow with blinding intensity, summoning a colossal bolt of lightning from the heavens to strike itself. An ear-splitting explosion tore through the air. When the dust settled, a massive, deep crater was all that remained. Old Han and Old Hu stared blankly at a sphere of blue protective light resting in the center of the blast. From within the sphere, a rugged, stubble-faced man appeared. Old Han's eyes widened in recognition. Is that General Lin Zhenin? He's the one who saved Su Bai. As the shield of light dissipated, Lin Zhenin was gently supporting an injured Su Bai. He asked, Su Bai, are you all right? Su Bai whispered, Aye. Lin Zhenin smiled, his eyes filled with a mixture of pride and astonishment, to push 2 platinum-rank elders from the Xuanwu clan to the point of self-destruction. Did you have any other help here? After confirming the truth, he praised him. Well done. Forcing 2 platinum ranks to self-destruct is no small feat. As Old Han and Old Hu rushed to help their friend, Lin Zhenin's tone turned serious. We need to get back to base immediately. If we're late, then... Before he could finish his sentence, 2 colossal shadows descended from the heavens, bringing with them a suffocating pressure. A cold voice echoed, It's too late. We finally found you. Lin Zhenin looked up, his gaze sharp as ice. Lin Zhenin, so you're here too? Above them hovered 2 overwhelmingly powerful experts, a giant from the Bear clan and another from the Xuanwu clan, both radiating the power of a diamond rank. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the Demon Cat Mountain Range, the flames of war were raging. Tens of thousands of soldiers from the myriad clans were charging in, slaughtering without mercy as they roared. Amidst the storm of smoke and dust, a battered and bruised female from the Cat clan looked on in despair as her surroundings were torn apart. Before her, a horde of giant bears and wild wolves snarled ferociously. The female from the Cat clan launched herself into the air, letting out a heart-wrenching scream to the heavens, Send reinforcements to the Demon Cat Mountain Range. I repeat, send reinforcements now. Back at the crater, the 2 Beast Clan experts hovered in the air, pointing an accusatory finger. Lin Zhenin, you killed the elder of my Bear clan that day. Today, you will pay with your life. We will slaughter every last one of them and offer them as sacrifices to the 9 Nether King of the 9 Realms. With that, they unleashed a devastating attack, a wave of destructive energy roaring down on the 4 figures below. Die! Instantly, Lin Zhenin threw out his arms, erecting a colossal blue energy barrier to block the assault. Behind him, the 3 young men could only watch, their jaws agape in horror at the relentless pressure. The terrifying pressure from the diamond rank experts pierced through the shield, forcing Old Han, Old Hu, and Old Heng to grit their teeth and cry out in agony. So strong. Is this the power of a diamond rank warrior? Lin Zhenin strained, the sky itself seeming to collapse around him. He turned, his voice a fierce growl. Leave this to me. You 3, go. Now, Su Bai cried out in alarm. Uncle Lin, you're facing 2 diamond rank opponents alone. Seeing the boys hesitate, Lin Zhenin's eyes bulged, veins popping on his neck as he roared with absolute fury. Didn't you hear me? I said go. That is an order. With the situation so dire, Old Han bit his lip and grabbed Su Bai, dragging him away. Old Su, we have to retreat first. We need to call for reinforcements. We can't disobey General Lin's command. Su Bai was speechless, his fists clenched in helpless rage. Without another moment's delay, the 3 of them activated their movement abilities, transforming into streaks of purple light. But escaping was never going to be that simple. From above, the Bear Clan warrior sneered. Trying to run? He stomped his foot. Instantly, massive, jagged pillars of rock shot up from the earth, forming an impassable wall. The trio couldn't stop in time, slamming into the barrier and getting thrown back, tumbling into the mud. Arg! The giant bear warrior sat smugly on a rock, blocking their path, beating his chest with a smirk. Let's see how you escape now. Pushed into a corner, Su Bai drew his weapon and yelled, Old Han! Old Hu! We fight for our lives! Meanwhile, Lin Zhenin was struggling, trapped by countless purple energy snakes coiling around him. The snake man jeered, Lin Zhenin, you can barely save yourself. You really think you can save anyone else? Despite the danger, General Lin roared, The 3 of you can't fight a diamond rank. Retreat now. Ignoring the warning, Su Bai's fighting spirit erupted. He summoned all his spirit beasts. Yi Huo, Xiao Ba, Xiao Bai, pincer attack from both sides. Xiao Hong, fire directly at him. Go all out. The bald bear warrior roared with contempt, his hands blazing with scorching fire. Ha ha ha, nothing can save you 3 little rats now. To hell with you. With a single swipe of his hand, a wave of power sent the turtle, the white tiger, and the little phoenix girl tumbling through the air. Xiao Hong cried out, her face contorted in pain. Ah, that hurts. Su Bai and his friends were also blown backward. Su Bai was horrified. The power of a diamond rank was truly terrifying. They could even manipulate the forces of nature. They were completely outmatched. The bear man glared with fiery eyes and roared, Tremble in fear, you 3 pieces of trash. Just as death seemed certain, a brilliant red spear of light shot out from the void, making him exclaim in surprise. Huh? From the distance, a powerful voice echoed. It's the Crimson Flame Cavalry! Countless warriors in majestic red armor descended from the sky like gods, raining down blades as they chanted their war cry. By order of Lord Chen Qing, we are here as reinforcements. Protect Su Bai, for victory against the myriad clans. Hiding behind a rock, Old Han cheered. It's the Crimson Flame Cavalry. Old Hu laughed with relief. Haha, we're saved. Su Bai clenched his fists, his eyes blazing. Reinforcements are here. It's time to counterattack, brothers. Clutching his wound, the bear warrior stared in utter shock. Did humanity really dispatch the Crimson Flame Cavalry for this? Seizing the golden opportunity, Su Bai charged forward with his recovered spirit beasts. Xiao Ba, Xiao Bai, it's time to strike back. The cavalry charged, launching a furious assault with their flaming spears while the white tiger covered their rear. The bear man, relying on his brute strength, arrogantly used his bare hands to block the attacks. You can't hurt me. Standing behind the divine turtle Xiao Ba, a dangerous glint appeared in Su Bai's eyes as he smirked. Don't celebrate too soon. He immediately gave the command. Xiao Bai, move. In the next instant, a devastating beam of energy, combining the Black Tortoise's breath and the demonic phoenix's flame, shot straight down. Caught by the surprise attack, the giant bear warrior was forced to cross his arms to defend against the violent blast. The ground cracked around him as he broke into a sweat, gritting his teeth and roaring stubbornly, "My bear clan is invincible." While he was occupied, a razor-sharp slash of blue light tore through space, grazing him and making him scream in pain. Ah, the snake man barely managed to dodge the sword energy, sweating as he smirked. Truly worthy of being the next emperor. You're not half bad, Lin Jianan. High in the sky, General Lin Jianan had broken free from his restraints, wielding a brilliant blue energy sword. He stood majestically and delivered his verdict. Today is the day all of you die. He followed up with a relentless barrage of sword strikes. The snake man frantically dodged, turning to his ally in panic. Old bear, they outnumber us. What do we do? The bear warrior gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with fury and desperation. He tilted his head back and roared, activating my ultimate energy form. He transformed into a colossal grizzly bear that blotted out the sky. I'll tear every last one of you into pieces. The giant bear slammed its claws down with earth-shattering force, sending explosive fissures of energy across the cliffs. The snake man was thrown back by the aftershock, his face pale as he screamed, "Giant bear, I can't fight him alone." Reluctantly, the giant bear was forced to block the cavalry's path, roaring out an order. "The situation is not in our favor. We're retreating for now. You go first. I'll cover you." Seeing the enemy trying to flee, Su Bai pointed an angry finger and yelled, "You were so arrogant before. You think you can just run now? Xiao Ba, teach him a lesson." The divine turtle Xiao Ba raised its two heads. It immediately converged two orbs of energy, one of ice, one of fire. The hovering snake man's jaw dropped in shock. How? How is that possible? That beast can actually control two elements at the same time? A powerful beam of light slammed directly into the giant bear's back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood and stagger. At the same time, the cavalry's flaming spears whistled through the air, raining down on the weakened foe. A flaming spear grazed the bear's back, creating a massive explosion. The snake man turned in horror and yelled, "Old bear!" But true to his treacherous nature, he used his ally as a shield, firing a purple laser at General Lin as a distraction before turning to flee. "Old bear, I'm leaving first." But he had barely uttered the words when a colossal black shadow dove down and slammed him into the ground. The snake man hadn't gotten far before a suffocating darkness enveloped him, filling him with absolute terror. Is this the power of darkness? A white tiger, now radiating an overwhelming dark aura, suddenly appeared and tore into him with its claws. Pinned beneath the divine beast's terrifying power, the snake man reached a desperate hand to the sky and let out a final broken scream. No, impossible. The scene shifts to the main battlefield of Yihuo. Human warriors were frantically cutting down hordes of beasts, roaring with hatred. "We will slaughter every last monster from the myriad clans." High above the smoke-filled sky, the silver-haired king of the 9 netherworlds hovered with his arms crossed, observing the battle with a frown. A powerful expert radiating an oppressive blue aura slowly ascended to block his path. His voice was calm, yet carried a chilling power. "Juyu, if you make a move, don't blame me for being ruthless. You should surrender." The king of the 9 netherworlds replied with a disdainful smirk, "Don't get ahead of yourself. If the demonic phoenix and sky fox clans hadn't retreated before the battle, you humans would have been utterly crushed today. Even if your power is slightly greater than mine, don't think you can gain an advantage against the combined might of our 3 royal clans." The human leader smirked with overwhelming confidence, his aura dominating as he stared down his enemy. "We humans have gritted our teeth and built our strength for 100 years just for a brilliant counterattack like this. But you, a self-proclaimed king, dare to defy the will of heaven. Your stubbornness will only lead to your own destruction." Hearing this, the 9 Nether King crossed his arms, tilting his chin up in disdain as he spat his venomous words. "Trun Than, you won't even live another 20 years. What right do you have to speak of the heavens to me? You're nothing but a dead man walking. To put it bluntly, you're useless." In the next second, the 9 Nether King raised his hand and boomed his orders to the chaotic remnants of the 10,000 clans below. "All forces, on my command, Retreat to the Luotian River. The entire army will fall back to the Luotian River immediately. Meanwhile, near the Demon Cat mountain range, Su Bai's group was casually making their escape on their mounts. Su Bai sat perched on the back of the white tiger, Xiao Ba, laughing gleefully. Ha ha ha, faster, Xiao Ba, we need to hurry. Perched on the shell of a giant turtle, Old Han scratched his head and grumbled. Old Hu, don't you think we're moving at a turtle's pace? Old Hu leaned back leisurely, adjusting his glasses and retorting coolly, stop complaining. We just escaped death, and you're lucky enough to be hitching a ride on a plush, fleshy cushion like this. As they ambled along, a guard on a high cliff suddenly held up his hand to stop them, shouting, don't go any further. There's massive military movement up ahead. Su Bai pulled on the white tiger's reins, frowning. What the hell is going on? He climbed up the cliff to look, and his eyes were met with the sight of tens of thousands of pitch-black enemy soldiers camped below. He muttered in astonishment, isn't the Luotian River supposed to be up ahead? Why is there suddenly a massive army of the 10,000 clans gathered here? The guard turned, his face a mixture of excitement and tension, and explained, humanity just scored a huge victory on the front lines. The 10,000 clans were completely routed and forced to retreat to the Luotian River. We have to take a detour and get back to the human encampment as fast as possible before we're discovered. Hearing the news as they detoured back to base, Old Han walked along, laughing heartily. Haha, humanity won a resounding victory. It looks like those monsters from the 10,000 clans won't last much longer. Su Bai nudged his friend, his eyes gleaming with the thought of money. Old Han, if we make it back safely, how many merit points do you think we'll pocket this time? Old Hu, walking beside them and sweating bullets, cut in dryly. Military merit? Did the three of us actually do anything useful enough to earn any? Not long after, in the forward camp of the human army, General Tren Than sat with his legs crossed in his tent, roaring with laughter. Ha ha ha. Su Bai, you little rascal, not bad. You really pulled off something big. You even managed to kidnap the saintess of the ancient demonic Phoenix clan and bring her here. Labeled a kidnapper, Su Bai waved his hands in frantic protest. Good heavens, how can you call it kidnapping? It's obvious that Xiao Hong came with me completely willingly. He turned to the little phoenix lowly sitting obediently beside him and winked. Isn't that right, Xiao Hong? Little Xiao Hong, her cheeks puffed out as she chewed greedily, raised a juicy grilled chicken leg high and nodded vigorously. Yes. Master's grilled chicken legs are the best. The leader, holding a cup of water, burst out laughing at her innocence. Haha, not bad at all. All it took was a single grilled chicken leg to lure away the demonic Phoenix Saintess. Su Bai, you are truly a worthy successor to Luo Fan. After the teasing, Trun Thon gave his instructions. You all did well this time. Go get some rest for now. Tonight, the army will prepare a grand victory banquet for everyone. However, Su Bai immediately held out his hand to stop him, a huge grin on his face. Let's hold off on the party talk for a second. The young man began rubbing his hands together, a look of pure, money-loving capitalism on his face. It's just that, Sir Trun Thon, about our military merit rewards for this mission. Seeing his shameless behavior, Trun Thon laughed. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I won't forget your share. With his reward secured, Su Bai confidently puffed out his chest. Thank you, Sir Trun Thon. Then we'll be heading off to rest. Trun Thon nodded, calling out to their retreating backs. All right, make sure you recover your strength. We'll have to clash with the 10,000 clans again soon. As soon as the youths were out of sight, Trun Thon turned to General Lin, who was sipping tea, and praised him. Lin, your rescue mission this time was quite successful, wasn't it? You even managed to cut down 2 diamond rank experts from the 10,000 clans. General Lin, hands in his pockets, immediately corrected him with a serious face. No, those 2 diamond ranks were killed by Su Bai himself. At these words, Trun Thon nearly choked, his eyes bulging in shock. What? Su Bai killed them? That kid has the power to kill diamond rank masters? General Lin recalled thoughtfully. The battlefield was chaotic at the time, but it was indeed Su Bai's companion beast that delivered the finishing blows to those 2. Trun Thon gently blew on the steam rising from his tea, his gaze filled with contemplation and a hint of anxiety. This kid, he's really getting stronger and stronger. But the faster he grows, the greater the danger that surrounds him. That 9 nether fellow could target him at any moment. Trun Thon's voice grew heavy as he entrusted him with a grave responsibility. You absolutely must protect him. General Lin's resolute vow echoed firmly from within the tent. Rest assured, I will use all my strength to protect the boy from the shadows. Trun Thon let out a sigh of relief. Good. Sometime later, standing before a lavish barbecue feast, the general raised a massive mug of beer and roared to the crowd. Today, the students of the Martial Arts University have achieved a monumental feat, so let us celebrate this great victory for humanity. Cheers! All the soldiers raised their glasses in unison, their cheers echoing across the sky. Cheers! Humanity will prevail. Amidst the heroic atmosphere, little Xiao Hong kept her head down, gnawing on meat, her eyes sparkling as she mumbled, The grilled chicken here is to die for. Holding a foaming mug of beer, old Han approached Su Bai, laughing emotionally. Old Su, that was a real close call today. I was a hair's breadth from meeting my ancestors. Thank you and old Hu for risking your lives to save me. This drink is to you two. Su Bai gave an incredibly devious smirk. Old Han, surely your life is worth more than a single flimsy glass of alcohol, right? I've already written up a list for your debt. Just send the equipment and materials directly to Jiangzhou Martial Arts University later. Old Hu clinked his glass nearby, laughing teasingly. Haha, Old Han, you're taking a huge loss. Su Bai is truly a master of striking while the iron is hot. Despite being openly extorted in the middle of a party, Old Han threw his head back and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, I've had more than enough of Old Su's tricks, but a debt of life must be paid in full. It's a deal. I'll do it. He downed the entire mug of beer in one go, while Su Bai clapped his shoulder in satisfaction. Ha ha ha, looks like you've got some conscience after all, Old Han. Besides, you turned a disaster into a blessing this time and even snagged a massive divine weapon. At the mention of his prize, Old Han excitedly slammed his empty mug down on the table with a loud clank. He lifted the giant greatsword, a slightly bewildered look on his face. But I still haven't been able to unleash its true power in battle. Come to think of it, I haven't really inspected this thing properly yet. Su Bai held it, turning it over and over before clicking his tongue and remarking, "It doesn't look like anything special from the outside." Just then, General Chen Qing stepped forward, his brow furrowed as he studied the intricate patterns carved into the blade. He declared in a low voice, "If I'm not mistaken, this is very likely an ancient divine weapon. However, its power appears to be locked away by a seal." The group of young men gasped in unison. "It's sealed?" The general nodded, immediately dousing Old Han's excitement with a bucket of cold water. "That's right, and to break this seal, the user will most likely need to cultivate to the king rank to even be worthy of awakening it." Hearing that harsh condition, Su Bai's jaw dropped. King rank? That's as hard as plucking stars from the sky. But in the next moment, Old Han's eyes blazed with determination. "All right then. To unseal this divine weapon, I'll force myself to train relentlessly and reach king rank as soon as possible." The tense atmosphere instantly vanished, replaced by a rowdy celebration as 3 giant mugs of beer slammed together with a loud thud, sending foam flying. Here's to Old Han's early ascension to heaven. Whoops, I mean, his ascension to king rank? Cheers! Ha ha ha, that's right, cheers! The scene shifts to the next day at the Great Wall garrison. The red-haired young man standing beside him advised with a worried tone, "Headmaster, you've been standing guard here for 3 straight days and nights." The old headmaster sighed, his voice heavy with anxiety. "This battlefield isn't like the school's arena, Su Bai." Suddenly, from a distance, a soldier in a red cloak came flying toward them, shouting the good news at the top of his lungs. "Humanity is victorious. We, humanity, have won. We've slaughtered 800,000 enemy troops, forcing the Myriad Races to retreat completely back to the Luotian River." The news of victory swept through like a storm. The soldiers on the city wall erupted in pure joy, leaping and roaring in triumph. "We won! We won! A great victory for humanity! Ha ha ha! We really won! We actually won! I knew it. I knew we would win. I can finally go home and see my parents in peace. Ha ha ha!" The commander's voice rang out, clear and firm. "Open the city gates! Open the gates now!" The red-haired young man gripped the railing, a wide grin spreading across his face. "Ha ha! Amazing! Humanity has won." He immediately turned on his heel. "I have to go ask if there's any news about Su Bai and Hu Qingshu." The headmaster, hearing the news, was moved to the verge of tears. We really won." Seeing a portly general approach, the old man frantically grabbed his leg and stammered, "General, do you have any news about Su Bai and Hu Qingshu?" The general broke into a hearty smile and announced loudly, "Old headmaster, those 2 kids. Not only are they alive and kicking, but they've also achieved great heroic deeds." The general laughed with pride. "Ha ha ha. And with that Hanjan fellow, the 3 of them have become extraordinarily famous now." Hearing this, the surrounding crowd of soldiers immediately swarmed them, bombarding him with questions. "Brother, is the battle on the front lines really over? Tell us quickly. Were more than 8 million enemy soldiers really wiped out? What about Commander Kong? Is there any news about him?" The general held up a hand to quiet them down. "Brothers, be patient. Let me tell you everything from the beginning." A campaign map appeared in vivid detail. The general began his grand narration. This great, decisive battle raged from the Misty Mountains all the way to the Demon Cat Mountains. It lasted for exactly 1 month and 8 days. The Beast Horde's forces completely collapsed and were forced to flee back to the Luotian River. Out of their million-strong army, less than 200,000 managed to escape. He continued proudly. "Lord Ni Qing has ordered the establishment of a new Luotian garrison, 20,000 miles from the Great Wall, right along the river." The soldiers raised their fists to the sky, roaring with fervor. "Incredible! Humanity will reign supreme. Victory! Victory!" The red-haired young man excitedly analyzed the situation. "Once the new base is built, we can use teleportation to go straight to the front lines. A heroic image of the three youths appeared as the general's fiery tale continued. In this war, our human warriors fought with unparalleled bravery, and among them, students Su Bai and Hu Qingshu from Jiangzhou, along with Han Zhan, risked their lives to charge deep into enemy territory. Just the three of them annihilated over 100,000 rooted beasts in their lairs, wiping out no less than 10 tribes. The three of them also stormed the main city of the Xuanwu race, triggering an earthquake that completely destroyed it and killed tens of thousands more enemies. The most shocking revelation came with an image of Su Bai and the White Tiger finishing off a powerhouse, and the fact that Su Bai, with his own strength, had cut down 2 diamond rank experts. The crowd was stunned into silence, stammering in disbelief. What? Did he say Su Bai actually killed a diamond rank expert? Did I hear that right? No way, how could a kid take down a diamond rank enemy? The general smoothed out an official edict and read the order with great ceremony. In this battle, Su Bai's achievements are unprecedented. He has outshone the entire army. Su Bai, Han Zhan, and Hu Qingshu will retain their student status at the Martial Arts University. At the same time, they are being promoted to the rank of lieutenant colonel and are officially assigned to the Luotian garrison. Su Bai, in particular, will be awarded a Medal of Honor. Sweat beaded on the red-haired youth's forehead as he asked in a trembling voice, barely believing his ears, "Brother, are you sure you didn't misread that?" When Su Bai left, he was clearly only at the silver rank, right? The old headmaster was also dumbfounded, breaking out in a cold sweat. This is insane. Whispers rippled through the crowd. What in the world did Su Bai and the others go through in this war? The general nodded firmly, confirming it once more. It is all true. This battle report was broadcast under the direct order of Lord Ni Qing himself, killing tens of thousands of enemies and 2 diamond rank experts. My God, the soldiers behind them whispered in awe. Damn, Su Bai is an absolute monster. Overwhelmed by the shock, the red-haired youth collapsed to his knees, clutching his head and wailing under a spotlight with a comically tragic expression. Why, Su Bai, when will I ever be able to catch up to you? Elsewhere, the white-haired Nether King was bowing obsequiously, hand on his chest, before a mysterious figure. Lord Bai Yan, I did not expect you to come here personally this time. If you were to take action, humanity would surely be annihilated. Sitting arrogantly on a stone throne with his legs crossed, Bi Yan, a king-rank expert with bulging muscles and a hood, cursed at the Nether King. Humph. You useless trash. How long has it been since I sent you here? And yet, not only have you failed to conquer this planet, you've also suffered heavy losses. A cold sweat broke out on the Nether King's brow. He winced and quickly made an excuse. The seal is weakening, and we don't have much time left. My lord, through this battle, I have thoroughly scouted out humanity's true strength. Our next target of attack will be Shanghai Pass, he added, trying to save some face. Oh, and there is one more thing. Those humans have captured the Saintess of the Demon Phoenix clan. I plan to make a trip to your Demon Phoenix royal city. Hearing this, a corner of Bai Yan's jaw twitched with interest. Oh? Now this is interesting. They actually dared to touch the Saintess of the Demon Phoenix clan? Bai Yan stood up, raising his hand with a sinister smile as a brilliant, glowing red stone materialized, radiating killing intent. You go on ahead. I brought the blood god with me on this trip. This time, we will wipe out humanity completely. The 9 Nether retreats. Its sycophants nowhere in sight. The 9 Nether King wishes you a glorious victory. Meanwhile, in humanity's war room, the tension is suffocating. General Ni Qing stands before the map, directing the battle. The armies of the various clans are still gathering. We can't determine the enemy's true intentions yet. He points to a man with glasses. Huan Shan, what are your thoughts? The man named Huan Shan adjusts his glasses, his eyes sharp with strategic analysis. If I were the king of the 9 Nether, I would definitely send a diversionary force to attack the Celestial Fortress before our defense systems are fully established. Their goal would be to draw all of humanity's firepower, and then, at all costs, pierce through the Shanghai Pass. At these words, a shocked gasp fills the room as all eyes turn to the map. Shanghai Pass? One commander asks with a deep frown. If the Shanghai Pass is breached, we will be in grave trouble. Ni Qing shoves a hand in his pocket and decisively issues an urgent deployment order. 200,000 troops have been dispatched to the Ganzhou provincial military base to guard against any unforeseen events. This entire army will be under the command of General Lin Zhenin. Standing ramrod straight, General Lin Zhenin nods. Accepting the order, his expression resolute and fearless. I will obey your command. An officer leads Su Bai into the room and reports to General Lin. Sir, Su Bai has arrived. Lin Zhenin turns and nods. All right, you may leave us. Behind him, Su Bai and Old Hu are present, ready for their new mission. Su Bai scratches his head, flashing a mischievous grin at General Lin that is unmistakably his. Ah, General Lin, it looks like you wanted to talk to me, right, Uncle? Thing is, that platinum armor you gave me last time, it sort of got destroyed. Any chance you could give me another one? We'll discuss that later. Not giving him another second to stall, General Lin suddenly turns serious, his sharp gaze locking onto the boy. He leans in close, asking a question so direct it leaves Su Bai frozen. Su Bai, do you like Yanran? The question comes out of nowhere, and Su Bai jolts in alarm. Huh? Uncle, what do you mean? Asking that all of a sudden? Lin Zhenin sighs, his voice dropping into a somber, personal tone. Yanran originally planned to go to the Great Wall Garrison to hone her skills, but her mother suddenly fell gravely ill, so she had no choice but to stay home and care for her. He closes his eyes, the lines on his face deepening with torment. I haven't been a good husband, and I haven't been a good father. Hearing that self-reproach, Su Bai's demeanor instantly shifts. He becomes serious, placing a hand on his chest and making a firm vow. Uncle Lin, don't you worry. I will absolutely take good care of Yanran. Seeing the young man's understanding, General Lin smiles with satisfaction, clapping him on the shoulder with trust. Good. Very good, son. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. He continues, entrusting him with a heavy responsibility. Next, I must go to Shanhai Pass to defend it, and there will likely be a great battle there. Su Bai is surprised. At Shanhai Pass, General Lin nods. That's right. Before the war breaks out, Lord Niqing has made special arrangements for you. You should go see him at once. Su Bai replies. Yes, sir. Shortly after, on the rooftop of the command headquarters, a female secretary leads Su Bai to Niqing, who is standing with his hands clasped behind his back, admiring the view. Lord Niqing, Su Bai has arrived. Niqing grunts in acknowledgement without turning around. Seeing Su Bai stretching in the distance, Niqing chides him fondly. Old Lin has already dedicated so much to humanity. You should stop taking advantage of him all the time. He tosses a token to the boy. Your armor is broken, isn't it? Take this pass to the logistics department and exchange it for a Lord-grade set. Su Bai snatches the token as if it were solid gold, grinning so wide his eyes practically disappear. Okay, thanks, boss. Niqing's brow furrows. Don't be impertinent. At that, Su Bai immediately straightens up, crossing his arms in a gesture of readiness. Whatever you need, boss, just say it. Niqing turns to face him, his gaze profound. I want you to come with me to Jade Water Lake. Su Bai is so shocked his jaw nearly hits the floor, sweat pouring down his face. What? Jade Water Lake? That place is way too dangerous. The Azure Dragon there is terrifying as hell. Niqing smirks. Don't tell me you're scared, kid. That hits a nerve. Su Bai immediately bristles like a porcupine, stammering defensively. Who said I'm scared? Before he can finish, Niqing raises a hand, tearing open a blue spatial rift. He grabs Su Bai's sleeve and starts pulling. Then let's take a little trip. This spatial rift will only stay open for a minute. Su Bai is dragged along unceremoniously, screaming internally. How can this be happening? Pulled to the very edge of the portal, Su Bai shuts his eyes and grits his teeth, bracing himself. Here goes nothing. Worst case scenario, it's just another fight to the death. The moment he steps through, he looks around in confusion. Huh? Why? The two of them are standing before a crystal-clear, jade-like lake. Niqing clasps his hands behind his back, his voice booming across the water's surface. Niqing and the successor of Luo Fan have come to pay their respects. We request the Azure Dragon to reveal itself. After a long wait with no response, Su Bai laughs awkwardly, scratching his head. Maybe. It's not home. Or maybe. Suddenly, the lake's surface erupts as dark clouds swarm across the sky. Lightning tears through the heavens, illuminating the churning, violent waves below. Cold sweat drips down Su Bai's face as he mutters. And of course, it's gone berserk. From beneath the lake, a colossal azure dragon emerges, letting out a sky-shattering roar as it charges straight for them. Niqing yells urgently, Azure Dragon, it is I, Niqing. But the dragon, lost in a mindless rage, doesn't seem to hear a word, shooting forward like an arrow. Su Bai's face drains of all color as he screams in terror. Ah, it's coming for me. What do I do? Niqing calmly shoves him aside. Get out of the way. He throws a punch, sending Su Bai flying into the air as he simultaneously shouts, Hurry! Cornered, Su Bai has no choice but to obey, immediately channeling his power. Ah, right! A brilliant golden light erupts, enveloping his body. The two of them hover in midair, radiating a dazzling light that catches the Azure Dragon's attention. The beast freezes, its blood-red eyes slowly regaining their clarity as it murmurs, The source. Luo Fan's kin. Where is he? Niqing sighs, his voice heavy with sorrow. Azure Dragon. Luo Fan has passed away. This is his successor. His name is Su Bai. Hearing this, Su Bai can only manage an awkward greeting. Hello, I'm Su Bai. The Azure Dragon stares intently at him, its ancient voice echoing. Oh, it is you. I have sensed your presence, long before this. Su Bai is bewildered. Are you the divine beast that boss Luo Fan once had? Is there anything I can do to help you? The Azure Dragon shakes its head, its tone filled with regret. Your power is still too weak. You are not worthy. Su Bai can only bow his head in agreement. You're right. I'm still very weak, nothing compared to boss Luo Fan. 3 drops of blood, the Azure Dragon whispers. At a critical moment, I can aid you. Ni Qing asks worriedly. Aid him? Azure Dragon, are you all right? Su Bai is just as confused. Yes. The Azure Dragon narrows its eyes, looking deep into Su Bai. His blood is very different. With his essence, blood protecting my soul, I will be fine. Its voice resonates. Perhaps, one day, you will be able to open the ancient tomb at the bottom of Jade Water Lake and fulfill my master's final wish. Ni Qing turns and gives the order. Su Bai, give it your blood. Su Bai nodded. The dragon opened its maw, swallowing the 3 drops of crimson essence blood whole. After absorbing the blood, its eyes slid shut, and it sank into a deep slumber. But just as suddenly, a colossal wave of power exploded from the essence, jolting the dragon awake. Ni Jing and Su Bai were thrown back by the force. The Azure Dragon roared, "What is this? What's happening with this essence blood?" The dragon's eyes cleared completely. It stared at Su Bai in astonishment. I never imagined that just 3 drops of your blood could fully restore my consciousness. Kid, who are you? Thrown by the question, Su Bai pointed at himself in confusion. Who am I? He awkwardly introduced himself as if he were at a job interview. My name is Su Bai, and I'm currently a student at Wuhan University. His mind clear once more. The Azure Dragon whipped its tail, sending waves crashing as it soared into the sky. Very well, it said to Su Bai. I will repay you for the 3 drops of blood. Then it turned to Ni Jing and urged, let's go. Suddenly, a system notification popped up in front of Su Bai. Powerful beast detected nearby. Do you wish to tame it? Seeing this, Su Bai was ecstatic, whispering in excitement. The system can even tame the Azure Dragon? But his glimmer of hope was mercilessly snuffed out by a line of glaring red text. Beast is too powerful to be tamed. Su Bai pointed at the panel in frustration. Seriously, if it can't be tamed, why even bother notifying me? Just then, Nie Jing flew over and clapped him on the shoulder. Come on, let's head back. Right. As he flew, Su Bai muttered to himself. Oh, that's right. I still need to go to the logistics department to trade for a new set of armor. Back at the Great Wall Guard Fortress, a crowd had gathered around the military merits board. One man marveled. Whoa, Su Bai's military merits would rank in the top 10, even if you put him on the generals list. He's a complete monster, another added. The generals might have killed plenty of high-level beasts, but they never bother with the small fry. The merit board displayed the staggering numbers. First place, Su Bai, with 850 million points. Second place, Hu Qingshu, with 84 million. And in third, some guy from Korea with 79 million, one person analyzed. So Su Bai's incredible merits are purely a case of quantity turning into quality. Someone else said with envy. And he achieved Lord-level merits with only gold-level strength. This is just ridiculous. In the crowd, Old Han squinted at the numbers and turned to Old Hu. With that many military merits, do you think he can even spend it all? Old Hu adjusted his glasses and chuckled. With his shameless, money-grubbing nature, he'll spend every last point, no matter how many he gets. A short while later, at the logistics department, Su Bai stepped up to the exchange counter and announced, Hello, I'd like to trade for a set of Lord-level armor. The female clerk looked up, stunned. You're gold level, and you want to wear Lord-level armor? Even the junior members of the 12 Dragon Lords are still wearing diamond-grade sets. Are you sure you still want to exchange for it? Su Bai said nothing, simply placing Ni Jing's personal token on the counter. He then asked politely, Ma'am, will this be enough? The clerk picked up the token to inspect it. Her eyes went wide as she stammered, This is truly Lord Ni Jing's personal command token. Lord Ni Jing actually authorized you, a gold-level player, to exchange for Lord-level armor? She cleared her throat, trying to regain her professional composure. But, Su Bai, even with Lord Ni Jing's authorization, a full set of Lord-level armor costs 1 billion military merit points. Su Bai shrugged casually and pulled out 2 promissory notes. No problem. If my merits aren't enough, just take the rest from Han Jian and Hu Qingshu. Here are their IOUs, complete with fingerprints. They're both verifiable. He smirked wickedly to himself. It's a good thing I made them sign these notes. The clerk sighed and began typing. If the notes have fingerprints, then I can process this. All right, I'll deduct the 1 billion military merits. The Lord-level armor will be delivered shortly. Su Bai bowed his head. Thank you. Moments later, the Wuhan University student merit rankings updated. Su Bai was left with 13 million points, while Hu Qingshu and Han Jian were reset to a perfect 0. Someone shouted, Hey, look! The Wuhan University student list just changed. The crowd swarmed the board again, so shocked they started cursing. What the hell did Chief Su Bai just buy? He blew through a mountain of military merits in one go. Then, someone with a sharp eye noticed something else. Wait, that's not right. How come Hu Qingshu and Han Jian's merits just dropped to 0? In another corner, Old Han gasped, pointing a trembling finger at the leaderboard. Old Hu, look, our merits, they're completely wiped out. What the hell happened? Old Hu was just as panicked. What's going on? Did someone steal our merits? Old Han roared in fury. Impossible! I've been a soldier my entire life, and I've never seen anything so outrageous. Let's go to the logistics department and find out what happened. Old Hu fumed. As they walked, Old Han muttered curses under his breath. Damn it. Who had the gall to embezzle our military merits? The moment they arrived, the female clerk tossed 2 pieces of paper at them. You want to know what's going on? Look for yourselves. Old Han stared blankly. What? Promissory notes? It's all there in black and white, complete with both of your fingerprints, the clerk explained. All of your military merits were used by Su Bai. The 2 men stood there, speechless and pale-faced. Old Hu gritted his teeth, the haunting memory of Su Bai's face flashing in his mind. I knew it, back when we were being hunted by those powerful clans. There's no way he would have been kind enough to give us all those soul materials for our treatment. Turns out he was planning this all along. That Su Bai. What a treacherous merchant. Han Jian crumpled the note in his fist and sighed in defeat. Forget it. Let's go. It looks like we still have a lot to learn from Su Bai. Old Hu could only follow in silent agreement. Over at the training grounds, a crowd was already buzzing as they stared at Su Bai. Holy crap! Someone shouted. Look what Su Bai is wearing! Another guy rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Am I seeing things? Is that a set of Lord-level armor? Su Bai is a gold-level warrior. Isn't it a bit much for him to be wearing something like that? I seem to recall that even a lot of the generals can't afford that set, right? Someone else said with envy. A burly man clenched his fists. I'm starting to get the urge to just mug him. The man beside him chimed in. Count me in. Decked out in his brand new armor, Su Bai ran over and clapped his 2 friends on the shoulder. Old Han, Old Hu, there you are. I just got my new armor. What do you think? He puffed out his chest to show off the gleaming set, then put on a humble facade. Well, I feel like the size is a little big, and it's not all that comfortable to wear. Old Han and Old Hu were so furious they could only grit their teeth, letting out a stream of silent curses. Old Han turned to leave, making a quick excuse. I'm not feeling well. I'm heading back to rest. Old Hu quickly slipped away as well. Me too. See you later. Su Bai watched them go, completely baffled. Hey, why are you 2 leaving so suddenly? The scene shifts to Shanhai Pass. King Jiuyu and Bian stand on a rocky outcrop, looking down at the fortress below. Jiuyu reports, Lord Bian, 300,000 members of the Demon Phoenix clan are ready for battle at a moment's notice. Hearing this, Bian nodded slightly, a satisfied smirk spreading across his face. Not bad. 1 million allied troops, plus another 300,000, 100,000 members of the Demon Phoenix clan, a truly massive force. However, we have only one chance to storm Shanhai Pass. Standing beside the 9th Nether King, the brawny Demon King Bian gave his command. To be certain, I will dispatch another 100,000 barbarians to support you. Hearing this, the 9th Nether King's face lit up as he replied with fawning praise. Truly? Then this battle is as good as won. A scorching hellfire erupted in Bian's palm. With a swing of his arm, he forged the flames into a colossal wind-slicing scythe and roared, Heed my call! The fiery scythe tore across the sky, ripping open a massive spatial gate. From within the portal, countless bull-headed monsters, weapons in hand, poured out like a flood. It was none other than the frenzied Bull Clan, a savage army, rabid and bloodthirsty. The 9th Nether King was so overjoyed he bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, Lord Bian. With such a powerful warrior and these ferocious beasts to aid us, our clans will surely achieve a total victory. Hearing this, Bian addressed the teeming horde with immense presence. My countrymen, my comrades in arms, follow me and attack Shanhai Pass, devour their flesh and shatter their legacy. The minions below roared in unison. By the king's command, we swear to follow Lord Bian to the death, to conquer humanity and slaughter them all. The air crackled with excitement as the ground trembled beneath their feet. Standing on a cliff's edge, the 9th Nether King raised his hand and signaled, Full-scale assault, all soldiers. Charge Shanhai Pass. The monster army, as numerous as ants, swarmed toward the human fortress with earth-shattering roars. Facing this overwhelming force, the female general of the Phoenix clan reflected, Ever since our great king fell, our Phoenix clan has not waged war with the humans for 100 years. Suddenly her eyes narrowed, glinting with a spark of hatred. But those humans, they dared to kidnap Arsanis, she snarled in fury. This grudge, this hatred, I will not rest until humanity is annihilated. The entire Phoenix clan raised their weapons high. They roared as one, reclaim the Saintess, exterminate humanity. The all-out assault erupted with ferocious intensity as tens of thousands of beasts surged forward, crashing against the Shanhai Pass fortress. The scene shifts to General Lin's office, where Su Bai and Lin Yanyan stood before him, both of their jaws on the floor. What? Marriage? They exclaimed in unison. General Lin nodded firmly, nonchalant as ever. That's right. You're both of marrying age. Let's set it for the 16th of this month. It's an auspicious day. Lin Yanyan's cheeks flushed red as she shyly protested. Father, I'm not ready to get married yet. Su Bai was also sweating bullets, scratching his head in confusion. Yes, isn't this... A bit sudden? Father-in-law. General Lin's eyes narrowed, and he shot a question that left Su Bai speechless. Su Bai, are you telling me you don't want to marry my Yanyan? Su Bai frantically waved his hands. No, no, I absolutely want to marry her. The moment the words left his mouth, General Lin slammed his hand on the desk, sealing the deal. Good, then it's settled. Just then, an officer rushed in, gasping for breath. Sir, it's bad. Urgent military intelligence. General Lin frowned. What happened? The soldier reported with a look of sheer panic. General Lin. It's a catastrophe. The armies of all the clans are attacking Shanghai Pass. The three people in the room were stunned. What? General Lin muttered. So, it really is Shanghai Pass. In the war room, a female officer reported to Nijing. Sir Nijing, please give the order. Without a hint of hesitation, Nijing's steely voice echoed through the room. Relay my command. All garrison troops are to mobilize and reinforce Shanghai Pass immediately. On the battlefield, General Lin led an elite squadron soaring into the sky, roaring with immense spirit. Come on, you trash from the Myriad clans. My Lin clan will never let you succeed. On the ground below, tens of thousands of monstrous beasts charged forward like a tidal wave. Standing on the city wall, General Lin turned to rally his soldiers, his voice booming. Soldiers, you are humanity's finest warriors. Hold your weapons steady, and do not let the Myriad clans advance even a single step. The entire army roared in unison, the word kill, echoing across the sky, signaling the start of a bloody, desperate battle. General Lin's eyes narrowed as he stared at the dense enemy lines and commanded, energy cannons, fire! From atop the walls, rows of massive cannons fired in unison, unleashing brilliant beams of light. In a room overflowing with spoils of war, Su Bai sat cross-legged, his entire body enveloped in a blazing golden aura that pulsed with surging power. He gritted his teeth, his face a mask of determination. I have to level up as fast as possible. A colossal wave of energy erupted from his body, creating a violent shockwave. At the nearby command center, the pillar of energy shooting into the sky horrified everyone. A female officer panicked. What's happening? The soldier next to her wondered aloud. Which powerhouse is breaking through to a new realm? As the light faded, Su Bai stood up, with streaks of orange-gold lightning crackling around his body. He declared with confidence, the Platinum Realm. I've reached it. From a distance, two men stared toward Su Bai's room. One said in surprise, Huh? Isn't that old Su's room? The other was utterly astonished. Could it be? Did Su Bai just break through to the Platinum Realm? In the war room, a female officer immediately reported to Nijing, who was studying a map. Reporting Sir Nijing, Su Bai has broken through to the Platinum level. Nijing simply replied, Oh. A cunning smile touched his lips, his eyes glinting with admiration. This kid, he might have even more potential than Luo Fan. Nijing turned around, his voice steely and resonant, but the battlefield is the best place for him to gain experience. It's time to send him out. He ordered, Relay my command. All students of the Martial Arts University are to assemble. The female officer responded with a sharp, Yes, sir. Meanwhile, in the forbidden endless sea, a massive army of the Myriad clans was gathered on the shore. The Phoenix General turned to the brawny Demon King Biyan and asked, Why have you brought our main forces to this endless sea? The Ninth Nether King, standing beside them, muttered, Could it be? Then, with a sly look, he speculated, After crossing this sea, we can circle behind Shanghai Pass and launch a surprise attack on the humans. The female general disagreed. My lord, my Demon Phoenix clan is ready to go to the fortress and the Great Wall to confront humanity head-on. The Ninth Nether King anxiously interjected. My lord, there are rumors of a death god lurking in this sea. Bai Yan held up a brilliant red crystal, reassuring them. Don't worry. With this here, you can all cross the sea safely. Both of them were stunned by the treasure. This is? He raised the crystal high, and its light illuminated the entire area. Don't worry, I will lead the way. He turned and commanded, Stay close to me, don't get lost. With that, Bai Yan took a step onto the water's surface. The Ninth Nether King watched as the sea automatically parted, his heart burning with both jealousy and rage. Damn it! If I had a treasure like this, I could have breached Shanghai Pass myself, he exclaimed in amazement. The seawater! It's receding! Bai Yan glanced back, urging them on. What are you standing there for? Follow me! The Ninth Nether King hastily ordered the army behind him. Everyone, group together in advance. Don't get separated! The entire host responded as one. Yes. The entire army was enveloped in a massive energy sphere, moving safely along the bottom of the deep sea. The Phoenix General looked around, feeling a sense of unease. I can't sense anything here, but the scriptures of my clan contain a legend, a warning about what lies at the bottom of the deep sea, and that we must never set foot here. Suddenly, the Ninth Nether King pointed ahead in terror. Lord Bai Yan, he screamed in fear. Look, out there, in the deep sea. What? What in the world is that? From the shadows, countless merman-like monsters emerge, their eyes glowing a menacing red. weapons at the ready. The king of the ninth nether shudders. These creatures radiate an aura of pure danger. The Phoenix General feels the threat too, her body tensing. I can feel them. Watching us, she murmurs. So it's true. The rumors about the Reaper of the Endless Sea. They're real. The king of the ninth nether asks nervously, Lord Bai Yan, what are your orders? But Bai Yan remains terrifyingly calm. Do not fear. Keep moving forward. He repeats, his gaze unyielding. Keep moving forward. Suddenly, a colossal wall of energy erupts before them, blocking their path and radiating an overwhelming pressure. Bai Yan raises a hand, roaring, Halt! We can go no further! The Phoenix General gasps in horror, her voice trembling slightly. Could this be a divine forbidden zone? Bai Yan studies the shimmering pink energy barrier before them. This power is beyond what we can confront directly, he judges. We'll go around it. Yes, my lord, they answer in unison. The king of the ninth nether turns and bellows to the entire army. All troops, circumvent the illusionary barrier ahead. Do not approach it. A day later, the army successfully crosses the sea, landing on a desolate shore right behind Shanhai Pass. The king of the ninth nether issues the command. Everyone, make landfall and rest on the spot. Standing on a rocky outcrop, the king of the ninth nether reports to Biyan. My lord, our forces will reach Shanhai Pass within 2 days. Biyan lets out a satisfied laugh. Haha, excellent. A tactical map appears as the king points and analyzes. Shanhai Pass has always relied on 2 forbidden zones for defense, the 10,000-mile mountain and the endless sea. It's never been breached. No matter how strong Lin Zhenin is, he'll never expect an attack from his rear. Bai Yan crosses his arms, a confident and cruel smirk on his face. Indeed, after our great victory at Shanhai Pass, humanity will have no strength left to resist. The king of the ninth nether continues laying out the plan with a sinister grin. At that point, humanity will scramble to send reinforcements. Lord Bai Yan and I will handle Ni Jing. The Great Elder will lead our platinum-level masters to crush the remaining human defenders. The Phoenix General nods in agreement. Since the king has a plan, I will follow it. Bai Yan throws his head back and laughs arrogantly. The time has come. Ha ha ha. In 2 days, humanity will meet its end. Exploiting the lax defenses, Bai Yan's army stealthily infiltrates a critical area. Bai Yan scans the area. This is the darkest hour before dawn, he says. The time when humans are at their most vulnerable. The Phoenix General agrees. Indeed, this is the perfect time to strike. Bai Yan turns, his eyes glowing red with killing intent, his voice dripping with venom. Begin the assault. Tear Shanhai Pass to shreds for me. The king of the ninth nether vanishes on the spot, his voice echoing, as you command. From high above, the king of the ninth nether sweeps his arm down, roaring the final command. All soldiers, hear my order. Raise Shanhai Pass to the ground. Answering the call, the swarm of monsters roars in unison, a sound that shakes the very foundations of the city. Kill! Level Shanhai Pass! Wipe out the humans! Meanwhile, at a Shanhai Pass guard post, a sentry rubs his eyes, nudging his partner in disbelief. Hey, isn't that our army? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The other guard, still oblivious, turns back irritably. Why are you looking around instead of standing watch? But as he turns his head, both men freeze, paralyzed by the horrifying sight in the distance. He stammers, Is that the Myriad Race? His comrade can't believe his eyes either. How is that possible? Before they can even process it, the army of the Myriad Race floods in like a tidal wave. A colossal minotaur swings a wooden pillar, smashing the unlucky guard into a bloody pulp. Alarms begin to blare frantically across the entire fortress. An officer, hastily throwing on his armor, screams in panic, Enemy attack! We're under attack! Get word to General Lin. The Myriad Race has breached the pass. Chaos engulfs the base. Another commander tries to restore order, bellowing, Everyone, hold your formation. Gunners, adjust the magic cannons. But the enemy wasn't just on the ground. A soldier screams in despair, pointing at dark figures descending from the sky. Look out above! His partner looks up, his face draining of all color and terror. What in the world is that? High in the air, the Phoenix General raises her hand, forming a blazing sphere of energy that glows like a miniature sun. She roars with fury. You wretched humans, why haven't you handed over our saintess? The massive fireball plummets downward, creating a world-shaking explosion that obliterates a line of defensive structures. A soldier, thrown by the blast, desperately orders his wounded comrade next to him. Report to General Lin, go. Amidst the chaos, the king of the ninth nether hovers in the air, cackling with glee. Ha 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 ha, this trip across the sea was well worth it. This result is truly a sight to behold. He flies to Biyan's side, suggesting slyly, Lord Biyan, before their reinforcements arrive, shall we kill off the group of experts guarding Shanhai Pass first? Bai Yan glances at him, the corner of his mouth twisting into a cold smile. Don't worry. The big fish haven't taken the bait yet. His eyes narrow, his voice dripping with malice. The trap I've laid isn't just for Shanhai Pass. The big fish I truly want to catch is Ni Jing. At that exact moment, General Lin Zhenan bursts from the command center, his body erupting in a ferocious aura of blue energy. He roars, "All men, to your positions. Where are the magic cannons?" A soldier runs up, reporting in despair. "General Lin, the Myriad race launched a surprise attack on the pass. All our magic cannon ammunition has been destroyed by those savage beasts." General Lin grits his teeth, realizing the scale of the plot. Ju Yu, he came here himself? Without a moment's hesitation, he shoots into the sky, his presence overwhelming, and lets out a defiant roar. "You bastards of the Myriad race, do you dare face me?" He hovers in midair, the energy sword in his hand glowing with blinding light. He points it directly at his foe. "Ju Yu, you didn't dare fight me head-on, so you resort to this cowardly trick?" From the shadows, the king of the Ninth Nether materializes, his purple eyes glinting with cunning. He scoffs. "Ha ha ha, all's fair in war. Without your fortress to hide behind, you are nothing." His hand erupts with violet energy, coalescing into a massive sword. He lunges forward, roaring. "Lin Zhenan, your human race will fall today. Prepare to die." He swings his blade down, aiming straight for Zhenan's head. In that same instant, General Lin swings his own sword, perfectly parrying the king's devastating blow. He strains to hold back the strike, his face a mask of fury, fire blazing in his eyes. General Lin lets out a wrathful roar as he channels all his strength to push back the king's blade. "Humanity!" he bellows. General Lin's entire body erupts in a blood-red aura, his muscles bulging as he screams in a furious rage. "Will never be defeated." An orb of energy forms in his hand, his eyes now glowing crimson. He snarls through gritted teeth. "You beasts of the Myriad race!" He hurls the energy sphere, which transforms into a colossal, crescent-shaped blade that sweeps across the battlefield. He roars, "Get back to your own territory." As the energy blade tears through the air, the king of the Ninth Nether's face contorts. "Lin Zhenan, are you trying to take me down with you?" Below, the human soldiers' morale surges as they raise their weapons and let out a thunderous cheer. Model. General Lin will win. Humanity will win, my brothers. With General Lin fighting so bravely, we cannot let humanity's spirit falter. The entire army charged as one, their roars echoing across the battlefield as they vowed to slaughter every last enemy. As long as these prisoners are here, humanity will never be extinguished. But how long would their joy truly last? Hovering in the air, the Demon King Bi Yan crossed his arms and spoke with cold contempt. "Ants will always be ants, always overestimating their own abilities." The Ju Yu King immediately bowed his head in reverence. "My lord." With that, Bai Yan raised a hand toward the crowd, a chilling killing intent radiating from him. "Since you're all so eager to die, I'll be the one to send you on your way." A ring of purple energy tore through the air, hurtling straight toward General Lin's position. The soldiers could only scream in despair. "General Lin." The attack was so sudden and deadly that General Lin had no time to defend. He was sent flying, crashing into a pile of rubble. The soldiers rushed over in a panic. "General Lin is injured." General Lin coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggling to get up. "Who? Are you?" In the sky, the Ju Yu King spoke apologetically. "My lord Bi Yan, it is my fault for troubling you to intervene personally." Bai Yan simply replied with indifference. "I told you, I'm here to catch the big fish. I'll leave these small fries for you to handle." The Ju Yu King immediately obeyed. Yes. Taking his orders, the Ju Yu King turned, the murderous aura around him condensing into a long, purple energy spear. He pointed it directly at the grievously wounded General Lin and snarled, "Lin Zhenan, today you will die here at Shanghai Pass." He let out a ferocious roar, "Die!" and unleashed a blast of destructive demonic energy. Facing imminent death, the last image that flashed through General Lin's mind was of his children. Su Bai, Yanren, you two must avenge me. But in that hair-raising moment, a world-shaking crash echoed out. A giant turtle shell, etched with glowing golden hexagonal patterns, had materialized from the void, completely blocking the fatal blow. General Lin was stunned. "Huh? Is this Su Bai's battle pet?" Just then, reinforcements arrived. Su Bai and his comrades charged onto the scene. One of them shouted, "General Lin, we're here to help," Su Bai asked worriedly. "Uncle Lin, are you all right?" General Lin let out a few hoarse coughs, forcing himself up with a wry smile. "Not dead yet, but if you had arrived a moment later, you probably would have been collecting my corpse." Su Bai gritted his teeth, his eyes turning bloodshot with rage. "Not only did you sneak attack Shanghai Pass, but you also dared to harm my future father-in-law." The two holy beasts beside him growled, ready to pounce into battle. Su Bai erupted with power, a golden aura enveloping him. He roared, "King of Juyu, I will kill you today." The turtle urged nervously, "Old Su, don't be rash." The white tiger also advised, "Su Bai, calm down." A companion placed a hand on Su Bai's shoulder and said, seriously, "Leave this to us. You get the general and protect the city." Everyone else responded in unison, "Yes, sir." Su Bai took a deep breath, closing his eyes. When he opened them again, a torrential burst of divine energy exploded outwards. This sudden transformation even shocked Bai Yan, who exclaimed, "How can this human brat possess such power?" From his back, a pair of brilliant golden wings unfurled. Su Bai shot into the sky, pointing directly at the enemy. "King of Juyu, I will make you pay." Witnessing this scene, his friends couldn't help but be amazed. One muttered, "This strange phenomenon is even stronger than before." Su Bai has leveled up again. The other exclaimed, "Wow, talk about a life-changing experience." The soldiers below looked up in utter disbelief. "Is that still Su Bai? Since when did he become so ridiculously powerful?" Another whispered in awe. "This power is enough to tear the heavens and split the earth. It's terrifying." Su Bai shot forward like a golden arrow, roaring, "Die." The Juyu king just sneered, his face dripping with contempt. "Overestimating yourself. No matter how strong a holy beast is, a mere brat like you could never defeat me." A colossal explosion of energy erupted in the sky as the two collided. While the two powerhouses clashed in the air, the battle on the ground exploded back to life. A commander yelled, "This power is simply too immense." Another turned to his comrade, "Old Han, let's go. We'll encircle and eliminate those other enemy experts." The entire battlefield was once again engulfed in a sea of fire and terrifying explosions. Humanity's mighty warriors threw themselves into the fray, fighting to the death against the monsters of the Myriad Races. After a fierce exchange, the Juyu king was pushed back, the smug look wiped from his face. He gritted his teeth. "I admit, I underestimated you, but for that," he roared. Unleashing his ultimate technique, "You must die!" Countless purple energy tentacles shot out from his body, enveloping Su Bai and exploding violently. Because Su Bai had already raised a shield to defend himself, he was completely unfazed. Instead, he smirked with a defiant grin. "King of Juyu, is that all you've got?" The remark struck a nerve, shredding the Juyu king's pride. He roared in fury, lunging forward with terrifying speed. "You filthy ant! Your arrogance will cost you your life." A devastating blow slammed into Su Bai before he could react, and with a cry of pain, he was blasted out of the sky. He crashed hard into the ground, creating a massive crater. A teammate rushed to his side, asking anxiously, "Old Su, are you okay?" At the same time, the Juyu king hovered in the air, his voice full of arrogance. "Even if Luo Fan were still alive, he couldn't stop my Myriad Races from destroying humanity today." But he was completely unaware of a blue streak of light that was silently approaching from behind. In a moment of carelessness, the Juyu king felt a sharp, stabbing pain in his back. The blue light had pierced straight through his chest, making him scream in horror. From within the dust cloud, Niajing emerged, shielding Su Bai. His voice was firm and full of authority. "Juyu, bullying the weak. Have you no shame?" Recognizing the newcomer, the soldiers erupted in cheers. "It's Lord Niajing. Lord Niajing is here. We're saved." The Juyu king clutched his wound, seething with hatred. "Niajing, you dare sneak attack me!" Niajing replied with an unchanging expression, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Weren't you the one who just said all's fair in war?" He pointed toward Biyan. "For your Myriad Races to cross the sea and attack our Shanghai Pass. It turns out you had a powerful mastermind pulling the strings from behind." Biyan clapped his hands in applause, his voice devoid of emotion. "Thank you for the compliment, Human King Niajing. You finally decided to show yourself," he continued. "In fact, my sole purpose for coming here was to kill you." Bai Yan roared, swinging his arm to conjure countless demonic hands that swarmed towards Niajing. Niajing was undaunted, responding with pride as he summoned countless massive swords. "I would be honored." "Then let's see you try." The two torrents of energy, one purple, one blue, collided violently, creating a terrifying explosion that tore space itself apart. The onlookers below could only exclaim in terror, "Is this a clash between king-level masters?" At the epicenter of the blast, Biyan appeared in the form of a giant purple demon. He sneered, "Do you have enough energy left to turn this entire battle into nothingness? Niajing, do you really think you alone can save humanity from annihilation?" Niajing stood tall and defiant, a massive blue war god phantom materializing behind him, and answered with unwavering spirit, "Humanity never needed me to save it, because humanity will never be devoured by the Myriad Races. As long as a single one of us remains, humanity will fight to the very end." Two colossal phantoms collided, igniting an earth-shattering battle. They grappled in the void, each blow carrying apocalyptic force. Niajing's energy sword pierced through Baiyan's body, but at the same instant, Baiyan's hand plunged into Niajing's shoulder. Watching the two giants suddenly freeze midair, Su Bai and his comrades wondered why they had stopped moving. Abruptly, Bai Yan spoke, his voice laced with a hint of admiration. "As expected of the Human King, you truly are extraordinary." But then, he revealed the red crystal he'd used to cross the sea, his killing intent flaring. "Today, you die." A sharp pain shot through Niajing, and he cried out in horror, "Arg! It was exactly where the demon's hand had pierced him. Blood-red tendrils erupted from the wound on his back. Horrified, Ni Jing realized, "It's draining my energy." Bai Yan laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha, I've just planted a demonic seed in your back. Even if you are the human king, you will be devoured by this divine blood." Below, Su Bai and his team watched in absolute horror. What happened to Lord Ni Jing? It looks like he was ambushed. Should we go help? Hold your positions. Ni Jing silently endured the agony and asked, "Did you bring this divine blood here today just to take my life?" Bai Yan cackled. "That's right, human king Ni Jing. Today, you must die." A mysterious smile touched Ni Jing's lips. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." Suddenly, Bai Yan sensed something was terribly wrong. Sword seal. Instantly, a blue energy sword erupted from within Bai Yan's chest, making him scream in pain. "Arg, you! Since when?" Though gravely wounded, Bai Yan still laughed like a madman. "So what if you've wounded me? I am already dead, and humanity will die with me." Ni Jing answered with unwavering resolve. "I told you, humanity will not perish." Bai Yan roared in a final burst of fury. "Whether humanity is destroyed or not, you, Ni Jing, must die." The crimson tendrils on Ni Jing's body exploded, completely enveloping him. In his final moment, he managed one last message. "Su Bai, lead humanity. Drive out all the tribes." Ni Jing strained, roaring his last defiant words. "Never give up." His entire body was crushed by the tendrils, vanishing into a sphere of blood. Su Bai and his comrades could only scream in despair. Lord Ni Jing has been." Bai Yan, though heavily injured, floated in the air and declared in the voice of a victor, "The human king, Ni Jing, is dead." He turned to the ninth king. "Ninth, shatter the barrier. Merge our forces and push straight into their rear lines. Slaughter all of humanity." The ninth king obeyed, swinging his sword to smash the Mountain Sea Army's defensive barrier. He bellowed, "Warriors of the myriad races beyond the pass, charge, kill every last human." From outside, tens of thousands of monsters roared, pouring in like a cataclysmic flood. "Kill! Slaughter the humans." A soldier looked down in terror from the crumbling city wall, screaming, "We're done for. The army of the myriad races is breaking through the gate." A moment later, a massive explosion rocked the top of the wall, signaling the complete collapse of their defensive line. "Damn it!" Amidst the chaos, Su Bai, his greatsword blazing, charged toward the blood sphere, roaring with conviction, "Lord Ni Jing isn't dead. Lord Ni Jing, I'm coming to save you." He unleashed a colossal slash, sending a wave of golden energy crashing into the blood sphere that imprisoned Ni Jing. From a distance, the wounded Bai Yan scoffed, "Impossible. Ha ha ha, don't waste your energy," he explained with a triumphant smirk. "He's been parasitized by the divine blood. Even if a god descended to Earth, he would still die." Su Bai's eyes turned red with rage as he pointed his sword at Bai Yan. "I'll kill you and avenge Lord Ni Jing." He poured all his strength into summoning his final trump card, the Azure Dragon. A gigantic blue dragon, wreathed in lightning, materialized with a roar that shook the heavens. The Azure Dragon glanced lazily at Su Bai, its tone slightly annoyed, as if woken from a nap. "Summoning me so soon?" Seeing this, Bai Yan was so stunned, he stammered, "This is the Azure Dragon? Impossible. Luo Fan is already dead." Su Bai's teammates were just as bewildered. Old Su summoned the Azure Dragon from the Jade Water Pool? Since when could he do that? Su Bai had no time to explain. His aura surged as he commanded, "Azure Dragon, help me kill him." Bai Yan tried to compose himself, condensing an energy sphere at his chest and sneering. "Even if Luo Fan were alive, he couldn't do anything to me." In response, the Azure Dragon let out a mighty roar, "Die!" and unleashed a devastating beam of energy. Bai Yan immediately launched a counterattack, enraged. "Damn you!" Su Bai and the Azure Dragon merged their power, creating a world-shaking assault. The beam of energy tore through Bai Yan and continued straight towards the invading army of the myriad races, leaving a brilliant streak across the battlefield. A colossal explosion wiped out a vast area, shaking the very ground. As he was dying, Bai Yan clutched a glowing shard of an energy sword he had just pulled from his body. He was horrified. No, impossible. This sword aura. Could it be that Ni Jing is still alive? Understanding suddenly dawned on him, and he laughed bitterly. Truly worthy of the human king, to have one last trick. To avoid being corroded by the divine blood, he poured his final essence and lifeblood into this very sword. Staring at the sword in his hand, Bai Yan whispered with a mixture of hatred and awe, "Ni Jing, you are ruthless." Bai Yan muttered, "I have lost." Then, he disintegrated into dust. The Azure Dragon spoke coldly. "It is done. I'm leaving," Su Bai replied. "Understood." The ninth Nether King stood on a cliff, watching in shock as the Azure Dragon's spirit flew away. Lord Bai Yan could actually fail? He quickly regained his sinister demeanor, licking his lips with a smirk. "My forces are unstoppable. Let's play with them for a while." He waved his hand, commanding his entire army, warriors of the myriad races. Enjoy your feast. This is the banquet Lord Bai Yan has granted you. Kill. Su Bai and his team rushed to the blood sphere. The situation was critical. The myriad races had scattered and were already pouring into the city. His teammates asked frantically, Su Bai, what do we do? What about Lord Naijing's condition? Su Bai made a swift decision, cradling the blood sphere with a determined voice. Old Han, you and your men stay here and repair the Mountain Sea Army's defenses. Old Hu and I will report the situation to HQ. You take Uncle Lin and Lord Naijing back with you. He turned to the others and shouted, Water system users, put out the fires. The rest of you, with me, we hold back those monsters. In the war room at the Great Wall base, the atmosphere was thick with tension as everyone stared at a map covered in red crosses. There were invasions from the myriad races everywhere. A massive number of beasts had also appeared around the capital. The GODHOOD commander's face hardened as he gave a decisive order. Notify the entire nation immediately. We are entering a level 1 state of alert. Yes, sir. His subordinates responded in unison. Just then, an officer burst in, clutching a laptop. Sweating profusely, he reported. Sir, there's a problem. The commander urged. Spit it out. The officer stammered. An emergency report just came in from Jiang Chao. A massive number of the myriad races are invading. The situation is extremely critical. They're requesting support. Upon hearing this, the color drained from the faces of Su Bai and his glasses-wearing friend. They exclaimed in shock. What? Jiang Chao is being invaded? Without a second's hesitation, Su Bai stepped forward, his eyes burning with courage. I request permission to reinforce Jiang Chao. His friend beside him was just as resolute. I'm going too. The commander nodded, immediately laying out a battle plan. Order all teleportation gates opened. The 7th Legion will be the main force, with the Xuanwu student team as the vanguard. Deploy to support Jiang Chao at once. His subordinate yelled, Sir, yes, sir. Meanwhile, Su Bai glanced back, his voice tight with worry as he gave his final instructions to Master Huanshan, Uncle Lin, and Master Niqing. Dr. Huanshan closed his eyes and let out a heavy sigh of regret. Uncle Lin's wounds were slowly recovering, but when it came to Niqing, the doctor simply turned away, his hands clasped behind his back as he stared out the window. His voice, however, was firm and reassuring. Oh, don't you worry. We will absolutely find a way. You should go and prepare now. Su Bai turned and sprinted down the hallway, a desperate prayer echoing in his heart. I hope Mom, Dad, and my sister An are safe. His gaze sharpened, turning venomous with hatred. You damn Wan clan. Sooner or later, I will wipe every last one of you from existence. At that very moment in Zhengzhou City, disaster had already fallen. The streets were in ruins. A mother desperately pulled her daughter along, trying to escape. Help! The Wan clan is storming the city! Run! The little girl screamed in terror as she saw a man fall to the ground. Ah, Dad! In the mayor's office conference room, the portly leader flailed his arms in panic. The Wan clan has breached the city's defenses. Open the shelters immediately. An officer stood at attention and reported, the 1st Guard unit is in charge of organizing the evacuation to the shelters. The mayor nodded. Good. A military commander with a sharp, angular face summarized the situation in a steely tone. At present, the entire Guangyang district has been almost completely overrun by the Wan clan. The mission to rescue those trapped there has been assigned to the students of Jiangwu Academy. The academy's round-faced principal clenched his fists, vowing with absolute confidence, Mr. Mayor, please, rest assured. We will definitely rescue the people in Guangyang district. The mayor gave a curt reply. Excellent. But before a sigh of relief could be breathed, a sweat-drenched soldier kicked the door open and stormed in. Sir, it's bad. We have new intelligence from outside the city. A large number of the Wan clan's elite warriors are pouring into the city through a transport array. The mayor and his subordinates stared, their eyes wide with shock. What? The plump principal broke into a cold sweat as he analyzed the news. Those bastards. There's no way they can take the city. The mayor frowned and turned to his secretary, his voice edged with impatience. When will the reinforcements from headquarters arrive? The female secretary calmly flipped through her report. The 7th Legion is already en route to provide support. Gazing at the thick columns of smoke billowing outside the window, the mayor clenched his fists, his spirit blazing. Good. Even if it costs us our last breath, we will fight the Wan clan to the very end. That is the true spirit of Zhengzhou's people. We fight until the bitter end. Right in the middle of a shattered street, a swirling purple portal materialized. Su Bai and his team shot out like saviors descending from the heavens. The moment his feet touched the ground, Su Bai dropped to one knee. He picked up a child's blood-stained teddy bear, his eyes clouded with self-blame. We're too late. Suddenly, his teammate behind him pointed ahead, shouting a warning. Look, Zhengzhou City is surrounded by beasts. Su Bai shot to his feet, his mind racing to process the situation. There are far too many of them. They must be planning to capture Zhengzhou first. We can't charge in from this direction. I'll have to find another way into the city. Nearby, a colossal bear monster loomed over fallen citizens as a voice urged it on. There are still people alive over there. Go. In a flash, a brilliant streak of pink light tore through the air. It slashed deep into the giant bear's back, making it roar in agony. The swordsman landed on the monster's back, his great sword slung arrogantly over his shoulder. The bear snarled, "Who are you?" The young man just smirked. "Someone you don't need to know." From below, Su Bai charged forward, radiating pure killing intent as he smashed his mace into an enemy's face. "How dare you wreak havoc in Jiangzhou? Go to hell, you filthy beast." While his comrades dove into the slaughter, the man with the glasses maintained an almost irritatingly elegant demeanor. Fanning himself with a brightly glowing fan, he said, "You can leave the rest of these grunts to me." With a sharp flick of his fan, he unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades that sliced through the monster horde. Die. With the small fry dealt with, Su Bai laid out their next move. The principal and the others are likely still holding their ground at the school. That location is undoubtedly the main focus of the Wan clan's attack. We need to get there and provide backup now. His glasses-wearing teammate pushed up his spectacles in agreement. The group broke into a sprint, speeding down a road littered with the corpses of the monsters they had just slain, their determination absolute. Right. In another district of Jiangzhou City, heavy raindrops tapped a rhythm on the roof of an expensive sports car as a cold voice spoke. Humanity's intelligence truly is a cut above the other races. The sinister-looking middle-aged man curled his lip into a smug grin. But what a shame. I've lived in human society for over 10 years now, and I understand their fatal weaknesses all too well. Standing on the roof of a skyscraper, a traitor bowed obsequiously to the 9th Nether King. As long as there are still living people in this city, the humans on the outside will continue to rush in. Those survivors are our bait, he added. Indeed. The Jiangzhou Martial Arts School, which the humans are so desperately trying to protect, has made some progress. A nearby henchman immediately chimed in to flatter him. The 9th Nether King is truly brilliant and powerful. You will certainly slaughter all of humanity in this battle and claim Jiangzhou for yourself. The 9th Nether King's eyes narrowed to sharp slits as he spoke with pure arrogance. Humanity's reinforcements must have arrived by now. He waved his hand, issuing his command. I have ordered the Ox Demon clan to lead the charge, with the Huan Xiong clan attacking the center. Launch a brutal assault on the Jiangzhou Martial Arts School. At his command, the beasts brandished their weapons, roaring madly as they charged the school gates. Charge in and kill every last human. Inside the school, a student exploded with a brilliant aura, his eyes burning with fighting spirit as he roared. The warriors of Jiangwu are our last line of defense. We cannot let the Wan clan break through. The battle erupted in fierce brutality. The brave human students raised their spears and white shields, gritting their teeth as they fought back against the storm of attacks from the ox demons and other beasts. A human warrior strained every muscle, using the shaft of his spear to block a powerful axe swing from a massive ox demon, his face crimson with effort. From a hidden corner, the blood-red murderous eyes of a beast locked onto its target with deadly precision. It suddenly swung a colossal stone mace from above, crushing a human warrior before he could even react. Seeing his comrade fall, another soldier whipped around, his face pale, his eyes wide with utter horror and despair. The giant ox demon seized the opening, bringing its axe down without mercy, sneering viciously. "Go and die with your captain," he bellowed. "How dare you get distracted while fighting me?" The ox demon snorted furiously, its voice a thunderous roar. "Kill every last one of these human ants, leave none alive." The frenzied monsters threw powerful punches that sent scores of human warriors flying through the air, their mouths constantly shrieking with bloodlust. "Kill all humans!" Just as everything seemed on the verge of collapse, a blinding beam of blue energy descended from the sky, blasting the horde of beasts away in a massive explosion. A steel-edged voice echoed across the battlefield. "Anyone who dares to trespass in Jiangzhou will be shown no mercy." Amidst the dust and smoke, Su Bai and his team appeared, looking majestic alongside a giant white tiger, a massive green fly, and a little red-haired girl. Su Bai's teammate roared, a declaration of power. "I'll slaughter every last one of you beasts." The surviving soldiers erupted in a wave of joy. "Our reinforcements are here." Su Bai, looking completely at ease, turned to issue orders. "Old Han, I'm leaving this big one to you." Then he smiled at the red-haired girl who was busy gnawing on a leg of meat. "And it looks like little Hong has already taken care of the small fry." Old Han leaped into the air, his greatsword erupting with a brilliant purple aura. He replied with excitement, "Leave it to me." At the same time, the red-haired girl beamed, her entire body igniting in spectacular flames as she answered in a clear voice, "Yes, master." With terrifying power, Old Han brought his violet energy sword crashing down on the massive demon's head, roaring, "Die!" At the same time, Xiao Hong's flames engulfed the horde of monsters, causing them to writhe and scream in agony within the burning inferno. Why can't it be extinguished? Su Bai clenched his fist, his eyes blazing. He turned to rally the injured soldiers. "Brothers, fight back. Let's use this chance to wipe out the 10,000 races." The call to arms invigorated them. The warriors raised their weapons and charged forward, their spirits soaring, roaring. "Wipe out the 10,000 races!" Meanwhile, his friend in glasses standing beside him quietly asked, Su Bai, do you see that over there? In the gloomy sky, eerie purple and gold points of light hovered. His friend asked again, is it reinforcements? Su Bai frowned. From the air, a group of enemies slowly descended, the traitor at their center with his hands clasped behind his back, smirking. The Ninth King is indeed very clever. Su Bai, you really did drag your sorry self all the way here. Shocked whispers spread through the ranks. Huang Guangyao, the head of the Huang family. But he's in the Diamond Realm. Old Han was stunned, hefted his sword onto his shoulder, his eyes wide with disbelief. King Kuyu? He bellowed in fury. Head of the Huang family, you actually betrayed us. Seething with rage, Su Bai confronted the traitor directly. Your son and I were classmates. I can't believe you've thrown in your lot with the 10,000 races. He growled out every word. Are you even worthy of the land that nurtured your Huang clan for generations? Huang Guangyao was speechless for a few seconds, beads of sweat on his forehead, before he gritted his teeth and spoke with a crazed expression. Su Bai, today, only by killing you can I save my family. This pushed Su Bai's anger to its absolute limit, and he screamed at the top of his lungs. You'd betray all of humanity just for your son? He questioned sharply. Have you ever stopped to think about how many fathers will lose their sons because of you? His words hitting a nerve, Huang Guangyao's shame turned to madness, and he roared hysterically. Enough talk. Better for you to die than my entire family. He channeled his power and leaped into the air. A colossal greatsword of brilliant green energy materialized in his hands, which he brought down in a vicious strike. Take this. Unflinching, Su Bai took a defensive stance, his entire body erupting in a blazing orange aura. He gripped his own greatsword with both hands, filled with pride. Bring it on, you traitor. A blinding sword aura shot forth, clashing violently with the green greatsword in midair. Su Bai roared in defiance. Let's see what you've got. The overwhelming power of Su Bai's greatsword pierced the green energy, sending long cracks racing up the traitor's weapon. Huang Guangyao's eyes widened in horror. The green greatsword was completely split in two, its energy exploding in a flash of light that tore across the sky, completely repelling the attack. He pressed his advantage. Su Bai spun and delivered a magnificent slash. The golden sword aura slammed down on the enemy, stunning him into shouting. What kind of monstrous weapon is that? How can it be so bizarre and overwhelmingly powerful? Hearing this, Su Bai ran a hand along his majestic blade, his posture relaxed yet utterly dominant, a sarcastic smirk on his face. This sword? He drawled. Take a good look, old man. As if realizing the most terrifying truth in the world, Huang Guangyao's face went deathly pale. He trembled and stammered. Could it be? It's Ni Jing's sword. I never imagined Ni Jing would leave this sword to you. Su Bai let out a cold laugh, lunging forward and swinging his sword to unleash a colossal wave of destructive light that ripped through the air. That's right, and it's the perfect thing to send you to your grave. Knocked backward, Huang Guangyao fell helplessly, only to be caught by a female member of the 10,000 races. She quickly asked, Head of the Huang family, are you all right? The woman and Huang Guangyao gritted their teeth in fury. She screamed urgently, Everyone, attack together! Don't let him activate the sacred beast weapon! The Huang family head quickly chimed in, Right! 4 powerful experts from different directions simultaneously unleashed torrents of ferocious, destructive energy, all aimed directly at Su Bai, who was hovering in midair. They roared, shattering the space around him to prevent him from teleporting. Let's see if you can leave this place alive today. The streams of energy collided, creating a horrific explosion of light. The female member joined in, putting all her strength into another attack and screaming wildly, Don't stop! Bombard him until he's dead! Deadly rays of energy continued to converge, slamming into the center of the explosion and creating brilliant bursts of destructive power. The group finally stopped, panting as they stared at the massive fireball blazing in the sky. One of them muttered, That should do it, right? And yet, as the smoke and dust cleared, Su Bai was still standing there, completely unharmed. He reached up and cleaned his ear with an expression of utter boredom, surrounded by a glowing hexagonal barrier of armor. He sneered, I have this Lord-grade armor, plus the Black Tortoise shield. Your attacks are nothing more than an itch. The female member's eyes bulged, her jaw hanging open in absolute terror. What? How is that possible? Is that sacred beast armor? Su Bai's playful expression vanished, his eyes flashing with a bone-chilling killing intent. He growled softly, You've all had your fun. From his back, a pair of fiery vermilion bird energy wings spread wide. With a gleaming sword in each hand, he arrogantly declared, Now, it's my turn. Instantly, Su Bai transformed into a streak of brilliant gold, tearing through the sky like a bird of fire. He zipped through the enemy formation like a flash of lightning, his chaotic slashes sending the powerful experts of the 10,000 races tumbling through the air. The female member trembled, sweat pouring down her face, which was contorted in fear. So fast, and so strong. A second later, she fled frantically, screaming in despair, This is terrifying! Su Bai hovered leisurely in the sky, flapping his vermilion bird wings and laughing mockingly. Ha ha ha, you run fast. If you have any guts, stop running and fight to the death. As he dragged his comrades away, Huang Guangyao tried to reassure them in a panic. Don't panic. His sacred beast armor can't last forever. His tricks are a bit strange, but at the end of the day, he's only at the platinum rank. Just then, a series of pink spatial portals ripped open above them, and a gigantic demon descended. The enemies cried out in joy. King Kuyu sent us to assist you. The head of the Huang family breathed a sigh of relief. You've come at the perfect time. He immediately turned to assert his authority. Everyone, on my command, focus all firepower on Su Bai. Instantly, a massive beam of purple energy, powerful enough to split the heavens and the earth, shot down from above, aimed straight at Su Bai. He clicked his tongue. So many at once. Su Bai braced himself, channeling energy into his raised hands to block the devastating attack, gritting his teeth as he complained, "You people are so shameless." A blinding sword aura exploded from him, slicing the deadly energy beam in two. The purple light scattered and then vanished. Huang Guangyao and his accomplice were frozen, staring in horror as their ultimate attack was nullified with ease. We attacked with all our might, and he just brushed it aside like that? Huang Guangyao screamed in frustration, trying to cling to a sliver of hope. Su Bai, I admit you're strong, but in the end, you're only platinum rank. No matter how special your energy is, I refuse to believe you can maintain it forever. Su Bai hovered in midair, raising one hand high. Behind him, a colossal ancient phantom, blazing with brilliant golden light, began to awaken. He raised an eyebrow, challenging them. Is that so? Then why don't you try and find out? Below, the beasts of the 10,000 races stared, mouths agape, cold sweat beading on their brows as they buckled under the terrifying pressure. This was the aura of our sacred tree. Before they could even catch their breath, Su Bai let out a roar, unleashing a wave of brutal punishment upon the earth. Golden tendrils of light, like dragon's whips, cracked down from the heavens and slammed into the battlefield. Monsters were flung into the air like shattered glass, scattering for their lives. Run. In the chaos, the patriarch of the Hong family desperately tried to hold his ground. With our numbers, we can still win this. But the woman beside him was consumed by panic. Don't be a fool. We're no match for him. The sacred tree glowed with overwhelming power, its aura crushing any will to resist. The woman shot into the sky, utterly defeated. What's the point of fighting? His energy is already fully restored. Let's go! Down on the ground, refusing to be outdone, the glasses-wearing friend waved his arm with determination, rallying his comrades. Students of Zhangchao, we can't let Su Bai fight alone. Old Han and his team charged forward, weapons raised and spirits blazing. Let's show these monsters from the 10,000 races the true power of Jiangchao's students. From the rubble and billowing dust of ruined buildings, the human forces surged like a tidal wave. Their battle cry echoed through the streets. Kill them! Kill every last one of the 10,000 races. Far in the distance, on the rooftop of a skyscraper, the Nether King stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze was fixed on the brilliant light from Su Bai's attack as he murmured with a sense of dread. Why? Does it feel like Su Bai's sacred tree is even more powerful now than Lac Pham Nam Kung Ni's ever was? High above, the Nether King's brow furrowed, his eyes flashing with extreme caution. He gritted his teeth, calculating his next move. It seems if we want to deal with this Su Bai brat, we'll need a much more careful plan. I can't force this anymore. The Nether King waved his hand, issuing an order to his trembling subordinates. All forces, hear my command. Platinum tier experts, provide cover for the ground troops. Begin a slow retreat and return to the guidance formation. A massive demon, drenched in sweat, bowed its head. Understood, my lord. On the ground below, watching the grand army of the 10,000 races turn and flee in droves, the mayor's eyes filled with tears of emotion. The 10,000 races have retreated. Our city of Jiangchao has been successfully defended. He looked up with clasped hands as Su Bai slowly descended. The brilliant vermilion bird wings retracted behind his back, his bearing as proud and imposing as a god of war. The mayor's voice rang out, full of pride. Your successor, Su Bai, has not disappointed your legacy. Humanity has won. The 10,000 races have been forced to retreat. Humanity will prevail. The Dragon Kingdom will be victorious. At the same time, in the Central Command's war room, a female secretary burst through the door with a radiant smile, announcing the good news. The 10,000 races have retreated. Jiangchao is secure. The bearded commander slammed his hand on the table in excitement. Excellent. I knew Su Bai wouldn't let me down. Back in Jiangchao, the mayor smiled and clapped the old general, who was in a cast on the shoulder. Old Lam, he said, that future son-in-law of your Lam family is truly incredible. Old Lam let out a hearty laugh, his eyes brimming with pride. That kid, Su Bai. He's destined to be a genius who will save all of humanity. Suddenly, the large screen at headquarters flickered to life, displaying the images of two imposing foreign leaders. The secretary quickly explained the situation. It's the military commanders from the Eagle Kingdom and the Bear Kingdom. The bearded commander pushed up his glasses, his brow furrowed in confusion. Huh? Why would the Eagle and Bear Kingdoms suddenly contact us at such a critical moment? General Tom of the Eagle Kingdom spoke first, his tone serious. General Ho, I am Tom. We've received news that the Dragon Kingdom is under attack by the Grand Army of the 10,000 Races, and we are preparing our forces to assist. The general from the Bear Kingdom added, for the entire century we've been invaded by the 10,000 Races. The Dragon Kingdom has always been humanity's vanguard, and you have helped our Bear Kingdom countless times. The bearded commander stood tall and saluted respectfully. General Tom, and our steadfast brothers from the Bear Kingdom, on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom, I offer my deepest gratitude for your support. General Tom waved his hand with a friendly smile. General Ho, you're being too formal. We are brother nations. When a brother is in trouble, how could our Bear Kingdom simply stand by and watch? The Bear Kingdom's general declared firmly, indeed, fighting the 10,000 Races is our shared responsibility. General Ho, please just tell us how we can coordinate with the Dragon Kingdom's forces. The bearded commander pointed to a tactical map covered in red arrows. Currently, the main army of the 10,000 Races has split into smaller groups, infiltrating and harassing numerous provinces within our borders. We need your forces to support our defensive armies, protect the people in the attacked cities, and help them evacuate safely. General Tom responded instantly. No problem. We will immediately dispatch 10,000 transport aircraft to support the Dragon Kingdom. The Bear Kingdom general made his own clear declaration. Excellent. The Bear Kingdom will also immediately dispatch our armored transport divisions. The bearded commander clasped his hands and bowed his head. Wonderful. On behalf of the Dragon Kingdom, I thank the Eagle and Bear Kingdoms once again. I hope humanity can cooperate with true sincerity to drive out these beasts of the 10,000 Races. Drive them out, and humanity will surely be victorious. Back in the meeting room in Jiangchao, the mayor sighed in relief and collapsed into his chair, turning to Su Bai's group. Thank goodness you all arrived in time. Headmaster, what's the current situation around Jiangchao? The glasses-wearing friend pushed up his spectacles, his expression hardening as he reported. According to reliable intelligence from our outer perimeter forces, the Nether King is continuing to gather a massive number of troops from the 10,000 Races, and they're heading straight for Jiangchao. It looks like a massive bloody battle is coming. Jiangchao is without a doubt their primary target. As Su Bai pondered this, Old Han nudged him with his elbow and whispered his prediction. Old Tu, I bet that Nether King is aiming for you. Su Bai just smirked. The headmaster slammed his hand on the table, his face etched with worry. Regardless of the reason, Jiangchao's situation is now extremely critical. The most important thing is to evacuate the citizens. Headquarters just informed us that reinforcements won't arrive for another 5 days. Su Bai shook his head, looking frustrated. No, I can't wait that long. The headmaster spread his hands helplessly. There are tens of thousands of people trapped here, and we don't have nearly enough transportation to evacuate them in such a short time. Su Bai rubbed his chin, and a cunning smile spread across his face as an idea struck him. Actually, I might have a way. The headmaster's eyes lit up as if he'd just found a lifeline. You have a solution? Su Bai casually pointed towards the school. Didn't the Xuanwu Academy just recruit a large number of Beast Tamers? The headmaster nodded, the memory clicking into place. That's right. Ever since you became famous, our school unexpectedly recruited over 20 special training classes for Beast Tamers. Su Bai gave a decisive signal. Headmaster, please gather all the Beast Tamers here immediately. Old Han scratched his head in confusion. But the friend with glasses pushed up his spectacles and smiled, understanding completely. Haha, I get it. Su Bai wants to use the Beast Tamer's pets as transportation to move the citizens. The mayor laughed with delight, pointing in agreement. Haha, what a stroke of genius. I can't believe you thought of that. I'll go supervise the gathering myself. Su Bai stood with his hands on his hips, his voice booming with authority. That's right. This time, we're going big. This will be the grandest evacuation in history, carried out by an army of Beast Tamers. Standing on a high platform before the assembled students, Su Bai roared. Attention, all Beast Tamer students. The time has come for you to prove your worth. From this moment on, you are all under my, Su Bai's, unified command. I have an extremely important mission for every single one of you. The crowd roared in unison. We will complete the mission. Su Bai threw his hand into the air, his spirit soaring. My fellow Beast Tamers, our next mission is to evacuate every single resident of Jiangchao. Everyone, summon your pets now so we can assess the situation. The crowd erupted in a passionate cheer. Whoosh! Dozens of sparkling summoning circles materialized on the ground. Giant pet beasts began to emerge, creating a truly spectacular scene. But alas, it was just a swarm of turtles of all shapes and sizes, crawling about clumsily. Old Han and Su Bai froze, their faces dumbfounded, eyes bulging. Old Han's voice cracked. Good heavens, why are they all turtles? Su Bai broke into a cold sweat, forcing a smile that was half cry, half laugh. Well, the mayor stroked his beard, explaining with a perfectly matter-of-fact expression. Ever since your turtle, Xiao Ba became an internet sensation, Every student who came to Jiangwu University to enroll in the Beast Taming department insisted on choosing the turtle system as their destiny. There are water turtles, land turtles, amphibious turtles, omnivorous turtles, herbivorous turtles. We have the whole collection. Quickly regaining his commander's composure, Su Bai waved his hand decisively to dispel the awkwardness. Forget about that. Now, everyone listen to my command. Split into 6 teams. Each team will ride a turtle to one of the 6 refugee zones in the city and wait for the civilians. The other combat students and the Jiangwu University garrison will be responsible for providing outer ring support. Understood? The students roared in unison. Understood. We guarantee we will complete the mission. The massive turtle army, carrying the students on their backs, began to advance with a rumble. Dust billowed as their rallying cries echoed through the streets. Move out! Immediately reinforce the western refugee zone. On the flanks of the turtle-powered armored column, Old Han and the other students fought fiercely, swinging their great swords to decisively cut down any myriad race beasts that dared to block their path. Old Han roared mightily to clear the way. Protect the Beast Tamer squad! Kill every last one of the myriad race bastards blocking our path! In a small alley, a Beast Tamer hurriedly beckoned to a mother clutching her child. Hurry! Get on my beast's back, quickly! Meanwhile, on the roof of a skyscraper, the 9 Nether King stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze filled with suspicion as he looked down at the evacuating crowd. What trick are these humans playing at? A female subordinate bowed her head and reported, Your Majesty, the scouts have returned. The humans are evacuating civilians from multiple locations, trying to move them elsewhere. The 9 Nether Kings sneered contemptuously. In their dreams. He waved his hand coldly and commanded, Relay my orders. Assemble the army and stop them. The female subordinate immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. Viewed from above, dozens of colossal battle turtles had already assembled in a square formation at the rendezvous point, ready for an evacuation unlike any other. Someone called out, Are all the teams here? The young man with glasses, standing next to his battle turtle, reported seriously to Su Bai, who stood with his hands clasped behind him. Everyone has assembled and is ready to evacuate at a moment's notice. Su Bai nodded firmly. Good. Suddenly, a glint of vigilance flashed in Su Bai's eyes. He whipped his head around, his instincts screaming. From the end of the street, a massive dust storm billowed towards them, carrying the savage roars of hundreds of myriad race monsters charging crazily in their direction. The stream of refugees fell into absolute panic. A mother clutched her newborn, her older child screaming in terror beside her. Oh no, the myriad races have caught up. Mommy, I'm scared. Without a moment's hesitation, Old Han and his white tiger charged forward to block the way, turning back to shout at Su Bai. Su Bai, you guys go on ahead. Leave this to us. Su Bai gave a curt nod, wasting no time, instantly. Su Bai leaped onto the back of the white tiger and brandished his hand, commanding the entire turtle army, all Beast Tamer teams, lead the civilians and evacuate towards the east gate. Immediately, the entire force responded in unison, Yes, sir! The white tiger let out a roar and took the lead, followed by the entire turtle army, which began to trudge forward, creating a scene that was both epic and slightly ridiculous. Old Han, sitting on Xiao Ba's back, grimaced and complained, Su Bai, these turtles are as slow as snails. This isn't going to work. Su Bai turned back and patted the turtle's shell lightly. Xiao Ba, can you speed it up a little? At the command, Xiao Ba's eyes flashed with a brilliant blue light, and a mystical energy began to envelop its entire body. From Xiao Ba, streams of blue aura spread out, enveloping all the other turtles in the formation, causing them to glow as well and begin to accelerate miraculously. Seeing the plan succeed, Su Bai stood tall on the tiger's back, raised his fist to the sky, and shouted with a strangely proud expression, Operation Grand Turtle Relocation, charge! The turtle army now shot forward with the speed of a fleet of race cars, ramming through any obstacles in their path. The young man with glasses laughed with delight. Ha ha, they're speeding up! Let's go! At another intersection, a pack of wild wolves was cornering some stray civilians. They suddenly froze, looking into the distance with confusion. Huh? Before the alpha wolf could figure out what was happening, a terrifying sight descended upon them. It stammered, Where did all these turtles come from? Before they could react, the super-speed turtle army rampaged through, sending the entire wolf pack flying into the air like straw puppets. Shouts rang out, Forward, forward, forward! Su Bai commanded authoritatively from the front. Beast Tamers, pick up the pace, charge straight through! The civilians on the turtles' backs also cheered for their war mounts. Come on, Air Guzi! Xiao Mo, speed up! However, from high above, the 9 Nether King coldly formed a hand seal, and a beam of purple energy shot straight down to the ground. The earth shook violently as enormous earthen walls suddenly rose from nothing, quickly closing in to form a gigantic box, trapping the entire turtle army inside. His path suddenly blocked. Su Bai's tiger screeched to a halt. He yelled in anger. We've been tricked. Trapped in the confined space, the civilians screamed in panic. What's happening? It's the Myriad Races. Did they do this? Wah, I don't want to die. The young man with glasses pointed frantically at the sky, shouting, "Su Bai, look up!" From above, the 9 Nether King and the traitor, Huang Guangyao, slowly descended, looking down on them like ants in a jar. The 9 Nether King spoke first. "Su Bai, I have been waiting for you for a very long time." Huang Guangyao let out a triumphant, cruel laugh. "Su Bai, today you will surely die," he explained. "To deal with your Azure Beast armor, the 9 Nether King has specially used a secret art of the Netherworld bloodline." With that, the 9 Nether King held out his hand. A sinister purple energy coiled around his hand, ready to unleash the finishing blow. A colossal violet magic circle erupted from the ground, engulfing Su Bai, the tiger, and Xiao Ba, trapping them in a deadly prison of energy. Old Han screamed a warning. "Su Bai, watch out!" Su Bai gritted his teeth, instantly realizing their true objective. "They're aiming for me." He had to get everyone to safety, and fast. From within the formation, purple energy phantoms materialized, darting towards Su Bai. The 9 Nether King chuckled faintly. "You still have time to worry about others?" Su Bai murmured. "These don't seem like ordinary powerhouses from the Myriad Races." A streak of purple energy grazed Su Bai's cheek, leaving a small cut. He dodged, his eyes sharp as daggers. He dodged another attack, astonished by their speed. "Wow, they're fast." Huang Guangyao crossed his arms, explaining with smug satisfaction, "The 6 phantoms of powerful experts from different races in this formation are all top-tier masters from the major royal clans. Do you think you have any chance of winning, Su Bai?" Outside, the young man with glasses was extremely worried, his hands clenched tightly. "Oh no, Su Bai is trapped in the formation. I have to find a way to help him." Huang Guangyao laughed maniacally. "Haha, to die under the 7 Souls life-severing grand array is an honor for you." Just as Su Bai's shield began to crack, he smirked, his voice chilling to the bone. "You people really think I'm a pushover?" Instantly, a brilliant golden aura explodes from Tobark. His terrifying power surges to its absolute peak as he activates his Azure Beast armament. Inside the formation, Tobark now stands clad in the complete Azure Beast armor, fiery vermilion bird wings blazing on his back. Gripping Ni Jing's greatsword, he arrogantly declares, "I don't give a damn about this so-called formation of yours." The moment the words leave his lips, Tobark swings the glowing greatsword, cleaving through a pink energy fox as he roars, "Die!" But before a triumphant smirk can form, his brow furrows, his eyes widening in shock. "Huh?" The energy fox, sliced clean in two, doesn't dissipate, prompting him to mutter in confusion, "What the hell is going on?" Bizarrely, the deep gash on the creature's body seals itself shut, its lips twisting into an eerie, demonic grin. Below, Old Hu stares, his eyes wide with horror. It actually healed itself. Watching this, the traitor Huang Guangyao lets out a sinister laugh. Clasping his hands, he explains with smug satisfaction, "Tobark, you've only just begun to experience the wonders of this magic matrix. This formation will wear you down bit by bit. Then it will tear your soul from your body, condemning you to eternal suffering." As he finishes speaking, he waves his hand, directing the swarm of energy demons to surge forward, surrounding Tobark from all sides. His order is ruthless. "Kill him for me." Caught in the relentless siege, Tobark grits his teeth and fights back, dodging and slashing continuously, growling in frustration. "Damn it." From the outside, Huang Guangyao continues to taunt him. "Let's see how long you can maintain that Azure Beast armor." Just as the situation hangs by a thread, a beam of light shoots forward, accompanied by a loud shout, "Old Toe, I'm here to help!" Seeing his friend charging into a death trap, Tobark whips his head around in panic. His eyes bulge as he waves him off, yelling, "Don't come over here! Go get reinforcements, now!" But it's too late. Old Han, weapon in hand, leaps over the barrier wall, boldly declaring, "The reinforcements are here!" Meanwhile, the portly headmaster, glowing with a fiery aura, turns and asks urgently, "Qing Shu, what's going on?" The spectacled friend reports in a panic, "Headmaster, Tobark is trapped in the 7 Souls Severing Fate Grand Formation. It was the traitor, Huang Guangyao." Hearing this, the headmaster becomes so enraged his beard bristles. He points a trembling finger straight at the traitor and unleashes a torrent of fury. "Old Huang, you'd rather be a hunting dog for the Myriad Races than a decent human being?" As Tobark struggles, batting away another energy monster, Huang Guangyao scoffs, replying with the condescending tone of an enlightened man. Only those who can see the bigger picture are truly wise. This world will belong to the Myriad Races sooner or later. At the same time, Tobark smashes an attack with his glowing shield and slices another monster in half. Old Han lands and immediately asks, "How are you holding up, Old Toe?" Tobark grinds his teeth, his reply dripping with defiance. "I'm not dead yet, but who knows what'll happen in a minute." Watching from outside the formation, the headmaster frowns in thought. He suddenly notices something strange, muttering, "Why does the 7 Souls Severing Fate Grand Formation only have 6 souls?" A spark of realization flashes in his eyes. He instantly gathers his power and launches himself into the air like a giant fireball, roaring, "I get it now. The seventh key to the formation is you, Old Huang. Your time is up. Targeted, Huang Guangyao shows no fear. Instead, he cloaks his body in a green aura and lets out a cold, mocking laugh. Haha, you think so? Then by all means, take your time and enjoy the show. Seething with righteous fury, the headmaster delivers a devastating kick straight to the traitor's chest, his cry filled with the anguish of all humanity. How could you do this to your own ancestors? Huang Guangyao raises a hand to block the blow, snarling through clenched teeth. Cut the crap! If you have the guts, then kill me! Back inside the formation, Tobark is in a frenzy, his glowing twin swords shredding everything in their path. His eyes are bloodshot with determination. I refuse to believe I can't kill every last one of you. A powerful strike splits an energy phantom down the middle as he bellows in rage. Old Han's eyes bulge in disbelief. What? It regenerated again. Unwilling to stand by, Old Han channels purple energy into his sword, leaping up to deliver a fatal blow through the creature as he shouts, Old Toe, let me give you a hand! The immensely powerful slash tears through the ground, creating a deafening explosion that sends tons of rock and dirt flying. However, the moment he lands, a puddle of pink energy liquid latches onto his leg, locking him in place. Outside, the spectacled friend yells in horror. Oh no, Old Han. You're trapped in the formation too. Old Han struggles to pull his leg free, but it's useless. Damn it, he curses. Even worse. Right in front of him, the monster he just sliced apart slowly rises again, completely unscathed. A cold sweat breaks out on Old Han's forehead as he mutters in despair. Can this formation really not be broken? Facing this hopeless stalemate, the headmaster, hovering high above, draws every last ounce of his life force into his body. A blinding golden light erupts from him, his eyes glowing with unshakable resolve as he makes a life-or-death vow. I will not allow the 100-year reputation of Jiangwu to be destroyed on my watch. Even if my body is crushed and my bones are ground to dust, I will shatter this wretched formation. Suddenly, he invokes a forbidden technique, transforming into a colossal thunder dragon of pure destructive power. He plummets directly toward the traitor Huang Guangyao, who only has time to let out a single horrified scream. Huh? The impact illuminates the entire sky. Lightning explodes, piercing through the protective shield as the ground cracks, shaking the very foundations of the defensive formation wall. Seeing the fragile opening created with the headmaster's life, Old Hu's eyes turn bloodshot as he screams himself hoarse. Tobark, Old Han! Use this chance to break the formation and get out. Understanding the immense sacrifice, Tobark's eyes streak with blood. He swings his glowing twin swords with absolute fury, as if to split the very heavens. But a second later, the monsters begin to regenerate again. Tobark screams. What? It didn't work? Old Han slams his fist on the ground in rage, yelling, Old Hu, it's still useless. Outside, despite being battered and bruised, Huang Guangyao throws his head back and laughs with arrogant delight. His wicked cackle echoes everywhere. Ha ha, a complete waste of effort. He wipes a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, a souvenir from the headmaster's kick, his eyes sharp with mockery. Did you really think the Seven Souls Severing Fate Grand Formation would be so easy to break? Tobark hovers inside the formation, grinding his teeth. He grips his greatsword tightly, sweat beading on his forehead. Damn it, there has to be a weak point somewhere. Just then, the sharp-eyed friend with glasses points towards the Nether King, who has been floating motionless in the air, and shouts, Look! The Nether King hasn't moved an inch this entire time. Old Hu, look over there! A gleam of understanding flashes in the headmaster's eyes as he realizes the key. He slaps his hand in revelation. I've got it. That Nether King is a fake. He's the one. Tobark smirks triumphantly, his gaze as sharp as a razor, fixed on the fake Nether King. That's right, we've completely ignored him until now. He flaps his vermilion bird wings and shoots straight toward the seventh soul, leaving a decisive message for Old Han. Old Han, the core of the formation is yours. Take him out. Getting the signal, Old Han erupts with lightning power and charges directly at the fake Nether King, declaring loudly, I'm here to shatter this goddamn formation. Huang Guangyao remains unfazed. He points a finger straight at Old Han, his voice a low threat. You'll regret that. He transformed into a colossal, radiant lightning dragon, opening its massive jaws to swallow Huang Guandiu whole as the man stared in utter disbelief. Meanwhile, his friend in the glasses outside launched a wind-slicing sword blast straight at the 9 Nether King. But before it could even touch the fiend, countless energy tendrils erupted from his body, binding the old tiger in an instant. Down below, Su Bai, in the middle of his own fight, yelled frantically, Old Han, just hold on for 3 more seconds. Immediately, Old Han poured every last ounce of his strength into his greatsword. He roared, Try this on for size. Straining, Old Han raised the purple energy sword, bracing against the relentless storm of attacks from the pink monsters. Old Hu, I'm here to save you. Look out. At that exact moment, Su Bai flash-stepped into the fray, shouting, Old Hu, get clear. Su Bai unleashed his full power, his muscles bulging as he swung the enormous glowing sword down on the fake 9 Nether King, intent on shattering it to pieces. Su Bai's mighty strike unleashed a colossal wave of energy, cleaving the fake Nine Nether King's body in two and splitting the defensive formation wide open. Su Bai landed softly, his eyes burning with fury as he stared up at the fracturing sky. Just then, blinding purple beams of light tore through the battlefield, slamming directly towards Su Bai. He instantly clasped his hands together, conjuring a shimmering golden barrier. The formation detonated, obliterating every obstacle in its path and unleashing a furious gale that kicked up a blinding storm of dust and rock. The woman from the Myriad Races turned to her leader. "Your Majesty, are you all right? That useless Huang Guandiu has ruined my grand plan." He rubbed his chin, his eyes flashing with sinister greed as he muttered his calculations. "I spared no expense to conquer Jiangzhou, all for the divine treasure sealed 8,000 meters beneath the ground." An image of the glittering treasure flashed in his mind. He continued, "My original plan was to seize the city, then slowly study how to break the seal." With his decision made, he waved a hand, ordering his subordinates to immediately assemble their forces and pinpoint the location of the sacred ruins using the map. His followers bowed. Understood. He paced the room, his voice dripping with triumph. Right now, all of humanity's strongest warriors are pinned down on the Myriad Races battlefield. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity to reclaim the divine treasure. He stopped, his gaze turning sharp as ice. But the Jiangzhou base was built directly on top of the treasure. Could that really be a coincidence? He turned, his voice resonating with absolute authority. "Gather all platinum-level masters in 1 hour. In addition, have the Rumo army continue its assault on the humans." His subordinates responded in unison. "As you command." Amidst the ruins, Su Bai rushed to his comrade's side, asking worriedly, "Is everyone okay?" Old Han pushed himself up with his sword and laughed heartily. "Haha, we finally broke that damned formation." His friend with the glasses dusted himself off, breathing a sigh of relief. "We're all good." But just then, the headmaster staggered and collapsed. Su Bai lunged forward in a panic to catch him. "Former headmaster." The frail old headmaster weakly gripped Su Bai's hand as Su Bai asked, "Are you all right?" Seeing his chance, a battered Huang Guandiu scrambled to his feet, about to make a run for it. The old headmaster shouted urgently, "No, don't let him escape." Su Bai made a swift decision, helping the headmaster up and turning to his team. "Old Han, you lead everyone to evacuate. Qing Shu and I will take the former headmaster to Jiangwu University for treatment." Old Han nodded decisively. "Got it." Su Bai asked with concern, "Sir, how are you feeling now?" The old man sighed. "I'm fine." He then frowned, asking, "What about that Huang Guandiu?" Su Bai replied calmly, his eyes cold. "Don't worry, we've already captured him. There's no way he can escape this time." The headmaster murmured, He certainly knows a lot of secrets. I've always felt that the Myriad Races' invasion of Jiangzhou had another purpose." Another purpose? Lying on the sickbed, the old headmaster grew pensive as he analyzed the situation. That's right, Jiangzhou is neither a military stronghold nor a strategic center, so why would all the clans launch such a massive, coordinated attack? Su Bai crossed his arms, feigning arrogance. "And here I was thinking the Nine Nether King launched this whole thing just to lure me here." His friend in the glasses burst out laughing, teasing him. "Oh, give it a rest. It's not like your ego needed the boost." Su Bai smirked, rubbing his chin with unshakable confidence. "Well, that part's also true." He turns away, his tone suddenly serious. "If that's how it is, then I have no choice but to go and interrogate this Huang Guangyao myself." Inside the interrogation room, Huang Guangyao is tied tightly to a chair and starts to panic when he sees Qing Shu enter. "You'd better release me now, or else," Qing Shu coolly replies. "Senior Huang, I've just come to visit." Qing Shu raises a finger to his lips, signaling for quiet. "Senior Huang, please don't worry. I just have a few things I want to say." He leans down, placing a hand on Huang Guangyao's shoulder, his voice dripping with fake sincerity. "Senior Huang, honestly, I've been a loyal follower of the Nine Nether King for a long time. I'm here to rescue you." Huang Guangyao clings to this sliver of hope, urging him, "Then hurry up and release me." But Qing Shu just whispers in his ear, his tone full of insinuation. "However, I don't know if you're truly loyal to the Nine Nether King." Huang Guangyao is stunned. "Huh? What are you talking about?" "Because someone leaked the Nine Nether King's real purpose for coming to Jiangzhou. He suspects it was you." Completely panicked, Huang Guangyao strains and screams, "Nonsense! I haven't said a single word. It must be those old fools from the Myriad Races spreading rumors." From behind the door, Su Bai steps out with his arms crossed and a faint smile. "Haha, so there really was another purpose." Realizing he's been tricked, Huang Guangyao's eyes turn red with fury. "You little brat, you dared to trick me?" Su Bai just grins and says, "Haha, hello, Uncle Huang." Su Bai puts his hands on his hips, shaking his head in disapproval. "You're getting old, Uncle, but your IQ really isn't that high." Humiliated, Huang Guangyao roars maniacally. "You brat, release me. I'm going to kill you." Su Bai calmly circles him, with the clever Xiao Hong at his side. "Uncle Huang, you have two choices. One, you confess on your own. 2, I torture them first, and then we'll have a talk. Su Bai's eyes flash with a fierce red light as he leans in close to Huang Guangyao's face, his voice like ice. Which do you choose? Huang Guangyao trembles but tries to act tough. Brat, do you think I'm that easy to scare? Xiao Hong lets out a tired sigh as Qing Shu says, who knows? Su Bai continues, ha! If you're so brave, why did you become a traitor? He sneers, pushing his face closer to Huang Guangyao's. All of your energy has been sealed. Are you sure you want to experience what I can do? Su Bai turns and gives an order. Xiao Hong, light the fire. She immediately responds, yes, master, and spits out a small flame that envelops Huang Guangyao's entire body. He screams in pain. Ah, if you're going to kill me, then do it quickly. Su Bai crosses his arms, explaining coldly, now how could I do that? As you know, the ancient Phoenix clan is immortal, so just take your time and enjoy it. Su Bai turns to leave with Qing Shu and Xiao Hong, waving goodbye. We're leaving now, Uncle Huang. We'll be back later. Unable to bear the torture, Huang Guangyao screams in desperation, I'll talk! Just put out this fire and I'll tell you everything! Su Bai turns back with a sinister smile on his face. See? Wouldn't it have been better if you had just agreed sooner? After the interrogation, in the former headmaster's hospital room, Su Bai reports, just as we predicted, the Nine Nether King has another purpose for attacking Jiangzhou. He continues, according to Huang Guangyao, all he knows is the secret treasure the king is seeking is located beneath Jiangzhou, but he doesn't know the location. An old woman in glasses grins broadly. Well, perhaps after Su Bai tortured him enough, he wouldn't dare hide anything anyway. Su Bai smiles brightly. Suddenly, the entire room begins to shake violently. Su Bai quickly steadies Qing Shu. What's happening? An earthquake? Old Han kicks the door in, his face pale. It's bad. Jiangzhou City is surrounded by the Myriad Races. Su Bai and Qing Shu are stunned. Old Han, what? Su Bai turns back, his face becoming deadly serious. It seems the Nine Nether King is getting serious. Old Han, holding a large box, pants and replies, I'm fine. Have the citizens been evacuated? Su Bai presses, his eyes full of worry. Are my sister and parents safe? Old Han nods. Don't worry, they've been moved to a safe location. I broke through the Myriad Races encirclement to come back and report to you. Old Han hands the box to Su Bai. This is something your sister asked me to give you. Su Bai is surprised. What is it? Old Han explains. She said it's her pet and asked you to take care of it. Su Bai opens the box to find a small snake. He's shocked. A pet? At a time like this, my sister is keeping a snake as a pet? All of a sudden, a system panel appears before Su Bai. Azure Dragon bloodline detected. 5% awakened. Do you wish to tame it? Su Bai's eyes widen. Are you serious? You gotta be kidding me. This little snake has the bloodline of an Azure Dragon? In the skies above Jiangzhou, dozens of heavy transport aircraft are flying. To all soldiers, you have now entered the Jiangzhou area. A soldier shouts into the radio, we will land in half an hour, and the support point will be Xuanwu University in Jiangzhou. The whole team responds, Roger. Suddenly, the signal flickers and then dies. The soldier grows anxious. Oh no, the signal is being jammed. All units, he calls out in a panic. Headquarters. Right on the flight deck, a soldier looks out in alarm as a thick, mysterious fog suddenly rolls in from nowhere, enveloping the entire fleet. He anxiously asks his comrade, where did this thick fog come from so suddenly? In the cockpit, the pilot is in a frenzy, fumbling with the controls and screaming into the static-filled radio. What is going on? I can't see anything. Headquarters, please respond if you receive this signal. From a panoramic view, the entire fleet of transport helicopters looks like iron dragonflies, floundering in a vast sea of fog, completely lost. A soldier screams a warning. This is bad. It could be an enemy attack. Brothers, prepare for defense. The situation gets worse as the signal is cut off completely. The pilot grits his teeth and gives an order. No signal. We can't transmit out. Emergency landing. Prepare for ground combat. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of purple energy tears through the fog, flying past the fleet at terrifying speed. A soldier only has time to exclaim in shock, what the hell was that? The pilot in sunglasses stares, not daring to believe what he's seeing. Immediately, a series of chain explosions light up the sky. Brilliant red fireballs engulf one transport plane after another. In the distance, two powerful women from the Myriad Races stand with their arms crossed, watching the battlefield with smug looks. One of them speaks up to flatter the other. The Nine Nether King's plan to besiege the city and destroy reinforcements is truly genius. How many waves of reinforcements have we blocked now? The purple-haired demoness holds a pipe, exhaling a puff of mystical smoke. She scoffs with disdain. Haha, humanity's stupidity has saved me a lot of effort. Humans are truly foolish for using this junk to transport their army. She continues in a cruel tone. We must slaughter all of humanity. We can't let them ruin the Nine Nether King's grand plan. She takes a long drag from her pipe and exhales a thick cloud of smoke, covering a large part of the sky. Meanwhile, at the Jiangwu University communications room, A female operator with headphones on is trying to connect with the capital's army. Old Han paces back and forth anxiously, muttering. Based on the time, the reinforcements from the capital should have arrived 10 minutes ago. Why can't we see them yet? Keep trying to make contact. The female officer speaks into her comms. This is Truong Jiangvu, calling the capital military command. Suddenly, every screen in the room flickers and dies. Pitch black. The kid with glasses panics. What just happened? Lao Han grinds his teeth, a bad feeling twisting in his gut. This is bad. It looks like the 10,000 races have started their move. He turns. I'm going outside to check. Outside, thick black smoke begins to swallow the city's skyscrapers, a dark omen of the all-out assault that's about to begin. Seeing the chaos unfold, Su Bai stands by the mana crystal cannon, his face hardening as he bellows orders to the soldiers. Everyone, get ready. The 10,000 races could attack at any second. The moment he finishes speaking, a tidal wave of monsters of every shape and size floods the end of the street, roaring as they charge forward. Alarms blare across the battlefield. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A brave guard captain leaps onto a vehicle, draws his gun, and screams his orders. Warriors, move! Prepare to annihilate the enemy. Mana cannons, anti-air, mortars, machine guns, fire. Orders received. A storm of red and blue energy blasts erupts from the cannons, forming a dazzling curtain of death that rips the ground apart. The captain continues to command, 1 kilometer ahead, fire at will. Fireballs detonate in the middle of the monster horde, launching dozens of them into the air. A soldier laughs with glee. Ha ha ha! I'll blast you animals to kingdom come, but it's not enough. The assault from the 10,000 races is just too massive. A female elf commander orders from the rear, Level 2, advance. Larger, more powerful beasts charge forward, ignoring the rain of bullets and trampling over the bodies of their own kind. Su Bai's brow furrows, stunned by the scale of it all. Just how many races did the 9 Nether Kings summon to besiege Jiangchao? Seeing how dire the situation is, Su Bai turns to his battle turtle and commands, Xiao Ba, give them a real blast. A soldier next to him panics. There are too many of them. Xiao Ba opens its mouth and unleashes a colossal blue energy beam that sweeps across the battlefield, creating a world-shaking explosion. But a soldier screams in despair, no, we can't stop their advance. Despite the fierce resistance, a few monsters break through the line, savagely tearing into the human soldiers. A soldier runs to Su Bai, his face pale with terror. The city gate is about to fall. There are too many beasts. Su Bai grits his teeth. We need to come up with a solution. Just then, a group of beautiful but deadly female warriors charges out from behind. One of them shouts, women are just as capable as men. They tear through the enemy lines, their swords and shields cutting down massive monsters and protecting the wounded soldiers. Yen Yen, standing heroically on a monster's corpse, raises her weapon and rallies the troops. Let's fight these beasts together and protect Jiangchao. Witnessing this, Su Bai is stunned. Whispering her name, Yen Yen. Her entire squad roars in unison. Protect Jiangchao. Kill. Su Bai immediately asks her, why are you here? Yen Yen turns, flashing a brilliant smile at Su Bai. Standing atop a dead earth dragon, she proudly declares, our female legion is here to support you. With no time to waste, Su Bai orders the red-haired girl beside him, Xiao Hong, go and support them. Xiao Hong immediately salutes with a wide grin and replies, yes, master! In an instant, she soars into the sky, arms outstretched, and yells, watch this. A massive, fiery phoenix of red energy erupts from her. On a nearby skyscraper, the purple-haired elf and her cronies are watching everything. One of the minions gasps in shock. Is that a holy maiden from the ancient Phoenix clan? They're helping the humans slaughter our people. The elf's eyes narrow, a wicked idea forming in her mind. She sneers. Why don't we just capture her first? Then we'll see how arrogant the Phoenix clan's great elder remains. Smug about her plan, she licks her lips with anticipation. Hey, that's a good idea. With that, she takes a deep drag from her long pipe, exhaling a cloud of sinister purple smoke. Holy maiden, have a taste of my clan's poison mist. The purple smoke twists into a giant serpent, lunging forward to coil tightly around Xiao Hong's fire phoenix. The innocent girl cries out, whoa, where did this poison snake come from? Struck by the venom, Xiao Hong immediately feels dizzy. She stumbles in the air, her face scrunched in pain as she calls out, Master, I feel so dizzy. Seeing Xiao Hong attacked, Su Bai explodes with rage, roaring, how dare you ambush my Xiao Hong? With a wave of his hand, a beam of light pulls Xiao Hong back to his side. He then looks up, his gaze like ice, locking onto the elf. Xiao Hong, return. So the heavy hitters of the 10,000 races have finally decided to show themselves. He vanishes on the spot. Without another word, Su Bai's wings spread wide, his glowing spear held tight as he yells, let's go, Xiaoqing! Let your big brother Tiger take you to your first real battle. Glazed Tiger Spear. Across the battlefield, the purple-haired elf screams in fury as a violent purple demonic aura erupts around her. Su Bai, you destroyed my clan's sacred land. Today, I will kill you. Formation. Facing the forming magic circle, Su Bai just smirks and charges forward like an arrow. You want to kill me? Then come and try it. The elf confidently raises her finger, condensing a ball of energy, her voice dripping with contempt. So what if you have a divine beast weapon? Let's see how you stop me. The two terrifying streams of power collide, creating a blinding explosion of light that makes a soldier cry out in awe. What an unbelievably powerful collision of energy. Watching from the back lines, Yen Yen grits her teeth, unable to hide her shock. Su Bai's power is just too overwhelming. The purple-haired elf can hardly believe her eyes, screaming in a panic. How did he get so much stronger in just a few days? What kind of monster is he? Su Bai hovers in midair, the aura of the 4 divine beasts swirling around him. He lets out a hearty laugh. Haha, I never imagined that with Xiao Qing here, the combined power of the 4 divine beasts would be this incredible. He stares down at the trembling members of the 10,000 races, a challenging grin on his face. You think you can kill me with a cheap trick like that? If so, then let me test my firepower on all of you. He raises his spear, gathering all his strength and letting out a heaven-shaking roar. Break for me! The energy beam from his spear easily pierces through her. She only has time for one blood-curdling scream. How can this be? Her minions are completely frozen in shock. One of them stammers, "Leader." Another whispers in pure terror, killed instantly. Just like that, a lucky one who dodged the blast is left panting. I was lucky I dodged in time. Yen Yen and the man beside her are utterly stunned. He says in disbelief, Su Bai actually killed an elder of the demon clan in a single blow. Yen Yen clutches her weapon, her eyes burning with determination. Incredible power. I can't let myself get left behind. The guard captain seizes the surge in morale, drawing his weapon and roaring, "All soldiers, on my command, kill!" The entire army roars back in unison, "Kill!" Su Bai floats in the air, his presence overwhelming, his voice as cold as ice. A mere snake dared to challenge a dragon? The hunt begins. Realizing the tables have turned, one of the enemy leaders screams to his allies, "We're no match for Su Bai. I'll cover you. You must retreat immediately and report back to the 9 Nether King." But before he can even finish his sentence, he feels an ice-cold chill on the back of his neck. Su Bai has already appeared behind him, the tip of his spear piercing straight through his heart. "Model," he whispers. "You think Jiangzhou is your backyard? A place you can just come and go as you please?" All the subordinate can choke out is a single word. "What?" A distant soldier only sees a flash of light before screaming, "He's too fast!" In the next instant, every enemy subordinate trying to flee collapses into a pool of their own blood. Old Han watches it all unfold from the information room, completely stunned. "Su Bai," he murmurs, "this is an absolute massacre. How can I ever hope to catch up to him?" Meanwhile, high in the sky, the war rages on. A furious roar echoes through the clouds. Slaughter every last one of them. Elsewhere, another powerful figure is observing the battle. He lets out a single guttural roar, "Kill!" then smashes his fist into the ground, cursing through gritted teeth, "Useless trash!" Witnessing the brutal slaughter of his underlings, the 9 Nether King's face twists with rage. "A bunch of worthless fools. I can't let these idiots ruin my grand plan." And just like that, he changes his entire strategy. He turns to a female subordinate, his voice dripping with venom. "Relay my orders. All tribes surrounding Jiangzhou are to halt their attack. Cut off the humans' water, power, and food. Let's see how they fight back then." The subordinate bows respectfully. "Understood." His eyes turn cold as ice as he mutters with pure hatred. "Su Bai, it won't be long now. I'm going to show you what real power looks like." Of course, the bad news travels fast, quickly reaching the command center in Jiangzhou. A panicked soldier reports, "What? Our supply lines?" Another adds anxiously, "Doesn't that mean Jiangzhou is now a completely isolated city?" The atmosphere in the meeting room grows heavy. Old Han analyzes the situation with a grim expression. The 9 Nether King has been hiding on Earth for years, studying human military strategy. These methods might seem harmless, but in reality, they're absolutely lethal. The captain springs to his feet, his voice firm but laced with undeniable worry. "The outside world can't provide us with any more support. We can only rely on ourselves." He turns to the headmaster, his gaze pleading, "What should we do now, headmaster? Please give the order." The old headmaster crosses his arms, lost in thought for a moment before speaking. "A huge number of clans are gathering outside Jiangzhou. Our only option is to defend ourselves. The power issue isn't critical yet. The real threats are the water and food shortages." As he finishes, all eyes in the room turn towards Su Bai, who's been sitting calmly on the sofa this whole time. The headmaster asks, "Su Bai, do you have any ideas?" Su Bai just shrugs, replying nonchalantly, "Well, I don't know if this method will work, but I'd like to give it a try." Hearing this, the others just look at each other, confused, whispering, "What kind of solution is that?" A few moments later, Su Bai leads the whole group out to the stadium. He pats the head of a giant white tiger, talking like a boss to an employee. "You eat more than enough around here. It's about time you started pulling your weight." No slacking off. A massive makeshift farm is set up. Su Bai points and commands, Xiao Ba, get to plowing the field. The colossal war turtle lumbers forward and starts plowing the soccer field. He then turns to the red-haired girl, Xiao Hong, make sure you plant the seeds accurately. Witnessing this unbelievable sight, Old Han stands beside his friend in glasses, completely speechless. Using a turtle to plow a field, I can't believe he actually came up with this. His friend can only manage a wry smile. Old Su is always doing the unexpected. Once the plowing is done, Su Bai turns to a green dragon on the ground. Xiao Qing, have you found it yet? Next, he orders the white tiger. Xiao Bai, it's your turn. The beast roars and charges forward. Old Han is once again dumbfounded, crossing his arms and muttering, he's using a white tiger as a drill. What on earth is Old Su up to? Treasure hunting? His friend in glasses just shakes his head. I don't think so. The white tiger digs its sharp claws deep into the earth with immense power. It uses all its strength, stomping its foot down hard. And instantly, a huge geyser of water shoots straight up from the ground, splashing everywhere. Yunran's eyes light up with joy as she shouts, they actually found a water source. Unable to contain her excitement, she rushes over to hug Su Bai, smiling brightly. Su Bai, you're amazing! Su Bai can only laugh out loud. Haha. Behind them, Old Han and his friend watch the scene with very complicated expressions on their faces. The water problem is solved. Now for the food. At the Jiangyu warehouse, a commander says, thank you for moving the vegetables to the back of the warehouse. Now our food supply is properly organized. Old Han's friend sighs in admiration. Su Bai still has a solution. Su Bai stands before a mountain of grain, patting Xiao Ba's shell. Xiao Ba, get this grain moved inside. The turtle lets out a roar and gets to work. Old Han walks over and claps Su Bai on the shoulder, laughing. Old Su, you really are something else. Old Han continues to tease him. Using spirit beasts for farming? It would be a real waste of your talent not to become a farmer after we defeat all these other races. Su Bai just laughs it off and changes the subject. What about the power issue? Is that solved yet? He thinks for a moment, then says, yeah, I might have a way. Old Han is surprised. Oh? What is it? Cut to the power distribution room, where the old headmaster is shining a flashlight on the complex machines, sighing, it's still not working. When it comes to killing enemies on the battlefield, I've never known fear, he continues to lament. But this mechanical power generation is honestly beyond me. It's a real shame our school has no electrical engineers. Suddenly, a voice rings out from behind him. How about you let me give it a shot? The headmaster turns around, surprised. Su Bai? What could you possibly do? Su Bai just smiles mysteriously. The small snake, Xiao Qing, suddenly appears on his hand. I can't do anything, but she can. The headmaster stares blankly at the snake. Why did you summon this little green thing? Su Bai's answer is simple. Just watch, headmaster. Then he gives the order, Xiao Qing, do it. The little snake immediately slithers away. It wraps itself around the generator's core. A brilliant blue electrical current radiates from its body, completely enveloping the machine. The old headmaster's eyes widen in utter amazement before he bursts out laughing. You're truly gifted. Your little green snake is a lightning attribute beast. At that very moment, the entire school campus lights up. Someone screams, we have power again. Another person cheers. Haha, this is great. Old Han's friend adjusts the switches and says joyfully, this completely solves the power supply issue. The headmaster nods in approval. Amazing. I never expected this little snake to have such a powerful charge. Su Bai crosses his arms, smiling encouragingly at the hard-working Xiao Qing. Keep up the great work. Later, I'll prepare some extra monster cores for you. He then smiles smugly. Haha, so the power problem is solved too. The headmaster beside him nods. Indeed. Now let's see what other tricks the Nine Nether King has up his sleeve. Outside, Xiao Hong happily runs around with Xiao Bai, juggling a sausage and an ice cream. Awesome. We finally have power, and we have tons of food. Let's eat our fill, then go slaughter every single one of those other races. In a corner, Old Han sits on a chair, head bowed as he stares at his greatsword, muttering with a mix of determination and insecurity. This is all thanks to Su Bai. If only I were stronger. Old Han frowns in confusion, his hands gripping his greatsword tightly as a strange aura begins to radiate from it. He whispers, what in the world is happening? Just then, Tobak and his glasses-wearing friend pushed the door open. Tobak waved and called out, Old Han, what are you doing hiding in the dorm all by yourself? Old Han, as if he'd struck gold, frantically waved them over. Quick, come take a look at this. My battle blade is acting up for some reason. The friend with glasses pushed his frames up, observing it carefully. Old Han nodded firmly. That's right. Curious, Tobark walked over, saying, let me see, and squatted down, staring intently at the giant greatsword Old Han had propped on the floor. He stroked his chin, analyzing the situation. Back then, the boss said this divine weapon of yours was sealed. Could this strange activity mean the seal is about to break? Old Han's eyes lit up with anticipation. Really? Without another word, Tobak decided to test his theory, reaching out to touch the blade directly. Instantly, a massive system interface appeared right before Tobak's eyes, announcing the detection of an ancient divine weapon and presenting options to break the seal using the divine tree's power. After reading the terrifying warnings about the divine power, Tobak broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming in shock, "Is this a reaction from the divine tree?" Swallowing hard, Tobak turned to Old Han with a brilliant smile. "Old Han, your battle blade can be unsealed right now." Hearing this, Old Han burst out laughing. "Awesome!" Decisively, Tobak's finger pressed the second option on the virtual screen as he declared loudly, "Dispel the divine weapon's seal." At that very moment, a colossal pillar of golden light erupted from the dormitory roof, piercing the darkness and shooting straight into the heavens. Down below, the crowd pointed in panic. Heavens. What is that terrifying light? It looks like it's coming from the barracks. That sacred pillar of light was so bright it caused massive red lightning bolts to crackle across the night sky, tearing the silent expanse apart. The scene then cuts to Kuvung's luxurious room. Feeling the tremor, he broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes bulging and his face turning pale with absolute terror. What in the world is this monstrous aura? Such terrifying power. This level of energy shouldn't even exist in the mortal realm. He frantically tossed aside his usual elegance, bolting out to the glass corridor to look into the distance, muttering in utter panic. Could this be the legendary divine power? That direction. It's Yangvor. Someone has broken the seal. Faced with such overwhelming power, he gritted his teeth in fury. But if a divine treasure has truly appeared, this world simply cannot withstand it, and all of Jiangchao would surely face utter annihilation. What the hell happened on the Jiangvor campus? Unable to just wait, he snapped an order at his bull-headed subordinate who had just appeared. "Present. Immediately dispatch men to investigate what the hell is going on at Jiangvor for me." The bull-headed man bowed his head obediently. "Yes, sir." At the same time, back in the dorm room, the great blade was now levitating in mid-air, blazing with a glorious aura of immense power. Old Han was ecstatic, grinning from ear to ear. "Old Toe, you're absolutely incredible. You actually managed to break this divine weapon's seal." Despite the success, Tobak's face remained deadly serious as he instructed, "Old Han, grab it to complete the bonding process. However, be warned this process might be a little painful." Old Han didn't care in the slightest. He strode forward boldly, his hand gripping the fiery hilt as he declared with pride, "I am a soldier. What is a little pain compared to becoming stronger?" But just as the badass words left his mouth, the weapon's backlash hit him full force, making Old Han arch his back and let out a blood-curdling scream that echoed through the heavens, his whole body feeling like it would shatter. Seeing his friend writhing in agony, Tobak broke out in a sweat, asking nervously, "Are you okay?" Old Han's voice roared back in extreme pain, "My body feels like it's on fire." The horrific pain made Old Han cough up blood, his face contorted as he struggled so violently that his glasses-wearing friend had to desperately hold him from behind. The friend panted as he yelled in protest, "Tobak, you call this a little painful?" Just as the tension peaked, a drop of Old Han's blood splattered onto the sword, causing it to flash with a blinding light. The entire black blade began to furiously absorb the surrounding energy, unleashing a brilliant, overwhelming power that enveloped the room. And then, in the blink of an eye, Old Han suddenly stood up straight, muscles bulging, effortlessly lifting the massive blade in one hand as if nothing had happened. He scratched his head, confused. "Huh, it seems like it doesn't hurt anymore." Tobak stood behind him with his arms crossed, smiling. "Old Han, look at your arm." Looking down, Old Han was amazed to find a tattoo on his arm. He admired it with delight. "Wow, this tattoo is pretty cool. I feel full of power, and this sword has gotten a lot lighter." Seeing his friend safe and sound with his new weapon, Tobak beamed with pride. "Haha, that's amazing. It seems a soul link has been established between you and the divine weapon." The celebratory mood was shattered as the door was violently thrown open. The portly headmaster rushed in, his face drained of all color, asking in a panic, "Are you boys all right?" Lao Han proudly swung the blade in front of the headmaster, showing off his prize. "Haha, headmaster, check this out." Standing beside him, Tobak chimed in with a grin. "Headmaster, Old Han got stronger." Seeing the aura radiating from the blade, the headmaster's eyes went wide. His jaw trembled in utter disbelief. "Han Cham, did you really break the divine weapon's seal?" Old Han smiled humbly in reply. "It was all thanks to Old Toe." But the joy was short-lived as the door burst open yet again. This time, Yen Yen rushed in like a hurricane, her utterly panicked expression making the three men in the room jump and cry out, "Whoa! What's wrong?" Yen Yen stood there panting, her beautiful eyes wide with fear and despair as she delivered the devastating news. "The massive army of the Myriad Races is on the move. The all-out assault has begun." "What?" The friend with glasses shrieked, while Tobak and Old Han stared in shock. The headmaster frowned, muttering, "Already?" Without wasting another second, the headmaster spun around and ran, shouting orders. "Everyone to your battle stations. Prepare to fight." Tobai, Yin, and Old Han immediately scrambled to follow close behind. As they ran, Tobark turned to Yen Yin and pressed her for details. How large is the Myriad Races army? What rank is their leader? Yen Yin replied with an incredibly grave expression. They're countless, a black mass stretching to the horizon. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead as Yen Yin continued. There are more than a dozen platinum-level auras in the sky, and one more. An aura even more terrifying than Ku Vung's. The old headmaster broke into a sweat, gasping. This time, Ku Vung is actually serious. It seems the shockwave from the divine weapon startled him, forcing him to risk it all on one final gamble. Suddenly, Old Han slammed his boots down with a powerful thud, a smirk playing on his lips. Perfect timing. Heaving the newly unsealed greatsword onto his shoulder, Old Han stood proudly with his comrades and declared with excitement, "This divine weapon has just been unsealed and hasn't been sharpened yet. We can just use them as a whetstone." Tobark nodded in agreement. Well said. No matter how many times the Myriad Races come, we will defeat them. The old headmaster paused for a beat, his expression one of heavy trust. My old wounds haven't fully healed. Tobark, you will command this battle. Hearing this, Su Bai's eyes went wide as he pointed at his own face in disbelief. Me? Yanyan just beamed, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Su Bai, you can do it. Old Han chimed in with a grin. I also think you're more than capable. The confusion vanished from Su Bai's face, replaced by a look of absolute confidence. Su Bai smirked. All right then, thanks for giving me this chance to show off. Instantly, stepping into the role of a brilliant general, Su Bai began pointing and giving clear orders. Old Han, you'll punch through the enemy's front line, while Cheng Shu leads the archers to provide cover. Old Han's reply was sharp and immediate. Understood. Su Bai then turned to the orange-haired girl, Yanyan. You will lead the female corps to protect our flanks. Yanyan gave a firm nod. Got it. With the attack formation set, Su Bai turned to the principal. Sir, the rear guard is now in your hands. Standing before countless spirited students and soldiers, the principal raised a fist. Go on, don't worry about us. This old bag of bones can still hold the fortress. With the arrangements made, Su Bai exploded with power, soaring into the sky with his pets. He roared, Leave the Nine Nether King to me, Xiao Bai, Xiao Ba, Xiao Hong, Xiao Qing, time to get to work. A brilliant halo of light erupted around him. Su Bai's figure blazed as 4 divine beasts, a phoenix, Black Tortoise, White Tiger, and Azure Dragon materialized in their full majestic forms, standing guard around their master. Su Bai stood there, gazing into the distance. The sky was dark and grim, dotted with the shadowy figures of flying enemies, forming a suffocating barrier above a dense sea of monsters below. The 9 Nether King stared down with cold eyes from above, his arrogant voice echoing across the battlefield. Su Bai, you must have a clue about the divine treasury. Hand it over obediently, or watch this place drown in a sea of fire. The choice is yours. Without a word, the human side answered with columns of red and blue energy blasting into the sky, tearing the clouds apart. Su Bai yelled defiantly, 9 Nether King, humanity would rather die than surrender. Clad in radiant armor with wings spread wide, Su Bai gripped his razor-sharp spear. He soared forward proudly. We will never negotiate terms with any other race, so bring it on. The 9 Nether King just curled his lip in a disdainful sneer, mocking him. You really think too highly of yourself. You think you can fight me? You're just a snot-nosed brat. Be smart and hand over the clue so I don't have to get my hands dirty. Su Bai's gaze was as sharp as a razor as he replied coldly, A treasure? I'm not interested. Down on the ground, Old Han stomped his foot and charged straight into the horde of snarling beasts. Swinging a greatsword that pulsed with a blinding divine light, Old Han laughed like a maniac. Haha, you beasts came at the perfect time. Now eat this. A heaven-splitting slash came crashing down, cracking the earth and unleashing a torrent of flames that swallowed legions of monsters, shattering the enemy's formation. Nearby, 2 beasts, a leopard and a wolf, stared in terror at the blade. A gray ape-like monster lunged forward, roaring furiously. You, human ants, return our tribe's divine weapon! Old Han dodged the blow, twisting to deliver a brutal slash of his own. In your dreams, why would I return something I worked so hard to steal myself? Amidst the swirling dust, Yanyan and her legion of shield-bearing female warriors charged out to help. She yelled, Old Han, we're here! Let's slaughter every last one of these invaders! Shifting back to the sky, a sharp streak of light tore through the air as Su Bai's spear shot forward at incredible speed, aimed straight at the elf. And yet, with just one casual hand, the white-haired elf easily snatched the glowing spear from the air. He chuckled arrogantly. Ha! Your little tickle attacks won't work on me. Undeterred, Su Bai dove from above like a meteor, the energy blade in his hand carrying enough power to split the heavens as he slashed down at the enemy's head. Then let's see you taste this. But the smug smile never left the 9 Nether King's face. With just 2 long fingers, he gently pinched the razor-sharp edge of Su Bai's blade. He stopped the furious attack with chilling ease. Pinching Su Bai's flaming blade with his bare hand, the white-haired elf tilted his chin up and smirked. His tone was dripping with contempt. Stop your useless struggling, you little rat. But before the smirk could fully form, his deep blue eyes suddenly shot wide with alarm. He gasped. Huh? An invisible wave of killing intent ripped through space. In the next instant, a spray of fresh blood erupted in mid-air as the elf's chest was suddenly struck by a vicious slash. Clutching the bleeding wound on his arm, the Nine Nether King retreated, his face twisted in a mix of anger and shock as he stared at the hovering sword. A flying sword? Isn't this Ni Qing's blade? Having spectacularly bypassed the enemy's defense, Su Bai hovered in mid-air with his brilliant wings spread wide. Protected by the flying sword, he gave a confident smirk. That's right, countless invaders have died on this blade. Now it's your turn to taste its power. Furious at being humiliated by a kid, the elf gritted his teeth and let out a crazed snarl. A terrifying dark energy gathered in his outstretched hand. A lucky shot is nothing to be proud of. In the end, you are still just an ant. Instantly, a colossal, purple, demonic hand descended from the sky, bringing with it a crushing pressure as it slammed down on Su Bai, who could only yell, "What the hell is that?" The demonic hand smashed into the ground, creating a devastating explosion that completely leveled the entire area. Massive boulders shattered, sending shrapnel flying everywhere. From a distance, seeing Su Bai swallowed by the dust cloud, Yanyan rushed forward in a panic, her beautiful face pale with worry. Su Bai! From within the rubble, Su Bai's figure slowly emerged. He coughed, a trickle of fresh blood at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were still sharp as he answered defiantly, "I'm okay." Just as he spoke, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble violently, as if an ancient monster was awakening. Su Bai frowned, on high alert. What's going on? This tremor is... At the same time, the virtual system panel flashed before his eyes with a glowing red warning. A quick scan of the notification revealed fluctuations from the Divine Treasury seal, less than a kilometer from the host's position. Su Bai muttered in shock. The Divine Treasury is real? And it's this close? Without any warning, a massive pillar of brilliant red energy suddenly erupted. It shot up from within the school campus, tearing a hole in the night sky. The soldiers and students below pointed in horror. What just happened? That pillar of light came from inside the school. Seeing the signal, the white-haired elf threw his head back and let out a savage laugh, his face contorted with pure ecstasy. It truly is the Divine Treasury. The sacred treasure has appeared. Blinded by the temptation of the treasure, the elf floated in the air, pointing towards the school and giving a cruel order. All forces of the 10,000 races, charge, take it at any cost. Annihilate the clans of any who defy this order. The horde of beasts roared in response. As you command. Seeing the sea of monsters flood towards them like a broken dam, Su Bai yelled to the rear guard, "Old Hu, stop them!" Old Hu tried to fire the anti-air weapons to intercept the swarming demon bats, but he cried out in despair, "The energy cannons are out of ammo! There are too many of them. We can't hold them back." Knowing they could no longer fight outside, Su Bai became a fiery meteor, streaking back towards the school and giving a decisive order. "Then we retreat into the academy. Let's go see what the hell is happening in there." Back on the school grounds, the portly principal throws his arms wide, trying to hold everyone back, his face slick with nervous sweat. "Okay, what's the situation? Stay back. What is this terrifying power?" Right behind him, a massive sinkhole glows with an eerie, demonic red light. The white-haired elf ignores everyone, diving straight into that light with only one thing on his mind, the secret treasure. Standing in the immense power, the elf clenches his fists, eyes wide with madness, and throws his head back to laugh. It's the god's treasury. Ha ha ha. After 1,000 years, the divine treasure has finally appeared in this world. Meanwhile, further back, the old principal yells in a panic. Oh no, the Nine Serenity King has broken through the defenses. An aide beside him feels the overwhelming aura. What an incredibly powerful pressure. At the center of the pit, the Nine Serenity King explodes with violet energy, roaring like a mad god. You worthless ants, you who stand in my way. Die. Today, I will seize this divine treasure, break my chains, and rule the 3 realms. But his ambition is instantly cut short by a streak of golden light that shoots down like a meteor. It's Xiao Ba, Su Bai's spirit beast, now a colossal golden turtle shell formation, bravely blocking the enemy's path. Right above the formation, Su Bai spreads his wings, his sharp gaze locked onto his opponent. If you want the divine treasure, you'll have to get through me first. The Nine Serenity King glances over, growling in annoyance. Those useless fools couldn't even hold them back. Seeing Su Bai in a direct confrontation, his allies immediately roar their support from behind. Su Bai, you go first and hold off the Nine Serenity King. We'll handle the rear guard. Just then, Han Zhan charges forward, swinging his radiant divine weapon. Old Su, I'm here to help. Without a second thought, Han Zhan unleashes a devastating slash at the Nine Serenity King. But that powerful attack is stopped with ease by a simple shield of purple energy. The Nine Serenity King casually flicks a finger, dispelling the sword energy with a contemptuous smirk. Such pitiful skills, and you dare to show them off to me. At the same time, Old Hu commands his troops from behind. Everyone, give it your all and support Su Bai and Han Zhan. A volley of multicolored energy attacks shoots toward the Nine Serenity King, but they're all blocked by his layer of purple mist. Old Hu is shocked. Damn it, this purple mist defense is too strong. Not giving his opponent a moment to gloat, Su Bai summons 3 flying swords to hover around him, roaring a challenge. You old bastard Ju Yu, take this. The 3 flying swords merge into one, creating a gigantic beam of sword energy that hurtles downward. The Nine Serenity King just looks up, intrigued but arrogant. Interesting. But that's not nearly enough. He waves his hand casually, shattering the unified sword beam into fragments of energy. Seeing his strongest attack so easily broken, Su Bai grits his teeth in disbelief. This old man is stronger than I ever imagined. Far away, the principal punches the air in fury. Damn it, if only I hadn't used that forbidden art. A soldier points down. Principal, look down there. From within the massive crater, a glowing golden gate is slowly appearing. A soldier exclaims. That's the entrance to the divine treasure. The carvings on it seem to be related to ancient divine beasts. Seeing the gate, the Nine Serenity King lets out a savage laugh and dives toward it like an arrow. Ha ha ha, the divine treasure is mine. No one can stop me. Su Bai immediately gives chase, yelling, we can't let him get inside. He frantically unleashes a barrage of attacks, but all of them are blocked by the Nine Serenity King's shield. Su Bai roars in frustration. This monster is on another level. I can't even scratch him. In this desperate moment, Su Bai closes his eyes, making a silent prayer. Divine Beast, could you please lend me some of your strength? A system notification appears. The ancient Divine Beast has sensed the aura of the divine treasure. The host may temporarily borrow a surge of power. You must use it carefully to avoid being harmed by the divine energy. Su Bai feels the immense power flooding his body, exclaiming in shock, this power, it's unbelievable. Right then, the king is busy defending while trying to break the ground. Su Bai thrusts out his hand, firing a blast of azure energy that shatters the Nine Serenity King's purple defense. The powerful attack slams into the king, sending him flying backward into the air. Blasted away, the Nine Serenity King clutches his shoulder, his face a mask of disbelief. What is this power? How could it possibly shatter my defense? He's truly enraged now, his murderous intent exploding as he summons terrifying skull spirits. You little brat, you have truly angered me. Today I will utterly destroy you, body and soul. Answering the taunt, Su Bai takes his stance. Divine swords float around him, their presence just as imposing. Destroy me? It won't be that easy. The life or death battle between the two has finally, truly begun. The azure swords clash in a chaotic melee with the purple skull spirits. The Nine Serenity King sneers, ha ha, let's see how long you can hold out. Seeing the crisis, the principal decides to go all in, unleashing his own full golden aura. Gritting his teeth, he roars with absolute resolve. Even if I have to sacrifice this old body, I will not let you have your way. With that, he gathers his strength and unleashes the colossal golden lightning dragon, which tears through space towards the hovering Nine Serenity King. Seizing the golden opportunity while his opponent is distracted by the lightning, Su Bai dives from above like a phantom. With a heaven-shaking roar, Dai, his spear, filled with destructive power, delivers the killing blow, creating a blinding explosion of light aimed right at the enemy's weak spot. Just when the game seemed over, the Nine Serenity King unbelievably catches the spearhead with his bare hand. Su Bai sweats, gritting his teeth. Damn it. The Demon King's eyes glow blood red as he snarls with rage. I cannot believe a worthless ant like you could push me this far. Before Su Bai can pull back, the Nine Serenity King suddenly raises a claw. Our hero can only gasp. Huh, as the Mad King threatens. Su Bai, you've ruined my plans time and time again. Now you can just die here. As the curse leaves his lips, a wave of evil energy slams into Su Bai's chest, sending him flying far into the distance. The force of the blast also causes him to plummet to the ground below. From the ground, his horrified friends scream his name, Old Su. Seeing his brother get wrecked, Han Zhan's face turns beet red as he screams in fury. But just as he's about to charge in, a brilliant pillar of golden light suddenly slams down from the sky, stopping the king cold and making him turn. Huh? The Nine Serenity King's face instantly turns pale. Cold sweat breaks out as he feels the terrifying power from the light pillar. He stammers in fear. Is this the oppressive power of the divine treasure? Could there be something even stronger inside? The principal below also wipes away sweat, his face filled with awe as he stutters, an ancient aura. The prophecy is fulfilled. From within the pillar of light, a divine figure appears in a golden halo, descending to the mortal world. A majestic voice booms like thunder. You foreign villains who dare to covet my clan's sacred treasure, retreat immediately, or I will take your life. Blocked right at the finish line, the Nine Serenity King roars in fury. Impossible. Who are you to dare stand in my way? The Divine Guardian's expression remains unchanged as he simply points one glowing finger towards the Demon King, delivering a cold, silent judgment. Model. You lowly insect, your ignorance will cost you. And with that, a razor-sharp divine laser rips through the air. The Nine Nether King twists his body, barely dodging the blast, and scoffs with misplaced confidence. Too fast, but I still dodged it. But his smug grin hasn't even faded before he screams in agony. The hand that brushed past the beam is rapidly dissolving into ash. Ah, my primal power! Down below, the headmaster watches, his jaw dropping in utter disbelief as he gasps. Could this possibly be? Is this divine treasure actually being guarded by a god? In a single strike, it completely shattered the Nine Nether King's power. Pushed to the brink, the king goes berserk. He grits his teeth, his face twisting in pure rage as he roars. I don't care who you are, you won't stop me from taking that divine treasure. A violent storm of purple demonic energy erupts with his scream, tearing the ground apart. In the heart of the storm, he sheds his skin, revealing his true form, a massive, grotesque dragon-demon hybrid. It bellows savagely. Today, I will send every last one of you to hell. Spewing a cloud of dark energy, the monster flaps its wings and charges straight for the golden god, screaming with bloodlust, "The treasure is mine! I will slaughter all of you!" Seeing the beast unleashed, the headmaster pales and quickly herds the students back. Oh no, the Nine Nether King has revealed his true form. Everyone, be wary of the black mist. Don't let its negative energy corrupt your minds. In stark contrast to the panic below, the divine being remains completely unfazed by the colossal monster, slowly raising a hand and issuing a soft rebuke. You foolish, lowly insects. How dare you act so arrogant before the will of a god? Instantly, a blinding halo of light erupts, completely repelling the demonic mist. Filth like you will never even think of staining the divine treasure. Shielded by the protective light, Su Bai lets out a sigh of relief and says, "This golden shield can actually block the evil energy of the Nine Nether's myriad races?" He quickly turns and waves to his friends. Yen Ran, Old Han, Old Hu, everyone get over here, close to me. Refusing to give up, the dragon demon coils up and gathers a dense sphere of dark energy, hissing with rage. I must obtain the divine treasure, even if you really are a god. The energy sphere fires a deadly black laser straight at the deity, warping the very space around it. Nothing can stop me. But the divine being simply raises two fingers, casually creating a tiny point of light. In an instant, it erupts into a divine beam that completely overpowers the darkness, slamming right into the center of the monster's forehead. No one is permitted near the divine treasure. The Nine Nether King's eyes widen in absolute horror. What? Down on the battlefield, the group watches the show. Yan Ran elbows Su Bai. What do we do now? But Han Zhan stupidly raises his weapon, eager to jump in. Old Su, that old geezer is about to be beaten to a pulp? Should we charge in and land some cheap shots? Seeing his reckless friend, Su Bai quickly shoves a hand out to stop him, warning with a glare. Old Han, you want to be cannon fodder? We need to secure the entrance and guard against sneak attacks. That's the smart play here. As for the Nine Nether King, he has a massive hole blown straight through his chest, yet he's still moving. The monster crazily contorts its body, its blood-red eyes fixed on its goal as it screams. By any means necessary, I must obtain the divine treasure. With that, he channels his power, unleashing the forbidden technique, Netherworld Devour. A giant dark skull emerges from his body, radiating a bone-chilling killing intent. Watching from below, Su Bai and his friends break out into a cold sweat. Old Hu frowns and mutters, what in the world is that giant skull? Has the Nine Nether King completely lost his mind? The enormous skull's jaw slowly opens, revealing a swirling, mysterious, and utterly deadly black hole inside. The headmaster, sweat pouring down his face, looks on in terror. The Nine Nether King is actually using space-time power to open a rift. The Nine Nether King floats in the sky, stretching his hands wide and pointing directly at the monstrous portal. He roars out a command. Warriors of my myriad races, help me shatter the divine treasure's defense. Instantly, tens of thousands of black tentacles and a storm of beasts pour from the rift like a waterfall, thundering straight for Su Bai. He's trying to summon all the beasts of his races here. Su Bai's eyes narrow as he analyzes the situation. That bastard is willing to sacrifice countless members of his own races just to break the divine treasure's barrier. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Bai plays his own trump card, shouting out a command. Xiao Ba, Xiao Bai, Xiao Hong, Xiao Qing, go! I'm counting on all of you. And just like that, 4 powerful spirit beasts appear in a flash of brilliant light. Leading the charge is the magnificent blue dragon, Xiao Qing. After absorbing a huge amount of spiritual resources, Xiao Qing soars into the sky and unleashes a massive blast of blue lightning from her draconic maw, electrocuting the incoming monsters and making them fall from the sky like rain. Right behind her, the firebird Xiao Hong incinerates hordes of beasts, while the great turtle Xiao Ba snaps its massive jaws, decapitating any minions that dare get close. The spirit beasts are causing absolute chaos. Meanwhile, the radiant golden guardian raises its hand high, condensing a colossal, blindingly bright sword of light as it passes down its judgment. Those who dare blaspheme the divine treasure will face retribution. Hiding below and staring at the massive sword, Su Bai and Old Han gulp nervously. Is this the true power of a god? Su Bai gasps in awe. It's even more terrifying than Lord Ni Qing's sword aura. With a decisive gesture, the god's hand of light swings down, bringing with it a truly suffocating pressure. The holy greatsword tears the sky in two, delivering a devastating blow that pierces straight through the giant's skull. Caught in the blast, the Nine Nether King lets out a single, heaven-piercing scream of pure agony. The blinding light obliterates the ground in a world-shaking explosion, blowing apart a huge section of the stone fortress wall. As the dust settles, the Nine Nether King is left a broken, bloody mess on the ground, but his eyes remain greedily fixed on the shield, hissing weakly, "The divine treasure must be mine." Suddenly, the red energy shield begins to glow brightly, and then cracks begin to appear, finally collapsing under the pressure of countless attacks. The guardian god whips around, a flicker of panic crossing its calm face for the first time. This is bad. The divine treasure's seal was stimulated by the battle's energy and is about to open on its own. Seeing his chance, the Nine Nether King starts laughing like a complete madman. His body erupts in the flames of his own life force as he musters his final bit of strength to roar. Ha ha ha, even if it costs me my life, I will shatter the entrance to the divine treasure. Panicked, the headmaster and Su Bai become streaks of light, desperately charging forward to stop him. The consequences will be unimaginable if that treasure is opened. Nine Nether King, I will not let you succeed. Seeing Su Bai rush in without his defenses, Yanran's eyes fly open as she screams, "Su Bai, no!" A deafening explosion rings out as the Nine Nether King's dark energy collides with the intercepting light, creating a blast that rips through the night. Yanran freezes for a second, then shouts in desperation before taking off like an arrow. Su Bai charged in to stop him without activating his Azure Beast armor. Damn it! I have to go check on Su Bai! Reaching the rubble, Yanran collapses beside Su Bai, who is lying motionless on the ground, his clothes stained crimson with blood. "Su Bai," she cries, "are you okay?" "Model." On the other side, the headmaster stares, his eyes wide at the dragon's desiccated corpse pinned to the cliff. He can't believe it, muttering, "The Ju Yu Wang. Did Su Bai really kill him?" Old Han anxiously grips his shoulder while Yanran, her eyes brimming with tears, snaps, "Su Bai, you absolutely can't die on us!" Old Han screams, "Hang in there, old friend!" In that exact moment, the giant stone gate erupts in a molten red glow. The headmaster gulps, sweating bullets. Has the divine treasure truly opened? A divine being floats above, its body fading as a profound voice descends. The seal, it has been broken ahead of time. The divine treasure's power is leaking out? A great catastrophe is about to be unleashed upon this world. In this dire moment, a glowing system window appears before the dying Su Bai. The ancient god tree is resonating with the treasure's energy. Absorb its power to accelerate recovery? Yes or no? He whispers, shocked. The divine treasure's power. I can absorb it? The god of light turns, its figure as thin as mist, giving one last warning. The treasure's seal is broken. My divine consciousness is about to fade. O chosen one, the mission to protect humanity is now entrusted to you. The prophecy of its appearance is neither a blessing nor a curse. Just wait for its call, it fades into nothingness. Yanran points and shouts, "Look, the divine guardians are gone. The seal must be broken." Su Bai scrambles to sit up, pointing to himself. "The chosen one? Are you talking about me?" Sensing the miraculous change, Yanran's eyes widen with joy. "Su Bai's body is recovering. I can feel his power surging." Hearing this, the headmaster's eyes bulge. "Really?" But before they can celebrate, eerie purple streaks of light shriek through the air, crashing down like a meteor shower right at the treasure's entrance. A group of fierce-looking demon elders land, immediately clamoring, "Where is Lord Ju Yu Wang? His lordship would never fall. Let's seize the divine treasure now. It must belong to the Myriad Races." Seeing these pests show up, Old Hu adjusts his glasses, draws a massive sword, and roars with authority. "Old Han, Su Bai is recovering. It's our turn to shine. Come on, you monsters of the Myriad Races. I'll fight you to my last breath." While Old Hu is posturing, Su Bai shoots up, completely transformed. Ripped six-pack abs, not a single scratch on him. Yanran stares at his new physique, stammering, "Su Bai, you're healed?" She blushes, hardly daring to believe it. "Really?" The headmaster turns too, his jaw hitting the floor. The kid who was at death's door is now bursting with energy. He recovered that fast? Su Bai smirks confidently towards the fiery gate. "Yes, I absorbed the divine treasure's power. And what's more, I can feel the treasure inside." Calling my name, Su Bai strides decisively toward the gate. "I'm going into the divine treasure." Hearing this, Old Hu pounds his chest reassuringly. Don't worry, old Han and I will handle everything out here. Su Bai nods, instructing his comrades. All right, lead everyone against the Myriad Races. You have to hold them off until I return. Standing beside him, Yanran touches his firm chest, her eyes filled with worry. You just recovered. I'm so worried about you. I want to go with you. Without hesitation, Su Bai nods instantly. Okay. Seeing the lovebirds heading for the treasure, old Han roars while frantically cleaving monsters with his massive sword. Old Su, go! I can chop off more heads than all the Myriad Races here combined. Behind him, old Hu provides covering fire. Leave this place to us. Reassured, Su Bai turns towards the gate. All right, I'll be back soon. He takes Yanran's hand and leaps into the fiery portal, where she immediately asks a bewildered question. Why? Su Bai looks around, confused. In the blink of an eye, they lose their footing, tumbling into a dizzying, fiery dimension of swirling lava, flipping end over end like they're on a thrill ride. Back at the battlefield, old Han splits a monster in two while yelling back at old Hu. Firing his guns wildly, old Hu simply answers, "Got it!" Elsewhere, the headmaster is drenched in sweat, forehead beaded with exhaustion. Panting heavily, he musters one last attack, forcing a bitter smile. These old bones can still hold on, but above them, the Myriad Race's giant skull continuously spews dark demonic energy and swarms of beasts. From a crack, a gloomy voice echoes, "The secrets of the gods lie below. The Myriad Races will never be destroyed." In contrast to the chaos outside, Su Bai and Yanran stroll down a dazzling, gold-plated corridor inside the treasure. Yanran analyzes as they walk. These runes look just like the ancient Divine Beast runes the headmaster mentioned. Su Bai frowns, sensing something. The further we go, the stronger I feel a power calling my name. Sure enough, the hallway opens into a vast chamber. Su Bai points ahead. Look at that. Yanran nods decisively. Okay, let's head inside. As they cross the threshold, they both freeze before 4 giant, masterfully carved Divine Beast statues. Yanran gasps. The 4 great Divine Beasts? Su Bai rubs his chin smugly. They look just like pets I've tamed. Suddenly, the Azure Dragon and White Tiger statues erupt in a brilliant green light, their booming voices shaking the very space. Those not chosen by the gods must not touch the primal divine treasure. Retreat now, or be killed without mercy. The warning ends, and Su Bai's armor suddenly activates, glowing brilliantly. Yanran exclaims, "Su Bai, you're glowing too." The young man stares at his glowing spear, muttering, "The Divine Beast armor." Seeing this signal, the Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise statues also light up, one red, one gold. They speak in unison, "The chosen one has arrived. Heed the call of the divine treasure." Instantly, a massive beam of divine light shoots from the statues, converging on Su Bai. "Feel the power of the gods," the statues roar. Overwhelmed, Su Bai spreads his wings, yelling, "Stay back, Yanran." A terrifying force lifts him into the air. From below, Yanran panics, screaming, "Su Bai, are you all right?" A close-up on Su Bai's face shows it twisted in pure agony. His teeth are clenched, veins popping on his bulging muscles as if they might burst. This power, it feels like my body is about to explode. While our hero is powering up, the battle outside is spiraling completely out of control. A hideous snake demoness frantically absorbs demonic energy to power herself up, while old Hu, firing his guns, screams to his pale-faced comrade, "Be careful, old Han." But old Han can't dodge in time. He takes a full blast of the demoness's toxic purple energy to the face, sent flying into the cliff wall with a crash. Old Han clutches his eye in absolute agony as purple demonic energy begins to eat away at his flesh. He grits his teeth. Damn it, the army of the Myriad Races is about to break through the passage. And right at the glowing red entrance to the tunnel, a colossal purple mist suddenly begins to pour out. Old Hu falls back into a defensive stance, his face pale. Oh no, the divine treasure is having a strange reaction. Could a great catastrophe be about to happen? Seeing the mist emerge, the beasts of the Myriad Races act like they've struck gold. A giant, dark snake hisses, urging its underlings to charge forward. Attack now! The divine treasure will finally belong to our Myriad Races. Down below, old Han endures the pain and swings his sword to block their path. But before the beast can even take a single step, a blinding golden explosion erupts from the tunnel like a nuclear bomb, sending all 7 beasts tumbling through the sky before they fall like ripe fruit. From within the brilliant smoke, Su Bai emerges, now fully decked out in gleaming God of War armor, complete with 6 sharp, extended mechanical wings. He makes a grand, botsy entrance, barely giving the Myriad Races a second glance. "You beasts of the Myriad Races, don't get too arrogant. Look, it's old Su Bai." Su Bai slowly descends to the ground like a god. Old Han, clutching his wound, manages a smile. "Old Su, you finally decided to show up." Our main character waves his hand, his deep voice carrying the weight of a true master. "Thank you all for your hard work. Leave the rest to me. I'm going to slaughter every last one of these Myriad Race beasts." The leaders of the Myriad Races are absolutely stunned by Su Bai's new form. The old, horned ox demon stammers. He's stolen the divine treasure. Meanwhile, the snake matriarch is practically coughing up blood from rage. Damn it. She can't believe the prize was snatched right from under her nose. The snake matriarch furiously throws her hands out, unleashing a torrential downpour of purple poison that covers the entire area like a waterfall. She roars, "Slaughter all these humans and take back the divine treasure." Seeing the toxic gas approach, Old Han quickly shouts, "Old Su, be careful, her poison is no ordinary thing." But that warning was completely unnecessary. Su Bai just needs to give the 6 wings on his back a slight flick, instantly activating the Xuanwu Divine Shield. A massive, brilliant golden wall of light erects itself, tearing through the poison mist and protecting his brothers in arms behind him in a heartbeat. Yanran, seeing her crush jump right back into the fray after recovering, cries out in concern, "Su Bai!" He turns his head, a supremely confident smirk on his face. "Yanran, everyone, just fall back and enjoy the show. Just make sure to take good care of the injured." Standing behind him, Old Han's jaw practically hits the floor. He breaks out in a cold sweat and exclaims, "Old Su has leveled up again." Beside him, Old Hu pushes up his stylish glasses and analyzes the situation with a grave expression. He has absorbed the power of the divine treasure. This pressure, it's truly terrifying. With that, Su Bai wastes no more words. He immediately launches himself into the air. Seeing Su Bai charge at her, the snake demoness is utterly terrified, screaming at the top of her lungs in desperation. Impossible. How can a mere human like you possess power that rivals a god's? Knowing she's about to get destroyed, she frantically coils up, summoning all her demonic energy to create a massive, pinkish-purple, snake-shaped energy shield the nether-scale resolute wall to block the attack. But how could that brittle armor possibly withstand thousands of golden sword auras? The moment they touch it, the purple shield is smashed into a million tiny pieces. Seeing their majestic Great Elder, who was just so imposing moments ago, get one-shotted without a chance to even gasp, the Myriad Race minions floating in the air completely lose their minds, screaming in horror. The Great Elder was killed in an instant. No miracle was coming. The demoness's battered body evaporates, shattering into thousands of purple crystals before completely vanishing into the void. Witnessing that scene, the remaining demons all scramble to flee for their lives in a complete panic. "Run! This is way too scary." Seeing the beasts try to bolt, Su Bai coldly extends a hand wreathed in golden flame, his voice like a death sentence. "Now that you're here, don't think a single one of you will escape." And he means it. He activates the god-tier skill, Phoenix Fire. The sky immediately ignites as a volley of enormous golden fire claws rains down on the remnants of the Myriad Race army like a deadly meteor shower. The moment the sacred flames touch them, they cling tightly to their flesh. The demons howl wretchedly, writhing in agony. Looking down at the battlefield from above, the old headmaster has tears of emotion streaming down his face, his beard trembling uncontrollably. "Lord Luofan, we finally have a worthy successor. Humanity is saved!" Yanran, looking up at the man she loves with sparkling eyes, smiles with pride. Su Bai, he actually did it. However, in a hidden corner amidst the ruins, a dark, skull-shaped remnant soul of the 9 Nether King secretly slips into a spatial rift to escape, leaving behind a furious oath. "Su Bai, sooner or later we will meet again." The situation on the ground is just as disastrous. The terrified Myriad Race forces trample over each other in their desperate escape, shouting chaotically. "Let's scram, guys! The elders are all gone." One unlucky demon falls and gets stomped on by its own allies, screaming in outrage, "Hey, who the hell just stepped on me?" Pressing the advantage, Su Bai dives down like a lightning bolt, powerfully commanding a full-scale offensive. "Let no one slip through the net. Old Hu, Old Han, launch a full-scale counterattack now." Below, Old Hu and his comrades surge forward with renewed vigor. "You got it! If we're doing this, we're going all out!" Su Bai erupts in a brilliant aura, summoning his ridiculously powerful lineup of spirit pets. Xiao Ba, Xiao Bai, Xiao Hom, Xiao Guing. He points a hand towards the battlefield, his presence overwhelming. "Bomb them to smithereens for me." Following his master's order, the giant beast Xiao Ba opens its massive maw and fires a colossal energy cannon, plowing through the enemy lines and kicking up a storm of dirt and rock. The white fox Xiao Bai, not to be outdone, lets out a world-shaking roar. Its claws unleash torrents of bright green lightning, zapping the demons and making them dance on the spot. Thunder rumbles as the dragon girl Xiao Qing weaves through the sky, summoning lightning bolts to incinerate anyone who dares to lag behind. In another corner, the fire phoenix Xiao Hong soars past with a piercing cry, roasting the myriad race beasts in a sea of crimson fire, their screams echoing across the region. And over on this side, the headmaster immediately relays an order. "Notify all military units in the city, launch a full counter-offensive and wipe out the myriad race scum." As the order is given, our army's morale explodes. Yanran bravely leads the army forward, her shout echoing across the field. "Counterattack! Take back our base. Several soldiers immediately wheel out a supersized cannon and start firing continuous laser beams. The feeling is incredible. Pure satisfaction. All right, boys, it's payback time. You beasts chased us for days on end, and now it's our turn to make you run for your lives. Cannon shells explode behind them, causing the Myriad Race beast to flee in a cloud of dust. The human soldiers taunt them mercilessly. You were so eager to chase me earlier. Why are you running with your tails between your legs now? The demons, clutching their bleeding heads and whimpering, just want to escape. Let's get out of here. The humans are counterattacking. The entire area is engulfed in fiery explosions as the panicked monsters shove each other aside to escape. Get out of my way! This whole place is about to be surrounded and crushed by the humans. The scene shifts to the outskirts of Jiangzhou City. Su Bai casually rides on the back of a giant white tiger, standing with Old Han, Yanran, and their comrades on a cliff overlooking a valley now jammed with the fleeing Myriad Race beasts. Su Bai cocks his chin, playfully teasing his friend. Hey, Old Han, tell me something. Is your skin tougher, or are those demon kings down there tougher? The old warrior confidently thumps his chest, brandishing his sword with a wild laugh. Of course I'm the toughest. Just you wait, I'll chop them all into steel steaks for the boys tonight. But after the joke, Su Bai's eyes turn ice cold, blazing red with vengeful fury as he growls about a blood debt. Listen up, these are the savages who massacred the people of Rongchao City. Not a single one of these beasts from the Myriad Races gets out alive. Kill them all! The war cry erupts as the human army descends from above like heavenly soldiers, artillery slamming right into the bullmen's formation. The bull demon kings scream in terror. Damn it, it's an ambush! Pounded by cannon fire, the beasts of the Myriad Races panic, huddling together and raising stone shields to form a tortoise defense. One bull demon king clutches his head and yells, "Form up! Get into defensive formation! Now!" Seeing the beasts trying to turtle up, a human soldier leaps from a cliff, his flaming sword crashing down on the shields. "Watch me shatter all your damn shells," he roars with a laugh. Behind the shield wall, a bull demon king strains, his face red as he barks orders. "Fill the gaps! Do not let the formation break!" Watching from afar, Su Bai smirks and nudges his white tiger. "Heh, this defensive shell of theirs is pretty tough. Xiao Ba, go teach them a little lesson." On his master's command, Xiao Ba lets out an earth-shaking roar and charges, shattering their stone shields instantly. Riding on his back, Su Bai claps and laughs. Ha, done and done. Su Bai then unleashes a devastating final blow, a brilliant blue lightning bolt that completely obliterates the stunned beasts, sending rock and debris flying and smashing their defense to pieces. With their shield wall gone, the bull demon kings taste pure despair. Their faces drain of color as they cry out, "Damn it, why are all our strongest warriors already dead?" Realizing the situation is hopeless, a bull leader screams in panic, "Scatter and run, whoever escapes, lives." The beasts turn to flee, but a human warrior raises his weapon with a powerful shout, "Brothers, let none of them escape, let's go!" Over at the Gratwood defense base, the war room is buzzing. High commanders surround a glowing 3D map, their faces intense. An officer slams the table. "Sirs, the Myriad Races are in disarray. The time for our revenge has come." At the head of the table, General Hu fields constant reports. "General Hu, the Haicheng forces are requesting permission to counterattack." Immediately, another officer chimes in. "General, the Airtan government has also sent an urgent request to counterattack. We await your orders." The air crackles with tension as a scarred general smashes his fist on the table, murder in his eyes. "General Hu, I request to lead the Shanghai Pass garrison out from within their lines. We'll form a pincer and crush the Myriad Races with a single, decisive blow." Hearing the strategy to crush them from the inside out, a general with glasses nods thoughtfully, stroking his chin in approval. "Old Lin, that's a brilliant strategy. We'll proceed with your plan." Instantly, the order for a full-scale offensive thunders out. "Relay my command." All inland armies will launch a massive assault, while the Shanghai Pass garrison secures key positions to encircle the Myriad Races. All the officers roared in unison. "Yes, sir!" At Shanghai Pass, atop the last Great Wall, General Lin radiates power as he commands his troops, his eyes burning with pure hatred. He bellows for all to hear. "Long ago, this land was defiled by the Myriad Races. Our brothers were slaughtered on this sacred ground, but today, their nine-nether king has been slain by humanity." General Lin roars with absolute fury, sweat pouring down his face. "I want to wipe their very nests off this land. Are you with me?" Tens of thousands of warriors raise their weapons to the sky, their unified roar echoing for miles. A soldier screams, "A blood debt must be paid in blood. Slaughter the Myriad Races." With morale at its peak, General Lin gives the order. Good. The time for vengeance is now. The Shanghai Pass garrison marches into the interior, carrying the hopes and dreams of millions. The moment the order is given, the human army pours from the city walls like a storm. Their roars of slaughter the Myriad Races. Advance, shake the entire battlefield. The army even includes stunning female warriors and handsome winged men, an entire force of beautiful people ready to crush some monsters. On the enemy's side, a demoness from the Phoenix clan whispers frantically to an elf elder. Lin Zhenin intends to annihilate every last one of us in his territory. We can't break through the encirclement. What do we do? Without hesitation, she decides to bolt. Let's retreat. Forget the small fry. We need to fall back and preserve our strength. Seeing this, the bullmen cry out in confusion, "Hey, why are the Phoenix clan masters turning back?" The elf elder snarls, "Forget those cowards. All we need to do is survive past Shanghai Pass. Attack." Just then, human soldiers in ambush on the cliffs give the signal. The time is now. Magic cannons, fire. A storm of giant red laser beams rains down on the Myriad Races, setting off massive explosions. General Lin leads the charge, a ferocious whirlwind of death. The time for revenge is here. Kill them all, warriors. Show no mercy. Human soldiers pour down from the high ground like an avalanche, thirsty for blood, chanting, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. They were cruel, so we will be crueler. Slaughter them all." Seeing the weaker monsters flee, the elf demoness roars an order. "Giant bear clan, clear a path for me." A colossal brown bear crashes forward. Seeing it, General Lin scoffs, pathetic creatures, still daring to resist. He leaps into the air and drives a devastating punch straight through the giant bear's stomach, roaring, "Die!" After obliterating the massive beast, General Lin stands proudly on its corpse, raising a hand and shouting, "Warriors, advance! Kill!" While the battlefield below is pure chaos, the Phoenix Demoness and her remaining forces are flying high above, making their escape. A subordinate asks nervously, "Elder?" The elf elder replies curtly, "Ahead of us is a human city." She quickly analyzes the situation. "The human forces at Shanghai Pass are too strong. We can't break through. Our only option is to fall back and avoid them for now." Then she licks her lips with a sinister smile. "Besides, our clan saintess is still in the hands of that kid, Su Bai." As they fly, she's startled by a brilliant golden light and the sounds of battle from a mountain below. She points, stunned. "Elder, look! There's a battle happening up ahead." And there, with dazzling golden eyes, a peerless young woman appears. They shout with joy, "It's our clan saintess!" But their excitement dies instantly as the demoness frowns in confusion. Wait, why is the saintess fighting for the humans? She immediately jumps to a conclusion. That brat Su Bai must be controlling her. The subordinate beside her urges, "Great elder, should we go rescue the saintess?" But the elf shakes her head vehemently, looking terrified. "No, that boy Su Bai just used a god-level power." She finalizes their plan. "We'll hide and wait for an opportunity. We don't make a move." But as the elf plots in secret, Su Bai's own phoenix, Xiao Hong, has already caught the scent of her kind. Old Han's sharp eyes caught it first as he pointed to the sky, shouting, "Old Su, look! What the hell is that?" Soaring proudly overhead, Xiao Hong reported with maximum sass, "Master, I think that's my clan coming to capture me." Riding on Xiao Ba, Su Bai squinted up at the sky and scoffed, "Your clan? You mean the Demon Phoenix clan?" Already itching for a fight, Su Bai gave his orders. "Xiao Hong, you focus on crushing the guys on the ground. I'll handle those red bats." With a flash of his golden, flaming spear, he shot into the sky, rocketing straight towards the hiding Phoenix clan. They were hidden perfectly until Su Bai came charging at them like a god of war. The Phoenixes shrieked in a panic, "He found us! He's coming this way!" Without a second's hesitation, the entire group turned into streaks of light and blasted away, whining as they fled. "Retreat! Avoid him for now. We'll wait for our chance at revenge." Seeing the situation getting worse, the Demon King leading the ground forces unleashed a burst of purple demonic energy, roaring to rally his troops. "You savage demon clan, go berserk for me! Let's fight them to the death." He leaped forward, swinging a colossal stone axe right at Old Han's head, cursing him with every ounce of his fury. "You despicable humans and your sneak attacks." Just then, Su Bai glanced back at the battle only to see the Phoenix clan had vanished. He muttered a curse. "Damn it, those cowards run fast." Turning back, he saw his best friend surrounded. Riding the white tiger, Su Bai charged in like a lightning bolt, his blue sword glowing as he yelled, "Old Han, I'm here to help!" The divine sword drew a beautiful, deadly green arc through the air, clashing with the Demon King's stone axe in a shower of sparks. The Demon King was sent reeling from the impact, his jaw dropping in utter disbelief. Impossible. What kind of monstrous weapon is that? How can it be so powerful? Before the demon could even recover, Su Bai leaped high into the air on his tiger, delivering a fatal blow from above as his cold voice passed judgment. "Resist, and you die." The Demon King only had time for one last, pathetic scream. The razor-sharp green blade slashed through his neck, the head flew, and blood sprayed everywhere. The white tiger landed majestically with a threatening roar. The demon minions stared at their leader's headless corpse on the ground, their faces went pale, and they froze solid for a good 5 seconds. One of the demons stammered in terror. The leader was killed? The second the words left his mouth, they all threw down their weapons, dropped to their knees, and started begging for mercy. "Please spare us. We surrender." A short while later, Old Hu walked up to Su Bai, nodding towards the captured demons. "Su Bai, the remnants of the savage demon army have been cleaned up. Should we escort these prisoners back to Jiangzhou City for processing?" Su Bai ordered Xiao Hong to scout the skies before giving his command, clean the battlefield, and return to Jiangzhou City immediately. That demon Phoenix clan might come back. Now in her human form, Xiao Hong Linyi explained, "Master, those people from before were elders from my clan. I'm sure they're going to report back to my mother. They want to take me home." Su Bai just patted her head reassuringly. "Don't worry, Xiao Hong." He gave her a supremely confident smile, his eyes shining with warmth. "No matter how many enemies come for you, I will protect you. You are my spirit beast now." Xiao Hong was moved to tears as Lin Yi replied, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, in the Jiangzhou City Command Center, the old headmaster let out a sigh of relief looking at the strategy map. Humanity has finally reached a turning point. But just then, an officer burst in with terrible news. "Headmaster, an urgent message from Shanhai Pass." While General Lin Zhenin was surrounding the remnants of the Myriad Races, he was ambushed by a hidden diamond-tier expert. Casualties are extremely heavy. The headmaster shot to his feet, slamming the table, his face drained of all color. "What? A diamond-tier expert?" Without a moment's hesitation, he gave the order, "Immediately notify Su Bai, tell him to lead his people to Shanhai Pass for reinforcements right now." Back on the battlefield, Yanran received the order and flew her firebird towards Su Bai, calling out frantically, "Su Bai!" Su Bai, still on his white tiger, turned and asked, "What's wrong?" Yanran landed, her face pale with worry. "Shanhai Pass is in danger. My father was ambushed by a diamond-tier expert from the Myriad Races. The headmaster needs you to go provide support immediately." Su Bai was stunned. "What?" Without pausing, he immediately issued orders to the entire army. "Old Han, Old Hu, all of you return to Jiangzhou City. Yanran and I will go to Shanhai Pass at once." Old Han and Old Hu both spoke up. "We'll go with you. There's strength in numbers." But Su Bai firmly stopped them. "No, Jiangzhou City needs someone to protect it. You all stay here and assist the headmaster." He pulled Yanran onto the tiger's back by her waist and turned to make a firm declaration. "Yanran and I are all that's needed for Shanhai Pass." With that, he slapped the tiger's flank, ordering, "Xiao Ba, maximum speed." He leaned in and whispered to Yanran, "We have to get there before something happens to General Lin." Meanwhile, on the Shanhai Pass battlefield, General Lin was on one knee, covered in blood, panting and cursing under his breath. "Damn it, that bastard." Before him stood a giant, humanoid lion, the Black-Scale Lion King, who was smirking with pure arrogance. "Human General, your resistance is impressive. But unfortunately for you, before me, it is all useless." Though exhausted, the soldiers rushed to shield their commander, screaming in desperation, "General, we will fight this monster to the end." The Black-Scale Lion King glanced at them, his purple eyes glowing with contempt. "You overestimate yourselves." He swiped his claw, and an invisible pressure slammed down, pinning the soldiers to the ground, unable to move. All they could do was groan in agony. "Ugh, the pressure is too strong." The lion roared and lunged towards General Lin, claws tearing through the air. The general gritted his teeth and raised his spear to block, but the purple energy still ripped through his flesh, sending blood flying. The Black-Scale Lion King dove from the sky, his hand gathering blinding purple energy as he roared with killing intent. "Now, it's time to end you." As the soldiers below could only kneel and scream in despair, "General!" Just as the claw was about to crash down on General Lin's head, a massive greatsword engulfed in blue light slammed down, blocking the attack. A furious roar followed. "You beast of the Myriad Races, how dare you harm General Lin?" Pushed back by an unseen force, the Black-Scale Lion King's eyes widened as he muttered, "Humph." He stared in shock at the young man riding majestically on a white tiger that crackled with blue lightning. Staring at Su Bai, the Lion King couldn't hide his confusion. God-tier power. From a mere brat? How can a kid be a god-tier expert? Seeing the situation was under control, Yanran rushed to support her father, asking worriedly, "Father, are you all right?" Meanwhile, Su Bai held his battle stance and declared with authority, "Leave this place to me." General Lin coughed, blood soaking his armor, but he managed to give a warning. "I'm fine. This Black-Scale Lion King is a hidden high-level power of the Myriad Races, not your average diamond tier. Su Bai, you must be careful." With a smirk, Su Bai waved his hand, summoning a colossal, flaming demon phoenix that appeared right behind him. "Strong, you say? Then let's have a taste." Without hesitation, Su Bai gave the command, "Xiao Hong, now!" A torrent of crimson fire engulfed the Black-Scale Lion King, forcing him to scream, the flames of a demon phoenix. Xiao Ba wasn't about to be outdone, letting out a majestic roar. Su Bai sneered internally, "No matter how strong, it's still just a beast." From high above, Su Bai descended like a meteor, his spear point glowing with blinding energy as he yelled, "Time to die," leaving the lion below frozen in terror. What? Power erupted. A massive azure dragon coiled forth from his spear as Su Bai proudly declared, "Azure Dragon Spear!" Dragons roar to the ninth heaven. It forced the black-scale Lion King to raise its claws to defend, slamming into the ground with a blinding blast of blue lightning that tore the very air apart. Amidst the swirling dust, the heavily wounded black-scale Lion King clutched its chest, gasping for breath. He growled in disbelief. Just a human brat. How can he possess such terrifying power? With the azure dragon circling his spear, Su Bai delivered a cold sentence. No more talk. Today marks your death anniversary. But suddenly, a shout echoed from the distance. Lion King! Two colossal pillars of purple light pierced the sky and descended. A lifeline. The black-scale Lion King spread his arms, laughing triumphantly. Ha ha ha, you didn't see that coming, did you, punk? From the light emerged a scorpion woman and a giant mammoth man. The Lion King threatened menacingly. You think I'm the only expert of the Myriad Races? Today, you die. Facing three monstrous beasts, Su Bai just stroked his chin, calm as if he was on a morning walk. These two aren't weak either, he noted. Who knew the Myriad Races were hiding so many powerhouses? The mammoth, Fushan, the Elephant King, swung his trunk and boomed. Human child, you think you can stand in the way of our grand plan? The Scorpion Woman, the Netherworld Phantom Scorpion Queen, swayed her bewitching body and urged her comrades on. Stop wasting time. Let's finish this quickly. Don't forget our main objective. But Su Bai didn't flinch. In fact, he beamed like he'd just hit the jackpot. Perfect timing. Let me test out this new god-level power I've acquired on you three beasts. Xiao Hong, go clean up the other monsters. Leave these three to me. The little phoenix obediently replied, Yes, master. Seeing Su Bai's blatant disrespect, Fushan the Elephant King went berserk, his white eyes bulging with fury. Arrogant fool, you dare get distracted while fighting us? Enraged, the elephant swung a colossal leg, as thick as a pillar, smashing down from above while roaring, Die! Su Bai casually twirled his azure dragon spear, glowing with green energy. He looked completely confident, a smirk on his face. You overestimate yourself. You're about to hit a wall. A slash of sword energy cut through the sky, crashing directly into the mammoth's massive attack. The hit landed. Blood sprayed from Fushan the Elephant King's trunk as he lost his balance and fell backward, crying out in agony. Stepping out of the smoke, Su Bai slung the spear over his shoulder, a cocky grin on his face. Ha ha ha, why would I need my full power to deal with you three? But his overconfidence nearly cost him. From afar, Yanran screamed at the top of her lungs, Su Bai, behind you! Seizing the opening, the scorpion's venom-laced tail struck like a deathly drill, toxic tail sting. Instantly, a golden hexagonal shield materialized behind Su Bai, the holy beast armor. Su Bai glanced back at her with a taunting look. A sneak attack from behind? And you dare call yourself an expert? Ignoring the mockery, the Netherworld Phantom Scorpion Queen hissed her justification. The winner becomes king, the loser is forgotten. The strong are the ones who win. Just then, Yanran activated her fire energy and charged forward, yelling, Su Bai, I'm here to help, which made him quickly swing his spear to push her back, warning, it's too dangerous here. The Netherworld Phantom Scorpion Queen cracked a sinister smile, her cunning eyes glancing at Yanran before she jeered, You seem to care a lot about this little girl, don't you? Before Su Bai could react, she suddenly fired a bolt of dark purple energy straight at Yanran. Su Bai yelled in panic, Yanran, look out! Luckily, a golden Xuanwu shield appeared just in time to block it, though the impact still made Yanran grimace in pain. Seeing his woman attacked, Su Bai truly lost it. Blood vessels surfaced in his eyes. He swung his spear with terrifying force, growling every word with killing intent. How dare you harm my woman? I want you dead. Consumed by rage, a massive azure dragon carrying a wave of destructive power erupted from his spear. Su Bai roared as he unleashed his ultimate technique, Dragon's Roar to the ninth heaven. Sensing a life-or-death threat, the three Myriad Race beasts quickly formed a circle, pouring all their dark purple energy into a combined defense. The lion gritted his teeth and shouted, Combine our powers! The dark energy of the three experts clashed violently with the azure dragon, creating a world-shaking explosion as lightning tore across the gray sky. The sheer force of the collision threw Su Bai backward, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. His eyes showed strain as he realized his attack was being stopped. Immediately after, a blinding sphere of light erupted violently, swallowing the entire area in its destructive power as the dust began to settle. From within the smoke, the horrified whispers of the beasts could be heard. I can't believe this human brat is so strong. All three experts now looked pathetic, kneeling on the ground and gasping for air. Fushan the Elephant King conceded with a sigh. No wonder even Lord Zhou Yu was defeated by him. The Netherworld Phantom Scorpion Queen clutched her chest and made a decision. The main objective is more important. We're temporarily retreating. With that, three purple streaks of light shot into the sky, fleeing for their lives as they yelled, Retreat! Seeing their leaders run, the morale of the human soldiers surged. They raised their weapons and charged, roaring. All troops, advance and wipe out their remaining forces. Kill! The moment the enemy was gone, Su Bai's strength gave out, his golden armor vanished, and he collapsed backward. The firebird in the sky cried out in panic. Master! Yanran rushed forward to catch him, her face pale. Su Bai, what's wrong? Holding the unconscious Su Bai, Yanran was frantic with worry. Are you injured? He barely managed to whisper. It's probably the backlash from the divine power. Hearing this, Yanran grew even more frantic. She turned and screamed behind her. Medic, get over here! We have an emergency! Meanwhile, in a dark, secret underground chamber, the three escaped Myriad Race experts were approaching a floating purple orb of energy. They muttered, "This must be it." Lord Yu Yu's instructions couldn't be wrong. From the orb, a ghostly soul in the shape of a beast's skull appeared, its ethereal voice echoing. The three, including the black-scale Lion King, bowed their heads and explained, "Lord Jiu Yu, that Su Bai is just too powerful." The soul of Jiu Yu replied thoughtfully, "He has grasped the power of the divine, even if he hasn't fully mastered it yet." The Netherworld Phantom Scorpion Queen hurriedly asked for guidance. "Lord Jiu Yu, what should we do next?" Jiu Yu gave a clear order. "Find these three things, and I can recreate my immortal body." The three beasts asked in confusion, "What three things?" They exchanged uneasy glances, muttering, "The Myriad Races have fully retreated now, with just the three of us, I'm afraid." Before they could finish, Jiu Yu snapped, "You three useless fools." Just as the situation reached a stalemate model, from the main gate, a confident woman's voice echoes, "I can help you as well." The lion and the scorpion whip around, their guards instantly up. Who's there? Stepping from the shadows is a captivating woman in a blazing red dress that clings to her fiery figure. The beasts are stunned. The great elder of the Demon Phoenix clan. Ignoring their shock, she casually waves a hand and states her terms. "I can lend a hand, but on one condition. You must help me capture my clan Saintus." The Nine Nether Soul immediately responds, "Very well, this king agrees." The scene shifts to the human command center, where the atmosphere is absolutely electric. On the large screen, generals are reporting good news. General Huanshan, the Eagle Nation has pledged its full support. The Northeast has launched an all-out counterattack against the Myriad Races. The Bear Nation is also closing in from the north. The commander in the white cloak turns with a smile. "Thank you all for supporting our nation." The commander pushes up his glasses, his gaze sharp and confident as he gives the order. "Relay my command. All forces nationwide are to seize the initiative, launch an attack, and wipe out the remnants of the Myriad Races." The subordinates behind him shout in unison, "Yes, sir." After giving the command, he turns to his assistant. "What is the situation at Shanghai Pass?" Holding a clipboard, the assistant reports, "Most of the beasts have been eliminated, but both Su Bai and General Lin Zhenin were injured." The commander's expression changes instantly. "What? Are the injuries serious?" The assistant quickly reassures him, "They're not life-threatening, but Su Bai suffered a backlash from divine power after entering the divine treasury. He still hasn't regained consciousness." The commander strokes his chin, analyzing with a concerned expression, "The divine treasury. That is an unknown power." He then raises his hand, giving an urgent order. "Assemble the best medical team." A few days later, in the ICU, Yan Yan gently watches over Su Bai's bed, while General Lin lies in the next one, wrapped in white bandages. The general asks, "Yan Yan, how is Su Bai?" Yan Yan softly replies, "The doctor said his life isn't in danger. It's just that his body endured an immense amount of power, so he hasn't woken up yet." Suddenly, the hospital room door flies open. Old Hu and Old Han burst in, rushing over with panicked looks on their faces. "How is old Su?" Su Bai is already awake. "General Lin, how are your wounds?" The general smiles in relief. "I'm fine now." Old Hu confidently puffs out his chest to reassure everyone. "Don't worry, Su Bai absorbed god-level power. He's gonna be just fine." Old Han nods in agreement. Of course, our old Su has faced life and death countless times before. Seeing everyone gathered, General Lin's expression suddenly turns dead serious. "Now that everyone is here, Yan Yan, I think there is something we should do." Yan Yan looks puzzled. "Something?" The general then drops the bombshell. "When Su Bai wakes up, I want to officially see you two become a couple." Yan Yan's face flushes crimson, her eyes wide with embarrassment as her father adds, "We'll hold a wedding for you two." Behind them, Old Han and Old Hu erupt in cheers. "That's a fantastic idea." The two best friends excitedly wave their arms, promising, "We'll definitely throw you and Old Su the most magnificent wedding ever." That's right, every student from the martial arts university will be there. Though flustered, Yan Yan still sneaks a glance at the boy on the bed, her eyes full of affection as she whispers, "Dad, I've never asked Su Bai about this. I don't know if he'd be willing." At that exact moment, Su Bai's eyes fly open. A warm smile plays on his lips as he speaks. "I am willing." Yan Yan's eyes widen with pure joy. Su Bai immediately sits bolt upright, looking perfectly fine. She chirps, "Su Bai, you're awake. How are you feeling?" Instead of answering, he just keeps his eyes locked on her, making Yan Yan's face flush as she shyly covers her cheeks. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Why do you keep staring at me like that?" Su Bai smirks playfully, "Just admiring my future wife." Hearing this, his two best friends behind them burst out laughing. Old Hu clutches his stomach, roaring with laughter. "Old Su, you're really something. The second marriage is mentioned, you're instantly cured. Ha ha ha," Old Han adds. "Once you're fully recovered, the wedding must be absolutely spectacular and unforgettable." The hospital room is filled with happiness. General Lin smiles warmly at his precious son-in-law. "Su Bai, please take good care of Yan Yan." Su Bai gently takes Yan Yan's hand and turns to her father with a determined gaze. "Uncle Lin, don't worry. I swear on the power of the divine treasury, I will never let Yan Yan suffer even the slightest harm." Old Han's enthusiastic voice still echoes from outside. "I'll contact all the students. Everyone will come to witness the pride of the martial arts university as our bride walks down the aisle." As cheerful laughter rings out, the joy spreads to the three cute pets outside: a turtle, a snake, and a fat cat who munch their food and wave contentedly. Meanwhile, back at the secret lair, the great elder of the Demon Phoenix clan, with her fiery figure, strides towards the exit, flipping her blazing red hair back. "I will go deal with my clan first. You all prepare and follow me." The moment she's gone, the Scorpion King scoffs at the Lion King, his voice dripping with sarcasm. She's gone. Once she's out of sight, he immediately turns to complain to the energy mass. "Lord Nine Nether, ever since the war with humanity began, the Demon Phoenix clan has always been factious, siding with whoever is winning. Must we really obey that woman?" The Nine Nether skull glows with an eerie light, growling as it explains to its foolish subordinates. "You don't understand. The Zhu Shi feather is the primal feather residing within her body. With it, I can completely regenerate my physical form." Hearing of this huge benefit, the trio of the Lion, Scorpion, and Elephant Kings immediately bow down. Nine Nether gives a stern command. "Follow the great elder of the Demon Phoenix clan and bring that saintess to me." The three shout in unison, "Yes, sir!" The scene shifts to a sky filled with brilliant fireworks and countless red balloons. The outdoor venue is magnificently decorated. Guests below murmur in awe. What a spectacular sight! This wedding will surely go down in history. On stage, the plump headmaster clears his throat into the microphone, smiling brightly. "All right, everyone, please settle down. Welcome to all our esteemed guests. The wedding of Su Bai and Lin Yanyan is about to begin." Su Bai stands nearby in a dashing suit, his smile absolutely radiant. The headmaster's voice rings out. "And now, please welcome the bride." Amidst a shower of confetti, Yan Yan looks stunning in a pure white wedding dress, walking the red carpet on General Lin's arm. A little page boy toddles alongside, looking adorable. In the audience, Old Hu claps enthusiastically, his eyes crinkling with a huge smile. "I'm so genuinely happy for our old Su." Beside him, Old Han shouts excitedly, "Ha ha, after the ceremony, we brothers are drinking until we drop." Reaching the stage, General Lin stops, places his daughter's hand in Su Bai's, and says with emotion, "Su Bai, I'm entrusting Yan Yan to you. From this day forward, whether you're fighting the Myriad Races or living through days of peace, you must always take good care of her." Su Bai squeezes Yan Yan's hand, looks her in the eye, and sincerely replies to his father-in-law, "Uncle Lin, please rest assured. I will care for and protect Yan Yan for the rest of my life." Suddenly, the romantic atmosphere is torn apart by three streaks of immense energy that rip through the sky, crashing down right near the venue. I felt a sudden killing intent. My pets, the turtle, snake, and fat cat, all bristled, staring at me with dignity. I furrowed my brow, confused. What's going on? A burning rage surged through me. I clenched my fists and roared, "What the hell is happening? Is it the remnants of the Myriad Races again? How dare they crash my wedding?" Below, I heard Xiao Hong's faint whisper, "Master." Xiao Hong looked utterly terrified, her hands clamped over her ears. A familiar aura was calling to her. It felt just like the Grand Elder of the demonic Phoenix clan, and it was getting closer. On a swirling dark cloud above the venue, 4 powerful experts from the Myriad Races stood arrogantly. The old hag of an elder sneered, "Looks like our timing is perfect. Today just had to be my wedding day." Her plan was disgustingly sinister. With so many people here, I'd be distracted protecting Lin Yinyan. This was the perfect time to rescue their so-called saintess. The Lion King joined in with a savage laugh. "Exactly. His divine power hasn't fully recovered yet. We'll ambush him, steal the treasure, and kill him. 1 stone, 2 birds." The Nether Phantom Scorpion King swished its venomous tail, a twisted smile on its face. "I'll set up a soul-devouring poison formation to cover the entire hall, messing with everyone's minds. Then we break his divine power, take the treasure, and capture the saintess. Success is guaranteed." The Elephant King cracked his knuckles, radiating killing intent. "Perfect. I'll smash through the outer defenses. We'll turn this wedding upside down so fast they won't have time to react. Let's move." I closed my eyes, sensing the energy waves. The demonic Phoenix clan and other Myriad race forces. Their target is definitely Xiao Hong. Initiate emergency procedures, now. My voice boomed across the hall. Lock down all entrances and exits to the wedding venue. Students of Kangzhou University, prepare for battle and protect the guests. We will not let this Myriad race scum cause chaos here. I saw Yinian's father about to charge forward, but she quickly grabbed his arm. Dad, your injuries haven't healed yet. General Lin pushed her hand away, his eyes firm. No, Yinian, I can't just hide behind soldiers and students like a coward. On the other side, Old Hu rushed off with his giant sword, Old Han right behind him. Old Hu roared, I'll lead a team to guard the east gate. Any beast that dares to enter gets chopped to pieces. Wang Yang, with me. Let's set up the defensive line. Back on the stage, I ripped off my groom's jacket and draped it over Yinian's shoulders. I warned her carefully. Xiao Hong, stay right by Yinian's side. Neither of you are to get hurt, understood? Xiao Hong was terrified. Yinian looked at me with worried eyes, calling out, Tobark, you be careful too. They came fully prepared this time. I shouted, summoning my pet team. Xiao Ba, Xiao Bai, Xiao Qing, follow me outside the gate. Their voices echoed in my mind. Roger. Then they transformed into brilliant streaks of light, following right behind me. In the middle of the chaos, the Nether Phantom Scorpion King dropped from the sky, landing among the decorative balloons. He laughed like a madman. What a lively atmosphere. A sickly purple light emanated from his body as he spread his hands, gathering poison chi. Allow me to give you all a little gift. This is the essence of poison I've spent years refining. He opened his mouth, and a thick purple poison mist poured out like a waterfall, raining down on the hall below. He screamed savagely, Enjoy it, you worthless ants! The poison mist spread instantly, enveloping the guests. They started coughing violently, clutching their chests and collapsing to the ground. One person shouted in panic while covering their nose. A man in a black suit, choking on the poison, cursed through gritted teeth in despair. Damn it! These wretched Myriad races are using poison again. I followed the aura to where the mist originated, but the enemy was nowhere to be found. I crouched down to check the body of a guard on the ground. No one's here? I clearly felt the aura from this direction just a moment ago. This guard's been dead for a while. The trap was already sprung. Amidst the thick poison mist, I suddenly realized the enemy's sinister plan. Cold sweat broke out as I yelled, This is bad! It's a diversion! In another corner of the hall, the Elephant King slammed the ground with a devastating blow, shattering everything. Tables and chairs flew everywhere, and the crowd screamed in terror. Ah! A poor student, flung into the air, cursed resentfully, You damn Myriad race monsters! Despite her cumbersome wedding dress, my bride Yinian charged forward like a war goddess, shouting orders, Protect the guests! Stop them! She glanced back at little Xiao Hong, who was scurrying to keep up. Be careful. Suddenly, the black-scale Lion King materialized from the dissipating poison mist, blocking Yinian's path. He leaned in, growling menacingly. Today's wedding will become your funeral. Yinian gasped in shock. What? Without another word, the Lion King unleashed a powerful strike. I instantly summoned the golden Black Tortoise shield to block it. I gritted my teeth, enduring the immense pressure. Seeing my beloved wife attacked on our wedding day, a golden power exploded from within me. I launched myself like a rocket, roaring with fury. How dare you harm my wife? You're dead! Caught off guard by my attack, the black-scale Lion King staggered back, shouting defiantly, I'll take your life first, you defeated loser. From a distance, little Xiao Hong came running to help me. Master, I'm here to help. But before she could reach me, a sharp-clawed hand shot out from thin air and grabbed her tiny wrist. The Grand Elder of the demonic Phoenix clan appeared, gripping the little girl's arm tightly. Her voice was venomous. Saintess, have you had enough of your rebellion? Come back with me. Don't let that human Tobark bewitch you any longer. Xiao Hong trembled, her eyes welling with tears. Grand Elder, But then, she found her courage, yanking her hand back and snapping, I'm not going back! I want to stay here! The Elder's eyes widened in fury as she screamed, Nonsense! Her face contorted with rage as she shrieked, You are the esteemed saintess of the demonic Phoenix clan. How could you be a pet for a mere human? Xiao Hong defended me fiercely. Master treats me very well. I want to stay here. Hearing this, the old hag hissed. Insolent. Done with words. She grabbed Xiao Hong and tucked her under her arm like a chicken. You stubborn fool. Let's see how I drag you back for punishment. The little girl struggled and cried, I don't want to go. Seeing my pet being shamelessly snatched away, my rage erupted. My eyes turned bloodshot as I let out a sky-shaking roar. Let her go! You're not taking Xiao Hong anywhere. While I was distracted by Xiao Hong's capture, the black-scale Lion King seized the opportunity. He pounced from above, smirking. You left an opening. Behind me, Yinian yelled a panicked warning. Be careful! In that fatal moment, the Lion King roared. Die! Yinian desperately lunged forward, shoving me out of the way. She took the full force of the attack on her back, in her wedding dress. The impact was enormous, sending both of us flying. I frantically pulled Yinian into my arms, shielding her with my own body as we were blasted through the poisonous mist. The moment he lands, Tobark frantically checks for injuries. Yanran, are you okay? But to his shock, his bride gives him a sly, meaningful wink. I'm fine. Take care of Little Hong first. Tobark's eyes widen, stunned by his wife's masterful deception of the enemy. He breathes a sigh of relief before his focus snaps back, his face a mask of pure killing intent. Meanwhile, in another corner, the Elephant King swells to a colossal size, stomping the ground and declaring, "When it comes to pure muscle, I've never lost to anyone." Over here, the Great Elder, cloaked in blazing red flames, grabs Little Hong and soars into the sky. She scolds her. "When we get back, I'll have the clan leader teach you some proper manners." The little phoenix cries out in despair, reaching down. "Master, master, save me!" Seeing the elder has succeeded, the Netherblood Scorpion King shouts triumphantly, "We've got the girl, let's retreat." She turns to her allies with a noble act. "You two go on ahead, I'll cover our rear." But in reality, she has her own sinister agenda. With a greedy smile twisting her face, the Scorpion calculates her next move. Without his divine power, that brat isn't so tough. Once I poison him, all the credit will be mine alone. But she miscalculated badly. On the ground below, Tobark's golden power erupts like a volcano. His eyes blaze with a brilliant light as he roars like a descending god. Radiating pure killing intent, he snarls every ice-cold word. "You filth of the Myriad Races. You crashed my wedding, harmed my guests, stole my spirit beast, and you dared to hurt my Yanran." Feeling that suffocating, killing intent and completely overwhelming power, the Scorpion breaks into a cold sweat. Her pupils shrink as she stammers in terror. No, this isn't supposed to be happening. Ignoring her completely, Tobark swings his spear, unleashing a colossal pillar of golden energy that rips through the poison mist and shoots into the sky. The devastating thrust impales the Netherblood Scorpion King, piercing straight through her chest as Tobark screams in absolute rage, "I'll make you pay 100 times over." Seeing his comrades skewered in the sky, the Lion King cries out in alarm, "Scorpion!" But the Elephant King immediately stops him, rationally saying, "Retreat, the mission is what matters. You can't save her." Even with her heart pierced, the Scorpion uses her last ounce of strength, spitting blood as she screams in defiance, "Damn you, if I'm going to die. I'm dragging you to hell with me." She whips her poison-laced tail towards Tobark in a final desperate attack. But Tobark simply reaches out and catches the deadly sharp tail with ease. He bares his teeth in a deathly smirk. "Kill me? With what?" Gripping the cruel stinger, Tobark unleashes a brilliant golden sword wave that tears through space itself. With a single fatal slash, the Netherblood Scorpion King is sliced in two midair. She coughs up blood, screaming in defiance, "You can't do this to me. I won't accept it." Tobark descends like a god of war, spear in hand, and declares coldly, "This is what happens to anyone who dares to harm those I protect." With one enemy down, Tobark turns and yells to his comrades, "Headmaster, Old Han, I'm leaving this to you two. I have to get Little Hong back." The stout headmaster points forward encouragingly. "Go on, be careful." Then he quickly turns to command the crowd through the purple mist. "Everyone, move quickly and evacuate to the indoor defense points now." Yanran clutches her chest, her loving eyes following her husband's figure as she calls out with worry, "Tobark, you have to be careful. We will hold this position until you come back." Instantly, Tobark transforms into a golden streak of lightning, tearing across the grim sky. He yells, "Little Bai, full speed, chase them down!" His face is a mask of determination as he vows to himself, his eyes ablaze. "Little Hong, don't be afraid. Master is coming to save you." High in the distant sky, Little Hong is being dragged along by the Great Elder. She struggles weakly, crying, "Let me go. I want to go back to my master. Great Elder, please let me go." Hearing this, the Great Elder glares, grabbing Little Hong by the collar and yelling, "Saintess, stop being so stubborn. That Tobark is just using you for the vermilion bird essence in your body." While lecturing her, the black-scale Lion King below looks back in panic, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Great Elder, Tobark is catching up. With the power he just showed against the Scorpion, we are no match for him at all." The Elephant King beside them also falters, nervously suggesting, "Maybe we should turn and fight? We can't escape like this." The Elder narrows her eyes, a wicked smile forming. "Fine, let's see the limits of his divine power." She clicks her tongue, calculating the situation. That Tobark's spirit beasts are too good at tracking, and they're not slow either. If we don't deal with him, we'll never shake him off. Just as she finishes, Tobark catches up from above. He unleashes a golden energy blast that screams through the air, aimed right at the Elephant King, while shouting, "Little Hong!" The mountain-supporting giant Elephant King is startled, raising his hands to summon a purple energy vortex to defend himself with a roar. Ha! The two powers collide in a terrifying explosion in the sky, the shockwave shattering a massive floating rock into dust. Using the blast's momentum, To Bake dives like a war god, surrounded by countless flaming spears. He points directly at the beasts and growls. "You animals, it's time to pay the price for hurting Yanran." Provoked, the black-scale Lion King steps forward, puffing his chest arrogantly. "Bring it on! Let me test that divine power of yours myself." Meanwhile, the Great Elder holds Little Hong with one hand, while effortlessly raising a red fire shield with the other to block the shockwave from Tobark's attack. The Lion King launches an energy blast that forces Tobark back, gloating smugly. "Killing you will be as easy as flipping my hand." But before his smile can fade, his eyes widen in horror. "Impossible. How is your divine power?" Before he can finish, the white tiger, Little Bai, pounces on him from behind. The lion roars, shaking himself free. Mauled by the white tiger, the black-scale Lion King desperately fends off the attack while shouting for help. "Old elephant, hurry up! I can't hold on for much longer." Seeing his friend being torn apart, the enraged Elephant King raises a giant foot to crush Tobark, bellowing, "Hold his spear still. Watch me flatten him this time." Without retreating a single step, Tobark erects a dazzling wall of divine power, as unshakable as a mountain, effortlessly deflecting the giant elephant's colossal stomp in an instant. The mountain-supporting giant Elephant King stumbles back, his eyes wide with disbelief as he roars in frustration. "You human brat, I can't believe you're this strong." Knowing the situation is dire, he yells to the Elder, "Great Elder, even if we lose, we can't let him take the Saintess back." But unexpectedly, the Great Elder suddenly turns on her, aiming a hand at Little Hong's head. She replies with cold indifference, "Saintess, don't blame me." She ruthlessly clutches Little Hong's neck and begins to extract the radiant halo of power from the little girl's body. Little Hong screams in agony. "Ah," the Elder smirks cruelly. "Only by using your vermilion bird power can we suppress Tobark's divine strength." Witnessing his spirit beast being tortured right before his eyes, Tobark goes absolutely insane with rage, cursing, "You scum! How dare you touch Little Hong's essence?" With her power absorbed, the Elder's eyes blaze with fire as she screams out a challenge. "Su Bai, you haven't mastered that divine power yet. Forcing it will only cause it to backfire on you." Instantly, she transforms into a colossal fire phoenix, its heat scorching the entire sky as it roars and charges straight for Su Bai. "Today, you will meet your end." Su Bai finds himself alone, facing the fire phoenix head-on, with two giant beasts flanking him from either side. The Elder laughs with sheer arrogance. Trapped in a three-pronged pincer attack, Su Bai suddenly looks up, a sharp, wild smile spreading across his face. "A pincer attack, you say? Perfect. I'll send all three of you to meet your maker at once. 4 divine beasts, fuse and resonate." The moment he speaks, a shockwave erupts, blasting the Fushan Elephant King away, sending the beast crashing to the ground in a panicked cry. Whoa! The sky suddenly ignites as 4 massive phantoms appear: the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. The magnificent sight leaves everyone utterly stunned. The essence of the 4 divine beasts is resonating. No one thought Su Bai could summon the power of all 4 at the same time. This is a level never seen before. Under the terrifying pressure radiating from the sky, the black-scale Lion King shields his face, gritting his teeth and trembling as he defends. This aura, it's even more frightening than Lord Jiao Yu's. At the same time, the Grand Elder screams in absolute horror and disbelief. "Impossible! Your spirit beasts aren't even here. How can you use this power? This completely defies the laws of heaven and earth." Xiao Hong, now partially freed, joyfully calls out, "Master!" Su Bai floats midair, looking down with contempt, and coldly replies, "It seems you know very little about the deep mysteries behind spirit contracts and divine power. I will inherit the will of my predecessor, Luofan, and I will eliminate all the Myriad clans." He points his spear at the enemy, and the White Tiger Phantom roars, tearing through the clouds as it descends in a flash. Xiao Ba. The White Tiger's stellar power fuses directly into Su Bai's body, causing his aura to skyrocket, making him as fierce as a celestial beast. Immediately after, the majestic phantom of the Azure Dragon coils and surges, merging into his long spear, which now radiates a brilliant, sharp, azure light. On the ground, Yan Ran, still in her wedding dress, rushes over to the turtle Xiao Ba, who is glowing like a torch. She asks in surprise, "Xiao Ba, what are you doing?" The turtle looks up and answers with determination, "The master is summoning me." A golden beam of primordial energy shoots from Xiao Ba into the sky. Following the light with her eyes, Yan Ran clasps her hands together, her gaze filled with worry as she prays, "Su Bai, you must come back safely." After absorbing the Black Tortoise's power, Su Bai smirks confidently as a beautiful energy armor envelops him. 3 against 1, huh? You've already lost. The Grand Elder, burning furiously, glares with a sliver of desperate hope. "You haven't even recovered from your fatal wound. Let's see if you can truly wield that power. I am a demon phoenix, empowered by the Saintess's vermilion bird essence. I won't go down without a fight." As she speaks, The heart flame claws tighten, making Xiao Hong cry out in pain. Huh? She unfurls her giant wings of fire, carrying a sky-scorching heat as she soars upward like a moth to a flame, roaring with suicidal intent. Facing his enemy's desperate move, Su Bai channels all his azure lightning energy into his spear. I have to control this power carefully. I absolutely cannot let Xiao Hong get hurt. Su Bai's eyes sharpen. A single thrust collides, creating a massive explosion in the sky. Intertwined red and blue light tears through space. The shockwaves sound so powerful it seems to split the heavens. Down on the ground, the Lion King and Elephant King cover their heads, dodging the giant, crumbling rocks raining down around them. They scream in terror. This power is too monstrous. There's no way for us to interfere. Trapped in the demonic flames, little Xiao Hong is drenched in tears, her desperate cries echoing for her master. Su Bai, along with the Vermilion Bird's phantom, dives down from above. The elder urges, Saintess, stop resisting, just hold on a little longer, and we can crush Su Bai. But Su Bai's roar drowns her out. Xiao Hong, hold on to your essence, I'm coming to save you. Gaining courage from her master, Xiao Hong opens her mouth and screams, unleashing a torrent of crimson energy with all her might. It shatters the dark claws that were holding her. Su Bai's attack instantly strikes the evil bird's wing, making her recoil in shock. Saintess! Catching the now-freed Xiao Hong safely in his arms, with the majestic 4 divine beasts behind him, Su Bai asks gently, Xiao Hong, are you okay? She obediently replies, I'm fine, I just lost a bit of my essence. I'll be okay after a little rest. Having lost her hostage, the Grand Elder clutches her bloody arm, glaring with a bitter threat. Don't get cocky. Su Bai, Lord Jiao, you has already collected the 3 great sources of darkness. He will soon descend upon the mortal realm. And when he does, all of you will be turned to ash. But Su Bai isn't scared. Instead, his voice fills with rage. Jiao Yu? I don't care who he is. Anyone who dares to touch the people I love will pay the price. The long spear in his hand explodes with dazzling lightning again, emitting a boundless killing intent. And now, Su Bai dives straight down like a brilliant blue comet, aiming a devastating blow at the Grand Elder's head. It's time to settle the score for you kidnapping Xiao Hong. She grits her teeth and roars. You think you can kill me? Not so easy. Just as Su Bai's attack is about to land, she vanishes instantly, leaving behind a curse that echoes across the sky. Su Bai, the next time we meet will be the day you die. Seeing the cunning enemy had escaped, Su Bai hovers among the clouds, retracts his spear, and clicks his tongue in frustration. Damn it, she got away. Meanwhile, on the ground below, the Lion King and Elephant King are scared witless, seeing the god of death descend. They sneakily begin to flee through the wreckage, urging each other, let's get out of here, hurry. As they were about to make a clean getaway, the 2 giant beasts suddenly freeze upon hearing Su Bai's ice-cold voice from above. He glances down, hissing every word with pure killing intent. You harmed my people, and you think you can just quietly walk away? With that, he becomes a streak of blue lightning, striking down from the sky and landing right in the path of the retreating kings, sending them tumbling to the ground. Su Bai hovers over the 2 defeated foes. He questions them coldly. Tell me everything you know about Jiao Yu. Now. The Elephant King, terrified, immediately begs for his life. Don't kill me, I'll talk. But the Lion King beside him glares and shouts, shut your mouth. Despite his face being covered in blood, the Lion King still tries to intimidate his partner. Have you forgotten Lord Jiao Yu's warning? If you dare say a single word, you'll die without a burial. Hearing this, Su Bai smirks, raising his hand to gather a brilliant ball of blue lightning. He threatens back casually. A warning, you say? If you don't talk, I'll give you a death without a grave right here, right now. Without another word, Su Bai unleashes 2 bolts of lightning that electrocute the Lion King. While torturing him, Su Bai demands, speak! Isn't Jiao Yu already dead? Seeing his partner being fried to a crisp, the Elephant King breaks out in a cold sweat and spills everything. I don't know much. Lord Jiao Yu is not dead. His remnant soul still exists. He ordered us to capture the Saintess so that he could reconstruct his physical body. My eyes widened in shock at this insane news. What? Jiao Yu is actually still alive? I took a breath to calm myself and pressed him, my voice low. Where is he now? The Elephant King obeyed. He's in a crevice, lying on the ground, barely breathing. But the Lion King, still defiant, snarled, Old elephant, you traitor to the Myriad Races! You will never be forgiven. His voice grated on my nerves, so I hit him with another bolt of lightning, making him scream again. The Elephant King, trembling, quickly finished, Blackstone Cliff, an abandoned divine altar on the border of human territory. I've told you everything. Please, don't kill me. My vision darkened, a blazing red demonic phantom appearing behind me, mirroring my own rage. How despicable. You dared to kidnap Xiao Hong Qi just to bring back Jiao Yu. My face hardened as I pieced it together. It seems that Demon Phoenix Elder definitely ran off to find Jiao Yu. I will grind his bones to dust and scatter them to the winds. Suddenly, the Lion King's wild laughter echoed through the cave. Ha ha ha, it's too late, he cackled madly, his eyes bloodshot with triumph. Lord Yu has already gathered his forces there. Once he is revived, all of you will die. I hovered in the air, slowly spinning my spear, and answered his arrogance with cold disdain. Do you really think I'll give you that chance? The Elephant King clasped his hands, begging one last time. Don't kill me. I passed my judgment in a low growl. All of you will die. The words were barely out of my mouth when a crescent of green energy swept across the ground, instantly sending both myriad race beasts to their graves. Little did I know the scene was shifting to that gloomy underground altar. The wretched elder of the Demon Phoenix clan stumbled inside. An orb of energy containing Juyu's remnant soul floated in the array, questioning her in a booming voice. Why have you returned alone? The elder was a wreck, clutching a bloody arm, her report trembling with fear. Su Bai, he's too strong. We have failed. Yu's ghastly skull erupted in a furious purple flame as he roared in frustrated rage. What? You actually failed! Yu's purple soul materialized, roaring down at the elder kneeling on the floor. Useless fools, failure. My entire grand plan ruined by a mere human brat. You failed to capture the Saintess. 2 of our 3 strongest elites are dead. How dare you show your face to me? The elder, her face scratched and covered in blood, scrambled to defend herself. That Su Bai can now resonate with the 4 great divine beasts. His divine power is far beyond what we predicted. Yu's soul extended sharp purple tendrils of energy. He judged her coldly. In that case, you are no longer of any use. The elder backed away in terror. What? What the hell are you doing? Without another word, Yu's soul transformed into a giant ghostly wolf head, which lunged towards her with its mouth wide open. A sinister purple aura forced its way down the elder's throat, her eyes rolling back in sheer terror. She was thrown back, completely unable to resist his power. As her body was being taken, she coughed up a spray of purple, poisoned blood, veins bulging on her face as she hissed one last curse. You dare. My clan will never forgive you for this. Now completely possessed and controlled by Yu, she raised a hand crackling with purple energy, a chillingly evil smile spreading across her new face. Your Demon Phoenix clan was never truly loyal to me anyway. From now on, this body is mine. A massive pillar of purple light burst through the roof, rocketing into the sky, carrying a powerful demonic laugh. Ha 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 ha, this king has returned. Meanwhile, back on the ruined mountain, my battle was over. I was sitting against a rock, gently using a golden aura to heal Xiao Hong nestled in my arms. I asked softly, how are you feeling? She snuggled into my arms and whispered, I'm okay. Thanks to the divine power you gave me, Master, I feel much better now. In the forest on the western mountain, I gave Old Han my orders. Old Han, Xiao Hong's life force has been damaged. Take Yan Yan and Xiao Hong back first. I'm going after Yu. But Yan Yan refused immediately. No, I'm going with you. We absolutely cannot let you. You have a chance to recover his strength. Xiao Hong, clinging to my neck, chimed in. That's right. The little phoenix looked up at me with her big, determined eyes, insisting on coming along. Master, I'm not going back. I want to go with you. Even like this, I can still be of help. Yan Yan anxiously analyzed the situation, her eyes filled with unease. Yu is returning. It will be very difficult for you to face him alone. How about we go back and call for more reinforcements? A spark of determination flashed in my eyes. Old Han, you go back for reinforcements. Yan Yan and I will scout ahead. We'll try to stop Yu before it's too late. Old Han nodded in agreement, his expression extremely serious as he warned us, if that's your decision, then you two must be very careful. I'll bring back reinforcements as fast as I can. The tiger, Xiao Ba, let out a powerful roar. I urged them on. There's no more time. Yan, let's go find Yu. We quickly climbed onto the white tiger's back, and I gave the signal to move. While we were flying, Yan suddenly tapped my shoulder, her eyes wide with shock. Su Bai, look! In the far distance, Blackstone Cliff was being consumed by an enormous miasma of dark purple energy. It was so dense it was blocking out the sun. I narrowed my eyes. The black fog over Blackstone Cliff is thick enough to hide the sky. Yu must have started stabilizing his physical body. We need to move faster. Seeing Xiao Hong look scared, I held her tighter in my arms. Just hold on a little longer, Xiao Hong. We will not let Yu achieve his goal. Xiao Hong nodded slightly, her small face tired but her eyes full of vigilance. Yes, Master, I can feel Juyu's power. It's growing stronger every second. On the other side of the cliff, hordes of ferocious myriad race beasts were gathering, every single one of them radiating a dark, sinister purple aura. Hiding behind a large rock, watching the giant purple energy tendrils wrap around the mountain, Yan whispered, they've gathered here to help Yu stabilize his body. Su Bai, there are too many beasts here. A frontal assault is unthinkable. Meanwhile, at the center of the altar, the elder, now completely possessed by Yu, laughed maniacally with that booming voice. Ha 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 ha. The physique of the Demon Phoenix clan is truly impressive. She spread her arms wide, letting the dark purple energy surge around her, arrogantly declaring, "It won't be long now until I have complete control of this body. When that time comes, both humans and the myriad races will become my slaves." At the same time, the white tiger landed us silently on a protruding ledge. I whispered, "Careful now. Hide your auras, everyone." Peeking over the ledge, I frowned at the sight below. The myriad race beasts are gathering over there. We need to sneak into the altar without being detected. Suddenly, I spotted a crack in the cliff face. Grabbing Yan Yan, I pointed and whispered, "Look, over there. A ventilation shaft. We could sneak through that way, get past the horde of beasts, and see what Jiu is up to." For extra safety, I turned to my pet. "Xiao Ba, use your shadow ability. We need to be completely hidden." At my command, the white tiger instantly leaped forward. It darted into the tunnel. Once inside, our group pressed against the wall, moving in absolute silence to avoid alerting the monsters. Reaching a hidden spot with a view, my eyes fell upon a massive magic circle pulsing with purple light on the altar floor. I was stunned, whispering to myself, "What is this?" Right in the center of the circle, the Great Elder was crazily absorbing energy, laughing at the sky. The 4 divine beasts, the power of the divine treasure, all of it is worthless before me. Then, her head tilted. Her glowing purple eyes stared directly at our hiding spot. A chilling smile spread across her face. "Since you've come all this way, why don't you show yourselves? We were found out so easily." I stood up straight, facing her with a slight smirk. "So you must be Jiu." I turned to Yan Yan. "Let's assess the situation first. Don't act rashly." Yan Yan nodded. "I understand." The Great Elder spread her demonic wings, slowly floating up to my eye level and answering calmly, "Correct. Su Bai, we meet again." Looking closely at our enemy, little Xiao Hong's eyes widened in horror. She screamed in fury, "That's the Great Elder's body!" Pure rage consumed her. My little phoenix transformed into a fireball and shot straight towards the enemy. She cried out in anguish, "It's Jiu! He murdered the Great Elder, and I'll make him pay." Startled by her impulsive move, I rushed to intercept her, reaching out my hand. "Xiao Hong, calm down," I shouted. "We'll attack together when the time is right." Holding her back, I glared at Jiu. "Jiu, I can't believe you're still breathing." Just then, Yan Yan glanced around and warned me quietly, "Su Bai, guards are surrounding the altar." Below us, a snake demon and countless grotesque monsters were aiming their weapons right at us. Yan Yan analyzed anxiously, "If we rush in blindly, we won't even touch Jiu before we're swarmed and slaughtered by the guards and beasts below." I gave a decisive order to my worried team. "Understood. Everyone stay put and remain vigilant." Then, I shot forward like a ghost, confidently declaring, "I'm going to get a closer look." Meanwhile, at the altar's center, Jiu was feeling the power surge. The Great Elder's fiery phoenix wings were being corrupted by dark energy, slowly turning a demonic pitch black. Jiu spread his massive black wings, laughing with sheer arrogance, his voice echoing through the space. "Su Bai, this new body of mine is far more formidable than I ever imagined." However, the power seemed too immense for the new body to adapt. Jiu suddenly let out a roar mixed with pain and madness. Purple veins bulged across the Great Elder's beautiful face. The pain passed quickly, and that chilling smile returned, one eye flashing with a malevolent purple light. Watching from a distance, I narrowed my eyes, muttering sharply, "It seems he's still merging with that body. This is our chance." Instantly, as if sensing my plan, Jiu pointed a finger straight at me and roared a short, murderous command, "Kill!" From the shadows, 2 giant samurai guards emerged, clad in glowing purple armor, radiating an aura of death as they charged towards me with massive blades. Behind me, Yan Yan screamed in terror, her voice cracking. 2 sharp blades slashed down from both sides, aiming right for me, seemingly leaving no path for escape. And yet, I was unusually calm. I spun my spear, and a brilliant blue dragon aura exploded around me. I smiled to reassure them, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Then I roared, "Shao Qing, prepare to attack!" The 2 giant guards charged, swinging their swords wildly at me. I blocked one strike with my spear's shaft, while the blue dragon soul on it opened its jaws. A deafening clash rang out as the dragon's soul bit through the guard's blade. Before my opponent could recover, I spun to dodge, whipping the spear's shaft across the samurai's waist, causing him to instantly explode. As the remaining one swung his blade, I calmly blocked the attack with my foot. The immense force of the impact created a blinding explosion. I landed lightly on the ground, dusting off my hands and noting with a serious expression, "These 2 guards are not your average grunts." Suddenly, I frowned. The blue dragon aura around the remaining guard began to swell, emitting a blinding purple light. My eyes widened in shock as I exclaimed, "Self-destruction?" A colossal purple energy explosion erupted, engulfing the entire area. Seeing the purple smoke rise from the explosion, Jiu laughed with contempt. "Ha ha ha, just a worthless ant, and you dare dream of resisting me?" But from within the smoke, a figure emerged, clad in the golden divine beast armor. My voice rang out, full of sarcasm, Yu, don't forget that your pathetic existence today is a gift from me. I can't believe a single pawn forced me to activate the Divine Beast armor. Enraged, Yu roared as the ground beneath his feet cracked apart. You insolent insect! From the cracks in the ground, a dark abyss opened, filled with countless red eyes staring up from within. Yan Yan and Xiao Hong watched the terrifying scene from a distance, shouting in unison, Master, be careful. A monster that had just emerged from a crack was neatly sliced in two by a streak of light. It turned out, Old Han had arrived with reinforcements. He swung his sharp sword and shouted, Attack with more force! Brothers, Su Bai and Yanran are still waiting for us up there. Break through the monster encirclement. We must reach the divine altar and stop Jiuyu's revival. From the side of the cliff, countless human warriors climbed with soaring morale, their battle cries echoing to the heavens. Provide support for Su Bai. Brothers, follow me. We'll flank them and charge straight for the divine altar. Seeing the roar of reinforcements, Jiuyu glanced over and burst out laughing. The dark aura around him intensified as he mocked. Ha ha ha, Su Bai, so you really did call for backup. Too bad, it's already too late. He then shot up into the sky, looking down on the crowd below like a god, his tone full of arrogance. Once I have complete control of this body, no matter how many of you come, you'll all just be nutrients for me. Cold sweat trickled down my forehead. I realized the situation was critical and muttered worriedly. We can't wait any longer. Jiuyu is about to gain full control. Without a moment's hesitation, I turned and shouted to Yan Yan. Yan Yan, go regroup with Old Han and the others. We absolutely cannot let Jiuyu be revived. Yan Yan nodded decisively. All right, you be careful. Jiuyu spread his arms wide like a conductor, directing a symphony of destruction. He roared, Come forth, my children, devour them whole. And then he commanded the waiting monsters. Help me harvest their power. With the order given, the beast horde roars and charges madly towards the rescue squad. Facing this monstrous tide, Su Bai lets out a defiant shout. Divine power explodes from his god beast armor. A fiery phoenix-shaped storm incinerates a huge swath of beasts, clearing a temporary path. But Jiuyu just laughs, her voice dripping with mockery. No matter what power you use, you can't stop me. I have an endless supply of minions. Just as she speaks, a colossal pillar of purple energy erupts from the ground, spewing out countless new monsters that fill the gap in an instant. Yan Yan reaches the vanguard, shouting with relief, We're here! Slashing a monster away, Lao Han replies, I was just about to join you. They both look deep into the altar, where a purple space portal hangs wide open. Lao Han is shocked. Are there still that many of them inside? Yan Yan frowns, analyzing the situation. It seems Jiuyu has opened a space gate. The reinforcements finally break through, reaching Su Bai's side. Lao Han asks urgently, Lao Su, we're here. How are you holding up? Su Bai is panting, but his eyes are firm. I'm fine. Jiuyu has devoured the body of the demon Phoenix Elder. His power has skyrocketed. Everyone, be careful. Jiuyu floats in the air, arms crossed, looking down with a sneer. Ha ha ha, pathetic little ants, you overestimate yourselves. Do you really think joining forces gives you a chance against me? Without another word, she raises a hand to the sky, condensing a giant ball of purple energy. Since you're all in such a hurry to die, I'll send you all to hell together. And with that, she hurls the energy sphere down. In response, Su Bai roars, activating his final divine power, the Black Tortoise shield. A massive golden turtle shell shield materializes as Su Bai yells, Everyone, get behind me! The purple sphere slams into the shield, but Jiuyu just laughs arrogantly. Ha ha ha, you think too highly of yourselves. The explosion clears, and the shield shatters. Su Bai collapses, coughing up blood, as Yan Yan and Lao Han rush to support him. Lao Su, Yan Yan asks worriedly, Are you okay? Su Bai can only manage a weak cough. Cough. Lao Han, now boiling with rage, roars, Jiuyu, you bastard! I'll take you down with me today. But his comrades try to stop him. Brother Han, don't be reckless. Ignoring them, Lao Han charges straight for Jiuyu, but she just casually flicks her wrist, firing a bolt of purple lightning. Lao Han raises his sword to block, but the immense power sends him flying with a scream of pain. Arg! Su Bai screams in horror as he watches the energy blast send Lao Han careening into the distance, carving a long trench in the ground. Lao Han, Jiu, you look surprised. I didn't expect you to withstand that attack. She quickly gathers an even larger energy sphere than before, a twisted smile spreading across her face. Let's see how you handle this one. Looking at Yan Yan supporting him, a glint of resolve flashes in Su Bai's eyes. He glances at his exhausted comrades, his heart heavy. Everyone. An unprecedented feeling of helplessness washes over him. He blames himself in despair. What am I supposed to do? Am I still too weak? I'm no hero. I can't save humanity. The colossal sphere of death plummets, carrying the stench of hell, as Jiuyu snarls, Die. In that split second, a streak of blue light cuts through space, effortlessly slicing the energy sphere in two. Yan Yan looks up, her eyes wide with utter shock. An ancient sword, radiating a powerful aura, now hangs in midair. Yan Yan cries out with joy. It's Lord Nijing's sword. A faint figure with an extraordinary presence materializes from the blade. Nijing's spirit looks at Su Bai with a gentle smile. Kid, you've grown up quite a bit, Su Bai. Across from them, Ju Yu is stunned. What, Nijing? Her confidence has completely vanished, replaced by sheer panic. Nijing, you definitely died in battle. How can you be here? Impossible. Nijing's spirit grows stern, his majestic voice echoing. Ju Yu, my greatest regret was not being able to completely destroy you back then. Today, I will use the power of this remnant soul to end you and ensure the absolute safety of humanity. With that, he waves his hand, and the sword flies towards Su Bai. Take it! Su Bai cries out in surprise. Lord Nijing, Yan Yan can't hide her elation either. So you've been here all along. The moment Su Bai grips the hilt, a pure, powerful energy flows into him. He feels his body lighten as the backlash from his own divine power is soothed. Lao Han, being helped to his feet, gasps in amazement as he feels the surge of power. This is the strength of Lord Nijing? It's terrifying. Nijing's appearance reignites the flame of hope, and all the warriors roar in unison. With Lord Nijing here, Ju Yu is sure to lose. Let's crush him together, another warrior shouts. Charge! Destroy Ju Yu, protect humanity. After a moment of shock, Ju Yu quickly regains her arrogance. She scoffs contemptuously. Hilarious. You're just a remnant soul about to fade away, yet you dare to act mighty before me? Today, I will devour your remnant soul and claim absolute control. With that, she commands her remaining minions with an ice-cold voice. Slaughter them for me. The remaining beasts roar and charge the warriors. However, Nijing's spirit calmly raises 2 fingers, and a giant light sword materializes. He gathers his power, preparing to unleash a world-shaking ultimate sword technique. A brilliant blue line of sword energy sweeps across the battlefield like a hurricane. The vanguard of monsters is turned to ash before they even know what happened. Nijing's spirit stands tall on the cleared battlefield, turning to look at Su Bai. His voice is full of trust. The rest is up to you. At the same time, he creates an energy barrier, temporarily blocking the monsters pouring from the space gate. Su Bai roars, and the sword in his hand erupts in a dazzling golden divine flame, the power of the 4 symbols divine beasts surging within him. Without a second's hesitation, he charges towards Ju Yu, unleashing a green beast slash combined with the power of the 4 symbols. From within the halo of light, the forms of countless demonic beasts instantly shatter and vanish as the attack continues its relentless advance. Struck by the sudden attack, Ju Yu screams in pain as her body is thrown backwards. She lands hard, her clothes in tatters, her eyes filled with shock. A single blow nearly wiped out all my cannon fodder. Then she looks at Su Bai in disbelief. This kid can actually use his divine power. Immediately, Ju Yu roars furiously, dark energy gathering. She swings her black blade down, but Nijing appears, pointing a finger forward as a stream of pure sword energy shoots out, yelling, "Sword break!" 2 earth-shattering forces collide, creating a horrific explosion that makes the very ground tremble violently. Ju Yu snarls, a triumphant glint in her eyes as she sees Nijing's spirit fading. Nijing, your remnant soul's power is almost gone. Your death is certain. Seeing his benefactor's spirit slowly disappearing, Su Bai cries out worriedly, Lord Ni, are you all right? Nijing's spirit shakes his head slightly, his voice growing urgent. Su Bai, my remnant power is limited. I can't suppress him for much longer. His gaze becomes razor sharp. He stresses that Su Bai must combine the power of the god's treasury with the 4 holy beasts to crush him completely. From behind, Old Han yells his encouragement. Leave the minions to us. Just focus on taking down Ju Yu. Yanran chimes in with her support. Fueled by his comrades, Su Bai lets out a roar, a fire of determination blazing in his eyes. Everyone, believe in me. I swear I will destroy Ju Yu. He leaps into the air, raising his divine sword, pouring every last bit of his strength into a single, decisive blow. A destructive beam of light, carrying the will for revenge, shoots straight for Ju Yu. Blood debt must be paid in blood. Watching the attack close in, Ju Yu screams in horror. Impossible! In a desperate frenzy, he roars, I refuse to lose. He crosses his arms, creating a protective layer of darkness. The light beam smashes into the shield, causing a deafening explosion. The dark shield cracks, then immediately heals, over and over. Su Bai grinds his teeth, muttering in frustration. Damn it, he blocked it. Seeing Su Bai struggling, Yanran cries out, Su Bai. Old Han instantly charges forward. Old Su, I'm here to help. He and another warrior unleash their strongest attacks simultaneously, blasting the dark shield to support Su Bai. I'll join in too. At that moment, Niqing's spirit appears behind Su Bai. He places his hands on his back, transferring all of his remaining energy. He shouts, his voice booming like thunder, Go, Su Bai, let the sword follow your heart, and its power will shatter all evil. Receiving the boost, Su Bai lets out one final roar as his strength explodes. The dark shield begins to show cracks that won't heal, shattering piece by piece. Ju Yu watches his last line of defense crumble, screaming in desperation and disbelief. "No, I refuse to accept this." Su Bai roars, focusing all his power into one final slash. The multicolored sword energy rips through the darkness. "Time to die, Ju Yu." An earth-shattering explosion erupts. Dust and smoke completely cover the altar as the ground trembles violently, sending rocks flying everywhere. As the smoke clears, Ju Yu appears, utterly defeated, his body covered in wounds, the dark aura around him fading. He staggers, his voice trembling but still filled with rage. I will slaughter every single one of you." But Su Bai coldly replies, "You're out of chances." This time he'll rip out the evil by its roots, leaving no path for escape. He rushes forward, his flaming blade raised high, ready to end his foe. Just as the blade is about to touch Ju Yu's neck, a purple energy sphere shoots from his body, blocking the attack. Suddenly, a strange, deep voice echoes from behind. "Come here." To me, a gigantic hand reaches out from the shadows, grabbing the dying Ju Yu. Su Bai freezes, completely stunned. "What the?" A tall figure in a black face-concealing cloak appears. Above his head swirls a blue spatial vortex. He grabs Ju Yu, his tone ice cold. "This one cannot die. Not yet." Su Bai frowns, shifting into a defensive stance. He smirks, his voice dripping with defiance. "And who are you?" Ju Yu, now held like a helpless kitten, looks up at his savior, his voice filled with panic and pleading. "Lord Divine Envoy, please take me back. Your subordinate will atone for his mistakes. I swear I'll never be so disobedient again." The so-called Divine Envoy glances down, his stark white eyes flashing in the darkness. He then makes a tyrannical declaration. Ju Yu's life belongs to this envoy. He then looks over at Su Bai's group and gives an order. "You people can withdraw." But Su Bai isn't one to give up so easily. He roars, "No," and swings his sword, sending a blazing slash of energy at the Divine Envoy. Ju Yu's life ends here, today. The Divine Envoy just scoffs. He raises one hand, and a deep purple energy shield easily blocks Su Bai's attack. His voice is full of contempt. "A mere human, no better than an ant, dares to stand in my way?" Ni Qing's spirit appears beside Su Bai, placing a hand on his shoulder, his tone grave. "Su Bai, be careful. His power is overwhelming." Su Bai turns, grits his teeth, and demands, "Who are you? And why save a demon like Ju Yu?" The Divine Envoy binds Ju Yu with energy chains, pulling him to float at his side. "As for who I am, when the Myriad Races return to their rightful place, you will know." Unable to accept that answer, Yanran charges from behind, shouting, "Stop right there, hand over Ju Yu." The Divine Envoy merely glances at her, his crimson eyes glowing in the shadows. He speaks coldly, "What a pest." A purple energy beam shoots straight toward Yanran as she screams in terror. "Ah!" In a split second, Su Bai dives in, grabbing Yanran and rolling them both out of the way. The energy beam grazes past, carving a deep trench into the ground. He shouts, "Yanran!" Old Han, seeing the dire situation, charges forward, his sword erupting in sacrificial flames. "Old Su, I'll hold him off." But Su Bai can only scream in despair. Old Han, the Divine Envoy, just lets out a disdainful snort. With a wave of his hand, a vortex of purple energy sends the charging Old Han flying. Another warrior can only gasp in horror. What kind of monster is this? The warrior's fighting spirit, however, surges once more. They shout in unison, "Brothers, let's charge together. We can't let him take Ju Yu." The Divine Envoy looks at the roaring crowd, his voice still devoid of any emotion. "Kill him." He glances at them as if they were a swarm of ants, a swarm that doesn't know its own limits. "Let this envoy see what pathetic tricks you have today." Just then, Xiao Hong rushes from behind, her entire body engulfed in phoenix flames. As she yells, "Master, I'm here to help!" She transforms into a giant vermilion bird, charging straight at the Divine Envoy and unleashing her most powerful technique, Vermilion Bird's Heaven Incineration. The Divine Envoy shows a hint of surprise. "Oh, a phoenix spirit?" He simply flicks his finger, and an extreme cold radiates out. Mystic ice. Freeze. The Vermilion Bird's flames are extinguished instantly, and Xiao Hong is frozen solid in a massive block of ice. She only has time for a terrified cry, "Ah!" before weakly calling out, "Master!" Su Bai roars with fury, seeing his spirit beast captured. "Xiao Hong, get back here!" At this moment, Ni Qing's spirit grows even fainter. He places his hand on Su Bai's sword, his voice urgent. "Su Bai, I'll use my last ounce of strength to help you awaken your origin. This is our only chance," Ni Qing stresses. Su Bai grits his teeth, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword. "Understood." With the help of Ni Qing's remnant soul, Su Bai roars, the power inside his body erupting violently. "God's treasury," he screams, unleashing its full power. A brilliant jade-green energy radiates out, blinding everyone nearby. At the same time, a narrator's voice chimes in. "The origin of the God's treasury has been awakened. Su Bai's power has broken through its limits. The arrogant divine envoy suddenly freezes, his eyes showing clear shock from beneath his hood. Oh, I never thought his god's treasury power could reach this level. Not giving his enemy a moment to recover, Su Bai rockets into the air, his sword glowing brightly. He yells the name of his technique. God's treasury, holy beast slash. Seeing this, the divine envoy just smirks, looking amused. Interesting. Let this envoy see what a god's treasury can do. A colossal sword chi, carrying the phantom images of the four symbols, slashes directly at the divine envoy. And yet, the divine envoy simply raises one hand. A giant purple energy hand materializes, effortlessly stopping the devastating attack. He scoffs, you think that's all? The pressure from the impact radiates outwards. Old Han quickly slams his greatsword into the ground, bracing himself to create a shield and yelling, "Anyone who can't stand, get behind me!" Yanran didn't even flinch, shouting back at Su Bai, "Su Bai, leave the rear to us!" Su Bai's eyes burned with hatred as he gritted his teeth and roared, "The debt for Jiu, you, and for you, I'll settle it all right now." He swung his sword again, a jade-green slash of energy tearing through the purple phantom hand as he screamed, "Shatter for me!" The divine emissary was a little surprised. He took a step back, muttering, "I underestimated you. It seems I'll have to get a bit more serious." Instantly, countless purple energy orbs condensed around the emissary, radiating a deadly aura. He waved his hand, unleashing a terrifying area attack. Thousands of dark energy blades rained down like a meteor shower, aimed straight for Su Bai. Su Bai braced himself against the attack, the immense pressure forcing him to grit his teeth. Ni Jing's spirit appeared behind him. His master's voice echoed in Su Bai's mind. "Su Bai, believe in yourself, in your Shentang power." He roared as the power of the four holy beasts and the Shentang fused into one, creating a magnificent spectacle. Shentang, holy beast fusion. The Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise charged the emissary in a combined assault. Facing this all-out attack, the emissary finally got serious, creating an eternal dark shield to defend himself. An earth-shattering crash echoed as the dark shield completely shattered. The attack didn't stop there. It shot straight into the sky, piercing a mountain in the far distance. The emissary was thrown back, his robes in tatters as he cried out in shock. "Impossible. How can this be?" The bound Juyu screamed in terror, "Lord Emissary, we have to retreat!" Su Bai was panting, but his fighting spirit was unbroken. He yelled, "Juyu, and you neither of you are escaping today." He shot forward like an arrow, the sword in his hand radiating a blinding light. "Ju," you screamed in desperation, "My lord, save me!" A wave of destructive light swallowed him whole as the emissary let out a final shout, "No!" When the light faded, only a floating purple soul orb remained on the ground. Juyu's voice echoed, "I refuse to accept this." Then, another voice spoke, "That's Juyu's soul pearl." A figure flashed by, grabbing the pearl and cheering, "Got it." The distant emissary was stunned. "You killed him." "Excellent." Instantly, his purple eyes flared with murderous intent. "Good," he said coldly. "In that case, you should pay for his life with yours." He gathered a colossal, world-ending orb of dark energy. Su Bai, already exhausted, forced himself to stand, mustering his last strength. "I'll fight you to the very end." He roared the name of his final move, Shentang, Holy Beast Evil Slaying Slash. The two ultimate powers collided, creating a horrifying explosion that shook the heavens and the earth. The altar began to collapse. Yanran urgently shouted, "Watch out! Everyone! This place is coming down! Get the wounded out of here!" Old Han yelled, "Let's go! Watch for falling rocks!" Amid the chaos, Su Bai was still airborne, facing a black-robed enemy. He roared, "We will never let you succeed!" The black-robed man easily blocked Su Bai's attack, stunned. He blocked it? Impossible! You're just a human. How can you control such immense divine power? Ni Jing's spirit encouraged him. "Su Bai, give it your all!" Su Bai roared back. "So what if I'm human? Whether you're a god or a demon?" He channeled his final strength, forming a gigantic sword aura and unleashing a flurry of slashes. Shentang Ultimate, Holy Beast Evil Slaying Slash. "Today, I will utterly destroy you." The man in black screamed in terror. "I am an angel from beyond the heavens. You can't kill me." He threatened, "I will remember this grudge. The day my clan returns will be the day you and all of humanity are annihilated." With that, his body vanished, leaving only a red token behind. Su Bai was shocked. What? It was just a token? His strength completely gone. He began to fall, but Yanran and another person quickly caught him. "Su Bai, are you okay?" He gasped for breath, smiling weakly. "I'm fine, just exhausted." The tense atmosphere finally lifted. Yanran beamed with pride, looking at him. "We won this battle." She added with a grin, "You were absolutely amazing." Ni Jing's spirit floated nearby, glowing with a warm blue light as he nodded in approval. "Su Bai, you did it. You broke the shackles of the Shentang and successfully protected humanity's frontline." He didn't stop there. His voice filled with the weight of a great responsibility. "From now on, The secrets of the Shentang and the truth beyond that sky will all be yours to discover, Su Bai said mournfully. Lord Nijing. The comrades behind him also whispered in sorrow, Boss Nai. Nijing's spirit began to dissolve into tiny specks of light, his final, serene words echoing, "Protect this land. Protect humanity." Su Bai clenched his fist, his eyes firm with promise. "Don't worry, boss. I will do everything in my power to protect mankind." A moment later, he snapped back to reality, reminding Yanran as she brought medicine, "Oh, right, everyone should take these recovery pills first." In the distance, a captain was busy directing the post-battle rescue efforts. "Check carefully. Is anyone buried? Any more wounded? Bring them all over here." Old Han, sweating and supported by a teammate, still cheered excitedly. "Old Su, that move you used to smash that evil spirit with the divine beasts was seriously awesome." Su Bai smiled with concern. "How are you feeling?" he asked, then reassured him. "Don't worry, take the medicine and you'll feel better soon." Suddenly, the man with glasses next to Old Han held out a strange red object. "Su Bai, take a look at this token. When I touched it just now, it suddenly felt warm." Su Bai reached out to take it, his brow furrowed in suspicion. "Let me see." The moment his finger touched the token, his surroundings flickered and his mind was hit with a hazy image of a strange temple and bizarre dark figures, making him flinch back. "Ah, this is..." Seeing his expression change, Yanran approached with concern. "What's wrong?" Su Bai frowned, explaining in utter confusion. "There's some kind of connection between this token and the Shentang. Just now, some images flashed through my head. They looked like scenes." Yanran curiously tried to touch the token, but not even 3 seconds later, a spark of electricity zapped her, causing her to drop it in shock. She rubbed her finger, cautiously analyzing. "I can only sense an extremely powerful dark aura coming from it. I guess I'll have to take it back to the headmaster for examination." Just as she finished her sentence, the once clear sky instantly turned dark as streaks of red lightning tore through space. A panicked soldier pointed to the sky. "Why are dark clouds gathering so suddenly?" Feeling a heavy killing intent descend, Su Bai looked up, his pupils shrinking. "This is bad. Something even stronger than before is coming." The situation changed in a heartbeat as the man in purple armor pushed Old Han behind him. He shouted to rally their spirits. "The medics have already taken the wounded to cover. Those of us who can still fight, prepare for battle." High above, a massive black hole opened, its dark tentacles wrapping around the token. A booming voice echoed, "You humans will pay for your actions." Su Bai glanced down at his own hand. "This token in my hand is giving off a dark aura, like it's resonating with the sky. I realize it must be reacting to that presence." Then, from the black hole, a giant face of mist appears, its purple eyes burning. It glares down at me, growling, "What you're holding is not something you should touch." My body isn't fully recovered, but I stand my ground. I throw my fist forward, wrapped in dark energy, a direct challenge. The giant ghost just laughs, a truly chilling sound, then opens its mouth wide and plummets right towards us. Countless dark spikes rain down like a meteor shower. Yanran and the team instantly form a seal, yelling urgently, "Toe Bark, we've got this! You take those pills!" The warriors struggle together, raising a massive, brilliant wall of fire. It stops the relentless rain of spikes. I hear Yanran yelling, "Everyone, hang in there!" My teammates bought me an opening. I plant my feet and focus my energy. Blue light erupts from my sword into the sky as I yell, "The rest is up to me." I swing my sword, unleashing a wave of light that shoots out like fireworks, destroying the dark spikes. "Shatter," I roar. My equipment unleashes its full, brilliant power. Energy wings spread wide behind me, my aura dominating everything. Divine treasury, Azure Beast armament. That cruel shadow entity looks down at me with pure disdain, its voice dripping sarcasm. Just a tiny, arrogant ant. A giant hand reeking of death descends from the sky to crush me with a deafening roar. "Die!" As fast as lightning, I spread my feet wide. A dazzling halo bearing the divine turtle symbol materializes, blanketing the sky. Divine treasury, Black Tortoise shield. The dark hand collides with my golden shield, creating a horrifying shockwave that seems to rip space apart. The resulting gale forces everyone below to stumble backward. Everyone below grimaces, raising their hands to shield themselves from the blast. Staring at the sky-filling explosion, the warriors are stunned. What in the world is that monster? In the far distance, Principal Bofi is flying this way at an insane speed, dressed in his neat suit and radiating a brilliant aura. I can hear him screaming himself hoarse. "Faster! Increase speed! Charge!" Meanwhile, I stagger back from the impact, spitting up a mouthful of dark red blood and wiping it away. My eyes are bloodshot as I grimly assess the situation. Its power is even more monstrous than the divine messengers. Is this really the end? Am I powerless to resist? Even though my body is battered, I grit my teeth and drain my last ounce of strength. The golden energy wings flare to life behind me again. "I'll risk it all against you." Below, Old Han and my teammates are struggling against the horde of monsters, shouting up to me through their exhaustion. "Hang in there, Old Two. Come on, Tobark. Carrying the hopes of everyone on my shoulders, I glow brilliantly in the sky. I let out a tragic, determined roar. Humanity will not be wiped out. Divine treasury power, break through for me. As soon as I shatter its attack, I pivot and swing, my giant energy blade aimed right at it. My turn. My sharp blade points to the dark sky, right at that demonic face as I scream my attack. Kill! It glares down, its purple eyes filled with cold contempt. Foolish humans who don't know their own limits. How dare you be arrogant before me? Dark double wall. Instantly, my brilliant attack is repelled by an immense pressure, and blood spills from the corner of my mouth. But that just makes me more furious. I pour every ounce of power into my blade, screaming, "Break for me! It's cracking!" Sure enough, under the terrifying pressure, the dark wall cracks and explodes into pieces, light tearing through the night. Annoyed that its defense is broken, the shadow entity opens its mouth and spews out a massive pitch-black dragon head. Its voice booms. If you're going to be this stubborn, I'll just turn you into nutrients for this venom. Just in the nick of time, Yanran erupts in brilliant flames, soaring into the air to back me up. Tobark, I'm here to help. The determined girl unleashes a dazzling attack, a huge beam of white light striking the black dragon. White light slash. But the black dragon simply roars, opening its mouth to fire a deadly purple laser that completely obliterates Yanran's attack as it growls. Get lost! The massive laser hits Yanran, slamming her brutally into the ground. Seeing that, my eyes widen in fury. Rage explodes inside me, erasing all the pain. You bastard! How dare you hurt Yanran! Like a crazed beast, I lose control and charge straight into the evil black dragon's mouth. I swing my sword relentlessly, screaming, "I'll tear you into 100 pieces." The shadow entity's brow furrows, its purple eyes radiating pure killing intent. An ant dares to kill my pet? You have successfully angered me. Today, I will bury you in this very ground. Giant shadow hands rain down relentlessly. Everything must turn to ash. I hastily summon the phantoms of the 4 great azure beasts in front of me. Below, people scream and flee. This is bad. Everyone get clear. Draining the last of my strength, I unleash my dazzling fusion ultimate, sending a 7-colored rainbow shooting up into the sky. Divine treasury. Azure beast ancestral return. But the power difference is just too great. The immense recoil sends me flying, blood spraying from my mouth as my face contorts in pure helplessness. The giant ghost hand shatters my defensive line, slamming down on the ground with a devastating blow. It wipes out everything, causing the mercenaries to scream, "Ah, move, get out of the way." As the thick smoke and dust slowly clears, I see Yanran kneeling on the shattered ground. She's frantically searching for me, calling out, "Tobarch? Where's Tobarch? Are you all right? Tobarch?" Deep within the rubble, all I can manage are weak, dry coughs. The giant dark hand hovers in the air, ready to deliver the final blow. Its cold voice decrees, "The game is over." But just at that life or death moment, the pot-bellied principal finally arrives. His entire body is engulfed in a brilliant orange flame, like a superhero descending from the heavens. "Tobark, hold on! We are here!" he shouts. "Protect humanity! Support Tobark!" The shadow entity glances down scornfully and sneers. "Humph. Another swarm of ants has arrived." But the principal doesn't back down, shouting right at it. "You savages from beyond, how dare you massacre living beings on human territory?" In this critical moment, the principal shoots forward like a comet, raising his hand and declaring loudly, "Today, in the name of heavenly justice, I shall punish you." From the heavens, a colossal sword of light, carrying an immense aura of courage, slashes straight down toward the snarling, wide-eyed shadow face. But unbelievably, the dark entity just raises a wisp of mist, effortlessly deflecting the attack. It sneers. Just a bunch of ants. Seeing their leader in action fires up Old Han and the mercenaries. They all draw their weapons and roar as they charge forward. Fellow students and soldiers, the principal himself is fighting. We cannot retreat. Let's hold it off together and buy Tobark time to recover. Dozens of lasers, spells, and all kinds of colored energy shoot up from the ground, bombarding the massive cloud. The shadow face glances down at the crowd, relentlessly attacking from below. It lets out a cold, dismissive snort. "Humph, no matter how many of you there are, you're still just a swarm of ants." Instantly, thousands of dark spikes rain down from the sky like a hellish storm, forcing the warriors below to scatter for their lives. They scream in terror, "Get out of the way! Be careful!" Old Han thinks fast, leading a group to the side while waving them on. "Brothers, follow me! We'll hit the flank and create a diversion!" Meanwhile, in a corner of shattered rock, Xiao Hong sobs, clutching Su Bai's motionless body and pleading, "Master! Master! Please wake up!" Hearing his spirit beast's call, Su Bai struggles to prop himself up, blood pouring from his nose and mouth, but his eyes still burn with the will to survive. "No, I can't fall here. I have to protect them. I have to protect humanity." He looks up, just as the wicked shadow beast hurls a massive spike straight for the headmaster. The other warriors cry out, "Headmaster! Danger! Get out of there!" but the stout headmaster stands his ground, catching the deadly point with both hands just inches from his face, his expression contorted with immense effort. Even while struggling, he manages to glance back at Su Bai, giving him a proud and encouraging thumbs up. Su Bai, you did well. The dark entity scowls down at the stubborn humans, its voice dripping with venom. You filthy ants are surprisingly hard to kill. Without a second's delay, the headmaster explodes with energy, roaring as he throws the dark spike aside. Quick, protect Su Bai! Seeing Su Bai become the priority, the shadow creature immediately switches targets, sending a storm of tentacles rushing toward him. From afar, Old Han points in horror. This is bad! Watch out, Su Bai. In that critical, hair-raising moment, the four holy beasts, the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise all glow brilliantly, leaping out to shield their master. We will protect the master. The colossal black tortoise uses its steel-hard shell to block every single attack from above, forming an impenetrable wall. The azure dragon and white tiger let out earth-shaking roars, charging into the sky to fight the dark mist head-on. The shadow shrieks in rage. A terrifying collision erupts as blazing fire and dark energy slam into each other, blowing a hole in the very fabric of space. Just as the two sides are locked in a fierce battle, a hearty voice booms from behind them. Ha ha ha! The heavy fire cavalry has arrived. Our main force is here. Dozens of warriors clad in flight armor appear in the sky. They launch a volley of flaming rockets toward the enemy, their morale soaring. Blast this Akuma to pieces. Hit by continuous explosions, the shadow entity grimaces and mutters bitterly, "More filthy ants." My time in the mortal world is up. Realizing the tables have turned, the giant specter retreats into a black hole, but not without leaving a chilling curse. How interesting. You got lucky today, it says. But this game has only just begun. The day my clan returns will be the day humanity is wiped from existence. With that, the black hole spins and vanishes, leaving a haunting echo in the sky. Until we meet again, you swarm of ants. The sky immediately brightens as warm sunlight shines down on the ground. The mercenaries drop their weapons and raise their arms, roaring with pure joy. We won! It's incredible. That Akuma is finally gone. The headmaster sighs in relief and walks over to the battered Su Bai, hugging him with a small laugh. Su Bai, you good kid, you've been through so much. Xiao Hong frantically shakes him. Wake up, master. Old Han and Yan Yan rush over. With tears in her eyes, Yan Yan begs, Su Bai, please wake up. Don't scare me like this. The battle is over. We won. Just wake up. Old Han spins around, shouting desperately, Where's the medical team? Get over here, now! Move aside, let me see him! The medical team sprints over with their kits, and a nurse quickly applies a green healing light to Su Bai's chest. With sweat beading on her forehead, she stammers her report. His condition is critical. Su Bai is too severely injured. His divine power is completely gone, and his meridians are ruptured everywhere. The backlash from before never fully healed, and now this is on top of it. In short, he's in extreme danger. For now, we can only keep him stable. To cure him, we'll need to find the highest grade spirit medicines. Hearing this, the headmaster jumps to his feet, his face stern as he gives a sharp order. We will save Su Bai at all costs. Relay my command. Immediately dispatch teams to search for top-grade spirit herbs. At the same time, mobilize everyone to clear the battlefield. Treat the wounded and recover the remains of our fallen comrades. Is that clear? Old Han clicks his heels. Sir! The headmaster looks down at Su Bai's pale face, his mustache trembling with sorrow. Su Bai, this land still needs your protection. He looks up at the sky, muttering with iron resolve. If those savages from beyond the clouds ever dare show their faces here again, we will make sure they never return. The scene changes to the Jianchao Martial Arts Infirmary. In a sterile white room, Su Bai lies unconscious, hooked up to various tubes. Old Han enters the room, his brow furrowed. Headmaster, how are Su Bai's injuries? The headmaster, hands behind his back, lets out a long sigh as he explains the impossible situation. Su Bai's body appears to be sealed by some force. It must be the backlash from his divine treasury. It sealed him up automatically. Only the spirit essence of the great forest, from the core of the 10,000 races forbidden land, can break this seal and regenerate his meridians. He strokes his beard, his helplessness clear on his face. However, that spirit essence is incredibly difficult to obtain. Even if we could bring it back, its potency would be severely diminished by the journey. Without a second thought, Old Han slaps his chest decisively. Then I'll personally carry him into the Forbidden Land. I will heal Su Bai, no matter the cost. Yan Yan, who is at the bedside, immediately turns around, resolute. I'm going too. The headmaster frantically tries to stop her. Yan Yan, no. The Forbidden Land is deep in the heart of their stronghold. That place is crawling with the most ferocious monsters of every race. The chance of survival in there is only 1 in 10. But Yan Yan bites her lip, tears in her eyes. I can't just stand by and watch him lie here unconscious. Seeing their fiery determination, the headmaster sighs in defeat and nods. All right then. In that case, we will all go into the Forbidden Land to save Su Bai. Old Han crosses his arms, looking worriedly at the stubborn girl. He's right, Yan Yan. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Yan Yan closes her eyes for a moment, then nods with a grateful smile for their help. Okay, thank you everyone. Under the silent night sky, Yan Yan carries Su Bai on her back, walking through the devastated ruins of the city. The nurse's grim diagnosis echoes in her head. Su Bai's condition is not looking good at all. If he isn't treated quickly, he may never wake up again. Yan Yan looks down at him, biting her lip with a pained expression. Su Bai, I can't let you stay unconscious like this. I will save you. Leaving the safe zone, Yan Yan's lone figure struggles up treacherous cliffs deep in the forest. As night falls completely, they take a brief rest, building a fire for warmth in the middle of the dark, gloomy woods. Exhausted, Yan Yan rests her head on Su Bai's back, trying to catch a moment of sleep. But suddenly, she leaps into the air, her flaming sword swinging down in a fatal arc to protect the two sleeping men. The journey continues, their heavy footsteps crossing the cold, dead land. A chill runs down her spine as they pass a giant skeletal beast head, reeking of death. Yan Yan hugs him from behind, chin on his shoulder, smiling reassuringly despite the sweat on her brow. Su Bai, just hold on a little longer. We're almost there. Finally, before a deep, dark cave entrance, Yan Yan's voice fills with hope. Su Bai, you have to wake up. But as they step inside, little Phoenix Xiao Hong suddenly appears from the spirit space, her face a mask of pure terror. Yan Yan jumps, startled. Xiao Hong, what is it? Why did you suddenly come out? Xiao Hong points frantically ahead, screaming. There's danger up ahead. Before she can finish, two enormous green lights flash in the darkness. An immense pressure, like a mountain, crashes down, forcing Yan Yan to her knees. A claw, as massive as a house, steps out from the shadows. A low growl echoes off the stone walls. Who dares trespass on this forbidden ground? From the darkness, the guardian beast of this sacred place, the Black Keelan, emerges. Its muscular body is half red, its sharp horn glowing as it roars. Such reckless arrogance. Without a moment's hesitation, Yan Yan rushes to shield Old Han and Su Bai. She draws her sword and shouts, "Get out of my way! I'm here to take!" But the Black Keelan doesn't even let her finish. It opens its fanged maw and spits a devastating beam of pure green energy. With all her strength, Yan Yan raises her sword, creating a barrier of light to block the attack, screaming at the top of her lungs, "Don't you dare touch him!" The incredible pressure forces her to grit her teeth, her face twisting in agony. Seeing this, Xiao Hong instantly transforms into her magnificent vermilion bird form, blazing with crimson fire. She dashes forward to shield them with her own body, but a crescent-shaped slash of light, sharp as a dagger, rips through the air, shattering the very ground. The attack blasts everything backward. Yan Yan frantically blocks, yelling at the snarling beast, "Xiao Hong, get back!" Little Xiao Hong runs for her life, sweating, but screams back with defiance. "This monster is terrifyingly strong. Everyone, run, I'll hold it off." And with that, Xiao Hong cloaks herself in a maelstrom of fire. But then, the Black Keelan merely flicks a single claw, shattering the flames. It scoffs at her weakness. "You want to hold me back? With that pathetic bit of power? And you won't be escaping either." In the next second, the Keelan turns on Yan Yan, swiping its massive claw as she desperately raises her sword to block. The claw, heavy as a boulder, presses down on her blade. Sweat pours down Yan Yan's face as she gasps in despair. "We walked right into our graves. Damn it!" On the line between life and death. She turns to look at Su Bai's sleeping face, a bitter yet loving smile on her lips. "Su Bai, if we have to die, we'll die together." But then, a miracle happens. The intricate golden seal marks on Su Bai's forehead and eyes suddenly flare with a brilliant light. His eyes snap open, his pupils erupting with intense golden energy that pierces the darkness. Surrounded by a blinding aura, Su Bai's body slowly levitates off the ground. Xiao Hong, perched on the monster's shoulder, and Yan Yan below can only gasp in shock. The master is awake? Su Bai. Su Bai hangs suspended in midair, his patient's gown whipping around him as he grits his teeth and lets out a roar of absolute fury. An explosion of killing intent erupts from him. "Kill!" Xiao Hong's eyes go wide, sweat pouring down her face in horror. Wait a second, the master doesn't seem normal at all. Instantly, Su Bai detonates like a bomb. A blinding flash of fire erupts as he soars through the air, now clad in the golden armor, the Divine Beast armament. A voice echoes in awe, "That is truly the power of a god." Seeing his vacant expression, Yan Yan breaks into a cold sweat, shouting, "Su Bai, what's wrong with you?" He ignores her completely, summoning the phantom of a giant green dragon that roars around him. Divine power! He plunges his blade downward like a lightning strike from heaven, aimed straight for the monster's head. Azure Dragon Break. The impact creates a blinding green explosion, shaking everything violently. In that moment, Xiao Hong's body glows intensely as she roars, shattering the Qeelin's restraints. Struck by the blow, the Black Qeelin stumbles back, smashing its flaming tail against the cliff wall in pure rage. How hateful. Su Bai gives the enemy no time to breathe, spreading his limbs as brilliant energy wings flare to life behind him. A colossal pillar of destructive light slams down from above. World suppression, the beast roars, straining against the immense power. Seeing the chaos, Yen Yen quickly cuts down falling rocks, desperately calling out, Su Bai. Just then, the black qilin opens its fanged mouth and lets out a mind-shattering roar, breaking the attack. Instantly, countless sharp stone pillars fly towards Su Bai. Yen Yen, drenched in sweat, screams a warning, "Be careful!" Quick as a flash, she dashes forward, slicing the pillars apart. She screams, "Su Bai, what is wrong with you? Snap out of it, Su Bai!" She looks down, her face turning pale with fear as she whispers, "It's rooted too deep inside him." The black qilin emerges from the smoke with a few scratches, growling, "To think that brat could actually injure me." It raises its sharp claws, which now crackle with black lightning, its eyes filled with murderous intent. The monster stands defiantly at the cave entrance, declaring, "As long as I stand before this gate, I am invincible." On the other side, a desperate, panting voice whispers his name. Bak! Su Bai, immortal spirit form. He screams to the heavens as the golden energy chains binding his body begin to crack and shatter. "You can't trap me." Yen Yen desperately clings to his thrashing arm, horrified by the strange runes appearing in midair. "What are these? Sealing talismans? Su Bai, are you okay?" She holds him tight, her eyes a mix of fierce determination and pain. "Su Bai, try to endure it. I know you're fighting against the seal." But then she sees his blood-red, crazed eyes and screams his name, "Su Bai." He immediately flies off, charging straight into the qilin's cave to attack. Yen Yen shouts a warning. "Su Bai, be careful, it could be a trap." The black qilin points a claw at the two of them, calmly issuing a death sentence. "It matters not who you are. Anyone who trespasses in the forbidden zone must die." Ignoring everything, Su Bai attacks like a berserker, rushing the beast with a savage look, unleashing a furious combo of light-infused sword strikes. At that moment, the qilin's voice echoes through the cavern. The seal is backfiring. The god has completely lost control. This boy's mind is about to be completely devoured by the seal. The black qilin raises its claw, only for Su Bai's sword energy to slice it open, drawing blood. The wound on the qilin's claw begins to slowly close, enveloped in an eerie blue energy. Meanwhile, Su Bai grinds his teeth, his body taut as swirling energies threaten to tear him apart from the inside. Yen Yen stares in utter shock at a massive blue energy gate, and in that moment, a devastating truth finally dawns on her. This gate? So all this time, I've just been charging this qilin's battery? In his blind rage, Su Bai had focused only on attacking, completely forgetting about defense. As a result, his body was covered in wounds, and sweat dripped from his forehead. Yanran muttered, "There must be a way to break his seal right here." Seeing his opponent weakening, the black qilin let out a triumphant laugh, gathering a deep blue energy sphere on its horn. "Die!" Su Bai let out a blood-curdling roar, making no move to dodge as he unleashed a wave of destructive energy from his own fist to counter. The two horrifying powers collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion right in front of the energy gate. As the smoke cleared, Yanran squinted and then cheered with joy. "The gate!" She immediately rushed to grab the staggering Su Bai, shouting, "Let's go, Su Bai! I have to break your seal!" But the black qilin reacted instantly. Its massive head emerged from the smoke, roaring in fury, "You shall not enter." The gate slammed shut just as they slipped through by a hair's breadth. Inside the strange space, Yanran quickly supported Su Bai as he collapsed to the ground, asking worriedly, "Are you all right?" Su Bai clutched his face, his body trembling, one eye glowing a menacing red. "The seal is consuming me." Yanran, both relieved and worried, quickly said, "You're conscious again? There has to be a way to break your seal in here." She helped him to his feet, her eyes filled with determination. "I know you're in pain, but don't give up." Suddenly, she looked up and gasped in astonishment. "What is that?" Before them stood a colossal, dark purple qilin statue, bound in heavy chains. Yanran's eyes widened in shock. "Why is there another qilin?" The moment she spoke, Su Bai's eyes turned pitch black, his pupils a blood-red crimson as he began to lose control. He screamed in agony, clutching his head, while Yanran desperately held on to him. "Su Bai, what's wrong? Hold on, don't give up." Just then, the eyes of the purple qilin statue flashed with a blue light. Yanran stared at the change, utterly bewildered, muttering, "Huh?" Cracks began to spread across the statue, and from these fissures, it started to absorb the dark energy that was torturing Su Bai. Yanran realized the statue cracked, and it's absorbing the sealed dark energy from Su Bai. A brilliant red light suddenly shot down from above. Yanran looked up with a sense of dread, thinking, "That sound can't be good." Instantly, the stone statue exploded into 100 pieces. Yanran quickly threw her arms around Su Bai to shield him, shouting, "Su Bai, be careful!" From within the dust and smoke, a majestic voice echoed as a radiant golden figure emerged. "Successor of the god's treasury, You need not struggle. A magnificent golden holy qilin appeared, its azure eyes fixed on Su Bai. Only I can break your seal. Yanran immediately took a defensive stance, shielding Su Bai with her sword as she asked cautiously, "Who are you? What's your connection to the black qilin outside?" The holy qilin calmly explained, "I am an ancient holy qilin, guardian of the core of the forbidden land of all races. The black qilin outside is a remnant of my physical body, corrupted by darkness. Its mission is to guard the entrance to this area. But its mind has long been clouded, and it has become a puppet of that darkness." The holy qilin looked at the writhing Su Bai and continued, "The power of the god's treasury is sealed within you. Now, the source of darkness is restless and the seal has cracked. It has backfired, consuming his mind and plunging him into agony." In his chaotic mind, Su Bai screamed, "I need power to kill everything that harms them." The holy qilin explained, "The god's treasury and the dark source were born together. They also restrain each other. Perhaps you can control both powers at once. He is also the only one who can break this dual seal." Yanran pleaded desperately, "Holy qilin, please save Su Bai. I'll pay any price." But the holy qilin shook its head. He must find enlightenment on his own to be saved. Only he can willingly accept the dark nature within himself. Only by completely fusing it with the power of the god's treasury can the seal be truly broken. Otherwise, his mind will be completely sealed away, turning him into a monster that only knows slaughter. Outside, another violent explosion shook the space as the black qilin frantically attacked the gate. The black qilin roared with absolute fury. "Holy qilin, how dare you break the seal without permission? If the dark source gets out of control, the entire forbidden land will be devoured, and humanity will be at risk. We will become sinners for all time." The holy qilin, slowly drawing the dark energy from Su Bai, replied calmly, "Black qilin, you have been shrouded in darkness for too long. We have long forgotten our true purpose in guarding this land. It was never to imprison the darkness, but to guide the darkness and the god's treasury to coexist, maintaining the balance of heaven and earth instead of resorting to suppression and destruction." Hearing these words through his haze of pain, a flicker of reason returned to Su Bai's eyes. His voice was weak and broken, but filled with resolve. "I want to control this power. To protect Yanran, to protect everyone." The holy qilin nodded in satisfaction, its voice echoing with encouragement. "Good, successor. Focus your spirit, abandon your resistance, embrace the darkness and fuse it with the god's treasury. Remember, you are not a puppet of the darkness. You are the master of both darkness and light, the protector of humanity's hope." Hearing this, Su Bai closed his eyes, sweat pouring down his face, his expression one of extreme determination as he whispered in his mind, "Fuse. I must protect all of humanity. I cannot let the darkness run rampant." He sat cross-legged, his body erupting in a fiery aura as he called out to his companions, "Xiao Ba, Xiao Bai, Xiao Hong, Xiao Qing, help me fuse." The small spirit beasts immediately swarmed around him. Xiao Hong, blazing with a brilliant red flame, spread its arms wide with a determined look, shouting, "Master, we're here to save you." The little snake beside it chimed in, "You have to hold on." Instantly, brilliant streams of blue, red, and yellow energy intertwined, forming a vibrant tornado of color that enveloped Su Bai like a cocoon of light. Yanran watched the dazzling cocoon from a distance, her eyes filled with faith and hope. She cheered him on. "You can do it, Su Bai. I believe you will awaken and successfully fuse your powers. We have to fight side by side to protect humanity and go home together." But before the emotional moment could last, a deafening explosion from behind made her whip around in shock, crying out in dismay, "Oh no!" The black qilin had shattered the barrier. Its body crackled with vicious lightning as it charged forward like a runaway tank. It shrieked, "So you insist on breaking the seal to protect this human brat? Then I will destroy all of you." Without another word, the beast opened its massive maw, gathering energy and firing a colossal green laser beam straight ahead. As the destructive blast descended, the holy qilin rushed forward, using its own body as a shield to protect the cocoon. Seeing this, Yanran screamed in terror, "Protect Su Bai." The attack hit with brutal force, creating a massive, fiery explosion that rocked the entire cavern. The holy qilin is pushed back, its claws tearing through the ground as dust explodes around it, but it lets out a defiant roar. Before he can fully fuse his power and shatter the seal, the dark qilin cannot get a single step closer. They have to protect him, no matter what it takes. Yan Yan grips her sword, her eyes ice cold, ready to lay down her life. She declares with absolute certainty, "You can rest assured. Lord Holy Qilin, I will never let that creature harm Su Bai. I'll protect him even if it costs me my life." From above, the dark qilin unleashes a furious blast of energy, screaming, "Get out of my way, you pests! I will destroy him and stop this seal from breaking." The holy qilin braces itself, desperately trying to awaken its corrupted other half, the dark qilin. "Wake up. If you continue down this path, the darkness will consume you completely. Your soul will scatter, and you will never be able to return." Seeing the shield begin to waver, Yan Yan sweats, quickly assessing the situation before shouting an order. At this rate, the Holy Qilin can't hold on. Xiao Ba, you guys are our last line of defense. Xiao Bai, follow me. We cannot let it get near that cocoon of light. Without hesitation, Yan Yan leaps into the air, sword flashing, while Xiao Bai transforms into a giant white tiger, charging to intercept. The Dark Qilin just lets out a cold, mocking snort. Even a worthless little ant dares to try and ambush me? In a flash, the beast casually swings its massive tail. Just one hit, both Yan Yan and the huge white tiger are sent flying backward. The girl gasps in horror. It's over. The force of the blow slams Yan Yan into a cliff face. She clutches her arm, gritting her teeth against the agonizing impact. While hell breaks loose outside, inside the cocoon, a shirtless Su Bai unconsciously furrows his brow. Fuse! The Holy Qilin urges with pure desperation in its eyes. Successor, you must speed up the fusion. They can't hold out for much longer. Only his awakening can truly defeat the Dark Qilin and save both the clan and this sacred land. Seeing its opponents are completely exhausted, the Dark Qilin hovers, firing down a machine gun rain of green lasers with a savage laugh. This time, let's see who can possibly stop me. With no regard for her own life, Yan Yan's eyes widen as she screams to rally her allies. Let's block it together. Instantly, Yan Yan, Xiao Hong, the White Tiger, and the other spirit beasts form a single defensive line. Behind them, the giant phantom beasts of the dragon appear. The Phoenix and Tiger, all of them, pour every last drop of their strength into a desperate block against the storm of light. Blood trickles from Yan Yan's mouth as she bites down hard, pushing beyond her limits and whispering, "No, we absolutely cannot give up." But facing these stubborn ants, the Dark Qilin gathers all its power into its demonic claws, its eyes gleaming as it roars out a death sentence. Die! The difference in power is just too vast. That cruel beam of light crashes down. A shocking explosion sends Yan Yan flying. The Holy Qilin and all the spirit beasts are sent tumbling helplessly through the air. The destructive energy beam plunges into the earth, aimed precisely at Su Bai's golden light cocoon. From within the rising smoke, a bizarre figure floats before the giant phantom of the Dark Qilin. It gives a sinister, hair-raising smile, slowly threatening. Darkness has descended. Are you ready to taste death? The smoke clears just enough to reveal the golden cocoon, still lying silent amid the devastation. Is the person inside waiting for the perfect moment, or have they been silenced for good?